Global catastrophe, floods unleashed. Low-latitude regions have transformed into vast oceans. High-latitude areas have become hell on earth. Having been reborn on this fateful night, the man who was betrayed and met his demise at the hands of his fiancée in his past life resolves to alter his destiny irrevocably. He gathers funds, stockpiles supplies, and charters a cargo ship, crafting a personal arc for the impending apocalypse. Chapter 1. Heaven's Benevolence. In the southern city, although it is the height of summer, the air is laden with a damp chill. Thunder rumbles ominously as torrential rain beats against the eaves, while the howling winds outside sound like the furious roars of wild beasts, relentlessly assaulting the entire city with chaotic downpour. When will this rain cease? Laments a middle-aged man in his 50s, furrowing his brow as he stands by the window, observing the floodwaters pooling in the streets. Indeed, it has been pouring for 7 days now, and there seems to be no end in sight. A middle-aged woman replies, setting the freshly prepared dishes on the table while calling towards the bedroom. Son, it's time to rise. Within the bedroom, Ming Ye stares wide-eyed out the window, fixated on the relentless rain. The world beyond appears shrouded in shadows, and it is only when he hears his mother's familiar voice that he mechanically turns his head. At last, tears moisten his reddened eyes. He has been reborn. Not long ago, he witnessed a group of people plunging a fruit knife into his body repeatedly, merely to seize the meager food supplies he had managed to store. His fiancée stood nearby, a cold, triumphant smile gracing her face. In that moment, Ming Ye's heart turned to ash. Yet now, it seems the heavens have shown him mercy, granting him another chance at life. Clenching his fists, he exhales a heavy breath of despair. The nightmarish scenes of disaster linger vividly in his mind even now. The recollection evokes a chill of dread. Initially, people believed it was merely an ordinary rainstorm that persisted for several days. The Meteorological Bureau merely cautioned coastal cities to be wary of potential typhoons. However, when the downpour stretched into a seventh day and the drainage systems of inland cities reached their limits, submerging the entire city in water, it only sparked mild discussions online. It was not until 20 days later that floods engulfed the globe. Low-lying areas were utterly transformed into vast seas, and countless cities succumbed one after another. Only then did people awaken to the reality of the apocalypse. Another rumble of thunder shakes the heavens as a flash of lightning slices through the sky. Ming Ye shivers, breaking into a cold sweat, and rushes into the living room. His mother, Reincarnated, is busily setting the table. We're out of vegetables again, and prices at the supermarket have skyrocketed lately, all due to this cursed weather. His father, Ming Ye, glances at Ming Ye. Awake? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and wash your hands, it's time for dinner. Gazing at the warmly decorated living room and the familiar figures, Ming Ye's heart aches, and he can no longer suppress the fear that wells within him. He leaps forward, embracing his parents tightly. Dad, Mom. In his previous life, he could only watch helplessly as his parents met a tragic fate. Now, the heavens have granted him the opportunity to be reborn in this life. He will spare no effort to ensure his parents' safety. Are you eating? What are you doing? Rin Xiaoman felt a touch of embarrassment after all. He was already a young man of 20, yet he still behaved like a child. Hurry up, stop dawdling. This simple, yet heartwarming exchange resonated with Ming Ye, who found it to be the most precious sound in the world at that moment. He refrained from explaining anything, suppressing his excitement as he sat down and asked, Dad, what is today's date? What's it to you? Today is August 3rd. Have you muddled your brain with sleep? Ming Ye replied gruffly. August 3rd? That meant there were merely 13 days left before the global flood would strike. He inhaled deeply and clenched his fists. Time was of the essence. He needed to prepare everything within this limited time frame. If fate had granted him rebirth, then he was determined to alter the destiny of his family completely. Stop dawdling, let's eat. Rin Xiaoman skillfully picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork with her chopsticks and placed it in Ming Ye's bowl. Ming Ye nodded, gazing at the simple yet plentiful array of dishes before him, and began to devour his rice voraciously. With the first bite, the rich fat of the pork burst forth, the slightly chewy meat harmonizing perfectly with the fragrant soft rice. Though it was merely a homely dish, to Ming Ye, it felt as exquisite as delicacies from the sea. In his previous life, Such commonplace food became scarce following the outbreak of disaster, leading people to fight for resources, with some even sacrificing their dignity for a bowl of rice. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Ming Ye remarked, handing a bowl of soup to Ming Ye. This seemingly mundane sentence stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Ming Ye. After the cataclysm, not even a bowl of soup or a sip of fresh water could be obtained without risking one's life. Having endured the hardships of his past life, Ming Ye was resolute in not living through such a nightmare again. As he ate, he contemplated what preparations were necessary for the upcoming 13 days. First and foremost was securing supplies for survival. After the flood, resources would dwindle drastically. Long-term planning was imperative. Next on his agenda was acquiring a boat. The low-lying areas would be the first to succumb to the deluge. The coastal city of Nanchang, where Ming Ye resided, would inevitably be submerged, so it was vital to possess a sufficiently large vessel. Lost in thought regarding his plans, Ming Ye failed to notice his phone vibrating. However, upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression darkened. It was his fiancée, Zhang Ting. They had met through a matchmaking arrangement, and after some time, despite his family's insistence on marriage, Ming Ye had agreed, considering Zhang Ting's satisfactory qualities. Under normal circumstances, their families would have been preparing for the wedding by now, had it not been for the impending storm. Yet having witnessed the true nature of this venomous woman in his previous life, Ming Ye felt a surge of regret for his blindness in choosing her. Without hesitation, he answered the call, ready to clarify everything. Hello, Ming Ye. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? As soon as the call connected, before Ming Ye could speak, she began to complain. My mother told me to inform you that the original bride price of 200,000 is insufficient. It must be 500,000. When can you transfer the money? Ming Ye was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. 500,000 for a bride price? Please ask your mother if this is a business transaction or marriage. If it's the latter, she should take a good look in the mirror and ask herself if you are worth that amount. On the other end of the line, Zhang Ting's voice noticeably rose in pitch. Ming Ye, what do you mean? My mother is only looking out for my best interests. Besides, is 500,000 a large sum? Surely your family can manage that amount. Indeed, 500,000 is quite a substantial sum, and our family truly cannot afford it. Ming Ye retorted with a bitter laugh. Zhang Ting, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, How can you say that? If you truly cannot afford it, why not seek assistance from relatives or friends? If you cannot even provide the betrothal gift, how do you expect to marry? Exactly. Thus, I have decided against marriage. From now on, the farther you stay away, the better. Do you understand? With that, Ming Ye abruptly ended the call. At the dining table, his mother, Ren Xiaoman, gaped in astonishment, her hand poised midair, frozen in place. Ming Ye stared at Ming Ye, as if he were meeting his son for the very first time. Chapter 2. Borrowing Money. As the call had been on speakerphone, the entire family had heard the exchange. Ming Ye touched Ming Ye's forehead, frowning as he said, You foolish boy, have you lost your mind? You were discussing matters amicably, and then you abruptly declare you will not marry? Exactly. Finding a good girl nowadays is no easy task. 500,000 is merely 500,000. Our family can manage it with some effort. Why must you speak so harshly? Ren Xiaoman sighed deeply. The elderly couple, at their age, was counting on Ming Ye to marry soon so that they might hold their grandchild in their arms. Over the years, they had saved over $1 million, originally intended for a house down payment, but now they would have to use that money for the betrothal gift. A good girl? Ming Ye rolled his eyes. He was well aware of his parents' earnest efforts to see him married. Even if he rejected the idea, they might secretly transfer the betrothal gift to facilitate the union. However, he could not openly reveal that he had been reborn and knew of this woman's true, vile nature from a previous life. His parents would most likely think he had lost his sanity. Thus, he had to concoct a benign diversion. A mischievous glint flickered in his eyes as he sighed. Mom, Dad, since we have come to this point, I will not hide the truth any longer. In fact, a few days ago, I saw Zhang Ting entering a hotel with another man. 10 minutes later, Ren Xiaoman and Ming Ye exchanged incredulous glances, mouths agape. Are you telling the truth? Is that girl so eager to marry because she has compromised another man's child? With a sharp clap of his hands, Ming Ye declared angrily, You think I will allow my son to be a scapegoat? Dream on. I previously thought she was a decent person, But to think that she is married and yet entangled with another man this sort of woman wishes to enter our Ming family? Indeed, I shall call her right now and demand to know how they raised such a daughter. Rin Xiaoman, so incensed that she could not even eat, prepared to make the call. Mom, please calm down. Even if you ask her, she may not admit it. It is sufficient for us to be aware of the truth. Ming Ye quickly interjected, stepping forward to soothe her. If that call were made, their secret would surely be unveiled. From a young age, I have rarely lied in front of my parents, so it is only natural that they trust me completely at this moment. I hastily took a few bites of my meal, stating, I have finished eating, you may take your time. With that, I returned to my bedroom alone. Once I closed the door, I began to contemplate how I could gather the necessary funds. Zhang Ting had just provided me with an excellent idea. Indeed, I could borrow money. However, rather than seeking assistance from relatives or friends, I could resort to loans. After all, with the impending apocalypse, everyone would be preoccupied with their own affairs, rendering repayment unnecessary. With this thought, I promptly retrieved my phone and registered on various online platforms, including Ant Financial, a certain e-commerce giant, and a few other miscellaneous small loan providers. To my surprise, due to the family's property being transferred to my name at an early stage, I was able to use the house as credit collateral during the application process. Theoretically, I was considered a qualified user, and nearly all platforms approved my application instantly. However, disbursement would still require verification, so I could only wait patiently. At that moment, a knock echoed from the living room door, followed by a surprised voice. Mother-in-law, what brings you here? Oomph. I came today to inquire whether our families can still proceed with this engagement. A loud voice filled with fury followed. Upon hearing the commotion, my expression darkened. I had not anticipated that this family would confront us directly. With that thought, I opened the door and stepped outside. In the living room, I found Zhang Ting's mother, Sun Xiuru, standing with her hands on her hips, radiating anger. Behind her stood a tall and attractive girl, who, while removing her damp raincoat, questioned me. Ming Ye, you need to clarify what you meant during our phone call today. Unexpectedly, before I could respond, Rin Xiaoman's face darkened. Ming Hai, too, wore a stern expression as he coldly addressed Sun Xiuru. What has your daughter done that you believe we are unaware of? I refrained from confronting you, yet you still have the audacity to come here? Hearing this, I felt a surge of panic, sensing that I might be exposed. To my astonishment, however, Zhang Ting's eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety. The previously imposing Sun Xiuru's demeanor shifted to one of unease after a deep breath. She gritted her teeth and asked, What is wrong with my daughter? Sun Jia, there are certain things we refrain from discussing to spare your daughter some dignity. If we were to lay everything bare, it would not reflect well on anyone involved. What do you think? Rin Xiaoman replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiuru's expression transformed dramatically. She first glanced at Zhang Ting, then appeared somewhat flustered. I say, mother-in-law, have you heard something from outsiders? My daughter is innocent. There are things you cannot believe. Indeed, Auntie, I truly haven't done anything to wrong Ming Ye, Zhang Ting added, her voice lacking conviction and sounding somewhat feeble. Upon witnessing this scene, Ming Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed he had merely uttered a casual lie, only to discover that the truth was far more unsettling. Though the specifics eluded him, it was evident that this mother-daughter duo was entangled in some unsavory affairs. The realization gnawed at him, leaving a bitter taste akin to having consumed excrement. Damn it. Thank goodness he wasn't married, otherwise he would have been irrevocably burdened with a green hat. Seeing Sun Xiuru turn her face away, ignoring her, Zhang Ting hastily glanced at Ming Ye, her expression one of profound grievance. Ming Ye, you know I love you. Even if there are conflicts between us, we can resolve them gradually. Please speak to Uncle and Annie to calm him down, won't you? Faced with this entreaty, Ming Ye felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. I have nothing to say to you. The moment those words left his lips, Zhang Ting's previously obsequious demeanor faltered slightly. What did he mean? The celestial being had already softened her stance, yet Ming Ye maintained this attitude? Even if she was in the wrong, could he not display a modicum of generosity as a man? Moreover, she had already apologized. What more did he expect from her? At that moment, Ming Hai interjected, Enough! I believe this engagement is best left unresolved. If you have no further matters, I suggest you leave promptly. As the head of the household, Ming Ye's words sealed the fate of the situation. Seeing this development, Sun Xiuru panicked. She had not anticipated that the hard-won engagement would unravel so swiftly. Father-in-law, what do you mean by that? Is the 50,000 in betrothal gifts too much? How about we revert to the previous 28,000? What do you think? Is this a matter of the betrothal gifts? Are you incapable of understanding, or should I ask you to leave? Finally, Ming Ye spoke coldly. With persuasion failing, Sun Xiuru decided to drop her fad. Fine. If there's no marriage, then your family owes my daughter 1 million as compensation for reputational damages. Otherwise, has my daughter's time been wasted for nothing? What? Compensation for reputational damages? Upon hearing this, Ming Ye was so incensed that he nearly laughed in disbelief. Glancing at Zhang Ting, he was astonished to see her wearing a similarly rational expression. This mother-daughter pair had thoroughly shattered Ming Ye's worldview, prompting him to erupt, "Get lost. Go as far away as possible, or I'll call the police on you two fools." With that, he forcefully shoved them out the door and slammed it shut. Just then, Ren Xiaoman approached to offer consolation. "Son, do not be disheartened. In the future, I will find you someone far better. This kind of woman is utterly unworthy of you." Disheartened? Ming Ye could barely suppress his amusement. Faced with the daunting challenge of ending the engagement, he had not expected such a resolution to come so easily, albeit through a rather distasteful process. Boom! Outside, another thunderclap echoed. The rain seemed to intensify. Ming Ye's previously buoyant mood evaporated in an instant. Indeed, how could he still muster the energy to contemplate these matters? With that thought, he promptly returned to his bedroom, retrieved the property deed, and secured it. After changing his attire, he made his way to the living room. "Dad, Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. With such heavy rain outside, where are you going?" Ren Xiaoman inquired, her worry evident. Just as Ming Ye hesitated over an excuse, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. A slight smile crept onto his lips. "I shall seek out a new daughter-in-law for you," she declared with a smile before gracefully stepping outside. Chapter 3. Alone as Ming Ye descended the stairs, he opened his phone to find a WeChat message from the user named Li Qinshi. If Zhang Ting could be deemed merely an ordinary beauty, then Li Qinshi was undeniably the campus belle, the very person Ming Ye almost confessed to during their school reunion. However, after graduation, their paths diverged, leading to scant interaction. Yet, upon receiving her message now, Ming Ye found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. In a past life, during the cataclysmic outbreak, it was Li Qinshi who had extended her hand to him in his moment of despair, providing him with sustenance and supplies. Without her generosity, he might not have survived those harrowing days. His earlier jest to his parents was merely that, a jest. In his heart, he harbored only gratitude for Li Qinshi. At this moment, her message read, "Ming Ye, are you there?" accompanied by a curious emoji. The endearing tone conjured the image of her enchanting figure in his mind. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he typed swiftly. Yes, what's the matter? Little did he know, Ming Ye was already aware of the reason for her reaching out. According to his memories from the previous life, Li Qinshi had just returned from her studies abroad and, disinclined to comply with her family's matrimonial arrangements, sought his assistance in pretending to be her boyfriend to appease her family. As anticipated, she replied, "Can I reach out to you without a reason?" Angry emoji. "Well, actually, I do have a small favor to ask. If it's convenient, can we meet for a meal?" Innocent emoji. "Sure," Ming Ye replied without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, he would have a plethora of tasks demanding his attention and would decline to meddle in others' affairs. However, faced with Li Qinshi, the one who had saved his life in the past, he found it impossible to refuse. Furthermore, he had matters of his own to discuss with her. During their university days, Ming Ye learned that Li Qinshi's family was engaged in business, only to later discover that the largest department store in the city, Huaran, was owned by her family. Since he intended to stock up on supplies, having Li Qinshi facilitate connections would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. Then it's settled. Tomorrow afternoon, at Donglai Houting. Goodbye. Wave emoji. Yes, let us not miss each other. Ming Ye tucked his phone away and exhaled deeply. Li Qinshi was a bright and kind-hearted girl, yet her kindness had led to a tragic fate in her previous life. After the outbreak, the resource-rich Huaran became a target for countless individuals. And though she had once aided turned against her out of greed. In this life, should the opportunity arise, Ming Ye wished to help her alter that grim destiny. Driver. To Donghua Road. The rain poured relentlessly, rendering the streets nearly deserted, save for various vehicles navigating through the deluge, splashing through the accumulating puddles. Ming Ye waited a full hour before finally hailing a taxi. This dreadful weather. Upon entering, the driver offered a perfunctory complaint, though his demeanor remained surprisingly cheerful. After all, in such torrential rain, people had no choice but to rely on cars, and business was evidently thriving. Ming Ye refrained from engaging in conversation, his gaze tinged with sympathy. Most individuals remain oblivious to the impending danger even at this very moment. Were it not for the experiences of previous lives, even he would not believe that in just over 10 days, this city would transform into a hell on earth. Before stepping out, Ming Ye took along the property deed, intending to secretly secure a mortgage on the house without his parents' knowledge. To avoid wasting time, he opted not to approach a conventional bank, but instead chose a lending institution. Although this decision would result in significantly higher interest rates, the advantage lay in the expedited process. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, no one would concern themselves with repayment. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Ming Ye headed straight for a small lending agency named Xinyuan Finance. When he exited later, his account had swelled by over 3 million. While South City may not be a first-tier metropolis, the fact that his family's home exceeded 150 square meters made such a loan amount unsurprising. However, 3 million. In ordinary circumstances, this would indeed be a substantial sum. Yet, when it comes to preparing for the necessities of the apocalypse, this amount was evidently insufficient. Fortunately, by evening, the loans he had applied for across various platforms began to trickle in. To his astonishment, although he was aware of the ease of online loans, he had not anticipated that the cumulative total would exceed 4 million. 4 million. Although most of these platforms operated in a gray area, with some interest rates surpassing legal limits at that moment, Ming Ye was indifferent to such concerns. Thus, adding the 3 million from the mortgage and over 1 million originally earmarked for his wedding, he could barely scrape together 10 million. 10 million. Taking a deep breath, he felt a slight tremor in his hand as he gazed at the figures in his bank account. He had never encountered such a sum in his life. With this newfound wealth, he could finally initiate his plans. The procurement of supplies could wait until after he met Li Qinshe. The pressing issue at hand was how to secure a vessel. Given the need to endure the apocalypse, the ship must possess sufficient space to store provisions. A mere yacht would not suffice. Thus, it would require at least a large fishing vessel. Regrettably, he currently lacked the budget for such extravagance. Lost in thought, Ming Ye's eyes suddenly lit up as he recalled an excellent option: his Uncle San. His uncle's family was engaged in international logistics, and his company operated numerous collaborative cargo ships. If he could somehow arrange to rent one of those colossal sea vessels, it would undoubtedly meet all his demands. Not only could he store supplies, but he could also customize the ship's interior according to his needs. Resolute in his decision, Ming Ye rose early the next morning, exchanged brief greetings with his parents, and hurriedly set out once more. The streets were still drenched with torrential rain, and due to the morning rush hour, traffic had become a tangled snarl. On either side of the street, the drainage system has begun to overflow, signaling the impending collapse of the city's sewage infrastructure. The mobile phone displays a chilling 13 degrees Celsius, leading one to question whether it is indeed the height of summer. How infuriating! The roads are completely gridlocked. Had I known, I would have refrained from driving, walking instead. It is perplexing how the rain has persisted for such an extended period. Those meteorologists who predicted a scorching summer must surely be fools. To endure such torrential rain and still be required to work is utterly exasperating. Complaints, curses, and the incessant honking of horns reach Ming Ye's ears. He remains oblivious to the clamor, yet his expression betrays his displeasure. This abnormal downpour, which he failed to notice in his previous life, has left him, like the majority of others, merely grumbling without taking action. However, now there are merely 12 days remaining. Time is of the essence. After donning a raincoat, Ming Ye rode a shared bicycle directly to his uncle's company. Upon pushing open the office door, he was met with the sight of a flamboyantly dressed secretary hastily rising from the embrace of a balding middle-aged man. her face a mask of panic as she adjusted her attire and glanced at Ming Ye. The balding man, too, was visibly startled. "Why, young Yi, what brings you here?" Ming Ye seemingly ignored him, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. "Good morning, uncle. I hear you're interested in my family's property. I've come to share some good news." Chapter 4. Free stay? Good news? Ming Wang's eyes brightened at the words. "Good nephew, have you finally convinced your family to sell the house to me? Where are your parents? Why did you come alone?" Ming Wang's cousin was about to enter high school, and the house belonging to the Ming family happened to be within the school district. For this reason, Ming Wang had visited several times, hoping to persuade Ming Hai to sell the property to him. However, his father had never agreed. Now that Ming Wang had come in person, the other party was naturally taken aback with delight. "It's fine. The house is under my name now. They won't come anyway. Is that so? What price do you intend to sell it for?" Upon hearing this, Ming Wang was first astonished, then revealed a knowing smile. It seemed that Ming Ye had sneaked out without his family's knowledge. "That's fine. A mere young lad. Isn't he just easy to manipulate?" With this thought, a look of pride flashed in Ming Wang's eyes. Naturally, Ming Ye noticed the change in his expression and inwardly chuckled. The family of his uncle had taken advantage of his father during their business dealings back in the day. Eventually, his father could no longer endure it and chose to depart. As a result, over the years, their business had flourished, and during festive seasons, they became increasingly arrogant, which was also a reason why his father refused to sell the house. Such people did not deserve his courtesy. Ming Ye plopped down on the sofa and chuckled. "We're all relatives here. Money shouldn't come between us." Hearing this, Ming Wang's smile widened even further. 5 million is sufficient. Ming Wang promptly spat out his tea. The female secretary beside him gasped in disbelief. "You want to sell an old house in the city for 5 million? Why not just go rob a bank?" Ming Wang's expression darkened instantly. "Dear nephew, are you jesting with me? That house is worth at most 2 million, if that. Now you propose 5 million? That's over double the value. You're clearly trying to take advantage of me." However, Ming Ye remained unfazed, confidently responding, "No worries. If the deal doesn't go through, we can still maintain our kinship. Besides the house, I came for another matter today. Uncle, I wish to rent a boat from you." "Rent a boat? Just you?" At this, Ming Wang laughed derisively. He scrutinized Ming Ye with amusement. "Ming Ye, it's not that your uncle looks down on you. But do you know what kind of boats my company owns? I don't care what you plan to rent it for. The crucial question is, can you afford it? Whether I can afford it or not is up to you to decide." "Uncle," Ming Ye replied with a forced smile. "What do you mean by that?" Ming Wang was momentarily taken aback and took a while to comprehend. He then waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you. Renting a boat requires relevant qualifications and a deposit. You have neither, so hurry and leave. Don't waste my time. Is that so?" Ming Ye leisurely crossed his legs, fiddling with his fingers as he spoke. "I may not understand qualifications, but if I were to inform Auntie about your infidelity, do you think she would waste her time with you?" With that remark, the atmosphere shifted. The vast office was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence. Ming Wang's expression froze in shock. The female secretary beside him displayed a moment of panic, and then, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Why are you so agitated? Does this matter concern you in any way?" Ming Ye chuckled at the female secretary. "Is this a case of inadvertent confession?" In truth, had it not been for his experiences in a past life, Ming Ye would have been oblivious to this matter as well. After all, in his previous life, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, Ming Wang had fled with the secretary, absconding with the funds, while his third aunt berated him in the family group chat, making it widely known among the Ming family. Unfortunately, during such a dire time, extraordinary events were commonplace, and everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to pay attention. But now, the situation was different. One must understand that the reason his third uncle was able to rise to prominence was due to the support from his third aunt's family. If news of his infidelity were to surface, he might end up losing everything, leaving him with nothing at all. "Third uncle, am I speaking out of turn? Or do you know deep down the truth? How about this? I can call third aunt right now, and we can have a candid discussion in her presence." As Ming Ye spoke, he pretended to pull out his phone. Upon seeing this, Ming Ye panicked. "Dear nephew, we are family. Aren't there better ways to communicate? Look at this commotion. It leaves everyone unhappy, don't you think?" As he spoke, Ming Ye forced a smile, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his brow. "Please, third uncle, I have no intention of wasting your time." Ming Ye feigned a look of distress. Slap. Ming Ye delivered a resounding slap to his own face. "It's my fault, dear nephew. Please don't hold it against me. Rest assured, for your family's house, 5 million is just 5 million. As long as you agree, I can transfer the funds to you right away." To be honest, Ming Ye had clawed his way to this point, and maintaining his dignity was not of paramount importance. Ming Ye hesitated. "What about the boat rental?" Upon hearing this, Ming Ye gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "I can arrange the boat rental for you. All you need to do is sign. However, the rental fee is not solely at my discretion. It belongs to the shipowner. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. I'll rent the ship for 12 days, and after that, I will pay you the full rental amount, no less. We can document everything in writing. As for the house, I was merely joking about the 5 million. I just told my third uncle can lend me that sum. When the time comes for my cousin to enter high school, you can freely occupy the house. After all, we are family." "Really? No charge? Free accommodation?" Ming Ye exclaimed, his excitement palpable. If that were the case, it would mean he was merely assisting Ming Ye, incurring no actual losses while gaining a house for free. However, in Ming Ye's heart, a cold smile emerged. 12 days? What a laugh. The rental fee for a cargo ship could amount to several 100,000 per day, which would ultimately save him millions. Regarding the matter of the house, once the apocalypse descends, conventional dwellings have long been submerged by floods, rendering them indistinguishable from ruins. It is laughable that Ming Ye still feels he has gained an advantage. Half an hour later, Ming Ye departed the office with a rental contract in one hand and a check worth 5 million in the other, utterly satisfied. According to Ming Ye, the cargo ship was docked at the port. Having never seen it with his own eyes, Ming Ye felt an inkling of unease. Thus, upon receiving the contract, he could hardly contain his eagerness and hastened toward the port, determined to inspect it in person. After all, this was a matter of survival for his family in the aftermath of the apocalypse. 2 hours later, Ming Ye arrived at the port. Under the foreboding sky, thunder rumbled incessantly, and the torrential rain blurred the line between heaven and earth. Amidst the tumultuous waves, a colossal steel vessel, extending over 100 meters in length, stood resolute against the storm. Upon witnessing this scene, Ming Ye removed the hood of his raincoat and wiped the rain from his face. Goodness, this was an incredible windfall. A cargo ship of such magnitude. Perhaps it would not have made much of an impression from mere photographs, but to experience it firsthand, to behold this enormous steel beast, was a sensation beyond description. In that instant, Ming Ye's fists clenched with excitement. After contacting the staff and presenting the rental contract, Ming Ye ascended the deck with uncontainable eagerness. The sight of the densely stacked containers reignited his sense of awe. Concurrently, a blueprint for transformation began to take shape in his mind. With this ship, he could entirely craft his own ark for the apocalypse. The entire cargo vessel, aside from some external structures, boasted an absurdly vast hold. Within, Ming Ye even discovered a complete solar power generation system and a water purification system. The sight of these amenities left him breathless with exhilaration. It is essential to note that following the global catastrophe, the electrical infrastructure rapidly disintegrated, and survival in such conditions without specialized power generation equipment was nothing short of fantasy. Splendid, truly magnificent. As for the water purification system, its significance could not be overstated. Inundation brought with it the melting of the poles, and the ancient viruses carried within the glaciers rendered potable water exceedingly scarce, even more precious than human life. With the water purification system in place, all these concerns would dissipate. Now equipped with these two devices, Ming Ye had alleviated a substantial financial burden. Although he appeared to possess over 10 million, such funds might not suffice in practical use. As for how to modify this vessel, Ming Ye already had the perfect candidate in mind. With that thought, he promptly retrieved his phone. "Hello, Fatty, it's your father. Are you free right now? Hurry over to the dock and lend your father a hand." Chapter 5. constructing a colossal ark. At the dock, the portly fellow hurriedly arrived at the designated location set by Ming Ye. Upon seeing him, he bent forward, breathless, and exclaimed, "What's the matter? I was still at work when you called me out." Ming Ye replied, "I need your assistance. Take a look at this magnificent vessel. What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" As he spoke, a hint of satisfaction crept into his tone. He patted the portly fellow on the shoulder and directed his gaze towards the grand ocean liner before them. The fellow's mouth dropped open, as if he could fit an egg inside. This is my ship." A triumphant smile graced Ming Ye's lips, exuding an air of calm confidence. With this ship, no matter the global deluge or even a horde of zombies, he would be impervious. Hearing this, the portly man adjusted his glasses and began to circle around, exclaiming in awe, "Goodness gracious, did you win the lottery or rob a bank?" Ming Ye scoffed in response. "I'm not short on funds." He felt as if the word opulence could be inscribed upon his face. Indeed, having wealth is truly remarkable. "Now, what do you need me for, Mr. Ming? How can I, little Detsy, be of assistance?" A grin of eager anticipation spread across the portly man's face. "Well, I actually require your help." As he spoke, Ming Ye instinctively draped an arm around the little fellow's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with intent. The simple-minded little Detsy, devoid of any ulterior motives, was solely focused on helping his childhood friend prosper. "Ah, once you, Mr. Ming, give the word, I, little Detsy, shall follow your lead." The portly man was a graduate student in mechanical engineering from a prestigious university, currently employed at a leading domestic firm. Enlisting his help would mean that the ship's redesign would be more than halfway complete. Contemplating this, Ming Ye allowed a sincere smile to grace his lips as he declared, "I want you to assist me in modifying this vessel." "What? This thing requires my modification?" The fellow swallowed hard, gazing at the behemoth before him. "Indeed, I intend to construct a colossal ark. And how do you propose to build it?" Doubt flickered in the portly man's eyes, revealing his skepticism. "I envision an ark that ensures I shall never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. It must accommodate 1,000 individuals." At the moment Ming Ye spoke, the portly fellow was left speechless. "You must be joking, my friend. I assure you, I am not jesting. I am entirely serious." Ming Ye replied, "Shurukin ekaspiratan." "Are you certain? It seems there is no vessel in existence that meets such requirements." The portly man remained unconvinced. Ming Ye, having been reborn in this apocalyptic world, understood that humanity's survival would be fraught with challenges. A lack of sustenance was simply untenable if this calamity does not cease. Humanity is destined for annihilation. The stout man shook his head in disbelief, attempting to dispel such impractical notions from his mind. "Do not jest with me. First, take a look at my design blueprint before making any judgments." To be precise, he had only completed half of the design. The intricate details still required further refinement. After all, his parents and those he cherished would need to survive aboard the vessel. These considerations were indispensable. "You possess a blueprint? Are you genuinely serious?" "I cannot be more sincere. The nature of such disasters is inherently enigmatic. Until the dust settles, Ming Ye was reluctant to disclose any details. Yet, upon observing the stout man before him, a pang of compassion stirred within Ming Ye. "Just focus on helping me with the design. My brother shall not treat you unfairly." With that, Ming Ye gave the stout man's shoulder a meaningful pat. Meanwhile, holding the blueprint, the stout man couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. "This blueprint is your handiwork. What else could it be?" Ming Ye replied with a smile. "No, your drawing is exceedingly intricate. As a mechanical architect, the stout man had seen many things, but such a refined structure was a first for him. It was meticulously annotated with various colors of markers to denote diverse purposes. Various components of the hull were marked with an array of letters. In the apocalypse, one must not only survive, but thrive in elegance. The entire vessel comprised 9 levels, 7 above ground and 2 below. The lower 2 levels served as storage and equipment depots, capable of housing ample supplies and essential transportation means such as helicopters. The first and second levels above ground constituted the living quarters, equipped with fitness apparatus and a complete power generation system. Physical activity would connect to the generator, which in turn would sustain electricity production. There would be no fear of lacking sunlight. Centrally located was the residential area, where Ming Ye envisioned transforming the 5th level into a luxurious presidential suite. The 6th and 7th levels were designated as the control area and the agricultural zone, respectively, for raising chickens, ducks, and fish, essential sustenance. The exterior containers could accommodate additional supplies and medical provisions. If these 4 fundamental areas were adequately addressed, would not the apocalypse be effortlessly conquered? After a considerable pause, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed with excitement, "If this can be built, it will undoubtedly become my magnum opus." "How long do you anticipate it will take?" "Naturally, the sooner the better, but quality must be assured." Observing the situation, the stout man lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Constructing such a colossal entity would undoubtedly demand time and effort to ensure quality. Financial resources would need to be substantial. Turning around, the stout man hesitantly spoke, "I can meet your requirements. However, regarding funding," he gazed intently at Ming Ye, rubbing his hands together. "What's the lowest price you can offer me?" 10 days, at the very least, would require 20 million. Gazing into the earnest eyes of the hefty man, Ming Ye felt a weight descend upon her heart. 20 million? Could it be excessively extravagant? What sort of relationship do we share that would allow me to demand such a sum from you? Reflecting on it, she realized that the man was still at work, having been summoned by her request. Ultimately, with a determined grit, Ming Ye mustered her courage and said, "All right, but may I pay a deposit first?" "I cannot make that decision. The deposit must be at least 60%, he replied. 60% amounts to 12 million. Moreover, he needed to procure supplies, and that sum would scarcely suffice. "Very well. Then please inquire on my behalf." Little did Ming Ye anticipate that her modest treasury would ultimately meet an honorable demise. "Just note down all my requests, and inform me when you have done so." "Certainly, I shall have the company's finance department provide a consolidated quote at that time." The hefty man responded with alacrity. Chapter 6. Lousy is done. The following day, Ming Ye had a simple breakfast before opening his phone and discovering the exorbitant quote sent by the plump man. Good heavens! The figures were staggering, with a deposit exceeding 10 million. What a painful realization. The money vanished in an instant, leaving him with a twinge of regret. After all, it was over 10 million. While grappling with this financial discomfort, Ming Ye's mind began to concoct ways to generate income. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and a mischievous smile crept across his lips. Without finishing his breakfast, he quickly donned his coat and headed to his workplace. MMP. He had long intended to resign. Had it not been for the belief in clinging to a stable job, he would never have remained there. In another life, he would refuse to endure the vile temper of that loathsome superior. On his taxi ride to the company, Ming Ye noticed that the water had risen to the ankles of passers-by, indirectly suggesting that the city's drainage system was in disarray. The company was not far, and he arrived in a little over half an hour. Upon alighting, he gazed at the office building before him, feeling an unreal sensation wash over him. As he entered the building, a sense of annoyance began to permeate his demeanor. The bald leader. Without uttering a word, he brushed past the bald leader. Arriving at his desk, he began to gather his belongings. "Ah, is that you, Ming Ye?" The bald leader, feeling someone pass by, turned to see Ming Ye. Initially taken aback, his expression quickly twisted into one of anger. "Ming Ye, what do you mean by this? Do you still want to work here? How dare you hang up on me? Do you realize that because of your unfinished tasks, everyone has been working overtime these past few days? Damn it, had I known you were such a person, I would never have hired you." As he spoke, several employees turned their gazes toward Ming Ye, for no one wished to be burdened with another overtime. The bald leader's words dripped with sarcasm, as if Ming Ye's presence in the company was a grand stroke of luck. "Oh, you need not worry about overtime anymore, for I am resigning." Upon hearing this, the bald leader's face darkened, yet he feigned composure. "Do you think this company is a place you can come and go as you please? Do you treat it like your local market?" The crowd held their breath, fearful of inadvertently offending him. In the next moment, a loud crash echoed as Ming Ye hurled the documents to the floor. "Let us see who dares to stop me today." Silence enveloped the room. so profound that even the bald leader could not muster a retort. A sinister smile danced upon Ming Ye's lips as he cast them a casual glance. Before departing, he made sure to issue a warning to the bald man. You owe me my project bonus. Ensure it is delivered within 1 working day. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what unpredictable actions I might take. With a dismissive threat, he turned and left. The project bonus was substantial, amounting to over 200,000. He certainly did not want to let that bald donkey take advantage of the situation. The others, realizing the gravity of the moment, exchanged uneasy glances. The bald man, however, was taken aback, collapsing to the ground in shock. The scene shifted to Donglai Houting. Li Qinshi had arranged to meet Ming Ye for a heart-to-heart. When Ming Ye arrived, he was greeted by a beam of sunlight illuminating Li Qinshi, who slightly turned her head and smiled at him with innocent charm. Her gentle smile captivated Ming Ye entirely. Hello, over here. Li Qinshi waved at Ming Ye, adorned in a lovely pink houndstooth dress with her hair styled in a princess updo. Upon witnessing this, Ming Ye felt his earlobes flush with warmth, yet he found himself drawn closer to Li Qinshi, taking a seat opposite her. Hello, it's been a while. You still look as adorable as ever. Li Qinshi playfully greeted him. It has been some time. TSK. You haven't forgotten about me, have you? Strangely, the sight of Ming Ye's pure and innocent demeanor prompted Li Qinshi to tease him a bit more. As expected, Ming Ye's cheeks reddened, and he cleared his throat, responding with earnestness, I haven't forgotten. How could one forget a face reminiscent of first love? Seeing him so flustered, Li Qinshi covered her mouth in amusement, giggling softly. That's great. By the way, I called you today because I need your help with something. Of course, what is it? Gazing out at the torrential rain, Li Qinshi sighed. It's my father. He insists that I go on blind dates. She lightly stirred her coffee spoon, seeing the vibrant Li Qinshi before him. Ming Ye couldn't help but recall the tragic fate she faced in the apocalypse. His heart sank. In his past life, he lacked the ability to protect her, but this time might be different. Li Qinshi turned and mischievously asked, Could you, the handsome Ming, lend me a hand? Her naturally warm demeanor, combined with her endearingly pitiful look, made it hard for him to refuse. Ultimately, with a smile, Ming Ye agreed, All right, I will help you. Li Qinshi's voice brimmed with excitement and sweetness. Your kindness will not go unthanked. Suddenly, Ming Ye found himself asking, How would you like to thank me? Caught off guard by his question, Li Qinshi nervously scratched her head. You name it. As long as I can manage it, I'll do my best to fulfill your request. If you're suggesting something more intimate, I wouldn't be opposed. She glanced at Ming Ye with a hint of shyness, her last words barely audible. Oh dear, I forgot to order you a cup of coffee. What would you like? Ming Ye, obliviously indulgent, replied, Anything is fine. Then I'll get you a cappuccino. I'll make some latte art for you to enjoy my skills. Upon hearing her words, Ming Ye obediently nodded. However, as Li Qinshi stood up, preparing to pull the flowers, she unexpectedly collided with a woman. A glass of milk was spectacularly spilled onto Ming Ye's trousers. The woman was about to apologize when she looked up and realized it was Ming Ye. Ming Ye, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Ting. Ming Ye, unwilling to engage with her, turned and grasped Li Qinshi's wrist, intending to leave. In the next moment, Zhang Ting reached out, blocking his path. Why are you here? And who is this woman beside you? In response, Ming Ye coldly offered her a disdainful glance and replied, Are we familiar enough for this conversation? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Ting, with a mocking expression, retorted, Aren't we about to get married? How can you say we're not familiar? Since when are we getting married? Ming Ye responded icily. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Li Qinshi could only awkwardly defend Ming Ye, saying, I invited Xiao Ming here today to ask for his help. Help? You're asking a man who is about to be married to assist you? Damn it, you shameless woman, pretending to be innocent. Chapter 7. Blood spraying. Shut up, Ming Ye exclaimed, his expression dripping with impatience. The once warm and considerate Ming Ye had suddenly turned cold and indifferent. Zhang Ting was taken aback, instinctively retorting with anger. What is your relationship with her? It has nothing to do with you. How could Zhang Ting endure such a stark contrast? Without hesitation, she seized the teacup from the table and raised her hand, aiming to splash it at Li Qinshu. However, Ming Ye swiftly turned, shedding his coat to shield Li Qinshu from the oncoming deluge. Li Qinshu emerged unscathed, while Zhang Ting found herself drenched, resembling a drowned rat. With a dark expression, Ming Ye warned, "If this continues, I will call the police. How dare you treat me this way? We are about to get married." Upon witnessing her unreasonable antics, a chilling coldness flickered in Ming Ye's gaze. With words having escalated to this level, curious onlookers began to gossip, pointing fingers at Ming Ye and Li Qinshu. Who would have thought this girl is so beautiful, yet so young, playing the role of a mistress? How disgusting is this man, about to marry and still courting trouble? That poor girl, her husband is still protecting the mistress. Listening to the murmurs around her, Ming Ye unconsciously furrowed his brow. In this digital age, rumors could ruin lives. The chatter reached Zhang Ting's ears, and a smug expression crept onto her face. "Ming Ye, you must give me an explanation." Ming Ye, caught in the middle, felt the awkwardness weigh heavily. Meanwhile, Li Qinshu was quietly scrutinizing Zhang Ting, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "You must be Zhang Ting, right?" "Yes. What about it? You little mistress." Zhang Ting retorted with sarcasm. Li Qinshu, however, maintained her sweet demeanor, explaining, "I invited Xiao Ming out today. After all, we are alumni. I just wasn't aware he was getting married." "You aren't trying to stir up trouble, are you?" "Stir up trouble? What do you mean?" Zhang Ting's expression soured. "Stir up trouble? He is your husband, isn't he?" At this remark, Zhang Ting's composure faltered. "Don't slander me. He is indeed my husband." Upon hearing this, Li Qinshu's eyes gleamed with delight. She feigned surprise, covering her mouth as she asked, "Oh, then where is your marriage certificate?" I haven't had the chance to get it." At this point, her confidence visibly waned. "But we are getting married soon." "Ah, I have heard Xiao Ming mention a woman demanding an exorbitant bride price, persistently clinging to him." Zhang Ting's face darkened further at this insinuation. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean you're just a gold digger." In the next moment, Zhang Ting, exasperated and humiliated, shouted, "You are slandering me. I will sue you. Go ahead, I await your challenge." As the conversation unfolded, the surrounding crowd cast mocking glances at Zhang Ting, who was clad in conspicuously branded attire from head to toe. The bag prominently displayed the name Celine. Zhang Ting, unable to withstand the gazes of passers-by, flung out a harsh remark before hastily retreating. "You just wait for me." Sighing heavily as she departed, Ming Ye turned to express his gratitude to Li Qinshu. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have likely found myself embroiled in trouble today." Upon hearing this, Li Qinshu regarded Ming Ye with a gaze imbued with warmth. "Oh, it's nothing. Merely a trifling matter. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not treat me to a meal?" For a moment, Ming Ye was taken aback. "Ah, sure, that sounds good." After bidding farewell to Li Qinshu, Ming Ye resolved to first procure supplies at the supermarket. His initial stop was the wholesale vegetable market. Upon arrival, he discovered the produce to be quite fresh. Turning around, he spotted several large trucks brimming with vegetables. Green beans, eggplants, winter melons, chili peppers, potatoes, radishes, sweet potatoes, cucumbers, bitter lettuce, cabbages, and bitter gourds. He ordered 200 pounds of each. As for dried shiitake mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, he purchased an additional 100 pounds. For the remaining greens, he selected only a few dozen pounds. The key was his intention to create a sunlit greenhouse on the 7th floor, where he could plant seeds and harvest whatever he desired in due time. Oh, and most importantly, he needed scallions and ginger for soup. Turning back, he acquired 200 pounds each of scallions, ginger, and garlic. When it came time to pay, the proprietor, with a keen glint in his eye, inquired, "Young man, what do you intend to do with such a bounty of provisions?" In a world fraught with uncertainty, one must always be wary of human nature. "Ha ha, I'm merely planning to open a foreign agricultural supermarket, just stocking up on goods." After a brief exchange, the total came to 16,000 yuan. Ming Ye did not haggle, but instead requested some vegetable seeds as a complimentary addition. The proprietor, a straightforward fellow, readily acquiesced. "Just have them delivered to Shifeng Dock." As night fell, Ming Ye hurried to a store specializing in grains and oils. After comparing prices, he purchased 300 pounds each of flour, starch, black rice, white rice, red beans, peanuts, and more. He also acquired 200 barrels each of the largest containers of peanut oil, olive oil, and canola oil. In total, he spent less than 50,000 yuan and successfully negotiated for an additional 10 boxes of vermicelli. Goodness, this should last our family of 3 for 50 years. While the proprietor packed the goods, Ming Ye requested various seasonings, each totaling 100 pounds. Notably, he ordered 500 pounds of salt, as it was essential for quickly replenishing the body's needs in a post-apocalyptic world. Ming Ye had already planned to have the supplies stacked in containers at the dock, ready for loading onto his own cargo ship. Once the inventory was nearly completed, he promptly made his way to the storage supermarket. He ordered 20 boxes each of frozen dumplings, buns, red bean buns, and siomai. Additionally, he purchased 50 boxes of assorted canned fruits, meat, and sausages. He then arrived at the bottled water section and, with a sweeping gesture, purchased 1,000 cases. In a world on the brink of collapse, a single sip of water could equate to a life saved. He had once witnessed a fierce altercation among allies over a mere bottle of water. 1,000 cases would hardly occupy much space and, when necessary, would sufficiently ensure their daily hydration. Ultimately, Ming Ye gradually shifted his gaze forward, his eyes glinting with a hint of eager anticipation. Chapter 8. Slapping the faces of wealthy young masters, the torrential rain poured down fiercely. At this hour, few ventured out to shop, and naturally, the meat stalls were devoid of customers. However, the prices were remarkably reasonable. Do you sell whole pigs? The salesperson was taken aback. Customer, please do not jest with me. He had never encountered such an unusual inquiry. My brother is getting married. As long as the price is right, anything could be discussed. Upon hearing this, the salesperson's eyes darted, and he quickly acquiesced. The next day, he reserved 200 pigs, 100 cows, and 200 sheep. Oh, and make that 100 piglets, calves, and lambs as well. He intended to acquire some young ones to raise, considering the meat as merely a diversion. Do you sell kitchen knives? The salesperson was startled, his expression shifting. What do you intend to use it for? Of course, for slaughtering pigs. Can an ordinary kitchen knife chop through bones? Seeing the multitude of orders, the salesperson readily agreed. Just get it to me for free. I've purchased so much. Finally, he moved on to the fish section, requesting 100 of various river fish. He then asked his contacts at the supermarket for an additional 500 chickens, 500 ducks, and 500 rabbits. As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. As for those small animals, he would let them be raised. After wandering the agricultural market all night, when he emerged, dawn was breaking. Phew, the weather is truly changing. He stretched, his eyes still bearing traces of fatigue. Upon returning home, he decided against mentioning this to his parents, fearing it might alarm them. After approximately 5 hours of sleep, he was jolted awake by a nightmare. Only upon opening his eyes and gazing at the ceiling did he realize he was home. Phew, awakened. He wore a solemn expression as he continued to check his list. Ensuring each item was accounted for, he also began ordering numerous medical supplies online, primarily in bulk, using the address of the previous villa to avoid raising suspicion. His account still held a substantial sum of over 100,000 yuan. Surviving in extreme weather required more than just these provisions. Drones, helicopters, kayaks, and other essentials needed to be prepared in advance. Ding dong. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Glancing down, he saw his Li Qinshi. Ahem, hello. Ming Ye, we agreed you would treat me to dinner today. You wouldn't dare to back out, would you? Li Qinshi's charming voice echoed from the phone, and Ming Ye felt as if he had been transported to another realm. Of course not. I'll tidy up now and send you my location shortly. Li Qinshi excitedly replied, Great. I'll head over right away. After hanging up, a hint of a smile lingered in Ming Ye's eyes, yet he remained oblivious to it. He opened the app for user reviews on his phone. His fingers swiftly navigated the screen, ultimately selecting a Michelin 5-star restaurant. Eating a roadside stall was inconsequential for him. The paramount concern was not to slight the young lady. Moreover, she had assisted him previously. The scene shifts to the Michelin star establishment. Ming Ye, clad in a black windbreaker, followed the hostess to their table. Upon lowering his gaze, he spotted Li Qinshi. With palpable excitement, she extended her hand in greeting, exclaiming, "You finally made it. I thought you were too timid to come." Sitting across from her, Ming Ye's eyes sparkled with amusement. "What is there to fear? I was only concerned you might not wish to assist." Li Qinshi, adorned in a white lace dress, radiated a blend of charm and elegance, embodying the essence of a wealthy heiress. "What would you like to eat?" "Today I am treating," Ming Ye generously offered. "I would love some creamy mushroom soup and the lobster balls from the typhoon shelter." Perhaps sensing something, Li Qinshi discreetly glanced at Ming Ye. Astute as he was, he quickly grasped her intention. "Rest assured, I recently won the lottery." Without even needing to look at her, he could envision her adorable expression. "Then let us add a portion of French foie gras and 2 Wellington steaks cooked medium." The waiter smiled and took the order on the iPad. Just as Li Qinshi was about to speak, an unexpected voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. "Hey, Li Qinshi, what are you doing here?" The speaker was a man adorned with a Rolex and dressed in a bespoke suit, accompanied by a voluptuous woman. "Who is this man? Is this the best you could do? A mere pauper?" The man's words dripped with sarcasm. "Gao Mingze, that's enough. This is my friend. You should show him some respect." Gao Mingze scoffed. "Respect? He is nothing but a kept man." Li Qinshi and Gao Mingze were bound by an engagement, though it was merely a familial arrangement and not yet finalized. "Who are you referring to?" He sneered. "That kept man? Does he even deserve to compete for a woman with me?" With derision in his gaze, he scrutinized Ming Ye, who remained unfazed and composed. "I find you oddly familiar. Are you from the same university?" Faced with Gao Ming's unfriendly demeanor, Li Qinshi forcefully nudged him aside, asserting, "I told you, he is my schoolmate." "Ah, that explains it. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is?" Since his rebirth, Ming Ye had vowed never to be a pushover. Without hesitation, he retorted, "I do not know." Those 3 simple words infuriated Gao Mingze. "Have you never heard of the Gao family in Haicheng?" "I have not," Ming Ye replied coolly. At that moment, Gao Mingze felt as though he had swallowed a fly, revolted and utterly disgusted. "Do you truly believe I can make you vanish in Haicheng?" "Oh, I find that hard to believe." Ming Ye's lips curled into a smile that sent chills down the spine of anyone who beheld it. When the apocalypse arrives, what will the Gao family of Haicheng amount to? Ultimately, everything will return to nothingness. Gao Mingze was left seething, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Yet he could only feign an air of nonchalance. "Well done, Li Qinshi. To reject a marriage proposal, you would resort to enlisting such a pathetic individual?" Li Qinshi opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, Ming Ye stood before her, questioning her worth. "And this lady beside you, is she your stepmother?" The woman nestled next to Gao Mingze immediately retorted, her temper flaring. "Am I that old? Do not speak so carelessly." "Oh, so it is permissible for officials to start fires while the common folk are forbidden from lighting lamps?" Such a remark rendered Gao Mingze considerably subdued. Chapter 9. The eccentric scarred man. In an instant, nearly all eyes were drawn to Gao Mingze. The networks of high society are interconnected. Soon, Gao Mingze could no longer withstand the scrutiny and whispers of those around him. "Damn it, if you have the guts, just wait." He dared to ask, "What is your name?" Gao Mingze intended to issue a threat to Ming Ye. Otherwise, leaving without a word would be too cowardly. "I am Ming Ye, and I shall not change my name or my surname." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in surprise. This Ming Ye was indeed a bold young man. Was he not afraid of the Gao family's vengeance? After all, the Gao family of Haicheng was engaged in the oil business and had connections with international figures. "All right, you little brat, just wait for it. Don't come crying to me when you're begging for mercy." Ming Ye let out a disdainful snort from his nostrils. His gaze filled with contempt. "With you? Do you think you're worthy?" Gao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Observing the tense atmosphere, Li Qinshi stepped forward to alleviate the awkwardness. "Ah, I was in the wrong here. I'll be more cautious next time. I hope you won't cause trouble for Ming Ye. There is nothing between us. We are merely ordinary alumni." Li Qinshi took the initiative to de-escalate the situation, granting Gao Mingze a semblance of dignity. He immediately waved his hand dismissively. At least you know your place. After saying this, he cast a glance at Ming Ye, who was swaggering away with his female companion. Once Gao Ming's figure disappeared from view, Li Qinshi let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. You thought I would fight him? Their gazes unexpectedly locked. Li Qinshi blushed first, turning her head away while nodding. Gao Ming's is quite impulsive. I just worry you might suffer a loss. Ming Ye remained silent, his face a mask of displeasure. Please don't be angry. I am merely concerned for your safety. The Gao family possesses numerous businesses and wields significant power in Haiqing. If anything unfortunate were to befall you because of me, I would feel guilty. By the end of her statement, Li Qinshi blinked at Ming Ye with a look of remorse. Ming Ye, however, offered no clear response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Oh, by the way, about that matter I needed your help with. Li Qinshi cautiously glanced at Ming Ye. Ming Ye's tone was stern. I will fulfill any promise I make. Upon hearing this, Li Qinshi smiled brightly. That's wonderful. I almost thought you would go back on your word. Seeing Li Qinshi's whimsical demeanor, Ming Ye could not help but recall the sorrowful image of her during the apocalypse, bullied to death. You. They both spoke simultaneously, and the atmosphere once again turned awkward. It was Li Qinshi who mustered the courage to ask Ming Ye first. In truth, I believe we could attempt to coexist. Who knows, it might turn into something genuine. Upon uttering these words, Li Qinshi shyly covered her head. However, Ming Ye felt a sudden buzz in her mind. What did she just say? Not hearing a response from Ming Ye, Li Qinshi grew increasingly embarrassed but still maintained her sweet tone. It's fine, we can start as friends. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. The torrential rain outside poured down once more. A woman who had just exited the restaurant was abruptly swept away by a gust of wind, toppling her to the ground. The howling winds outside were deafening, branches swirling chaotically in the air. A storm was imminent. The weather has been so peculiar lately, with relentless downpours. Li Qinshi, slightly startled, covered her ears and mumbled her complaint softly. The sky outside darkened abruptly, casting a shadow over the restaurant, which was instantaneously illuminated. Under the lights, Ming Ye discerned the sincerity in Li Qinshi's eyes. Her lashes were thick, and her eyes sparkled like those of a fawn, evoking a sense of tenderness. In the next moment, Ming Ye spoke in a detached tone. It would be wise to stock up on supplies. You might find it useful in a couple of days. Huh? What? Li Qinshi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. She couldn't comprehend why Ming Ye had suddenly mentioned it. Do you not find this year's weather rather unusual? What if in a few days it is the end of the world? Ming Ye said, half-jokingly. In response, Li Qinshi, smiling, interjected, surely not, that can't be. But upon raising her gaze, she was met with Ming Ye's stern countenance. It is always prudent to prepare more. Ming Ye's expression was serious, devoid of pretense. Li Qinshi instinctively swallowed hard, a hint of trepidation gleaming in her eyes. By the way, it's best to keep this supply stocking matter to ourselves. In times of calamity, the depths of human nature can be unfathomable. At these words, Li Qinshi was taken aback, yet ultimately nodded awkwardly. For some reason, when these words fell from Ming Ye's lips, she felt an inexplicable trust. All right, I understand. I will prepare when I return. Perhaps still a bit uneasy, gazing at the ominous weather outside, Ming Ye retrieved a satellite phone resembling an old-fashioned mobile device from her pocket. Here, take this. This is an old phone? Li Qinshi looked at her in confusion, to which Ming Ye explained, this is a satellite phone. You can reach me immediately if anything arises. Even if the water and electricity are cut off, I'll be there with just one call. Seeing this, Li Qinshi hesitantly accepted the phone from Ming Ye's hand. Now we are even. Ming Ye lowered her head and uttered these words. Li Qinshi immediately glanced up at Ming Ye, then quickly turned away. I shall take my leave. You enjoy your meal. All right, be safe on your way. Watching Ming Ye depart in a hurried manner, Li Qinshi felt a twinge of unease within her heart. She unconsciously murmured, is it really impossible to take a step further? Meanwhile, Ming Ye arrived at the largest hardware store in the entire coastal city. Upon stepping out of the taxi, the water on the street had already reached his ankles. He lifted his foot and entered the hardware store. The store owner was a scarred man, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Ever since Ming Ye walked in, The man's gaze had unconsciously settled upon him. After surveying the shop, Ming Ye leisurely spoke, 100 each of daggers, axes, drill bits, gas masks, multifunctional entrenching tools, and crowbars. With a sweeping gesture, excitement flickered in his eyes. The scarred man furrowed his brow in skepticism and smiled, probing, "May I ask what you intend to do with such a quantity?" Ming Ye feigned casual interest in the gas masks while his mind pondered the answer to the inquiry. "Oh, it's not that I'm afraid," he replied nonchalantly. "I'm preparing for a month of camping in the mountains with a group of over 10 people." Chapter 10. Oil delivered to your door company team building? Indeed, it is not for me to question your willingness to sell. Why all the inquiries? Ming Ye retorted, feigning anger. The scarred man's gaze conveyed a hint of peculiarity, yet he eventually nodded in agreement. A fool to turn down money. Soon, he procured several boxes of hardware from Ming Ye. "Oh, by the way, these 10 wrenches are on the house." The scarred man grinned, his smile taking on a rather disreputable quality. Ming Ye nodded and requested ropes, tents, and a portable stove, among other essentials, accumulating a total of approximately 20 to 30,000. Upon exiting the hardware store, he cast his eyes upward at the foreboding sky, his expression betraying a complex array of emotions. He then made a trip to the city library. Words are humanity's greatest civilization, and he could not carry it all away by himself. He merely selected the medical texts and the art of war among others that he deemed necessary. Once he had completed these errands, an unfamiliar number flashed on his phone. Without hesitation, he blocked it. Departing the library, he proceeded to a wholesale clothing market specializing in winter apparel. Faced with a dazzling array of garments, Ming Ye opted for the most essential military coat. He took as many down jackets, thermal wear, gloves, and socks as he could. During this time, he engaged in brief conversation with the proprietor, successfully acquiring 10 bulletproof vests and 3 sets of stab-resistant clothing. "Do you have extreme weather polar gear?" he inquired. Observing the proprietor's hesitation, Ming Ye confidently reassured him. "Rest assured, I have the funds." "Ha, it's not that I underestimate you. It's just that these items are exorbitantly priced." "How exorbitant?" Ming Ye raised an eyebrow. The proprietor held up 5 fingers. "Deal. Wait, you're so wealthy that you would buy them at 5,000 a set?" Ming Ye nearly choked, thinking they were 50,000 each. In an instant, he whipped out his card and placed it on the table, exclaiming with bravado, "Let us have 10 sets." After purchasing these items, Ming Ye found his funds dwindling. He rented several trucks, discreetly directing them towards the villa district. However, the initial supply of oil essential for the operation of the vessels was not for public sale. Thus, he had no choice but to fill several cans with gasoline at the station before siphoning it into barrels. If the ship could not set sail, all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, Li Qinshe also assisted Ming Ye in gathering a considerable amount of supplies, alleviating his concerns in that regard. After inventorying the materials, Ming Ye prepared to transport them to the villa district in multiple trips. By the time he completed these tasks, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. His phone buzzed with several missed calls, all from unknown numbers. Ming Ye drove straight back to the villa district, and just as he stepped out of the car, he was intercepted at the entrance. "Is it you?" Upon noticing the arrival of others, Ming Ye instinctively furrowed his brow. "It's me. Did you not ask me to seek you out?" Ming Ye stood before him, wielding a baseball bat, accompanied by a throng of several dozen individuals. Their demeanor was decidedly aggressive. The villa district was sparsely populated, almost devoid of any presence, especially considering that this neighborhood was not newly constructed. "What do you intend to do?" Ming Ye asked, gripping the dagger concealed within his sleeve with vigilance, his gaze sharp and predatory. That question should be posed to me, should it not? In this coastal city, you dare to steal my woman? You must be tired of living, Ming Ye declared, swinging the bat and positioning it threateningly before Ming Ye. The atmosphere was charged, teetering on the brink of violence. Suddenly, a smirk crept across Ming Ye's lips. "Do you know why Li Qinshe would rather seek me than you?" His words struck a painful blow to Ming Ye's pride. In an instant, Ming Ye strode forward, seizing Ming Ye by the collar, his gaze piercing. "Damn it, it has been years since I've encountered such a tough adversary." Yet, in the next moment, Ming Ye executed a series of fluid movements, breaking free from his grasp. Stunned, Ming Ye could only watch as his prize slipped away. You have some skills. No wonder you can steal my woman. Enough. I harbor no such intentions toward Li Qin, sure. Ming Ye replied coldly. Who would believe that? If I hadn't intervened today, you two would have been practically kissing. A sardonic smile graced Ming Ye's lips, branding Ming Ye as nothing more than a dim-witted rich heir. What did you say? Those few words ignited Ming Ye's fury. His subordinates quickly intervened, whispering in his ear, Boss, I sense that this is not as simple as it appears. Should we not inquire about what he discussed? Upon hearing this, Ming Ye adopted a more cautious demeanor, yet he struck his subordinate across the face. Am I to be instructed by you? He then took a couple of steps closer to Ming Ye, his tone brimming with arrogance. So, what did the two of you discuss? Suddenly, an idea dawned upon Ming Ye. In order to ensnare him, he feigned an air of mystery. We were discussing a collaboration. With you? What sort of collaboration could we possibly discuss? Ming Ye scoffed, his expression filled with skepticism. Ming Ye, however, met his gaze with a knowing look. Of course, it pertains to cross-border overseas collaboration. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye furrowed his brow, intrigue sparking within him. You have overseas collaborations? Indeed, primarily concerning the transportation of goods. Then, that implies you have a ship? Ming Ye's interest was piqued, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Naturally, Ming Ye was taken aback, realizing that beneath Ming Ye's unremarkable exterior lay considerable strength. What is the capacity of your ship? Roughly comparable to the Jilong Island. The Spinosaurus Island is recognized as one of the largest ocean-going vessels in the country. Upon hearing this, even Gao Mingze couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Who would have thought? Is it possible for your ship to engage in the oil trade? Oil, indeed, comes effortlessly. This opportunity is practically laid before us. What reason would we have to refuse? Certainly. Excellent. As long as you can assist me in transporting oil, we can consider this matter settled. Additionally, I shall grant you a transportation fee of 10 million. Gao Mingze is not lacking in funds. He merely finds international shipping routes prohibitively expensive, all too transparent. If a new route could be established, would they not then reap substantial profits? However, there was an odd glint in Ming Ye's eyes. Is 10 million perhaps a bit insufficient? At that moment, Gao Mingze felt as if he had been stepped on a rabbit's tail. How much do you desire? Chapter 11. A modest goal, 100 million. Ming Ye slowly extended a finger. Gao Mingze couldn't contain himself and spat out a mouthful of water. Regaining his composure, he was immediately filled with rage. Damn it, why don't you just rob a bank on the street? He exclaimed. If you no longer wish to collaborate, then so be it. In that fleeting moment of turning away, Ming Ye silently counted in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Wait. He turned back, his gaze now laced with a hint of calculation. So, have you given it some thought? Gao Mingze slowly approached Ming Ye. He had just considered that if this modest goal could lead to a long-term partnership, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. However, he couldn't hand over everything so hastily. I can work with you, but let's agree on a deposit first to see how things unfold. Sure, let's set the deposit at 20, Ming Ye replied. The 20 was standard practice, and Gao Mingze was too weary to haggle. All right, in a couple of days, I'll have someone deliver the oil to your ocean-going vessel. Excellent. I shall await your arrival. Ming Ye beamed. Across from him, Gao Mingze felt he had struck a remarkable deal. In reality, Ming Ye had not only swindled him out of 20 million, but also acquired several 100,000 worth of oil. Gao Mingze was swift, promptly transferring the 2 million to Ming Ye's account. Glancing at the balance, Ming Ye felt a momentary sense of relief. At last, the construction costs were resolved. Ming Ye called Fatty. I've sent you the final payment. When will it be completed? Mr. Ming, you truly are wealthy. Rest assured, I will handle it. Just give me a maximum of 3 days. Fatty chuckled. Make sure it meets quality standards. As the principal party, Ming Ye was entitled to make demands. Fortunately, most other ships at the dock had set sail, so the commotion caused by Ming Ye was minimal. Over the next few days, he steadily transported supplies onto the ship each evening. Observing the remaining 12 million in his bank account, Ming Ye continued his shopping spree. 20 each of computers, tablets, and mobile phones. He spared no expense on solar panels. After completing his purchases, he stepped outside, only to be met by a torrential downpour. The storm had intensified, and the sky was ominously dark, making it seem as if night had fallen. Gritting his teeth, Ming Ye hurriedly climbed into his car, clutching the items he had acquired. He now possessed approximately 9 million in cash. It was time to strategize his next purchases. Thus, Ming Ye drove his dilapidated second-hand car to the renowned Guanglong Security Group in the bustling maritime city. This organization had provided services to high-ranking officials. Ming Ye sought their assistance because, in his previous life, Li Qinshi had turned to them for help. Essentially, every top-tier billionaire had a state-of-the-art safe room installed, and Guanglong Company specialized in this field. Upon arriving at the group, Ming Ye engaged in conversation with the receptionist. The receptionist was an alluring young woman, her figure accentuated by her form-fitting attire. Her captivating gaze swept over Ming Ye. A dismissive hum escaped from the depths of the nasal cavity. Heh, have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place? Our security group is rather expensive. The words caught Ming Ye off guard, causing him to furrow his brow in astonishment. In the next moment, he promptly retrieved a black card from his pocket. It is noteworthy that only 0.01 of the global population possesses such a card. Hiss! I shall fetch the manager immediately. The female receptionist, her silhouette accentuated by high heels, promptly ushered Ming Ye into the office. After a brief interlude, a diminutive man entered, flanked by two imposing bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses, exuding an aura reminiscent of nefarious enforcers. Yet, an inexplicable sense of security washed over Ming Ye. Greetings, sir. I am Wu Shoren, the manager of the business department. How may we assist you today? Wu Shoren wore a somewhat ingratiating smile as he personally handed Ming Ye a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Upon tasting it, Ming Ye grimaced at its bitterness and coughed awkwardly to clear his throat before inquiring, I understand you have a helicopter service? At this, Wu Shoren's expression became complex. Shouldn't you be approaching an aviation company for that? To this, Ming Ye waved his hand dismissively. I am aware that you possess an apocalyptic security system equipped with all necessary amenities. I simply wish to borrow it for a month. The affluent fear death above all else. Once life is extinguished, all else becomes meaningless. Many wealthy individuals in the beautiful country maintain underground bunkers to withstand apocalyptic scenarios. Some do so out of sheer boredom, while others seek solace from numerous adversaries. Recognizing Ming Ye's familiarity with the subject, Wu Shoren ceased to conceal the truth. After all, this was a lucrative deal, one that could sustain them for an entire year. Hektaruf, you yist. Of course we have it. However, the price. Ming Ye interjected. I'm not lacking in funds. Wu Shoren's eyes sparkled as if he had encountered an unwittingly affluent patron. I merely require it for 7 days. Aboard a designated ocean vessel. Although initially perplexed, Wu Shoren understood that fulfilling the client's request was paramount. Certainly, we will make the arrangements immediately. Rest assured, our technology will astound you. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye's mind was already set. If that were the case, he would transform his ocean vessel into an ark for the impending apocalypse. The subsequent matters would revolve around finalizing the plan. Wu Shoren produced a tablet and presented it to Ming Ye, speaking in a manner that was almost sycophantic. You may select from our bespoke offerings, all transparently priced. Truly, they were a professional security firm, with such an information-rich configuration. After browsing through a selection of items, the total came to a precise 9 million. We also offer complimentary reinforcement services for your apocalyptic fortress. Would you be interested? This reinforced material is unique to the moon, and we are engaged in collaborative development with the authorities. Why refuse something offered for free? Just have it loaded onto the ship directly. Ming Ye decisively concluded the arrangements with a mere wave of his hand. Following that, he instructed them to inspect the ventilation system. According to his knowledge, not only would there be a catastrophic flood, but there would also be subsequent occurrences of extreme acid rain. What he could guarantee was that no harmful rainwater could penetrate. By the way, please assist me in configuring a comprehensive surveillance system with no blind spots. Sometimes, possessing information about the sea is of paramount importance. After finalizing everything, Wu Shoren took a glance at the iPad in Ming Ye's hand, and his eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. This is essentially a model of a man-made Earth ship. If only there were advanced weaponry as well. Goodness gracious. Wu Shoren clicked his tongue repeatedly, as if he were witnessing something truly extraordinary. Chapter 12. Acquiring firearms. By the way, do you have any knowledge regarding trenches or similar matters? Ming Ye's eyes sparkled as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, Wu Shoren rubbed his hands together and chuckled. I am but an unworthy individual. I have spent some time as a mercenary in the icy lands. Thus, I possess a modicum of understanding. Mercenaries are indeed a ruthless breed. It was quite unexpected that the seemingly diminutive Wu Shoren had once been a mercenary. In an instant, Ming Ye took a step closer to Wu Shoren, lowering his voice. Do you have any means to procure firearms for me? What? Wu Shoren's expression shifted to one of complexity, his demeanor suddenly serious. Firearms are strictly prohibited in our country. That would be a violation of moral constraints. Mr. Ming, surely you jest? Wu Shoren chuckled lightly, his gaze now scrutinizing. Do I appear to be jesting? Then what predicament do you find yourself in, if you would be so kind as to share? Ming Ye cast a fleeting glance at the two bodyguards behind Wu Shoren. In an instant, Wu Shoren understood his implication and dismissed them with a single sentence. Now you may speak. I intend to transport a shipment of oil across borders, as you can surmise. The crux of the matter is that I have previously offended certain individuals who possess weaponry. After this revelation, even Ming Ye found himself nearly convinced. He added, I cannot simply hide and endure a beating like a turtle, can I? Therefore, do you have any channels? Understanding Ming Ye's intent, Wu Shoren rubbed his hands together, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. It was evident that he had connections, yet he was reluctant to wade into such murky waters. Mr. Ming, I fear that. Before Wu Shoren could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ming Ye's gesture. Rest assured, it has nothing to do with you. I merely seek a reliable means of defense. Should I happen to be, it would reflect poorly on you as well. If something were to happen to Ming Ye under their protection, it would tarnish their reputation. This, Wu Shoren swayed uncertainly, furrowing his brow as he weighed the pros and cons. He certainly had access to weapons, but who exactly was Ming Ye? After a prolonged moment of indecision, he finally approached Ming Ye and stood firm. I can inquire on your behalf, though I cannot make any promises. The fact that he had not outright refused indicated potential. Ming Ye was not inclined to be overly ambitious. He simply smiled to ease the tension. Very well, I shall await your news. However, I would appreciate it if these arrangements could be finalized within 7 days, as 5 days would severely tarnish my reputation. Wu Shoren responded with a hearty disposition. Excellent. After concluding their discussion, Ming Ye promptly signed a contract, providing a portion of the deposit up front. As for the final payment, who would dare to demand it amidst a flood disaster? The fundamental issues had been resolved. The following night, Ming Ye brought his parents aboard the ocean liner. As soon as they stepped onto the ship, they were utterly astonished. What is this? Ming's father inquired, his eyes shimmering with a plethora of questions. Ming Ye was not a fool. He understood that proclaiming the apocalypse was rather outrageous. Thus, he hastily attempted to clarify. Our company has rented a magnificent vessel for an overseas adventure. I've been entrusted with the management, and family members are welcome. He smiled as he spoke, though there was a hint of strain in his tone. After all, the credibility of this statement was indeed questionable. Ming Ye was merely an ordinary employee caught in the 996 work culture. Such an immense ocean liner was quite overwhelming. Really? How could it be false? Our son wouldn't deceive us. Let us board quickly. His mother urged Ming Hai. Where are our quarters? On the 5th floor. Ming Ye replied. The accommodations are splendid, with all amenities included. Notably, each room is equipped with a fresh air ventilation system. 2 days later, news arrived from Wu Shoren, requesting Ming Ye to visit the security company. Upon arrival, Wu Shoren promptly expressed his sincerity. Acquiring firearms is indeed challenging. However, I have procured some equipment for you. In the next moment, 6 or 7 bodyguards collectively hoisted 3 iron boxes. With a confident smile from Wu Shoren, the boxes were opened to reveal crossbows, arrows, and even high-grade compound bows. The final box contained 20 hunting knives crafted from iron ore. Is this for hunting? Ming Ye inquired. Mr. Ming has a discerning eye. These items are certainly effective for self-defense. Wu Shoren instinctively began to divulge his thoughts. Gazing at the 3 large boxes before him, Ming Ye felt a flicker of confusion. What about the firearms? At this, Wu Shoren leaned in and whispered in the underground garage. There's an old second-hand van with the items you seek in the trunk. Very well. Ming Ye was not one to dawdle. He immediately left behind his remaining 5 million. After all, these items would soon be worthless paper, and it was better to foster goodwill. Thank you. On his way back, a profound sense of security enveloped Ming Ye. With so many weapons at his disposal, what was there to fear? The crossbows appeared to be sourced through legitimate channels, and even came with hunting licenses. Should anyone inquire, it would likely be no issue. He parked the van on the ocean liner and returned home to gather some meaningful items to take with him, for it was likely that this place would soon cease to exist. Coincidentally, the 5 boxes of compressed biscuits and a multitude of hot pot ingredients he had ordered were mistakenly delivered and needed to be returned. The truck driver found himself stuck at the community entrance, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the area. For the safety of the residents, the security personnel hesitated to grant him entry. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the community entrance, intrigued by the commotion. Ming Ye furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at the crowd, ultimately squeezing his way to the security guard. I apologize, my friend, but this box of goods belongs to me. Please allow them entry. Yours? The guard's eyes reflected a hint of skepticism, as he was unaware of Ming Ye's involvement in such affairs. Indeed, they are merely provisions. What kind of provisions? Hot pot base ingredients, among other things. At that moment, neighbors began to gather around. What? I heard you. Xiao Ming, are you selling hot pot base ingredients? Exactly. Just look at all this. 2 full trucks worth. One might think there's a warehouse here. Could it be that Xiao Ming has struck it rich? Rich? What do we do with hot pot base ingredients? It's rather perplexing. In truth, Ming Ye purchased such a large quantity of hot pot base ingredients as a precaution against his own cravings. Who would have thought he would be caught by these nosy neighbors? As he listened to their increasingly absurd speculations, Ming Ye's expression flickered between annoyance and amusement. Chapter 13. The Entanglement with the Vixen. Dear ladies, I shall take my leave now. We shall converse again later. Since it is impossible to clarify matters, it is better to let them speak as they wish. Zhang Ting, observing this scene from within the crowd, furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Once the crowd dispersed, she proactively walked towards Ming Ye's residence. Just as she ascended the stairs, she encountered Ming Ye. Why have you purchased so many items? Is there some issue at home? Upon seeing Zhang Ting's face, Ming Ye felt a wave of nausea. He ignored her and turned to descend the stairs. Although he did not engage with Zhang Ting, her audacity was undeniable. Are you still upset about what happened last time? Have I not already apologized? I merely hope we can expedite our marriage. How does a dowry of 200,000 sound? If it were not for the chance to relive this life, Ming Ye would never have discerned her true nature. He cast a deep, disdainful glance in her direction, scoffing, I wouldn't accept it even if it were given to me for free. With those final words, he continued downstairs to transport the goods. Zhang Ting's complexion immediately darkened. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Although anger brewed within her, she refrained from expressing it. Ming Ye's appearance and profession were commendable, particularly his capabilities. Come now, cease your jesting. Let's marry soon and start our life together. Observing her relentless pursuit, Ming Ye spread his hands in exasperation. Do I appear to be jesting with you? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ting's expression shifted between hope and despair. Truth be told, she suspected that Ming Ye was a wealthy second-generation heir. After all, the sheer quantity of hot pot ingredients must have cost a fortune. Yet, upon seeing his modest, unremarkable flat, she felt a dissonance. Noticing Ming Ye's palpable disdain, Zhang Ting instinctively distanced herself from him. She tugged at her V-neck top, revealing a glimpse of her allure. Then, she delicately adjusted her hair and spoke in a soft, seductive tone. Do not sulk. I shall comply with your wishes from now on. As a form of penance, tonight, I shall be at your disposal. The final words were pronounced with an emphasis that left little to the imagination. Seeing her shameless demeanor, Ming Ye grasped her chin with his right hand. Zhang Ting had anticipated that today would fulfill her desires. However, in the next moment, Ming Ye forcefully flung her chin away, causing her to tumble to the ground. I have no interest in picking up discarded shoes. I am not in the market for second-hand goods. His words left Zhang Ting's face alternating between shades of green and white. How could she endure such a stark contrast? Rising to her feet, she began to curse Ming Ye. Damn you! If it weren't for my mother, do you think I would willingly come here? You a pathetic coward. Deserve to remain a bachelor for life. As she turned to leave, she spat on the ground, only to catch sight of the words compressed biscuits on a nearby package. A sense of confusion washed over her. Why had Ming Ye purchased so many compressed biscuits? Yet, overwhelmed by anger, she stormed off with a flick of her hair. Watching Zhang Ting's retreating figure, Ming Ye let out a long sigh, relieved to have finally dealt with that woman. The following day, Ming Ye stood on the deck, gazing at the ominous black clouds looming over the city at 10 a.m., feeling an unsettling twitch in his right eye. The howling winds assaulted his ears, while the rain poured down as if the heavens had been pierced. The mottled raindrops blurred his vision, and the dark clouds loomed menacingly over the city, as if a demonic hand were grasping at the very heart of humanity. Perched on the 7th floor, Ming Ye peered through his binoculars, surveying the cityscape below. The riverside roads were submerged, and the atmospheric pressure continued to drop. In the distance, the rain merged the earth and sky, swiftly engulfing everything in its path. It was a tornado. Ming Ye was utterly astounded at the sight. What day is it today? How could a tornado arise so swiftly? He had an unsettling feeling that something had shifted in the cosmic balance, seemingly veering towards a more dire outcome. Ding, ding, ding. His phone buzzed incessantly. Upon opening the first news alert, he was met with a television broadcast announcing, severe rainstorms are predicted in the coastal regions of Haicheng today. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and avoid travel. The comments from netizens below were filled with jest. Why is it raining every day lately? Will it ever stop? Exactly. Farmers are on the brink of total loss this year. I could catch fish just by stepping outside. Finally, no fear of the Air Force. Wonderful. If the storm intensifies, I won't have to go to school. Reading these comments, Ming Ye couldn't help but sigh. This child might never have to attend school again. Glancing at the time, perhaps out of compassion, he sent a message in the neighborhood group. In this heavy rain, stock up on supplies. Shortly thereafter, he received several friend requests, presumably due to his previous delivery of hot pot ingredients. Ming Ye declined all requests, continuing to scroll through the group messages, which were a cacophony of culinary delights. Eventually, they even began playing a game of idiom relay. For half a month, the torrential rains left the nation powerless to provide rescue. Those sharing food online would become the first wave of prey. Where there is wealth, there is poverty. The delivery drivers lamented their plight. Just the other day, one had been busy delivering meals and forgot to stock up on instant noodles, pleading for anyone with a spare 2 packs. I would gladly help, but I only have 2 bags of rice at home. As some began to stir the pot, others naturally joined in. Gradually, the group proposed a barter system. Overwhelmed by the flood of messages, Ming Ye decided to turn off his phone and focus on news updates. Soon, he stumbled upon a video of a bus being swept away by a tornado. The sky appeared shrouded in a hazy mist, obscuring the exact location. The video was quickly erased from the internet after being clicked on a few times by Ming Ye. He realized that someone had intervened. I never anticipated that this calamity would arrive sooner than I had envisioned. Suddenly, Ming Ye's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he instantly knew it was Zhang Ting. Did she think to use him as a pawn? Dream on. He promptly silenced his phone. Just then, he heard his mother calling from the kitchen. Ming Ye, it's time for dinner. As the fierce winds howled outside, Ming Ye was savoring a delectable dish of scallion ribs in the dining room. How delightful. He smacked his lips, his mouth glistening with grease. In his previous life, when he was on the brink of death, his greatest desire had been to enjoy a meal of his mother's fragrant scallion ribs. Little did he expect that this wish would now come to fruition. Well, he might as well indulge, for there was plenty to savor. Chapter 14. The Premature Calamity. After finishing their meal, Ming Ye took a brief nap. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaoman busily retrieved the various seeds that Ming Ye had meticulously prepared in advance. She first scattered the easy-to-cultivate seeds of potatoes and tomatoes into the upper layer of soil, followed by fertilizing and watering. After approximately an hour, Ming Ye gradually awoke. "What about the vegetables, Mom?" Still groggy, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared blankly at everything around him. "Awake? Hurry up and help." Thus, the family of 3 spent the afternoon planting several pots of garlic, water spinach, and cabbage. Considering their fondness for fruits, they also took the initiative to plant strawberries and grapevines. They believed that with careful tending, the plants would surely blossom and bear fruit, striving to achieve the freedom of enjoying fresh fruit soon. Before Ming Ye had the chance to clean the soil off his hands, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed Zhang Ting's number. "Ha, what brings you here?" He mused, suspecting she had a request. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Zhang Ting would manage in this life without him. "Ming Ye, you finally answered." The moment the call connected, Zhang Ting's voice radiated with unbounded joy. "What's the matter? I saw you loaded 5 boxes of compressed biscuits into your car. Could you spare some for me? I can pay double the price. However, it seems you blocked me. Shall we add each other as friends again?" Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Ming Ye's lips. How could this woman, who had once unceremoniously cast him aside, now audaciously seek supplies from him? It was a mere fantasy. "Oh no, you must be mistaken," he replied. "As a man, can you not be so petty? Our family merely asked for a little extra in dowry. Is that so unreasonable?" Zhang Ting's incessant chatter seemed to place all the blame on Ming Ye. Even through the distance of the phone line, he could vividly imagine her loathsome visage. Zhang Ting continued to escalate her rhetoric, eventually resorting to personal attacks. "Do you think anyone would willingly marry you? You should consider yourself fortunate to have me." At last, Ming Ye could no longer endure her tirade. "Then just leave. Did I ask you to call me?" He held a kitchen knife in his hand, preparing to chop vegetables. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ting was about to retort when her stomach suddenly growled, betraying her hunger. She truly could not hold on any longer. Who would have thought that the water level in the neighborhood had risen so high these past few days, nearly flooding the first floor? With the water nearly 2 meters deep, who would dare to wade through? Initially, Zhang Ting had thought Ming Ye hoarding so many biscuits was madness. Yet unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon an opportunity. "Leave. Don't bother me anymore." With that, Ming Ye attempted to end the call. However, Zhang Ting, unwilling to concede, shot back. "Then I'll come to your doorstep." To this, Ming Ye merely responded with a cold snort. He had already moved all the necessary belongings from the house without missing a single item. Upon hearing the sounds of dispute, Ren Xiaoman hurried over, her expression grave as she gazed at Ming Ye. "What has happened? Who were you arguing with just now?" "Nothing much, just resolving a minor inconvenience." "Oh," Ren Xiaoman replied, her demeanor suggesting she had more to say. "By the way, the rain is getting heavier. I wonder if we can still retrieve anything from the old house." Seeing this, Ming Ye, puzzled, asked, "Haven't all the items from the old house been taken out?" "Indeed, but the heirloom beneath the bed has yet to be retrieved. That jade pendant has been passed down through several generations in your family. It would be a shame to lose it." After contemplating Ren Xiaoman's words, Ming Ye made a decision. Ultimately, he resolved to return to the old house. Since the tornado had yet to make landfall, it should not pose too much trouble. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll assess the situation and return in a couple of days." "This is not advisable. It's too dangerous." Ren Xiaoman furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with concern. Ming Ye, however, waved his hand dismissively, sincerity evident in his gaze. "Rest assured, Mom, I'll be quick about it. Besides, there's a spare kayak on the boat." Ren Xiaoman cast a worried glance out the window before finally nodding in agreement. Days passed in this manner. Recently, our city has experienced extreme rainfall, and according to the latest monitoring data, a catastrophic flood is imminent. Upon hearing this news, Ming Ye's expression fluctuated. The situation online was becoming increasingly dire. What is going on? Is this the end of the world? I don't know, but who understands the pain of being a starving wage slave? Me too. There's nothing to eat at home. The collective discussions among netizens caused Ming Ye to frown in concern. To spare the elderly from worry, he refrained from informing them. Before departing, he donned a protective rubber raincoat and packed a bag filled with provisions. He thought that should any neighbors be in need, he could share some food. This was all he could do. The kayak journey took over an hour. Once ashore, Ming Ye paddled to the base of the dilapidated old complex. The first-floor residence had been completely submerged. He could not discern whether anyone still resided there, so he proceeded directly to the third floor. The relentless storm had persisted for a month, and despite the government's intent to send aid, help was unable to arrive. The primary issue was a severe shortage of supplies. Soon, the water levels would rise to 3 or 4 meters. Upon entering the house, Ming Ye held a dagger in his left hand, discreetly scanning the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Noticing that the belongings were still neatly arranged, he sighed in relief. Phew! Thankfully, nothing seems amiss. This neighborhood was quite old and dilapidated, primarily inhabited by elderly individuals or those from the lower strata of society. Following Run Xiaoman's instructions, Ming Ye searched thoroughly but could not locate the heirloom. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. A woman's voice resonated from outside the door, calling out, Ming Ye, Ming Ye. Upon hearing the commotion, Ming Ye approached the peephole and peered outside. To her surprise, it was none other than Zhang Ting standing there. Zhang Ting knocked fervently on Ming Ye's door, her mind solely focused on entering. Ming Ye, I know you are home. Could you spare me a few compression biscuits? I am absolutely famished. Upon hearing these words, a chill crept across Ming Ye's lips. In the next moment, she opened the outermost door. Then, under Zhang Ting's expectant gaze, she slowly uttered 2 words. No. Why? Zhang Ting completely fell apart. A wave of insatiable hunger engulfed her, gnawing at her insides. The scant provisions at home had long been depleted. She had been surviving solely on sips of cold water each day, and she could no longer endure such a life. Just then, she remembered that Ming Ye had stockpiled 5 large boxes of compression biscuits. She instinctively swallowed hard. Chapter 15. Rescuing the residents on the first floor, I refuse to cater to a shameless wretch like you. You dare to call me a wretch? Is there any other way to put it? Ming Ye cast a cold glance at the woman before him. How blind had he been in his past life not to see her true nature? During the years of survival in the apocalypse, he had witnessed Zhang Ting's every action. Unable to adopt a tough stance, Zhang Ting could only resort to pleading. Ming Ye, I implore you, for the sake of our marriage, can you not show me some pity? Zhang Ting was indeed a peculiar individual. Though she looked down upon him, she would grovel for food. Behind his back, she had often mocked him as a spineless coward, yet now she found herself in desperate need of his assistance. Ming Ye remained silent, quietly rummaging through his backpack until he produced a bag of potato chips. Under Zhang Ting's hopeful gaze, he tore open the package and began to consume the chips, piece by piece, without any intention of sharing. Suddenly, a small kitten dashed into the hallway, perhaps drawn by the scent of Ming Ye's snack. It squeezed through a narrow gap. The kitten was tiny enough to fit in the palm of his hand, appearing to be only 3 or 4 months old. Observing the kitten's lethargy, Ming Ye generously placed a sausage on the ground. Zhang Ting's face turned a shade of green with fury at this sight. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted, Ming Ye, are you truly this heartless? They say a married couple shares a bond of 100 days. Ming Ye slowly rose, his expression chillingly severe. Get as far away from me as possible. I have no need for a wife who behaves like a public bus. At his words, Zhang Ting's face momentarily displayed panic. Once she comprehended the situation, she retorted, Ming Ye, what do you mean by that? I mean exactly what I say. Ming Ye turned his attention back to the kitten. In an instant, he unsheathed the dagger from his waist. If you keep talking, I swear I will end you. In his previous life, he had learned the art of indifference. Zhang Ting had never seen him exude such an aura of menace, prompting her to instinctively retreat a few steps. Let us speak reasonably. If we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. Besides, I can pay you. I have no food to give you, as you can see, and I would rather feed this cat than you. Seemingly intimidated by Ming Ye's fierce demeanor, Zhang Ting's legs gave way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. You call me a coward. Do you think I am unaware? Ming Ye cast a disdainful glance at her. Your words may be tough, but your knees seem rather weak. Instantly, Zhang Ting's face flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger. He could not tell. I warn you, do not expect to receive any food from me. I wouldn't even bother with a worn-out shoe like you. If you dare to shout again, I won't hesitate to make you the cat's next meal. He gestured toward the kitten, which was happily devouring its food. You'll pay for this. Humiliated, Zhang Ting still held on to her dignity. Moreover, with Ming Ye brandishing a dagger, she dared not confront him directly. After delivering her harsh words, she could only leave in disgrace. With a resounding bang, Ming Ye shut the door behind her, knowing well that they would never cross paths again. It was liberating to have spoken her mind. At that moment, Ming Ye's phone chimed with an incoming call. It was Ren Xiaoman. Hello, Xiao Yi, where are you? I haven't seen you. Mom, I've returned to the old house. What? That's far too dangerous. You must come back at once. Don't worry, Mom. I'll return once I find the jade pendant. Perhaps out of concern, Ren Xiaoman couldn't help but reiterate her warnings, ensuring every detail was conveyed before finally hanging up. Ming Ye resumed her search in the room. Unintentionally, her gaze flickered to her phone, discovering messages from someone in the building. It was from Unit 1, Floor 1. Ming Ye recalled that it seemed to belong to a mother and daughter. She had never seen any men there. Resident 121. Is there a kind soul who can spare some food? My child hasn't eaten for a day. Resident 121. I am willing to exchange 1,000 yuan for assistance. I hope everyone can help. The group chat fell silent. Ridiculous. Who would dare to share food at such a time? Furthermore, the first floor had long since been submerged. No one was willing to take the risk. Outside, the torrential rain raged, and at some point, the atmospheric pressure had reached a critical level, causing the glass on the first floor to shatter. Ming Ye sighed, her eyes flickering with indecision. Ultimately, she added the resident from Unit 121 as a friend. The friend request was accepted almost instantly, and a message soon followed. Hello, my name is Li Wanhua. Thank you very much for your help. WeChat transfer 1,000 yuan. Upon seeing this message, Ming Ye stroked her smooth chin. I can assist, but your first floor is no longer habitable. The first floor was completely flooded now. Opening the door would inevitably allow water to rush in. What should we do? Seeing the helpless message from the other side, Ming Ye's breath hitched. Even after experiencing the apocalypse in her previous life, she could not steel her heart to watch lives slip away. Call it a bleeding heart. She simply could not bear to witness death. If you don't mind, you can come to my house. There's no one living there. The recipient was typing. As a woman, she was likely contemplating whether to take such a step. After about half an hour, the dialogue box lit up once more. Okay, then please get ready. I'll come and pick you up in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Ming Ye donned a rubber raincoat and ventured down to the first floor once more. Thankfully, she had learned to swim and was a national-level athlete. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss in such a situation. Using her phone, she messaged her to signal her to open the door. The moment the door swung open, a deluge poured in. Ming Ye stealthily slipped inside, immediately using his body to firmly brace the door. In an instant, he pulled both individuals out, striving to elevate their bodies above the waterline. The two carried little, yet their actions resulted in the first floor being entirely submerged. Ming Ye guided them upstairs. Come in, this is my home. The mother and daughter bore only 2 backpacks, bulging with contents. Upon seeing Ming Ye, the daughter instinctively hid behind Li Wanhua. I apologize, the child is still quite young. Xiaoqi, be polite. Quickly greet him. Say hello to your uncle. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi promptly concealed herself further behind Li Wanhua, yet peered out curiously, silently observing Ming Ye. Witnessing this scene, Ming Ye felt his heart nearly melt. The little girl was simply too adorable. It's quite all right. Young children can be shy. I have snacks in my backpack. Feel free to see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Chapter 16. The scoundrel meets the woman at the door. Thank you. Li Wanhua smiled gently, evoking a sense of warmth akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Despite having endured hunger for an extended period, her movements while dining remained remarkably delicate. After finishing her meal, she looked at Ming Ye with a hint of embarrassment. May I allow Xiaoqi to take a nap in your room? The child is quite famished and hasn't slept well before. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from Li Wanhua's stomach. Ming Ye inquired, haven't you eaten anything? Li Wanhua's face flushed slightly as she replied, how could I possibly continue to consume your food? Understanding the hardship brought by the flood, she added, just being able to have a meal for the 2 of us is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye furrowed his brow. It's fine to let Xiaoqi sleep in my room, but you must eat. After saying this, He skillfully turned on the stove in the kitchen. Thank the heavens. The old house was still equipped with a gas cylinder. Soon, he prepared a bowl of tomato and egg-flavored instant noodles. Here, try this. I apologize for the lack of variety. You'll have to make do with this. Upon hearing this, Li Wanhua's eyes immediately glistened with tears. Having been a single mother for 5 or 6 years, it was the first time she felt such care from someone. Thank you. Seeing her cry, Ming Ye felt somewhat at a loss. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? No, not at all. Li Wanhua replied, a bit agitated. It's incredibly delicious. She felt that in her 20 years of life, she had never tasted instant noodles this delightful. It must be noted that Li Wanhua, despite having given birth, possessed a figure that was truly commendable, curvaceous in all the right places, without an ounce of excess flesh. Coughing slightly, Ming Ye thought to himself that he might have wandered into inappropriate thoughts. No worries. Once you finish eating, you can accompany Xiao Qi to sleep. The child is likely feeling frightened. Li Wanhua shyly nodded, her gaze softening. Oh, by the way, I have bread and a self-heating hot pot in my backpack. Feel free to take them if needed. Ming Ye was more than willing to extend his kindness. A woman accompanied by a child indeed faced considerable hardships. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Li Wanhua returned to her room, cradling her child to sleep. Boom! The relentless thunder echoed overhead, inducing a sense of irritation. The looming tornado only added to Ming Ye's headache. The online discourse was escalating, causing widespread panic. Meanwhile, Ming Ye observed the neighboring building through binoculars, noticing that the glass on the first floor seemed shattered, leaving him concerned for those inside. It seemed that fatigue had taken hold of him. Ming Ye unknowingly dozed off in his chair amidst the haze. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in his ears. Ming Ye's eyes suddenly fluttered open. A glance at the clock revealed it was merely 3 a.m. Frowning, she peered through the peephole and discerned a rotund man accompanied by Zhang Ting. Trailing behind were 2 men with menacing expressions, leading one to wonder if they were there to commit a robbery. How audacious! Ming Ye, do not cower like a turtle within your shell. I heard from Zhang Ting that you have some compressed biscuits. Hurry and bring them out for us. The man's voice was a menacing growl, causing Ming Ye to instinctively reach for the dagger in her hand. His approach was aggressive. The commotion outside had also roused Li Wanhua from her slumber. Draped in a blanket, she closed the door and walked towards Ming Ye. With concern etched on her face, she inquired, "What is happening?" "Nothing, just a minor issue," Ming Ye replied with a strained smile, leaving Li Wanhua feeling uneasy. "Is it truly nothing? If it is, then rest assured and go tend to the child." At that moment, Ming Ye seemed to embody the role of the father in their household. Observing her insistence, Li Wanhua bit her lip. Ming Ye offered her an assuring glance before she retreated to her room. Damn it. Open the door now. With Ming Ye's prolonged silence, the man swiftly lost his patience. If you don't open it soon, I'll smash this door down. He gestured, and the 2 men behind him began to ram their bodies against the door. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding with the iron door echoed dully. After several attempts, the heavy iron door of Ming Ye's home began to creak ominously, though the stainless steel door within muffled the noise to a degree. However, the man's taunts grew increasingly vile. Open the door and hand over the biscuits, and perhaps we might spare your life. After more than a month of catastrophic flooding, desperation had driven some to the brink of madness. At that moment, Zhang Ting nestled against the man, her tone flirtatious. "Oh, Yongge, why don't we just smash the door down with an axe?" It became evident that this scheming woman was orchestrating the chaos. Li Yong embraced Zhang Ting, his greasy hands roaming over her body, his gaze brazen. In a past life, Ming Ye had encountered this man, though at the time she had been blindfolded, unable to witness the grotesque deeds of this vile couple. They had long since exhausted their supplies. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to such nefarious means. "What do you intend to do?" Ming Ye replied with a tone of gravity. Upon hearing her voice, Li Yong's demeanor grew even more brazen, knowing Ming Ye feared his power. "Didn't I say? Hand over the compressed biscuits, and we might let you off the hook. And make your girlfriend bow down 20 times. His words dripped with arrogance. A smirk of derision curled at the corner of Ming Ye's mouth. You dare to demand such a thing? I fear for your longevity." Sensing the sarcastic tone in Ming Ye's voice, Li Daong was instantly filled with rage. How dare you? No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. You certainly possess audacity. Without hesitation, he commanded the two individuals behind him to commence violently hacking at the door with axes. The outermost door of the Ming Ye residence was an antiquated iron gate, and breaching it would require considerable effort. The tremendous noise immediately roused the slumbering Shao Qi in the room. Woo-woo! The child's low cries echoed, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Upon hearing this sound, Ming Ye felt a twinge of discomfort within. It seemed he must devise a plan to deal with this pair of despicable scoundrels. Chapter 17. Is the child feverish? Suddenly, Ming Ye appeared to have an epiphany. He promptly retrieved a roll of cigarettes wrapped in paper from his bag and ignited his lighter. Cautiously, he opened the peephole and thrust the burning formaldehyde stick outside. In an instant, the entire hallway was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Ming Ye, what on earth are you burning? Li Daong exclaimed, desperately covering his nose and mouth. Inside the room, Ming Ye had already donned his gas mask that he always carried. It's my doorstep. I shall burn whatever I please. His assertive declaration rendered Li Daong silent, not daring to utter a word. The smoke was unbearable, and he felt he would suffocate if he lingered any longer. Damn it, just you wait. With that, Li Daong left in haste, dragging Zhang Ting along with him. Once he confirmed they had retreated, Ming Ye let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, had they continued to hammer at the door, he would have been a loss. Fortunately, he had managed to drive them away. Turning around, he saw Li Wanhua, wrapped in a blanket, standing at the door. With a look of lingering fear, she approached him and quietly asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, don't worry, they have left." Li Wanhua looked taken aback, her expression shifting as she responded, "That's good." In the next moment, as if realizing something, she draped the blanket she was holding over Ming Ye. Although summer had arrived, the nights were still quite chilly. Appreciating her thoughtfulness, Ming Ye no longer resisted and lay back on the lounge chair, covered in the blanket. He knew he would have to sleep in the living room that night to prevent Zhang Ting from causing further disturbances. The following morning, Ming Ye was stirred from his slumber by the sound of a child's cries. As he arose and moved through the house, he discovered that Shao Qi had seemingly been awakened by the torrential rain outside. The little one was curled up in Li Wanhua's arms, shivering in fright, and her small face bore an unusual flush. Something was amiss with the child. Ming Ye promptly placed the dagger he held on the table and softly reassured, "Shao Qi, don't be afraid, Uncle is here." Shao Qi glanced at Ming Ye, yet continued to wail. Sensing something was wrong, Ming Ye reached out to touch her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. "Oh no, the child has a fever," he remarked to Li Wanhua. Upon hearing this, Li Wanhua froze momentarily before processing the information, her face a mask of confusion as she inquired, "What do we do? Do we have any antipyretics at home?" Ming Ye nodded before shaking his head. He had moved all medications aboard the ship. "How could there be any here?" "There are none," he replied. At this, Li Wanhua crumpled to the floor in despair. What now? Shao Qi's constitution has never been strong. Seeing the child's eyes tightly shut, Ming Ye felt a pang of unease in his heart. At home, there remains a small quantity of rice, which I have prepared as porridge for her to consume. Additionally, please procure some damp towels to apply to the child, in hopes of alleviating the fever. At present, this is the only course of action available to us. Time swiftly passed, and noon approached, revealing an increasingly abnormal flush upon Shao Qi's face. Witnessing such a gentle child nestled quietly in bed stirred a sense of compassion within Ming Ye. Meanwhile, Li Wanhua was engrossed in her phone, posting a message in the group seeking assistance. Household 121. Is there any kind-hearted soul with antipyretics? My child has caught a cold. Who among us is unaware of the mother and daughter residing on the first floor? Yet, curiosity lingered regarding who would deliver medicine to them, considering the perilous conditions. With the entire first floor submerged, no one dared to take the risk. The group fell silent, reflecting the coldness of human hearts in times of calamity. The relentless wind and torrential rain outside ravaged everything in their path, shattering windows in several homes. Fortunately, Ming Ye's windows have been installed only this year, sparing them from similar fates. As no one responded to her message, Panic overtook Li Wanhua. She turned to Ming Ye, anxiously asking, "Brother Ming, what should we do now?" Ming Ye furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. The water level had already risen to 2 meters. If this continued, it was likely that the entire 3rd floor would be inundated within a week. However, he could not bear to witness the demise of this mother and daughter before him. Across the street, there appeared to be a private hospital. He wondered if anyone remained there at such a time. Regardless, he felt compelled to try. With this resolution, Ming Ye stated, "I will check the private hospital across the street. Stay here and await my return." Although Ming Ye's intentions were noble, Li Wanhua harbored her own concerns. "The rain is falling too heavily. What if you—" Her words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Ming Ye, not oblivious to her worries, quickly reassured her. "Do not fret. I shall return safely. Moreover, seeking medicine is not solely for your benefit. I must also take precautions for myself." Having conveyed this, he aimed to alleviate Li Wanhua's guilt. With that, Ming Ye opened the door, reminding her, "No matter who knocks, do not open the door. First check the peephole." "All right, I understand." With that, Ming Ye descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found the staircase leading to the 1st floor obstructed by water. With no other option, he retrieved his inflatable kayak and small pump, beginning to inflate it. After approximately 20 minutes, the kayak reached its full form. Ming Ye had purchased the largest kayak available, capable of accommodating a substantial amount of supplies. He then checked his phone, noting the hospital's distance was approximately 7 kilometers. Not too close, yet not excessively far. It seemed a daunting task lay ahead of him, prompting a wry smile to escape his lips. His sole concern now was that the private hospital might be claimed by someone else. In the next moment, Ming Ye leaped onto the kayak. As soon as he exited the unit, he discerned the intricate patterns of the reversing water flow. If his instincts were correct, this current was exceedingly complex, and maneuvering his kayak would likely prove quite challenging. Fortunately, Ming Ye had previously acquainted himself with relevant knowledge. Even if the winds picked up, his speed could still be somewhat moderated. Amidst the oppressive darkness of the weather, he could occasionally make out a few towering office buildings, albeit fleetingly, resembling illusions dancing upon the water's surface. Ming Ye paddled in the direction indicated by his navigation. After approximately 40 minutes, he finally glimpsed the edifice of the private hospital. As he glided to its entrance, he discovered that the entire building was firmly locked, suggesting that no one had ventured here. It was to be expected, considering it was now the 5th day since the catastrophic flood had erupted. Humanity still lingered, albeit in dwindling measure. Chapter 18. The raid on the private hospital with a resounding crash. Ming Ye cleaved the door open with an axe. A deluge surged through the gap, instantly sweeping away all the glass. As the water settled, Ming Ye leisurely paddled his boat inside, heading straight for the 1st floor, but with a clear objective: the 2nd floor. This private hospital exuded a certain sophistication, and the pharmaceutical section was likely located upstairs. Ming Ye diligently recalled the direction he had taken to procure medication. Before long, he arrived at the pharmacology room, a space that was neither too large nor too small, resembling a compact warehouse. It was a chaotic assortment of medications, including insulin and saline solution. Furrowing his brow, Ming Ye mused, "I wonder if there's any adrenaline." Just then, he stumbled slightly and spotted the bottom shelf, clearly marked with the word adrenaline. Fortune smiled upon him. Who would have thought that seeking rest would lead to someone offering a pillow? Ha ha! He remembered that during the apocalypse, a mere vial of adrenaline could be worth 100 grams of gold. With a sweeping motion, Ming Ye tossed 4 entire boxes of adrenaline into his backpack. Unfortunately, his kayak had limited capacity, preventing him from carrying back more supplies. He then continued his aimless scavenging until he came across several types of cold medicine: metronidazole, vancomycin. The inventory on these floors was rather eclectic, predominantly consisting of anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medications. Ming Ye accepted everything, filling his bag to the brim. However, within less than 10 minutes, it was already overloaded. With no other option, he glanced at the instruction manual and decided to remove the outer packaging, effectively saving 1/3 of the space. Once he had gathered a satisfactory amount, Ming Ye turned to see a room across the way. Through the glass, He caught sight of several types of vaccines: HPV, 9-valent, influenza virus, rabies, smallpox, and more. Good heavens! These were indeed valuable items, but regrettably, he could not carry them away. His gaze then shifted outside, where he discovered a box of snacks at the bottom of a counter, evidently left behind in haste. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly eliminate than to let slip away, he gathered them into his arms. Noticing 2 large water buckets that had been left behind, he took those as well. After all, in the apocalypse, the rarest resource was not just any water, but pure drinking water. After this thorough sweep, Ming Ye's kayak was filled to the brim, leaving no space to spare. With an assortment of supplies, he prepared to retrace his steps. The return journey was far from smooth, made all the more arduous by the increased weight of his kayak. He slid for over an hour. Fortunately, he successfully transported everything back. Upon entering the building, Ming Ye cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Until nothing unusual occurred, they gradually moved their belongings to the 3rd floor. However, in the shadows, several pairs of eyes remained fixed on Ming Ye's direction. The scene shifted. Ming Ye exerted tremendous effort to escape the vortex of the stairwell and successfully reached the 2nd floor. Upon ascending to the 3rd floor, he knocked on the door. After a considerable time, the door was slowly opened from the inside. Upon seeing the pile of items at Ming Ye's feet, Li Wanhua gasped in surprise. She pointed at the items and inquired, "What is this?" "These are all medicines. Quickly help me carry them inside." Thus, the 2 of them tirelessly moved back and forth for 5 full minutes before finishing. Exhausted, Ming Ye collapsed into a chair, breathless. "Phew! I can't take it anymore. This is too tiring." Observing his fatigue, Li Wanhua promptly poured him a glass of water. "Please take a moment to rest." Hearing this, Ming Ye did not question her. Instead, he retrieved several boxes of fever and cold medication from his bag and pushed them in front of Li Wanhua. "Quickly give the child some medicine." Witnessing this, Li Wanhua was deeply touched and obediently complied. After taking the medicine, Xiaoqi drifted into a drowsy sleep. Meanwhile, Li Wanhua's emotions were somewhat complex. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with a radiant glow. In the next moment, it seemed as if Lin Wanhua had made a significant decision. She turned and knelt before Ming Ye in the living room with a thud. Startled, Ming Ye nearly spilled his tea and immediately rushed to help her up. "Please don't do this, Sister Li." In an instant, their eyes met. "Ming Ye, you have saved my life and that of my child. You deserve this bow." After saying this, she still wished to bow her head in gratitude. However, before her forehead could touch the ground, Ming Ye had already lifted her up. "Sister, there is no need for this. Besides, haven't I already mentioned that I also need these medicines?" Li Wanhua shook her head. She was not foolish. She understood that in such circumstances, everyone primarily thought of self-preservation. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Who would willingly relinquish their supplies to others? "I will remember your kindness. In the future, whether facing blades or flames, I shall never refuse. Indeed, I would even offer myself." Hearing the last part, Ming Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, this is the second woman to say such things to me recently. Am I truly in such high demand?" The sky grew dim, and Li Wanhua could not discern Ming Ye's expression. Relying solely on her instincts, she grasped Ming Ye's arm. "Though I have already borne a child, Before she could take another step, Ming Ye stood up abruptly, as if fleeing. "Sister, I think you may have misunderstood." Under the somewhat astonished gaze of Li Wanhua, Ming Ye steeled himself to offer an explanation. "You need not feel indebted to me. After all, this was entirely my choice. I find myself rather fatigued from this outing, so I shall return to my room." With that, Ming Ye turned to make his way back to his quarters, only to realize he had forgotten that little Seven had already taken up residence there. He then pivoted and slipped into another room instead. Upon entering, Ming Ye's cheeks flushed crimson. What situation this was? Suddenly, his phone chimed. He glanced at the incoming message. It was from Ren Xiaoman. "Hello, Mom?" "Hello. When is my son coming home? The rain outside is becoming increasingly heavy, and your father and I are quite worried. We've heard that a tornado is expected in a couple of days." At these words, Ming Ye was taken aback, smiting his thigh in realization. He had nearly forgotten such a significant matter. Chapter 19. Humanity in the face of doom. I will return shortly. I have encountered some matters on my end. Ming Ye scratched his head, appearing somewhat dazed. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye promptly took the phone, offering heartfelt counsel. What has happened to you, my son? Speak openly with your parents. Under the persistent encouragement of Lao, Ming Ye recounted the situation of Li Wanhu and her daughter. After his narration, even Rin Xiaoman felt a twinge of sympathy. This mother and daughter are indeed facing considerable hardships. Isn't that so? If necessary, we should extend our help. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, his parents were kind-hearted individuals. After you ensure that this mother and daughter are settled, come back. Your father and I are quite comfortable on the boat. Once the call ended, Ming Ye sighed in relief. Perhaps it was due to the fatigue from the previous night, but he fell into a deep slumber until 3 in the morning. Upon checking his phone, he noticed several missed calls, all from his well-meaning uncle. It was likely concerning the matter of borrowing the boat. Unfortunately, Ming Ye had already departed from that sea area the previous night, so even if he went to the dock now, he would be unable to find it. This loss was one his benevolent uncle would have to bear alone. Ming Ye then stumbled upon a flurry of online discussions, where netizens were embroiled in heated debates. What should I do? My first floor is completely flooded. Heaven, please let it rain a little longer. It would be best if my boss were swept away. Fantastic. No school for us. Workers are truly disheartened. I haven't stocked up on food, and I'm so hungry. The online voices grew increasingly fervent. However, with no official statement forthcoming, they were left to await developments in place. Days swiftly passed, and the remaining provisions among the residents dwindled. Tensions rose as neighbors eyed one another warily. Those on the first floor had moved to the second-floor corridor. Yet out of consideration for their proximity, no one dared to speak too freely. Unexpectedly, the daily rush to borrow the restroom resulted in refuse piling up in the corridors, creating a foul stench. Li Wanhu was immensely grateful for reaching out to Ming Ye. Otherwise, she would face a fate similar to theirs. Soon, the water level rose to halfway up the second floor. The residents there had no choice but to follow suit and move upwards, even as Ming Ye's doorstep became cluttered with belongings from 2 households. Naturally, conflicts escalated, and the sounds of quarrels were incessant. The online group chats were equally tumultuous. Why are you folk from the first and second floors trying to ascend to the 7th? If I don't go up, where will I reside? Can you take us in? Exactly. It's easy for you to speak when the water hasn't reached your home. Is there a kind-hearted soul willing to temporarily shelter us? I'm prepared to offer 5,000 yuan. A message in the group swiftly quelled the uproar. When will this water recede? Who would dare to let anyone in? What if they refuse to leave? Every aspect of life is a concern. No one dares to speak up, and naturally, no residents from downstairs can ascend. The inhabitants of the first and second floors have instantly given up hope. They say neighbors are like family, yet in critical moments, not a single one can be relied upon. Witnessing the current situation, Ming Ye promptly retrieved several large basins. Under Li Wanhua's astonished gaze, he turned on the tap and began filling them with water. We must gather water quickly. In a few days, we might face power and water outages. Li Wanhua, not one to be foolish, immediately joined Ming Ye in their frantic preparations. During this flurry, Xiaoqi awoke, rubbing his eyes, and stumbled to embrace Ming Ye. Over the course of their time together, Xiaoqi had become entirely dependent on him. What is the matter, Xiaoqi? Why are you awake? It's too noisy outside. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye unconsciously furrowed his brow and began playing garden babies for Xiaoqi. It's all right. You can go inside with mommy. Meanwhile, in the living room, Ming Ye continued to observe the 2 families residing in the corridor through the peephole. He recognized both families. One was a reclusive, overweight man who spent his days immersed in 2-dimensional comics, while the other was a boisterous family led by a shrewd, plump woman who was always eager to take advantage of others. Even a few drops of rain would likely send her scurrying home to boil water for tea. If these individuals came knocking, they would be quite troublesome. Before long, the plump woman knocked on the door of the opposite apartment. Whether anyone was home or not remained a mystery, as no one responded. Damn it, is anyone living there? If not, let me in. After knocking for a while with no reply, she grew impatient and raised her voice. The man beside her, a meek and timid fellow, attempted to persuade her from behind. There's probably no one there. Let us just forget it and handle things downstairs before returning. That won't do. I'm starving here. Is that a solution for needing to relieve myself? The man sighed and produced 2 pieces of bread from a large bag, offering them to the woman. Why don't you eat something to tide you over? I don't want that. Seeing the opposite residents remain unresponsive, the plump woman quickly knocked on Ming Ye's door. Xiao Ming, open the door for me. I know you're home. Xiao Ming, I'm a bit hungry and need to use the restroom. Could I borrow your toilet? Upon hearing this, Ming Ye frowned slightly. The voice outside immediately caught Li Wanhua's attention. She glanced at him and tentatively suggested, should we let her in? Hearing this, Ming Ye instinctively frowned again. He cast a sidelong glance at the food in the kitchen. Ultimately, he could not resist Li Wanhua's pleading, glistening eyes, and acquiesced. However, to exercise caution, he picked up a dagger from the table and held it firmly in his hand. Meanwhile, outside, the plump woman had grown impatient. Just as she was about to kick Ming Ye's door, it swung open. As the forces between them collided, Aunt Fat immediately exclaimed with a loud cry, "Oh dear, are you attempting to murder me? At my age, you still treat me this way. Truly, you lack humanity." Ming Ye, having previously witnessed Aunt Fat's dramatic antics, furrowed her brow in annoyance. Do you still need to use the restroom? Noticing that Ming Ye remained unfazed, Aunt Fat promptly began to put on an act. Your door has smashed into my foot, and you still have the audacity to speak. However, Ming Ye was not accustomed to her antics and turned to close the door. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Aunt Fat's hand was caught in the crack of the door. Fine, I shan't stoop to your level. With that remark, Aunt Fat proceeded as if she were returning to her own home, striding directly inside. Upon glancing at Ming Ye's kitchen, her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. I didn't realize you had so much food, she exclaimed, her tone laced with a hint of greed. Chapter 20. Confronting the brazen ant. Observing that the ant had not eaten for an extended period, Ming Ye gestured towards the restroom before she could finish her sentence. Never mind. I won't hold it against you for now. Upon uttering these words, the plump ant hurriedly rushed to the restroom to relieve herself. After her visit, she dispensed several pumps of hand soap, but neglected to rinse. Upon exiting, she noticed the absence of Ming Ye's parents and could not help but inquire, "Where are your parents?" "I haven't seen them around. They've returned to their hometown," Ming Ye replied. "Ah, I see. If you're living alone, can you manage to cook for yourself? Perhaps aunt and uncle could stay with you?" As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted toward the kitchen, where several boxes of fresh vegetables, previously planted by Ren Xiaoman, rested on the balcony. Given the incessant downpour outside, she realized she had not consumed leafy greens in quite some time, and her eyes gleamed with a sense of longing. "Those little greens look quite appealing," she remarked as she moved toward the balcony. Having not seen Ming Ye for a while, the ant assumed there must be ample provisions at home, prompting her to quicken her pace. Just as she was about to reach the balcony, Ming Ye intercepted her. "Aunt, what are you planning to do?" The ant furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with helplessness. She then began to lament, "It has been ages since I last had any leafy greens. Your supplies appear quite abundant. Why not let me stay a while? I could also help take care of you in your parents' absence." Ming Ye wore a feigned smile and made a gesture indicating she should leave. "If there's nothing else, perhaps you should head out." Seeing that Ming Ye was unyielding, the ant clung to the doorframe and began to wail dramatically, "You ungrateful child. I used to hold you when you were little. Everyone come and see. He has so much food stored up, yet he can't spare a morsel for this old woman." Hearing the commotion from the living room, Li Wanhua frowned and stepped outside, discovering the ant bellowing outside. Perhaps due to the heightened sensitivity in these dire times, a few curious souls stealthily cracked open their doors to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. "Ant, while one may indulge in erratic eating, one must not speak recklessly. You came to borrow my restroom, and I graciously allowed you," Ming Ye asserted firmly, pushing her outside and slamming the door with a resounding thud. The ant had anticipated a moral high ground, but was taken aback by Ming Ye's relentless dismissal. Staring at the firmly shut door, the ant spat defiantly at the threshold. "You little rascal, you think you can challenge me? Just wait." Behind her, Uncle tugged at her sleeve, urging enough of this. It can't be easy for a young man living alone. And if it's hard for him, does that mean it's easy for you? I must remind you, when the time comes for me to claim my share of the provisions, do not consume them. Aunt Fatty had already reclined on her bed, lost in her own thoughts. In the next moment, she expertly accessed the homeowners group and began her tirade against Ming Ye. The young people nowadays are truly remarkable. They refuse to lend even a morsel of food. How selfish can one be? Immediately, a few eager souls joined in. Whose household is it? They have food, yet are unwilling to share? Indeed, they only care about filling their own bellies, utterly devoid of any sense of community spirit. Isn't that the truth? In such extreme weather, shouldn't we be helping one another? Within the confines of the room, upon witnessing the messages in the group, Li Wanhua was seized by a fit of rage, trembling all over. How could these people behave this way? She cast a sidelong glance at Ming Ye, ultimately placing her phone before him. What should we do now? It seems the entire building is aware that you possess food. Observing the chatter in the group, Ming Ye merely snorted disdainfully, shoving the phone back into Li Wanhua's hands. No worries, I will handle this. To deal with such unreasonable individuals, one must be even more shameless. Having uttered these words, Ming Ye swiftly began his own onslaught in the group. My household has no food. I wonder which dimwit claim that I do. Furthermore, even if I had supplies, I would not indulge the ungrateful. If anyone dares to provoke me further, they should first inquire whether the knife in my hand is inclined to oblige. His words exuded an undeniable air of authority. The ensuing days finally brought a semblance of calm, though occasional quarrels and insults still erupted. Conflicts were rampant, with many ready to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. The dire living conditions and harsh weather had filled everyone with animosity. After a fallout with Ming Ye, Aunt Fatty had swiftly moved upstairs, casting a pall over the entire building. Not long after, the water supply in the building suddenly ceased. On that fateful day, a message appeared in the homeowners group. I am a security guard of this community, and I feel it is my duty to contribute on behalf of everyone. The speaker was Zhang Dehai, a former delinquent. One could only wonder what his intentions were at such a critical juncture. I propose that we pool our resources, implementing a daily distribution system. By designating specific times and locations for collection, we can ensure the survival of us all. At first glance, this seemed quite equitable. However, for those with ample provisions, it was a devastating blow. Finally, someone in the group spoke up. Isn't this unfair? If I have an abundance of food, am I expected to share it with everyone? Exactly. We don't even know when the flood will cease. I, for one, refuse to participate. Ming Ye anticipated that Zhang Dehai would abandon this scheme. To his surprise, Zhang Dehai enlisted the help of two other thugs from the building, each wielding an axe, their intentions clear. If they did not comply, they would resort to theft. Such an incident had seemingly occurred in a previous life. However, Ming Ye was no longer present in that reality. Is there anyone left with dissenting opinions? Zhang Dehai, having achieved his objective, immediately waved his hand decisively, summoning everyone to gather on the 5th floor. The neighbors had convened on the 5th floor, hurried to assemble on the 5th floor. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Ming Ye chose to remain still. At this moment, Zhang Dehai was arrogantly organizing the residents of the building for a meeting. Flanking him on either side were two individuals wielding axes, suggesting they were far from benign. Once a sufficient number of people had arrived, he leisurely rose from the sofa. Ahem, is everyone here? The two sycophants beside him took stock of the attendees and quietly noted the absentees. The Ming Ye family from the 3rd floor, a mother and daughter from the 1st floor, and a man from the 7th floor were all missing. At this news, Zhang Dehai frowned slightly, his displeasure evident. Chapter 21. The jester ascends to power. If I don't eat something today, I shall truly starve. The pantry is bare. It is indeed a dire situation. I nearly resorted to gnawing on my own belt. What shall we do, brother? Can we still survive? The murmurs of the neighbors reached Zhang Dehai's ears. He initially observed the group in silence, waiting for the commotion to subside before he spoke slowly. Have you all noticed that Ming Ye and the man from the 7th floor have never ventured outside? In recent days, it seems that everyone else has been resourceful enough to scavenge what little they can. Unfortunately, there is hardly any food left outside for them to claim. It appears that the mother and daughter on the first floor have also been taken in by Ming Ye. I heard someone mention that Ming Ye went out once, but the man from the seventh floor has never left. Upon hearing Zhang Dahai's words, the crowd began to speculate. Ming, you must have provisions. At that moment, Aunt Fat raised her hand and pushed her way to the front, exclaiming loudly, I've been to Ming Ye's house before, and not only did I see a pile of food, but also some fresh vegetables. I even spotted 2 large boxes of compressed biscuits in the corner, nearly taller than I am. At her revelation, the crowd erupted in indignation. This is outrageous. We are on the brink of starvation. Why should they have so much food? We must confront them now and demand a share of their supplies. We are neighbors. Why should they selfishly hoard everything? However, Ming Ye was not one to be trifled with. Had they not seen the messages in the group chat? At this point, the crowd fell silent, their expressions darkening. Shall we first seek out the man from the 7th floor? Very well, let us proceed. A few individuals made their way to the entrance of room 741, knocking on the door, but there was no response from within. Zhang Dahai's expression grew increasingly grim. They had no way of knowing if anyone was present inside. Hence, the group proceeded to Ming Ye's door on the 3rd floor. Initially, Zhang Dahai attempted to maintain a polite facade, gently rapping on the door. Hello, I am Zhang Dahai. Is Ming Ye at home? I am the security guard for our community and wish to speak with you. Hearing the commotion, Ming Ye's eyes brightened momentarily. I'm sorry, but I prefer not to discuss anything. His words instantly froze the smile on Zhang Dahai's face. Just tell me what it is, he pressed on, steeling himself. We are neighbors, and our households are running low on food. We were wondering if we could borrow some provisions from you? Ming Ye understood the principle that a man without fault might bear the burden of others' envy. In an instant, he responded with a polite refusal. I'm sorry, but we have very little food left as well. Ming Ye is no fool. With so many people outside, if he were to open the door, his home would likely be ransacked in an instant. Moreover, he had no intention of sharing his supplies with anyone. You're lying. I clearly saw small green vegetables on your windowsill. Aunt Fat exclaimed passionately. Indeed, Aunt Fat saw food. Why are you hiding it? Can't we share it together? How malicious of you. Do you want to see everyone starve? The crowd grew increasingly agitated, their voices rising in fervor. Some even contemplated kicking down the door. Unexpectedly, Ming Ye felt as if he had been electrocuted, collapsing rigidly to the ground. The crowd was instantly taken aback, bewildered. What happened to him? I don't know, it turned out that Ming Ye had anticipated such a tactic. The night before, he had stealthily set up a conductive circuit outside. Anyone who touched the iron door would involuntarily convulse. To his surprise, the device proved effective. Seeing the situation escalating, Zhang Dahai swiftly used an axe to move the person aside. This is too much. You are committing murder. Realizing kicking the door was futile, they promptly wrapped a nylon cloth around the axe's head and began to batter the door. The clanging noise echoed through the air. Ming Ye decided not to indulge them any longer. He shoved a half-burned formaldehyde stick against the peephole. In an instant, the hallway was filled with a suffocating smoke. What an awful stench. This smoke can't be toxic, right? Ah, Ming Ye wants to kill us. As the commotion outside escalated, a cold, disdainful smile crept across Ming Ye's lips. There was no choice. Everyone had come away from Ming Ye empty-handed. They could only retreat to the 5th floor in defeat. A booming thunder rumbled outside. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive as the clock neared midnight, with a torrential downpour and howling winds outside. At that moment, an unwelcome voice pierced through the tension. Why not ask me first before attempting to take supplies from Ming Ye? The speaker was Li Daong. Standing beside him was Zhang Ting, her gaze filled with a hint of affection. Behind them stood 6 or 7 others, all armed. Who are you? Zhang Dahai, bewildered by the situation, inquired. Li Daong's eyes glinted with a sinister light as he replied, Ming Ye's enemies. In just 5 short words, Zhang Dahai's smile faltered. Regaining his composure, he spoke earnestly. Very well, but Ming Ye is cunning. We must devise a plan. With just a few of them, it would indeed be challenging to confront Ming Ye. However, with Li Daong involved, the situation would shift. Soon, Ming Ye's supplies would surely fall into their hands. A mocking smile curled on Zhang Ting's lips as she spoke languidly. Formulating a plan is one thing, but how shall we allocate the seized provisions? Zhang Dahai rubbed his hands together, tentatively suggesting a 50-50 split. That simply won't do, Li Daong interjected, his tone laced with arrogance. A 70-30 division is already a concession to you. Otherwise, you would receive nothing at all. His words dripped with hubris. Observing the imposing figures of his burly enforcers behind him, even the typically brash Zhang Dehai felt compelled to swallow hard. The situation was daunting indeed. Recognizing the mounting tension, Zhang Dehai stepped forward to diffuse the atmosphere. All right, everyone has worked hard today. We shall set out again tomorrow morning. I will collaborate with this brave brother to devise a plan that ensures fairness for all. As he concluded, the crowd erupted in applause, unanimously agreeing to his proposal. Chapter 22. The mysterious note. That night, a tempest raged outside, battering the windows, leaving Ming Ye unable to find solace in sleep. After the tumultuous events of the day, he pondered how much more chaos the morrow would bring. Just as a sigh escaped his lips, a sound interrupted the stillness at the door. A rustling noise echoed in his ears. Could it be that someone was attempting to force entry? A flicker of complex emotions crossed Ming Ye's face. In an instant, he grasped a dagger in his left hand and flung open the door, eager to confront the audacity of the intruder. Yet, to his surprise, the doorway lay empty. Where could this person have vanished? He scratched his head and surveyed the surroundings, finding not a soul in sight. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a note on the ground. It read, "Run quickly. Someone will come to steal food tomorrow morning." Upon reading the note, warmth spread through Ming Ye's heart. It seemed there were still benevolent souls in this building. But who could this person be? The handwriting appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. Fortunately, the note served as a timely warning, and Ming Ye's vigilance surged. In these times, one must be strong to survive. He needed to fortify his defenses before the thieves arrived. The following morning, the residents had gathered on the 5th floor early. Li Daong and Zhang Dehai had nearly finalized their strategy, settling on a 70-30 division. As neighbors began to assemble, Zhang Dehai rose and cleared his throat. "Everyone, please listen." The crowd fell silent at once. "Last night, I conferred with Brother Yong, and we have resolved to move forward today. I understand your apprehensions, but if we do not act, we face certain demise." At this, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Indeed, with death looming regardless, it was better to die with a full stomach. With water supplies cut off, who knew when electricity would be severed? Surely, Ming Ye's stockpile of food was substantial. As these words reached her ears, a smirk crept across Zhang Ting's lips. "Ming Ye, just wait for your fate. Have you all made your decisions?" Zhang Dehai rolled up his sleeves, exuding confidence. The crowd responded eagerly, affirming their resolve. This scene filled Zhang Dehai and Li Daong with satisfaction. They had expertly orchestrated the manipulation. These fools were merely pawns in their game. Zhang Ting, hidden behind Li Daong, observed with a cold smile. Without hesitation, the group advanced to Ming Ye's doorstep. Upon seeing the door, they recalled the fate of the individual from the previous night. "This door is electrified. We can't get in. What we do now?" The cunning Li Daong interjected. "We could always break through the wall, right?" In that moment, everyone brandished their hammers, and with a resounding crash, they struck. In the dead of night, Ming Ye forcefully kicked open his door and immediately fired his weapon at the two individuals nearest him. In an instant, the world around him seemed to freeze. The onlookers, paralyzed by fear, dared not even breathe. It wasn't until they regained their composure that they began to flee in a frantic panic. "Ha! A bunch of useless fools." A sardonic smile crept across Ming Ye's lips as he observed their hasty retreat. The howling winds outside roared like thunder. Yet an overpowering scent of blood lingered in the corridor. Both men had sustained grievous injuries to their legs. This was Ming Ye's final warning. After handling everything, he wearily returned to his room. Suddenly, he turned around and found Li Wanhua standing there. She appeared unfazed, saying nothing as she silently retreated to her own quarters. Around 8 p.m., there was another knock at Ming Ye's door. Clad in casual attire and wielding a dagger, he peered through the peephole and saw an elderly woman. With impatience, he opened the door and inquired, "What do you want?" "I came to borrow some insulin. I wonder if you have any," she replied. The boldness of her request made Ming Ye suspicious. Gripping the dagger tightly, he scrutinized the elderly woman. The woman's demeanor shifted to one of despair as she continued. I know this may seem abrupt, but my husband has diabetes, and if he doesn't receive his insulin soon, I fear. Her eyes were filled with a desperate plea. I have no medicine, Ming Ye replied coolly, his expression unchanged. Do you have any cold medicine? My husband has caught a cold, and I am at my wit's end. I can only come to you for help. Why? The old woman looked perplexed. Ming Ye reiterated patiently, why should I lend you my medicine? Her face fell, disappointment washing over her features. I apologize, young man. I have been too forward. Each person has their fate. Perhaps it is destined that my husband will not survive the night. Besides, you may not even have any medicine. Realizing the grim nature of her predicament, the elderly woman turned to leave, but Ming Ye called out to her. Wait, huh? What is it, young man? Ming Ye then handed her a note from the coffee table. Is this what you slipped under my door? Yes, she responded, her expression neutral. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye abruptly asked, and what does this note say? This morning, someone came looking for trouble with you. To be honest, Ming Ye had his suspicions. He had not seen the elderly couple when he left his home earlier. Thank you, he replied earnestly. By the way, aside from insulin, what else do you need? Anything for a cold, like cold medicine or erythromycin, would be helpful. Hope sparked anew in the elderly woman's eyes. Please wait a moment. Upon uttering these words, Ming Ye retrieved a small bag of rice and a pack of sausages, followed by a case of water. Take these items with you, he urged. Witnessing this scene, tears welled up in the elderly woman's eyes. Thank you, young man, truly thank you. Hurry back and administer the medicine to your partner. With heartfelt gratitude, the old woman departed. As he observed her silhouette fade away, Ming Ye inexplicably recalled his own mother. Seizing the opportunity before the internet connection faltered, he promptly initiated a video call to his parents. Mom and Dad. Upon seeing their son had yet to return, Rin Xiaoman expressed her concern. Oh dear, why haven't you come back yet? Did you not find the jade pendant? Ming Ye waved his hand, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. No, there is a mother and daughter. They are trapped. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple exchanged knowing glances. Chapter 23. The cataclysmic tornado. All right, Mom and Dad. I'll return after I've settled them. Ming Ye concluded the call with a long sigh. Suddenly, Xiao Qi pointed towards the window and screamed loudly. What is that outside? Xiao Qi, be a good girl and don't trouble your uncle Ming. Li Wanhua immediately pulled Xiao Qi closer to her side. At the same moment, Ming Ye cast a glance outside. That fleeting glimpse nearly robbed him of breath. Following the direction of Xiao Qi's finger, a line formed where the somber sky met the horizon. It was a tornado. Ming Ye's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation, he retrieved the binoculars from his bag and began to observe intently. In his previous life, a tornado had also descended, wreaking havoc on numerous skyscrapers, even lifting livestock and people into the sky. The tornado was rapidly churning on the other side of the mountain, obliterating everything in its path. What? What should we do? Li Wanhua was clearly paralyzed with fear. The tornado approached with ferocity, leaving utter devastation in its wake. Mere minutes had passed, and it had rendered the land barren. Not only had Li Wanhua never witnessed a tornado, but even Ming Ye, having lived for so many years, had never laid eyes on one. Was he truly destined to perish here in this second life? No, that cannot be. Ming Ye firmly grasped Li Wanhua's wrist and declared loudly, "We must move upstairs immediately." Upon hearing this, Li Wanhua nodded emphatically. Trusting Ming Ye was undoubtedly the right choice. Ming Ye's gaze turned steely, a hint of confusion brewing within. Why had the tornado arrived so swiftly? Was there some alteration in the atmosphere? It was not just Ming Ye who beheld the bizarre phenomenon outside. The residents of the entire building had also witnessed it, all cowering within their homes, too afraid to venture out. Due to Zhang Dehai's earlier bravado, many had sought refuge in others' homes, leaving the hallways nearly deserted. Seizing the moment, Ming Ye stealthily ascended to the top floor, the 9th level. The 9th floor appeared to be newly renovated for a newlywed couple, featuring a spacious layout with 4 rooms. However, it had remained unoccupied to air out the paint. The tornado might not sweep through the entire community, but the water levels were bound to rise again. He had to prepare in advance. You all go upstairs and stay inside the room while I gradually move our belongings, he instructed. Li Wanhua, not one to be underestimated, promptly grasped Ming Ye's arm, resolutely responding, "I will help you move." Seeing the unwavering determination in Li Wanhua's expression, Ming Ye ultimately nodded in agreement. Working together would expedite their efforts. Thus, the two commenced moving their belongings, with Ming Ye employing a master key procured before the apocalypse to pry open the door. Perhaps fortune favored them, for they swiftly completed the task without alarming anyone. Just as they intended to close the door, a cacophony erupted from the adjacent building. The following night, Ming Ye swiftly closed the door and drew the curtains tight. Through a narrow crack, he witnessed a couple being forced to stand before the rooftop. In front of them loomed several men with menacing visages, brandishing knives. The man knelt on the ground, his hands clasped in supplication as he bowed towards his captors. "Please have mercy. We truly have no provisions left." Behind him, the woman was overwhelmed with terror, her cries of despair mingling with the rain, rendering the distinction between tears and raindrops indistinguishable. On no provisions? Then go out and find some. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was compelled to venture out in search of resources for survival. Yet, it was unforeseen that there would be those who would profit from others' misfortunes. "But I cannot swim," the man stuttered, trembling uncontrollably. "Then I shall take your wife," laughed the man opposite him, brandishing an axe with a wild grin. "No, that is unacceptable." The man still retained a shred of dignity. Outside, the torrential rain roared, drowning out the subsequent events. In the next moment, perhaps in a desperate bid for survival, the man took his wife and leapt into the abyss below. With a resounding splash, water erupted like a geyser. The man struggled in the depths, crying out for help, "Save me! I do not wish to die." Yet, he was swiftly engulfed by the surging waters, his voice swallowed whole. Witnessing this scene, Li Wanhua's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting the depths of despair. It was difficult to fathom what her fate might have been had she not encountered Ming Ye. Why should they be compelled to seek resources? Do their lives not matter? Enough of this. Ming Ye interjected, his voice firm. In a world like this, such outcomes are inevitable. If you cannot accept this now, your chances of survival will diminish even further. Some truths are better spoken early on. In his previous life, Ming Ye had witnessed cannibalism amongst his kind. In comparison, the current drowning seemed trivial. To survive, one must possess a certain audacity. If that man had not forced the couple to leap, they would not have endured much longer in this desolate world. Ming Ye understood that this couple were honest folk, lacking any reserves. In times of calamity, such individuals were abundant. Did they then deserve to perish? Li Wanhua's voice escalated in intensity. Hearing this, Ming Ye could only sigh in resignation. After a long pause, Li Wanhua began to grasp the flaw in her perspective. With a bewildered expression, she murmured, "When will this disaster come to an end?" This inquiry seemed directed not at Ming Ye, but rather a reflection of her own turmoil. First floods, then tornadoes. Was humanity truly destined for extinction? Sensing Li Wanhua's distress, Ming Ye retrieved a small bowl of chicken from the refrigerator, intending to prepare a savory mushroom chicken stew. Meanwhile, the tornado continued its relentless rampage, devastating power lines and networks. Inexplicably, Ming Ye and Li Wanhua had recently found a semblance of calm amidst the chaos. Xiaoqi sat beside Ming Ye, idly pushing her rice bowl. As she dined, her joy was palpable as she watched the animated series Ming Ye had downloaded for her. Superman defeats Superman. Today, Xiaoqi had styled her hair into two adorable little pigtails, and merely observing her from behind was utterly charming. Witnessing Xiaoqi's innocent demeanor filled Ming Ye's heart with warmth. Children truly embody joy, untouched by the world's tribulations. All right, enough of that. The power is out now, so we can no longer watch Uncle Ming's phone. When they arrived, Ming Ye brought along 10 power banks and a solar panel. For him, the current blackout posed little concern. Let her watch a bit longer. I will use the telescope to check the situation. With that, Ming Ye opened a small gap and peered down. Upon glancing, he was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Chapter 24. The onset of mutual slaughter. A murder has occurred. The first light of dawn startled the residents within the building. The deceased was the corpulent man, a resident of the 6th floor, who had been a guest of the very family now bereaved. This early morning, They discovered that their meager provisions had been entirely consumed by the deceased. How outrageous! We took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay us? Indeed, the floodwaters have yet to recede. Those rations were our lifeline. The couple residing on the 6th floor were not the type to endure such indignities quietly. Previously, they had expressed their discontent with the corpulent man encroaching upon their home. Yet they had never anticipated such a turn of events. As the implications of the situation sank in, others began to search their own stores of food. Alarmingly, my supplies are dwindling. Mine too. Who is the scoundrel that has pilfered from my home? In an instant, the hallway erupted into chaos. The residents, who had been guests, exchanged glances filled with complexity. The couple from the 6th floor had no intention of letting the rotund intruder escape unscathed. How dare you? Spit out my food. I've already eaten it. How can I regurgitate? The corpulent man wore a countenance of entitlement. Moreover, is it not natural for me to eat while residing in your home? Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions darkened further. Consuming their sustenance, and now robbing them of their lifeline? Is there no justice in this world? In the next moment, the husband, without a hint of hesitation, dashed into his dwelling and emerged wielding a knife. The assembly was struck with terror, collectively inhaling sharply. Surely, it cannot come to this. Must he resort to a weapon? Indeed, this is far too alarming. Yet, the corpulent man persisted, unyielding in his defense. I've consumed your food. What can you do about it? Besides, who instructed you to hoard your provisions? I only eat one meal a day, just a morsel. Is that not sufficient for anyone? The man's temper flared. You consume from my table. I dictate your portions. To dare to pilfer from my home, I shall ensure your demise today. No sooner had he uttered these words than someone nearby failed to intervene. The corpulent man, taken aback by the man's resolve, defiantly extended his neck, a look of arrogance upon his face. Unexpectedly, the husband struck with the blade, blood gushing forth. The corpulent man clutched his neck, his gaze dark and fixed upon his assailant, stuttering. You are serious with that? He collapsed onto the floor. Cries of horror erupted around them. A murder has transpired. Call for an ambulance. Amidst the pandemonium, someone uttered, calling an ambulance is futile. He is surely doomed. A swift demise indeed. Upon hearing this, none dared to emerge and assist. They could only scurry back to their homes in a frenzy. In an instant, the corridor was filled with the lifeless body of a slothful recluse, eyes wide open in eternal rest. The malevolent city was on the verge of unveiling its grim narrative. Within a mere couple of days, news of incessant thefts echoed through the entire building, depleting the scant provisions that remained. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of rain and lightning, Ming Ye dedicated his days to fortifying his body, preparing for the impending apocalypse. However, in just 2 short days, he discerned a commotion emanating from below. You can't take that. It's my husband's life-saving medicine. It was the elderly woman from before, desperately clinging to the thief's leg, her weathered face streaked with tears. The thief, donning a hood, was accompanied by an accomplice. He delivered a vicious kick towards the elderly woman's chest, exclaiming, "You old hag. Your husband should have died long ago." The voice bore a striking resemblance to Li Daong, yet Ming Ye remained uncertain, continuing to observe from the shadows. As the man attempted to depart, the old woman clung to him with unwavering tenacity. Witnessing this scene, the man let out a long sigh. You choose to stray from the path to heaven and venture into hell. Very well. I shall send you to the underworld to scout the route for your husband. In the next heartbeat, with almost instantaneous reflexes, Ming Ye seized a dagger and rushed downstairs, intercepting the lethal blow. The clash of metal echoed as his dagger met the thief's cleaver. Upon seeing Ming Ye, Li Daong momentarily faltered. It's you? This realization fortified Ming Ye's resolve. Indeed, it is I. He first assisted the elderly woman to her feet before turning his gaze back to Li Daong. I never imagined you could be so shameless as to steal from an old woman. Li Daong and his accomplice were brandishing the very box of water and rice that Ming Ye had previously given away. Li Daong erupted into maniacal laughter. I did steal it. And what will you do about it? Observing his audacity, Ming Ye swiftly grasped Li Daong's neck. Before he could utter a cry for help, his life was extinguished. With a cold glare, Ming Ye turned his attention to the accomplice. "And you? Are you not going to flee?" The accomplice screamed in terror, only to collapse to the ground. He quickly regained his footing, discarding his stolen goods in a panic-stricken flight. Initially, they had been plotting their next theft of Ming Ye. Having heard rumors that he was accompanied by a beautiful young woman, they had never tasted such delights. Little did they know that their ambitions would be thwarted before they could even take off. A cold smile crept across Ming Ye's lips as he peeled away Li Daong's burlap covering. "It truly is you, Li Daong." With that, he patted Li Daong's face before plunging the dagger into his heart. In the following moment, Ming Ye wiped the blood from the blade with Li Daong's clothing and glanced back at the elderly woman. "Madam, it would be best for you to remain indoors. I shall install an electric device on your door shortly." Upon uttering these words, Ming Ye promptly lifted the lifeless body of Li Daong from the ground and cast it down the stairs without a hint of hesitation. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency. Observing the elderly woman's shocked expression, Ming Ye spoke with a languid tone. "Had I not spared him, you would have met your demise today." At these words, tears streamed down the woman's face. To be honest, Ming Ye did not find today's events particularly surprising. His intervention in this matter stemmed solely from the fact that the elderly woman had once lent him assistance. He considered this act a form of repayment. Returning to the room, Ming Ye wiped the blood from his face and mopped the hallway. As Li Wanhua stepped out, she encountered Ming Ye in this state but chose to remain silent, retreating back into the room. The death of Li Daong caused a ripple of disturbance within the otherwise tranquil building, akin to a stone cast into still waters. Chapter 25. Governmental rescue rain falls steadily outside the window. Ming Ye intends to exercise on the balcony later. The tornado has passed, and the atmosphere appears to have calmed somewhat. However, the third floor is completely submerged, and the corridors are in disarray. Ming Ye prepares a grilled cold noodle dish topped with an egg, a slice of lettuce, and a brush of garlic chili sauce. The fragrant aroma envelopes the entire room. His large bag is capable of carrying a multitude of items, ensuring he has everything he needs. The dish is quite delectable, albeit a bit heavy on the sauce. Around 9:30 a.m., a knock sounds at Ming Ye's door. He initially assumes it to be the elderly woman, but is surprised to find it is the male resident from the 7th floor. A flicker of surprise crosses Ming Ye's eyes. He is not one to venture out often. In an instant, a hint of wariness replaces his surprise. "Who are you?" he inquires. "My name is Jiang Wenwu, a resident of 741, he replies, his gaze fixed intently on Ming Ye. "What brings you here?" Ming Ye tightens his grip on the dagger, his expression remaining inscrutable. "Nothing much. I merely wish to propose an alliance." Alliances in the apocalypse are rare. Typically, groups venture out to gather supplies and share the spoils upon their return. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. However, having experienced the events of his previous life, Ming Ye has long since lost faith in others. Sensing Ming Ye's apprehension, Jiang Wenwu speaks in a low, steady tone. "I am a veteran. I can assist you." "You are a veteran?" Ming Ye's eyes narrow slightly, incredulity etched in his voice. From Ming Ye's perspective, he is well aware of his own capacity for violence. Why would someone wish to ally with a killer? "I understand the darkness of humanity in the face of the apocalypse, which is why I have chosen not to intervene." Jiang Wenwu explains, his demeanor calm and serious. Given his composure, Ming Ye begins to believe in his identity as a veteran. "Well, will you consider the alliance?" Jiang Wenwu prompts. "I need to think it over," Ming Ye replies, pursing his lips. "But you must first offer a token of your sincerity. And one more question. Why seek me out?" Ignoring the suspicion in Ming Ye's gaze, Jiang Wenwu cuts to the chase. "I witnessed you using a kayak to procure supplies," he states. In an instant, a wave of murderous intent surges in Ming Ye's eyes. Without hesitation, he places the dagger against Jiang Wenwu's throat. "You saw that?" Ming Ye inwidis koshisi. "Yes, I saw," Jiang Wenwu responds, his demeanor unflappable. At last, Ming Ye is convinced of Jiang Wenwu's status as a veteran. His composure in the face of danger, indeed, marks him as a capable individual. Since you have seen, I will not conceal anything from you. Secure a batch of supplies within 3 days, and that shall serve as your token of sincerity." With that, Ming Ye slams the door shut. In this apocalypse, he trusts no one but the mutual benefit of an alliance. Jiang Wenwu's ability to remain hidden for so long indicates he possesses his own skills. The choice is now in his hands. Upon returning to the house, Ming Ye appeared deeply troubled. Li Wanhua, biting her lip, approached him with genuine concern. "What troubles you? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Observing her earnestness, Ming Ye candidly recounted the situation regarding Jiang Wenwu. "What are your thoughts?" His eyes were profoundly contemplative. "I believe we should give it a try." Though Li Wanhua had little experience with others, she was acutely aware that these were no longer peaceful times. The rapid transformations of their surroundings had hastened their maturity. Ming Ye handed her a piece of dried fruit, saying, "Then we shall attempt it. If it fails, we can always resort to more drastic measures." At noon, Li Wanhua prepared a sumptuous boiled fish dish to express her gratitude for Ming Ye's hospitality. Delighted, Ming Ye devoured 2 bowls of rice. After their midday rest, the cacophony of noise abruptly roused Ming Ye from slumber. "Is it the sound of an assault boat?" He blinked groggily and glanced out the window, confirming his suspicion as he spotted several individuals clad in yellow vests aboard the vessel. Yet, he pondered, were they truly government officials? Li Wanhua was particularly animated at this sight, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Could they be here to rescue us? Ming Ye furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "It may not be so simple. I will descend to investigate the situation. You stay here." The provisions they had could sustain 3 people for approximately 10 days. Yet he understood that this was not a sustainable solution. He resolved to return to the boat within the next couple of days. "Be cautious." Upon stepping outside, Ming Ye glanced down. The entire 3rd floor was submerged, indicating that the water had risen to over 7 meters. He recalled that the incessant rains of his past life had persisted for years. It was unlikely that this deluge would cease so easily. Moreover, the rice in the granary had likely been rendered inedible from the flooding. Could this mean salvation is finally at hand? The prospect of government aid elicited a glimmer of hope. Indeed, this is quite a feat. Residents below engaged in fervent discussions, their eyes alight with anticipation. Yet, a weight pressed upon Ming Ye's heart. In such a short span of time, will help truly arrive? It had only been 2 weeks since the floodwaters had surged. The rapid elevation of the water level had rendered the currents in their community unpredictable and treacherous. Seizing the moment while others were momentarily distracted, Ming Ye stealthily ventured outside. What folly it would be to wait for salvation when one can strive for self-rescue. He paddled his kayak towards a supermarket. During his journey, he observed many individuals struggling to navigate even in basins. Upon reaching the supermarket, he discovered it in utter disarray. Could it have been plundered? He mused to himself. The idealistic notions he harbored were starkly contradicted by the harsh reality. The shelves, once brimming with provisions, have been utterly ravaged, leaving only a few scattered buckets of instant noodles. Ming Ye, in a corner, stumbled upon several cans of milk powder. The water in the supermarket has risen perilously to the top of his thighs, leaving him with little time to spare. He hastily gathered some additional instant food items. Regrettably, the swift current surged, soon reaching his chest. Never mind, it is best to retreat. Just as Ming Ye contemplated returning, the beam of a flashlight suddenly illuminated his figure. Has he encountered a fellow scavenger? Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly concealed himself behind a massive shelf. If too many people arrive, they might seize his meager possessions, and he cannot afford that risk. Damn it, this supermarket has left him with but a few bags of instant noodles, hardly sufficient for anyone. A deep, rumbling voice echoed, accompanied by the undulating waves of water, suggesting that he would not be alone for long. Indeed, what shall we do now, boss? Chapter 26, Discovered? Silence. The leader, Chao Mingwei, shouted impatiently. Take whatever you can. If it comes to it, we could survive on cotton. Upon hearing this, a few individuals paused momentarily. Someone suggested, we have a few bags of instant noodles. Perhaps we should dive down. Those heavier items might be submerged in the water. Chao Mingwei smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Then what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to treat you? With that, several individuals plunged into the water with a splash. Observing this, Ming Ye maneuvered his somewhat cumbersome kayak towards the counter, seeking refuge behind a larger cover. They must not discover his presence. As Ming Ye pushed the kayak forward, he held his breath, feeling his body grow heavier. The entire endeavor was quite taxing. Just as he reached the designated spot, the group arrived near the shelf where Ming Ye had just concealed himself. How peculiar. Where have all the items gone? I have no idea. The supermarket is as clean as if a dog had licked it. Damn it. This is truly bizarre. The group scratched their hairless heads and returned to report back. Upon seeing them return empty-handed, Chow Ming-hui cursed under his breath. You're all useless. Get out of my way. With that, Chow Ming-hui plunged into the water. Underwater, he retrieved several cans of meat. When he surfaced, he thought he saw a foot. With a splash, he quickly resurfaced for air. How could there be a foot? Filled with suspicion, Chow Ming-hui submerged again, but found nothing. The supplies had been nearly exhausted. Puzzled, Chow Ming-hui poked his head above water. A look of confusion in his eyes. Could I have been mistaken? What are you talking about, boss? Let us hurry up and leave. Yes. If the water continues to rise, we won't be able to escape. Hearing this, Chow Ming-hui nodded, and the group departed in their speedboat. They had not anticipated having such equipment. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Ming Ye was breathing heavily. That was close. He had narrowly avoided detection. In these times, being discovered while hoarding supplies is far from advantageous. Moments ago, to conceal his presence, Ming Ye had deflated his kayak. Seizing the opportunity as the water level surged, he reinflated the kayak. He then placed his hands behind his back, tossing the supplies onto the kayak and paddling back swiftly. Along the way, he encountered a few others diving, all of whom were kindred spirits, and they exchanged no words. Before long, Ming Ye reached the lower level. Li Wanhua had been waiting there early on. Upon seeing Ming Ye, she quickly grabbed his large backpack. Neither spoke, and they quietly ascended the stairs. After several trips back and forth, they finally closed the door. Upon returning to the room, Li Wanhua promptly served Ming Ye a pot of ginger tea. Drink this quickly to ward off the chill. I felt that the water level had risen again today, which is why I waited outside for you. Ming Ye took a sip from the cup in Li Wanhua's hand, feeling warmth enveloping him. He nodded, estimating that the tornado would cease by tomorrow, rendering further outings unnecessary. In the next moment, as if struck by a thought, Ming Ye turned to Li Wanhua and inquired, what became of those individuals sent by the government? Were they provided with supplies? Hearing this, Li Wanhua hesitated, her expression tinged with uncertainty. They don't seem to be government personnel. Ming Ye's countenance shifted dramatically. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Wanhua quickly added, it's merely my impression. It just doesn't feel quite right. Feeling perplexed, Ming Ye pressed, what have you discovered? As soon as they entered, they headed straight into the homes of those who opened their doors and never reemerged. How long have they been inside? Li Wanhua hesitated momentarily, glancing at the clock on the wall before replying, approximately half an hour. Half an hour? What supplies could take that long? Could it be that they are not government officials at all? One must not underestimate the human heart in times of despair. At this juncture, all they can do is reinforce their doors. We cannot venture outside. Turn off all the lights in the house. The power supply is already fully charged. As for the other weapons, they remain aboard that ocean-going vessel. No one would divert their attention to that ship. However, this building may not be entirely safe. Ming Ye hastily selected a room to store the salvage supplies, meticulously unpacking and categorizing everything. He was too preoccupied to consider rest. Together with Li Wanhua, they worked diligently, the synergy of their efforts proving fruitful. Li Wanhua's organizational skills were remarkable. She transformed many bulky items into neatly arranged shapes with her adept hands. After approximately an hour had passed, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Li Wanhua and Ming Ye exchanged a glance, a mere moment of understanding passing between them. Ming Ye reassured the woman beside him. Stay here and guard Shao Qi. I am eager to discover what manner of beings these individuals are. With that, he strode toward the living room, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist. The last time he had wielded it was to instill a sense of deterrence. However, he was uncertain of the nature of the newcomers. Cautiously, Ming Ye leaned towards the peephole to gaze outside, only to find none other than Jiang Wenwu, a resident of 741. Could it be that he had secured a letter of allegiance in such a short span of time? Ming Ye acted swiftly, opening the door and pulling him inside. Dressed casually, with an expression of indifference, he asked, "Have you managed to procure the supplies?" "Of course." Jiang Wenwu, having spoken, directly retrieved 2 syringes from his pocket. Ming Ye did not refuse and took the items into his hands for a brief examination. "Are these antibiotics?" he inquired. "Indeed, this is merely a modest gift for our meeting." Jiang Wenwu responded enthusiastically, making a gesture as if to draw from his waist. However, Ming Ye, perhaps reacting instinctively, swiftly raised his pistol. Jiang Wenwu, startled, opened his hands in surprise. "What are you doing?" Realizing his reaction was somewhat excessive, Ming Ye furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you intend to use?" "A bone saw," Jiang Wenwu replied. "In this post-apocalyptic world, it delivers a swift and silent strike." Observing that Jiang Wenwu's expression bore no trace of deceit, Ming Ye took a deep breath and lowered his weapon. "Do you think everyone is as formidable as you, capable of obtaining a firearm? A bone saw is quite sufficient. See if it feels comfortable in your grip." Despite Jiang Wenwu's imposing stature, he was quite astute when it came to matters at hand, understanding that in a world ravaged by chaos, weapons were of utmost importance. Chapter 27. The disguised government personnel truly wield a sharp blade. Ming Ye's gaze fell upon the boning knife, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Now, shall we consider collaborating?" Jiang Wenwu smiled broadly, resembling a cunning fox. After a prolonged silence, Ming Ye, with a cold demeanor, replied, "I shall contemplate it further." "What? Is there still need for consideration?" A flicker of reluctance danced in Jiang Wenwu's eyes. As a distinguished retired soldier, did he not merit an alliance with Ming Ye? Observing his expression, Ming Ye scratched his head and clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I merely need to ponder a bit longer." "Oh, by the way, are you familiar with the group downstairs?" "Yes. I sought you out to discuss this matter." Jiang Wenwu awkwardly interjected. "I observed them from upstairs. They do not resemble government officials." Ming Ye appeared somewhat pensive. "Then what do you think they resemble?" Jiang Wenwu lowered his head, obscuring his expression. "They resemble robbers." It is rare to encounter someone who speaks plainly with intelligent individuals. Ming Ye shrugged in affirmation. They indeed did not appear to be government personnel. "The first wave has been inside for over half an hour with no signs of activity. It is likely that those within are in grave peril. What shall we do now?" Jiang Wenwu's gaze grew increasingly troubled. Ming Ye remained rational. "Let us assess the situation before acting. There are around 6 or 7 of them, and with so many charging in, we would only suffer losses." Jiang Wenwu hesitated, wanting to voice something, but ultimately nodded. "Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Oh, by the way, do you possess a satellite phone? Let's exchange numbers." Jiang Wenwu said to Ming Ye with enthusiasm. Ming Ye responded, "I do." "Excellent. Then I shall add you." After exchanging contacts, future communications would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Before parting ways, Ming Ye furrowed his brow and asked Jiang Wenwu, "Did you have a substantial stockpile of supplies prior?" Upon hearing Ming Ye's inquiry, a complex expression flickered in Jiang Wenwu's eyes. Yet, having decided to form an alliance, he knew he must be forthcoming. He nodded at Ming Ye, confessing, "I am an apocalyptic enthusiast and have hoarded numerous supplies at home." "Very well, but your provisions will inevitably run out." In the next moment, Ming Ye handed him several boxes of ready-to-eat meals. "Take these back and give them a try." "I cannot accept your antibiotics without offering something in return," Ming Ye stated bluntly. Jiang Wenwu gazed at Ming Ye and nodded vigorously. Before the calamity, he could still order takeout, but lately, he had not tasted meat in ages. To him, these ready-made meals appeared utterly delectable. "I have decided to befriend you. If you venture out in the future, do take me along. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths." Ming Ye did not decline, responding, "Very well. It shall be agreed upon." After bidding farewell to Jiang Wenwu, Ming Ye silently observed the movements below through his binoculars. After a few minutes, a commotion arose from the 4th floor. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully kicked open. 2 men clad in orange clothing emerged, hauling a plethora of supplies. Huh, who would have thought that food would no longer be a concern? Who could have imagined that 2 bags of flour lay hidden within the home? In this apocalyptic era, one who still harbors thoughts of hoarding deserves punishment. As Ming Ye listened to their conversation, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. It was evident that they were masquerading as government officials, exploiting the guise of aiding disaster victims, when in reality, they were merely there to pilfer resources. For the next few hours, the entire building echoed with cries and shouts. Ultimately, on the 5th floor, they encountered Zhang Dehai and Zhang Ting. Since Li Dayong's demise, Zhang Ting had been following Zhang Dehai, not for any other reason but the need for sustenance. "Oh, dear gentlemen, I implore you, spare me." Zhang Dehai, who had previously exuded arrogance, now adopted a submissive demeanor. However, the man in orange merely tapped the back of his blade against Zhang Dehai's face. "What reason do you have for me to spare you?" In an instant, Zhang Dehai had a stroke of brilliance. He thrust Zhang Ting, who was also kneeling beside him, forward. Brother, this is my woman, a gift for you." Zhang Ting, thrust into the spotlight, wore an expression of disbelief. "What the hell? What do you take her for?" "Ah, not bad. She appears to be a beauty." The man in orange lewdly caressed Zhang Ting's face. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance at life." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dehai could hardly contain his gratitude. Shortly thereafter, aside from Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu, the rooms of the 2 elderly residents were the only ones left untouched. The rest had been thoroughly ransacked by these 6 individuals. The group ascended to the 9th floor once more, knocking on the door but receiving no response. "Boss, we can't get to the 9th floor." The men, initially intent on prying the door open, were met with an electric shock instead. "What? Zhang Dehai, what is happening here?" The leader, Hui Zhuoming, glared menacingly at Zhang Dehai. "This doesn't make sense. The 9th floor should be unoccupied, right? But there is a household on the 3rd floor. They have an abundance of supplies." At that moment, an idea seemed to strike Zhang Dehai like lightning, and he grinned maliciously. Finally, he had caught a glimpse of an opportunity to eliminate Ming Ye. What kind of people could possess such a wealth of resources? In response, Zhang Dehai began to sow discord. "Forget about the room. He even has a gun. What? Truly audacious." Hui Zhuoming feigned outrage, but inwardly he was elated. If he were to acquire that gun, who could possibly stand against him in the future? Hui Zhuoming shot a glance at Zhang Dehai, his tone icy. "Then lead the way, you dim-witted fool." Naturally, upon hearing this, Zhang Dehai was overwhelmed with joy. One might think he had single-handedly vanquished Ming Ye. All right. Immediately, Zhang Dehai began to eagerly lead the way. At that moment, the water level on the 3rd floor had risen to the chest of an adult male. Hui Zhuoming, growing increasingly impatient, muttered, "Can anyone still be inside?" Zhang Dehai cast a glance at Ming Ye's door and patted his chest. Then, with unwavering confidence, he declared, "Rest assured, he is undoubtedly inside." Previously, they had attempted to pry open Ming Ye's door, but it had proven utterly resistant. Now, with a considerable amount of water at their disposal, how could they not expect Ming Ye to comply and open the door? Moreover, with so many people gathered, even a single axe strike would suffice to cleave the door open. "Let us proceed to knock. Should he refuse to answer, we shall force our way in." At this moment, Zhang Dehai felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. Upon hearing his words, Zhai Zhuoming nodded and gestured to the individuals behind him. "Let's begin the assault." Before long, the aging iron gate of Ming Ye's residence began to bend under the relentless blows until a gap appeared. The door, after all, had seen better days and could not withstand such vigorous onslaught, especially since Ming Ye had not taken any defensive measures. Chapter 28. Entering the inner sanctum. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the axe smashing against the door echoed in Zhang Dehai's ears. A smug grin crept across his lips. "Ha ha ha, keep smashing. That person must be inside." The few individuals in front continued their relentless assault. After approximately half an hour, they finally broke the door open completely. In an instant, a torrent of water surged into the room. For caution's sake, Hui Zhuoming nudged Zhang Dehai's waist. "You go in first." He cast a glance at the items held by the others behind him and, with no other choice, stepped forward. After just a few strides, He realized that the plump woman had mentioned the small vegetables on the balcony. Where had they gone? Damn it. Ming Ye, get out here. Emboldened by a newfound confidence, Zhang Dehai grew increasingly brash. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door on the left. To his dismay, the room was completely empty, not a single thing in sight. Undeterred, Zhang Dehai kicked open another door, revealing only a few blankets, still pristine and untouched. Staring at this scene, Zhang Dehai was utterly bewildered. Where is Ming Ye? Hui Zhuoming, moving leisurely into the room, scanned the area but found none of the supplies he had mentioned. Where is everything? Where is Ming Ye? Do you think I'm playing games with you? In a fit of rage, Hui Zhuoming hurled a ceramic water cup at Zhang Dehai's head. Damn it! How dare you trick me? No, Ming Ye is definitely here, along with a mother and daughter. Zhang Dehai stammered in panic, but the room was already devoid of life. Hui Zhuoming seized Zhang Dehai by the neck, his voice cold and menacing. If we can't find the supplies, you will die here today. Please, brother. I'll go find them right now. Meanwhile, Ming Ye peered through the crack in the door with binoculars, taking in the situation below. Observing Zhang Dehai, she couldn't help but reflect on her past self. Fortunately, everything was still salvageable. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, Li Wanhua anxiously inquired behind Ming Ye. What should we do now? If we remain still, we might be discovered. If we make a sound, it will attract those people, and we'll be doomed. Caught in a dilemma, Ming Ye instinctively thought of the worst-case scenario. Clearly, this place was no longer safe. They needed to leave at the earliest opportunity. Leave? A look of surprise crossed Li Wanhua's face. Where can we go? A woman with a 6-year-old girl. It's far too conspicuous. The key issue was their unfamiliarity with the area. Ming Ye's gaze darkened as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. If we don't leave, we might end up dead here. Ultimately, Li Wanhua relented. You saved our lives. If you choose to go, we won't utter a word. All right, let me think it over. At that moment, Ming Ye found herself engulfed in indecision. What should she do? Which path would lead to their salvation? On the 5th floor, at Zhang Dehai's residence, Zhang Dehai was kneeling on the ground, pouring water for several individuals, exuding an air of servility and obsequiousness. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting sat comfortably in the embrace of Hui Zhuoming, her face devoid of any impatience, even displaying a hint of deliberate flattery. Pray tell, what transpired with Ming Ye last night? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehai swiftly seized the opportunity to speak. He embellished the account. Kneeling as he recounted, Ming Ye confiscated a substantial amount of provisions from the residents in the building, refusing to relinquish them and resorting to violence. Especially since he possesses a firearm, we are quite helpless. With this narrative, Zhang Dehai crafted himself into a paragon of virtue. Sensing an opportunity to disparage Ming Ye, Zhang Ting immediately wrapped her arms around Hui Zhuoming's neck, feigning distress as she remarked, "Oh, that man is utterly revolting. He nearly attempted to assault me. Fortunately, I managed to escape in time. Otherwise, I sob. Zhang Ting, possessing a modicum of beauty, had initially demanded an exorbitant bride price. Hearing her words, Hui Zhuoming erupted in anger, slamming his palm against the table. How outrageous! Where is he now? Sensing the success of his machinations, Zhang Dehai quickly speculated. I believe he must still be in the building, but I have no idea which unit. With this torrential rain, he surely cannot escape. Very well. I shall deal with him tomorrow. The following morning, Ming Ye rose early to exercise, sensing that a significant event was bound to unfold that day. Shortly thereafter, Li Wanhua prepared breakfast, the aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes wafting through the room. Wow, it smells delightful, Xiao Qi exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Having not tasted fresh vegetables in quite some time, Ming Ye felt his appetite surge, even Xiao Qi indulging in an entire bowl of rice. After their meal, Ming Ye secured Xiao Qi and Li Wanhua in the innermost room, reminding them sternly, if I don't return to open the door, do not venture out. Li Wanhua understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Thus, Ming Ye gripped his firearm tightly, took a key, and locked the rooftop door before stealthily making his way to Jiang Wenwu's residence. Knock, knock, knock. 2 short knocks followed by 1 long. This was the secret signal established between Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu. In an instant, Jiang Wenwu pulled Ming Ye inside. What brings you here? It's perilous outside, and you dare to come? Jiang Wenwu was already somewhat aware of the events that transpired downstairs the previous day, though he had not anticipated Ming Ye's uninvited arrival today. It's nothing. I have a gun. Ming Ye frowned, revealing the firearm in his possession. If danger arises, I doubt we can remain on the 9th floor. What are your plans? Jiang Wenwu glanced at the handgun in Ming Ye's hand, his expression betraying a mix of complex emotions. Ming Ye, however, shrugged nonchalantly. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall block it. My destiny is solely within my own grasp. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu nodded emphatically. And what about you? Do you have any new insights? Ming Ye inquired tentatively. To my knowledge, the leader of that group seems to be named Hui Zhuoming, accompanied by 5 others. These 6 individuals are notorious criminals, all entrenched in Zhang Dehai's residence. Truly a nest of vipers. Zhang Dehai was well aware of the misdeeds he had perpetrated against Ming Ye. He merely chose to refrain from intervening, curious to observe how Ming Ye would resolve the situation. Given these circumstances, Ming Ye was not particularly astonished. With Li Dayong's demise, Zhang Dehai naturally assumed control of the building. Lastly, Ming Ye spoke contemplatively. If we were to venture out together, what do you estimate our chances of success to be? Jiang Wenwu pondered for a moment before replying. 40%. The disparity between both parties is indeed rather significant. Chapter 29. Sanctuary Beneath the Apocalypse, Fear Not. It is indeed possible for 2 individuals to carve a path through adversity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Dehai was eagerly preparing to ascend the stairs and probe the reality of the situation. Undoubtedly, after yesterday's exploration, he harbored grave suspicions that Ming Ye was residing on the upper floors. Are you certain that Ming Ye and his companions are upstairs? I am certain. Zhang Dehai replied with a sycophantic smile. Rest assured, I will surely unearth them. Upon hearing this, Hui Zhuoming nodded slightly, not out of faith in Zhang Dehai, but because they found themselves devoid of alternatives. Very well, you may take 2 individuals upstairs first. Understood. With that, Zhang Dehai hurriedly ascended the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time. He initially targeted the 7th floor. What if that elderly couple was aiding Ming Ye? Li Dayong had perished here. He could not afford to let those 2 escape. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from below. Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu exchanged glances. At the door stood an elderly couple, seemingly harmless. Ming Ye pressed his lips together, his gaze tinged with a hint of obscurity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's expression grew increasingly solemn. Should we go down now? He deferred the decision to Ming Ye. Ming Ye offered a bitter smile. Do we truly possess the luxury of choice? Very well, let us descend. Jiang Wenwu cast a glance at him. All right. Slowly, Ming Ye withdrew his firearm from his waist and chambered around. The elderly couple downstairs seemed to have taken Ming Ye's warnings to heart, as they had not opened the door for Zhang Dehai and his companions. Zhang Dehai raised his axe and struck the iron door without hesitation. Damn it! Those 2 old codgers, why won't you open the door? Are you attempting to deceive us? The 2 men clad in orange behind him bore expressions of confusion. Zhang Dehai, with righteous indignation, proclaimed, How could that possibly be? Come and lend a hand. There must be provisions within that old couple's home. Seeing this, the 2 men exchanged glances before beginning to hack at the door with their axes. However, this door had been specially modified by Ming Ye, rendering it impervious to their efforts. We could always break through the wall, Zhang Dehai exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he conceived a nefarious plan. Just as they were preparing to execute this scheme, a resounding bang echoed. The door above swung open. Zhang Dehai, it seems that in the absence of Tiger in the Mountain, the monkey claims kingship, Jiang Wenwu remarked. At that moment, Zhang Dehai perked up his ears. Casting a hesitant glance at Jiang Wenwu above, his eyes betraying astonishment. You're still alive? Why wouldn't I be? Jiang Wenwu replied, hands on his hips. Zhang Dehai had initially surmised that Jiang Wenwu had been absent, perhaps on a mission elsewhere. Little did he know, Jiang had been hiding in his home all along. Zhang Dehai was no fool. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. You have provisions? No, you must have provisions. It has been quite some time since Jiang Wenwu emerged. And to everyone's surprise, he is still alive. Surely, his family must possess ample provisions. Indeed, I never claimed otherwise. A wicked smile crept across Jiang Wen's lips as he covered his mouth. Unexpectedly, chaos ensued. Don't move. Everyone get down. Hands on your heads. A group of individuals clad in black tactical gear suddenly appeared within the building. Hearing this, Ming Ye quietly closed the door upstairs. He recalled having heard something similar in his previous life. The nation had dispatched troops. These individuals executed numerous wrongdoers with real firearms. Just then, Ming Ye seemed to remember something. He swiftly grabbed a pair of binoculars and peered out the window. Indeed, he spotted numerous soldiers in black uniforms aboard several assault boats. Who are you? Zhang Dahai muttered, bewilderment evident in his eyes. Silence. Ultimately, several individuals were taken away by the military personnel. Jiang Wenwu witnessed the entire scene and presented his officer's badge to the soldiers. The military, without further ado, escorted back Zhuo Ming and Zhang Dahai. Upon returning to the room, Jiang Wenwu's heart raced like thunder. Oh my goodness, that nearly scared me to death. Thank goodness you didn't come out, he exclaimed, gulping down a large glass of water, a hint of panic still flickering in his gaze. According to their plan, Ming Ye was supposed to go out and shoot just moments ago. Fortunately, he stayed inside. Otherwise, the military would have turned him into a sieve. It's fine. I didn't anticipate their swift arrival. Ming Ye murmured. Jiang Wenwu set down his glass of water, his expression bewildered. What did you say? Nothing. They're cooking upstairs. Would you like to join for a bite? Absolutely. I couldn't ask for more. It was already morning, and Jiang Wenwu hadn't had a warm meal yet. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. To his astonishment, there were also stir-fried potatoes with lao ganma. Goodness, what kind of divine life are you living? Li Wanhua emerged from the room, her smile gentle. I've added another dish, cold seaweed salad. Now, hurry and sit down to eat. Thus, by noon, Jiang Wenwu savored his breakfast contentedly. The meal was simple, yet for Jiang Wenwu, the sturdy black-skinned soldier, tears of joy nearly welled in his eyes. After over 20 days, he finally had a proper meal. He rubbed his pleasantly full belly, feeling as though his vitality had been restored. Ming Ye, I'm sticking with you from now on. Ming Ye waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of calm. Rest assured, the two conversed while they ate. Oh, by the way, those soldiers mentioned a temporary shelter. Should we go tomorrow? There should be supplies at the shelter. We could give it a try. Ming Ye quickly shoveled down a couple more bites of food. Indeed, I have heard that several floating corpses have been recovered. This matter does not concern you, does it? Jiang Wenwu inquired tentatively. Ming Ye paused in his dining actions, his posture stiffening. Observing the rigidity of Ming Ye, Jiang Wenwu hastily sought to ease the tension. Even if it were related, it would not be a cause for concern. Primarily, they are unlikely to uncover anything significant. It is of no consequence. Ming Ye interjected. At this, Jiang Wenwu released a sigh of relief, remarking, that is good. We can set out early tomorrow morning. Perhaps we might find the supplies we require. Very well. Thus, the two agreed to meet at 7 o'clock the following morning. Before retiring for the night, Ming Ye set an alarm for 6. After all, one must rise early to engage in physical exercise. Life is unceasing, and so too must be our pursuit of movement. Chapter 30. The department store at 6 o'clock the next morning, the sound of bells rang out. Ming Ye rubbed his sleepy eyes and, as usual, got up to wash up. Just as he was about to start his morning exercise, Li Wanhua emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food. Let's eat first. Upon seeing this, Ming Ye suppressed his surprise and quietly took a seat at the table. Observing Ming Ye's expression, Li Wanhua sighed with a smile. I cannot offer you much assistance, but I can prepare breakfast for you. Today, there will undoubtedly be many people at the shelter, so please be cautious. Ming Ye did not refuse her kindness and nodded in agreement. All right, we have everything we need at home. I'll bring back some flour. After finishing breakfast, Ming Ye knocked on Jiang Wenwu's door at exactly 7 o'clock. Upon entering, he noticed Jiang Wenwu's slightly haggard face. What's wrong? Jiang Wenwu, putting on a pair of shorts, replied helplessly, I didn't sleep well last night. He then retrieved a loaf of bread that was on the verge of expiring from the corner. Seeing his pitiful state, Ming Ye handed him a box. Jiang Wenwu took the box and asked, "What is this?" As he opened the lid, his eyes sparkled with surprise. "Tomato and egg rice." To this, Ming Ye merely touched his nose nonchalantly. He then spoke with a grave tone, "Hurry up and eat. We need to leave." After a while, the two finished their meal. And after a bit of tidying up, it was already 8 o'clock. Downstairs, numerous inflatable boats had gathered. The two casually boarded one and set off towards the rescue station. Along the way, thanks to Jiang Wenwu's connections, they gathered a wealth of information. It turned out that the items at the rescue station were not free. The rescue building was divided into 4 floors, with the top floor being a supermarket for aid. "Are the items expensive?" Jiang Wenwu asked tentatively. A mocking smile curled at the corners of the soldier's lips as he nodded. "Of course, we are not engaged in charity." Upon hearing this, Ming Ye felt that something was amiss, but he chose not to say anything further. Upon arrival, they found themselves amidst a throng of people. A glance revealed a sea of heads densely packed together. "We aren't going to have to compete with so many people for supplies, are we?" Jiang Wenwu's lips twitched, his eyes reflecting surprise. "I don't know. Let us assess the situation first." This place indeed seemed to be in high demand. It was said that some had queued up the previous night. Unfortunately, there was a group of armed individuals nearby, and few dared to take advantage of the chaos. By 9 o'clock, people began to be allowed entry in an orderly fashion. Seizing the moment, Ming Ye quickly pulled Jiang Wenwu to join the line. They waited for over 2 hours before it was finally their turn. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast shopping area filled with people, where speed was of the essence. Damn it, with so many people, how are 2 grown men supposed to compete? As the conversation unfolded, the elderly lady who had initially entered the store began frantically emptying the shelves. Before she could continue her actions, someone nearby intervened. "Ma'am, this is a limited purchase," they exclaimed. "Moreover, a bag of flour costs 2,000 yuan. Do you possess such funds?" The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback by this remark and shouted in disbelief, "What? Why not just steal 2,000 yuan?" Indeed, the purchasing limits were quite stringent. Each individual was permitted to acquire a maximum of 5 kilograms of food, and purchases had to correspond with their identification documents. Retired military personnel typically enjoyed a limit of 10 kilograms, and the prices were relatively reasonable. Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu conferred and ultimately decided they would procure a total of 15 kilograms. "Let's start with rice and flour. These staples are the most filling," Ming Ye suggested. Jiang Wenwu nodded in agreement, and they proceeded with their purchases. Fortunately, Jiang Wenwu's military ID proved advantageous, allowing them to buy together for approximately 2,000 yuan. However, the quality of the flour was rather mediocre, likely not even reaching a 4-star rating. At present, the renminbi still held some value, but in the foreseeable future, it might be worthless even for kindling. "Shall we consider purchasing an inflatable boat?" Jiang Wenwu inquired, aware that Ming Ye owned a kayak but worried it might break someday, rendering the investment futile. But upon glancing at the price tag, he exclaimed, "Goodness, 100,000 yuan. Why not just steal it? My word, how can this be so expensive? Who would actually buy it?" Unexpectedly, the next moment, someone boldly threw down 100,000 yuan to purchase the inflatable boat. "I'll take it. Wrap it up for me." After exhausting their rice and flour quota, they wandered towards the pickled vegetable section. The renowned Lao Ganma, often dubbed the god of preserved vegetables, had skyrocketed in price by 100-fold. "Why is this so exorbitant?" they exclaimed as the queue outside grew longer, and the voices of sales personnel echoed within the store, urging, "Hurry up, you have 5 minutes left." Upon hearing this, the light in Ming Ye's eyes dimmed unconsciously. Watching the bewildered faces of the crowd outside, he couldn't help but recall his past life. Upon exiting the mall, Ming Ye planned to glance towards the rescue station. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wenwu grasped Ming Ye's arm, his expression revealing confusion. "I want to check the rescue station," Ming Ye replied. "I'll accompany you. I have nothing else to do." With time still on their side, Ming Ye nodded. However, as they stepped outside, an ominous premonition crept into Ming Ye's heart. He had called Li Qinshe before the apocalypse. Why hadn't he received a call for himself? Realizing this, a sense of urgency gripped him. He promptly dialed the satellite phone in his possession. Beep, beep. Hello. Who is this? A man answered, and the unfamiliar voice sent a shiver down Ming Ye's spine. Who are you? He inquired, his gaze piercing. The voice on the other end suddenly sounded flustered. The next moment, it was the sound of a hung-up call. Who did you call? Jiang Wenwu stood by, hesitant to speak. Ming Ye understood all too well that something had undoubtedly happened to Li Qingshu, a person who had shown me kindness. What should we do now? Jiang Wenwu was also a bit flustered. It's all right. Her phone is here with me, equipped with satellite positioning. With that, Ming Ye activated his smart wristwatch. With a few swift taps, the location of the satellite phone appeared on the watch. What a coincidence! It was precisely at the relief station they were about to reach. How fortuitous! Even Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but express a small exclamation. Let's hurry. With that, Ming Ye rushed off with Jiang Wenwu towards the relief station. Throughout the journey, Ming Ye's mind was a tumult of thoughts. He feared that Li Qingshu might encounter some misfortune. Indeed, he was afraid. Chapter 31. The disappearance of Li Qingshu in his previous life, he owed his survival to the benevolence of Li Qingshu. Without her assistance, how could he have endured for so long? In this life, with better circumstances at his disposal, he resolved to extend his hand to others in need. After approximately an hour, the two finally arrived at the shelter. The entrance to the refuge was not easily accessible. Fortunately, they had Jiang Wenwu with them. Ming Ye patted Jiang Wenwu on the shoulder, his gaze sincere. I truly appreciate your help this time. No need to mention it. I should be thanking you instead. We are friends, so let us not be so formal, Jiang Wenwu replied. Given the current situation, it was indeed inappropriate to maintain any pretense of formality. Ming Ye nodded solemnly. A great favor should not go unacknowledged. I shall treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. That sounds wonderful. Jiang Wenwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have been waiting for you to say that. Upon reaching the shelter, Ming Ye checked the position of the satellite phone on his watch and proceeded toward a tent. Is anyone there? He knocked on the tent, and a gruff voice responded from within. Who is it? Don't disturb my sleep. I am looking for Li Qingshu. The occupant of the tent hesitated momentarily before stammering. Li Qingshu? I've never heard of her. At this, a smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Ming Ye's mouth. Have you never heard of her? Or do you simply choose not to? The man's deep voice suggested he was likely a seasoned smoker. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming Ye flung open the tent flap and strode inside. Who are you? The man's complexion turned ashen. I don't know any Li Qingshu. You must have the wrong person. Is that so? Jiang Wenwu stepped forward, revealing his sturdy chest. The man furrowed his brow, finally sensing something was amiss. He lowered his tone. I swear, gentlemen, I truly have not seen this Li Qingshu. Feeling a foreboding sense, Ming Ye swiftly produced his phone and showed the man a picture of Li Qingshu. These are from her previous social media posts. Li Qingshu, naturally beautiful and minimally edited, was easily recognizable. The man hesitated, his expression conflicted as he shook his head. I've never seen her. Ming Ye's expression darkened as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his bag. He lit one and offered it to the man. After a moment of reluctance, the man began to stammer an explanation. The girl you're looking for, she is quite beautiful and has a remarkably kind heart, right? Jiang Wenwu nodded emphatically. That young lady has gotten herself into trouble. Why? Ming Ye's voice instinctively sharpened. The man exhaled a cloud of smoke as he spoke. That girl has too much food on her hands, and she has attracted the wrong kind of attention. With the recent floods, there have even been reports of violence in some areas. Clenching his fists, Ming Ye felt the tension rise. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Wenwu quickly tugged at Ming Ye's sleeve. Let us inquire further. It is not too late to express our indignation. The man muttered, furrowing his brow in recollection. Ah, yes. At that time, she was accompanied by her parents. This family of three seemed to be among the earliest arrivals at the shelter. However, the man trailed off mid-sentence, causing Ming Ye to grow increasingly anxious. What is it? She exclaimed. It's just that the young lady possesses an exceptionally kind heart, and I truly wish I didn't have to say this. At that time, her tent provided refuge for a family, only to have them unceremoniously expelled. Helplessly, the three of them spent several days outside until they were finally rescued by the relief team. As he recounted the final moments, Ming Ye's fists clenched tightly, the veins in her hands protruding. Presently, shelters are divided by region. The residents of the villa area should have been accommodated at the elegant hotel. The fury in Ming Ye's gaze was palpable. One can only imagine how that family endured those last few days. Amidst torrential downpours, they were turned away so callously. How could such shameless individuals exist? Perhaps sensing Ming Ye's wrath, Jiang Wenwu could not help but recoil slightly and asked, "What shall we do now?" The thought of Li Qinshi's family's plight filled Ming Ye with rage. She felt compelled to seek justice for them, particularly since it was she who had warned Li Qinshi before the impending disaster. As the one who had been saved in a previous life by her benefactor, Ming Ye could not remain passive. I must see what sort of nefarious beings they are. Very well, I shall accompany you. They boldly strode towards the tent. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Wenwu promptly kicked the tent and shouted, "Get out here now." After a considerable wait without response, Jiang Wenwu, frustrated with a lack of compliance, resorted to force. He raised his hoe and brought it down with a decisive blow, ripping a gash in the tent. The two of them, possessing great strength, surged inside. There, they encountered a couple, still in slumber, who blinked in bewilderment. "Who are you two? Why are you in our home?" Ming Ye surveyed the interior and noticed a nearby inflatable boat, along with ample medical supplies and a complete stock of grains and oils. Notably, there were also 2 extreme cold-weather suits, which Ming Ye had specifically instructed Li Qinshe to purchase. What the devil? Are these people vampires? They are nothing but parasites. In the next moment, an incongruous voice interrupted from behind them. "Who are you two? Why are you at our doorstep?" A couple in their 60s, accompanied by a young boy of about 7 or 8, approached from the adjacent open space, fishing gear in hand. The familiar fishing equipment caused Ming Ye to frown instinctively. He possessed several identical sets aboard his vessel. In an instant, Ming Ye seized the old man's collar. "What do you intend to do? Is no law left?" The elderly woman immediately let out a piercing scream. Jiang Wenwu swiftly restrained the small boy beside him. "Mom, Dad, save me." The little boy, terrified, began to wail, and the air was permeated with the unmistakable scent of urine. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he had lost control due to fright. The couple promptly rose from the bed, their eyes betraying a trace of anger. They then began to cry out in desperation, "Help! Someone is trying to kill us. Someone is trying to kill us." Witnessing this, Ming Ye displayed no hint of fear on his face. Instead, he responded with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Why not continue your cries? Let us see if the charge of murder rests more lightly upon me, or if you, in your avarice, have driven an entire family into the abyss of death." His words rendered the opposing family speechless. Even the child instinctively ceased his cries. Chapter 32. The innate malevolence of humanity, a profound silence enveloped the air, as if even the sound of a needle dropping could be discerned. Do not be deceived by the innocence of children, mere 6 or 7 years of age. In the face of an apocalypse, their humanity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The brighter their smiles, the darker their hearts. Some children are inherently wicked. They may appear to jest with you, yet they harbor the intent to stab you in the back. In her previous life, Ming Ye had witnessed this firsthand. "What do you want?" shouted the woman in her early 30s, her freckled face shadowed with anger as she directed her ire at Ming Ye and her companion. "Nothing much. We merely wish to inquire about a certain individual. Do you know Li Qinshe?" At this, the woman's gaze flickered with unease before she resolutely declared, "I have never seen her. I told you, I don't know that woman. Leave at once, or I shall call the police." Ming Ye, observing her reaction, allowed a mocking smile to grace her lips. "Never seen her? How do you know she is a woman? You think you could just guess?" The woman's evasive response clearly indicated her guilt. In an instant, Ming Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Wenwu. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful electric shock upon the woman. "Speak the truth." The young boy behind them, witnessing his mother in distress, shrieked and lunged to bite Jiang Wenwu's arm. However, Ming Ye swiftly delivered a forceful kick to the boy's abdomen. With a loud thud, the boy was propelled against a nearby tree supporting a tent, leaving him dazed and disoriented, several of his teeth having fallen out in the process. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, Ming Ye struck him again. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humanity. Despite the disheveled state of the adults, the boy was well-groomed, clearly the recipient of all the family's treats. Under the barrage of slaps, the boy showed no sign of remorse, continuing to spew foul language. Why don't you just tell me what I want to know? Otherwise, I swear I will end you. He threatened. I curse your soul to descend to the 18th level of hell. Seeing no hint of repentance, Ming Ye left several marks on his thigh with a firm grip. At such a tender age, you already speak filth. It is evident that, despite his youth, he is fully aware of the situation and may even be complicit in it. As the elderly woman, the boy's grandmother, witnessed her grandson being so brutally treated, she would not stand idly by. She immediately began to wail, "Oh, the injustice! 2 young ruffians have come to our home to rob and kill." Annoyed by her cries, Ming Ye impatiently dug at her ears. Before she could speak, Jiang Wenwu understood the unspoken command and seized the old woman's hair, delivering a few swift kicks to non-lethal but painful areas. What a farce! The old woman is quite adept at extorting others. What if she manages to swindle him? Jiang Wenwu clenched his fists, and the elderly lady immediately resorted to tears. After dealing with these individuals, Ming Ye's fierce gaze locked onto that man. "I may not take a life, but should any misfortune befall you, I shall ensure your entire family pays the price." His words served as a formidable deterrent. Subsequently, Ming Ye gathered some essential items they required, including but not limited to clothing belonging to Li Qinshe. As he organized the belongings, the room descended into chaos. Just as they were about to leave, the woman attempted to intervene, only to be sent flying by Jiang Wenwu's kick. "Damn it! Do not assume that I will hesitate simply because you are a woman." He then coerced the man and found a key in a drawer. Now, they would not need to purchase a speedboat. However, the speedboat was indeed significant for that family. The old woman tried to advance once more, prompting Ming Ye to brandish a bone knife. The blade gleamed ominously under the sunlight. "If you are unafraid of death, feel free to come closer." Ming Ye's tone was devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, none dared to approach further. As they departed, Ming Ye cast a fleeting glance at the woman before unceremoniously tossing the couple aside. With a resounding splash, the water erupted, accompanied by their terrified screams. The rescue station was situated atop the building, and the depth below was approximately 10 meters. Those who could swim would certainly endure hardships. Surviving would be a feat akin to defying death. Jiang Wenwu. This fellow is truly remarkable. He embodies the spirit of retribution, a modern-day Lu Zhishan. The 2 elderly individuals collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "My son, what a calamity! It's all that woman's fault." Indeed, what possessed her to concoct such a sinister plan? Thus, the 2 of them departed in the speedboat, leaving the couple's fate uncertain, whether they had perished or survived. If they lived, at least they could be dealt with by Li Qinshe. One could only hope that this couple would cease to cause harm. Otherwise, one could only speculate on the fate that awaited them. In this apocalyptic world, murder is not a crime. Regarding the matter of Li Qinshe, Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu deliberated. "Perhaps I should escort you home. I'm unsure of how safe this journey will be." Ming Ye felt a profound sense of trepidation. In his previous life, he had never visited the hotels at those rescue sites and was oblivious to the current situation. Hearing this, Jiang Wenwu patted Ming Ye's shoulder with a serious expression. "I shall accompany you." Ming Ye was taken aback by this declaration. After all, this was the end of the world, not a time for chivalrous ideals. Perhaps he discerned the hesitation in Ming Ye's eyes. Jiang Wenwu chuckled and said, "Oh, you can rest assured. Do you not trust me?" Witnessing this scene, Ming Ye ultimately nodded. He understood the principle that more people equated to more possibilities. Once the 2 arrived at the Qingya Hotel, the crowd was simply overwhelming. It would not be an exaggeration to liken it to the peak hour subway in the capital. "My goodness, there's so many people," Jiang Wenwu exclaimed, his native dialect slipping out in his anxiety, observing the throngs within the hotel. Even Ming Ye found himself unconsciously swallowing hard. Indeed, there were a considerable number of individuals present. Outside, those clad in reflective green vests appeared to be from the aid station. The city system had completely collapsed. Debris and floating bodies littered the water surface. and the air was permeated with an indescribable stench. The two men, Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu, exerted themselves to the utmost to push their way inside, finally gasping for breath after half an hour of struggle. Chapter 33. Settling Li Qinshi's parents. We have arrived, but how do we find them? Ming Ye scanned the surroundings and quickly located the front desk. However, the staff appeared to be quite busy, and the two of them had to wait for approximately half an hour before they could obtain any information. According to the division of areas, they should be on the 16th floor. It is indeed rather overwhelming to think of so many people crammed into one hotel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu nodded in agreement. Well then, let's hasten upstairs to search. The Qingya Hotel is quite expansive, having once been a 5-star establishment, making the task of locating someone rather challenging. Each floor accommodates around 50 to 60 guest rooms. The dimly lit corridors felt particularly oppressive, and their figures stumbled along, risking tripping over various obstacles. Shall we continue ascending like this? Let us proceed for now. Ming Ye panted heavily, as the height of the building was rather daunting, with a total of 38 stories. Reaching the 16th floor was already a considerable achievement. Upon arriving at the 16th floor, Ming Ye entered through the fire escape and was immediately greeted by a pungent scent of sweat. Goodness, this aroma is truly overwhelming. Jiang Wenwu pinched his nose, unable to suppress a small exclamation. Even their previous military barracks had not harbored such an unbearable odor. Ming Ye knocked on door after door, but the sheer number of occupants within each room often made it difficult to discern their conversations. The air was thick with an astonishingly unpleasant odor, and the inhabitants varied widely, including several tattooed men, bare-chested, clearly not the kind to be trifled with. I must say, are all the residents of the villas truly here? Jiang Wenwu's gaze reflected a hint of doubt. Ming Ye sighed quietly. Let us continue searching. We shall find them eventually. As they methodically checked each room, Ming Ye encountered many sorrowful faces. Jiang Wenwu felt a growing anxiety within, yet found himself unable to voice it. After searching through more than 10 rooms, they finally located Li Qinshi's. Li Qinshi's hair appeared dry and lifeless, lacking any luster. She had always been slender, but now she seemed emaciated, resembling mere skin and bones. Ming Ye recognized her at once. Initially, Li Qinshi showed no reaction. It was only when Jiang Wenwu called out loudly a few times that she slowly turned her head. Where her gaze fell upon Ming Ye, her pupils finally focused. Ming Ye, her tears cascaded like pearls from a broken string, rushing into Ming Ye's embrace. You have finally come. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Li Qinshi's expression was haggard, as if she were a soulless, numb being. Upon hearing her words and glancing at the woman in his arms, Ming Ye appeared somewhat at a loss. Jiang Wenwu, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. In a post-apocalyptic setting, it is truly remarkable for a woman to endure and survive after being cast out. After a considerable time had passed, when Li Qinshi's emotions had settled somewhat, Ming Ye led her into a small room at the innermost part of the establishment. This room, being a dressing room, was relatively unoccupied. To afford them some privacy, Jiang Wenwu quietly withdrew. Are you all right? Ming Ye tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Qinshi's eyes brimmed with tears, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. I'm not well, she sobbed, but how did you find me? I went to the shelter and learned you were here at this hotel, Ming Ye replied. Li Qinshu nodded thoughtfully at this revelation. Glancing at the surroundings, Ming Ye pondered briefly before decisively stating, why don't you come with me? We have a 4-room, 3-hall place. You can move in and stay with us. Li Qinshu's expression turned perplexed as she dumbly pointed at Ming Ye. You mean, you all? There's another woman and a child. Ming Ye clarified, perhaps sensing that her explanation lacked clarity. I also helped another woman and her child. They share a room together. Understanding dawned on Li Qinshu. In these extraordinary times, Ming Ye wished to repay the kindness of this benefactor from her past life. Do not hesitate. Come with me, Ming Ye earnestly urged. We have enough food to last 2 to 3 months, and, if necessary, Jiang Wenwu and I can procure more. Ming Ye was sincere and believed in repaying kindness. Furthermore, he was well aware of the anticipated duration of the apocalypse. After all, there was a ship as a safety net. What was there to fear? Li Qingshu, witnessing this scene, wore a stiff smile, but I still have my parents. In the next moment, Ming Ye unhesitatingly patted her shoulder. Rest assured, I could take you all to my ship. This was something you had prepared earlier. Li Qingshu recalled, understanding the implication of his words. Ming Ye had nothing to hide and readily admitted, yes, I can take your entire family aboard. The supplies there are plentiful. My mother mentioned that the first batch of chicks is nearly grown. Perhaps due to the sincerity in Ming Ye's gaze, Li Qingshu's heart began to waver. Then I may have to trouble you, she conceded. Ming Ye chuckled, scratching his head. We are all friends here. There is no need to speak of trouble. If you feel it is an inconvenience, just treat me to a meal in the future. Seeing Ming Ye's straightforwardness, Li Qingshu ceased her reluctance. Jiang Wenwu also expressed no dissent, understanding Ming Ye's capabilities and naturally respecting his intentions. Thus, Li Qingshu boarded the ship with her parents. 5 individuals returned to the residential community where Ming Ye once resided, gently placing Jiang Wenwu down. Upon arriving at the community, Ming Ye swiftly navigated back to his ocean-going vessel aboard a speedboat. The area near the shore was nearly deserted, primarily due to the considerable depth, which could reach 50 to 60 meters. Who would dare venture here? From a distance, Ming Ye spotted his ocean-going ship standing out amidst the surroundings. Fortunately, the location he chose was discreet, making it difficult for the average person to discover. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Ren Xiaoman was tending to her rooftop garden, nurturing fresh cherry tomatoes. Once this batch of tomatoes ripens, she could plant some cucumbers. When her son returns in a few days, they will be able to enjoy fresh vegetables. Ming Hai, seated in a wicker chair, smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, consuming homegrown produce cultivated with organic fertilizer brings peace of mind. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder when his son would return. This child truly gives one cause for concern. Chapter 34. Granny Lu visits the Grandview Garden. There lies a patrol boat. Ren Xiaoman suddenly lifted her head and spotted Ming Ye's vessel. Ming Hai immediately heightened his vigilance, promptly activating the automatic defense mode as per Ming Ye's instructions. I shall initiate it now. Wait, why does that silhouette seem so familiar? Ren Xiaoman gazed intently at the boat below, a hint of perplexity in her eyes. Following her line of sight, Ming Hai unconsciously rubbed his eyes. He then casually picked up the binoculars from the table and glanced downwards. Oh my, is that not our son? Is it? Let me take a look. It truly is our son. Let's hurry to the deck and bring him back. As Ming Ye returned, the elderly couple was filled with joy. At that moment, they could hardly feel fatigue, hastily running to the deck, unfurling 2 large umbrellas, and proceeding to the docking area. The staircase leading to the ocean-going vessel had already been lowered, and Ming Ye, along with the 3 individuals behind him, boarded the ship. Li's father cast a cursory glance at the ocean-going vessel, his expression tinged with curiosity. This place is... Uncle, this is my family's ship. Ming Ye replied with a smile. Hearing this, Li's father appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Such a grand ocean-going vessel belongs to your family? His astonishment made Li Qingshu beside him feel slightly embarrassed. Indeed, Dad, it was Ming Ye who initially advised me to stock up on provisions. Once the ship had docked, Ming Ye helped the 3 individuals aboard the deck. Ren Xiaoman and Ming Hai had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing 4 people arrive, although surprised, they still extended their umbrellas. Noticing the newcomers, Ming Hai inquired with curiosity, Ming Ye, who are these individuals? Mom and Dad, this is my friend, and these 2 are her parents. Let's discuss matters inside. The rain is quite heavy. As they spoke, the group descended to the first floor. Observing the opulent surroundings on the first floor, Li's father's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this not an ocean-going ship? Why does it resemble a VIP yacht? In response, Ming Ye calmly explained, I collaborated with a classmate for a special renovation. The first floor features a lounge, but Uncle, you may prefer the 4th floor, which is designated guest rooms. Upon hearing of the guest rooms, Li's father was utterly taken aback. My goodness, is this not akin to Noah's Ark in this apocalyptic world? Overwhelmed with excitement, he tremulously inquired, May I take a tour? Of course. However, Dad, perhaps you should change into another outfit first. Li Qingshu interjected, unable to contain her thoughts. Very well. I shall change at once. Li's father turned to Ming Ye and asked, Young man, where might I find the clothes? Oh, the clothing is on the 5th floor. Once you take the elevator up, the left side has a row of wardrobes offering all kinds of garments. Upon hearing this, Li Qinshi's family stared in wide-eyed disbelief, their mouths agape. Are they truly this wealthy? Upon reaching the 5th floor via the elevator, they were truly introduced to a realm of extravagance that seemed devoid of humanity. The trio had changed in a new attire and were guided on a tour by Ming Ye. The basement's 2nd level housed an assortment of vegetables and a cold storage facility filled with various meats. The first basement level contained an array of wines, accompanied by a mahjong table for leisurely play. The offerings below were indeed comprehensive. Is it a 1999 Flying Mao tie? Mr. Li exclaimed, astonished. It is worth noting that before the apocalypse, he was considered one of the most prominent capitalists in Jiangsheng, having witnessed countless treasures. Yet he had never encountered such an impressive establishment. Hee, please excuse my surprise, Ming Ye replied amiably. Subsequently, Ming Ye led them to the presidential suite on the 4th floor, allowing them to choose a room for their stay. Their journey was filled with lively conversation, reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their laughter brightening the air. When their activities drew to a close, Ming Ye announced his intention to depart. Mom, Dad, please take care of yourselves. I shall return home first. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaoman anxiously grasped her son's sleeve. Where are you going? Why venture out when we're home? The outside world is perilous. Ming Ye furrowed his brow at her words, seemingly recalling something, and retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket. All right, Mom. I wish to assist as many people as I can. Moreover, do you not find the current situation rather unusual? His expression turned serious as he began to analyze the circumstances. This torrential rain feels as if the heavens themselves are collapsing. Ming Hai pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, I just discovered online that many people have gone silent. Yes, this unprecedented flood disaster compels me to do everything within my power. He had seen reports online of rescue teams retrieving food from the river to distribute to those affected. It was likely that this flood would remain uncontrollable for some time. Ming Hai, somewhat startled, nodded again. Perhaps even stored provisions are running low. Thus, Ming Ye continued, I can only hope. He did not elaborate further. If the damage were merely localized, how could it have escalated to such a degree? This was likely a global deluge. Furthermore, it could evolve into acid rain and even more terrifying worldwide calamities. The emergence of such a disaster signified the end of the world. Even as the waters receded, the global order would not swiftly return to normalcy. Upon hearing Ming Ye's assertions, Ming Hai solemnly nodded. Very well. You have matured. I shall no longer hinder your aspirations. As they prepared to leave, the couple remained somewhat uneasy. They insisted on sending Ming Ye off with 5 or 6 chickens, a portion of pork, and some vegetables loaded onto the boat. Take good care of yourself upon returning. If necessary, come back. After all, your mother can grow vegetables. Ren Xiaoman revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness at the corners of her mouth. She was reluctant to allow her child to take risks. Yet, she wholeheartedly supported Ming Ye in all her endeavors. Perhaps this is the silent essence of maternal love. In response, Ming Ye merely offered a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as Ming Ye turned to leave, Li Qinshu unexpectedly emerged from a hidden corner, promptly matching Ming Ye's pace. I will return with you. Li Qinshu playfully winked, exclaiming, It's always better with company. Ming Ye firmly declined, stating, No, it's too perilous. The floods are rampant, and even I cannot ascertain when I shall return. Li Qinshu pouted, casting a glance at the items on the boat, emphasizing, How can you possibly manage to carry everything alone? Chapter 35. Even heroes bleed. I have my methods. Do not interfere. Ming Ye said, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of concern in his eyes. I am not here to cause trouble. I genuinely wish to assist you. Li Qinshu replied urgently, her sincerity evident. He halted, turning his head in confusion to regard her. Why must you accompany me? Li Qinshu understood that she needed to voice her thoughts before Ming Ye made a decision. Pharmacology, she emphasized. Do not forget, my family runs a hospital. Indeed, Li Qinshe came from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye appeared contemplative, acknowledging that he had some understanding of certain medications. However, in the next breath, Li Qinshe began to counter, many pharmaceuticals are intricately complex. I know you may have read a few books, but theoretical knowledge does not encompass everything. Ming Ye nodded instinctively, recognizing the validity in her words. If acid rain were to descend later, it would signify the true arrival of the apocalypse. Moreover, having someone knowledgeable in pharmacology by his side could prove to be immensely beneficial. Suddenly, Ming Ye recalled the pharmaceutical company located behind their family's villa. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them in the coming days. After a moment of hesitation, Ming Ye finally nodded in agreement. All right, but you must ensure your safety. If I tell you to stay inside, you must not venture out. Seeing that Ming Ye had finally acquiesced, Li Qinshe let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her rudimentary understanding of pharmacology could be life-saving in critical moments. With their plan solidified, Ming Ye quickened his pace. They hurried back under the cover of night. In a mere 40 minutes, they arrived at the foot of their apartment complex. Ming Ye faced a dilemma. He needed to surreptitiously transport the supplies upstairs. Human nature is inherently complex. Although a rescue team had come and gone, only Zhang Dehai and Zhang Ting remained, clinging to the dwindling supplies within the building. Ming Ye ascended the stairs cautiously, his backpack filled with provisions providing him a measure of comfort. Zhang Dehai sat at the door, staring blankly out the window. Upon seeing Ming Ye approach with a bulging pack, he understood it was filled with resources. A glimmer of resentment and even hatred flickered in Zhang Dehai's eyes. "What do you have in that bag?" he demanded, his tone accusatory. Ming Ye's face contorted into a smirk of disdain. "What concern is it of yours?" In a world teetering on the brink, the last thing one could afford to be was a saint. Everyone was ensnared in peril, and the true nature of humanity was laid bare in the face of the apocalypse. Zhang Dehai cast a cold glance at Ming Ye, his gaze greedily fixating on the contents of the backpack. Ming Ye returned his look with indifference, his voice icy. "If you wish to survive, then keep your distance. Do you truly believe you can overpower me?" In that moment, Ming Ye resembled a merciless specter, wielding a sharp, bone-scraping knife with an air of formidable resolve. Zhang Dehai had witnessed Ming Ye's capabilities. He was undeniably a person not to be trifled with. Yet, a sense of resentment brewed within him. Why should Ming Ye enjoy the luxuries of life while he languished in hunger? Moreover, Ming Ye's stinginess was apparent. He was utterly unwilling to share with them. To add insult to injury, his brother had once been injured by Ming Ye. Although he had spoken up when the rescue team arrived, no one believed him due to Jiang Wenwu's influence. Faced with Ming Ye's imposing demeanor, Zhang Dehai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Zhang Ting hurriedly turned around, producing a lipstick from her bag. In the next moment, she applied it to her lips and tidied her already oily hair. With a determined stride, she approached Ming Ye. "Ming Ye, it's me," she exclaimed, her face alight with expectation. To her dismay, Ming Ye didn't spare her even a glance, dismissing her entirely. Not one to back down easily, Ming Ye firmly grasped Li Qinshu's hand, and together they ascended the stairs with an air of confidence. Upon reaching the door, Ming Ye knocked in a distinct rhythm. The person inside glanced through the peephole before opening the door. Upon seeing Li Qinshu, Li Wanhua displayed a hint of surprise, though she ultimately refrained from saying much more. The provisions they brought included a 50-pound bag of rice, 2 15-pound bags of flour, some noodles, and an assortment of poultry and fish. While the quantity was not particularly large, it embodied the essence of maternal love. "What is all this?" Li Wanhua inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "It's from Andy," Li Qinshu replied with a smile. Perhaps due to overwhelming fatigue, Ming Ye offloaded the items, nearly losing his balance in the process. He waved his hand dismissively and, with a weary voice, declared, "I'll go inside and rest for a bit. You can sort through these." Without hesitation, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted, barely able to utter a word. As Li Qinshu's unexpected arrival stirred some curiosity in Li Wanhua, the latter felt a flicker of suspicion. In a fleeting moment, Li Qinshu, unable to contain her eagerness, turned to Li Wanhua and asked, "And you are?" I am Li Wanhua, Ming Ye's neighbor downstairs. Thanks to Ming Ye's assistance, my daughter and I have managed to survive." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. As long as their relationship was not of a certain nature, all was well. The two women soon engaged in light conversation, chatting amiably while organizing the provisions. After some time, they found themselves enjoying each other as company. When mealtime arrived, silence reigned in Ming Ye's room. Unable to sit still any longer, Li Qingshu knocked on his door. "Ming Ye, it's time to eat. Hurry up." Yet, her calls were met with an unsettling silence. She knocked again several times, but no one answered, stirring a sense of concern within her. Li Wanhua approached, inquiring what's wrong. Ming Ye isn't opening the door. "I fear something might have happened. Is there a key to this room? We must open the door swiftly." Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, Ming Ye had developed the habit of locking the door while sleeping. Upon witnessing this, Li Wanhua, with a pale visage, shook her head. The keys to this room were crafted by Ming Ye herself, and even she was unaware of their whereabouts. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Wanhua. "I've got it. I'll fetch Jiang Wenwu from downstairs." With that, she hurriedly made her way to find him. However, halfway down, perhaps recalling something, she turned back to caution Li Qingshu. "Remember, if I do not signal the code, under no circumstances should you open the door." Li Qingshu nodded solemnly. With a sigh of relief, Li Wanhua hastened to the 7th floor, where she located Jiang Wenwu. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu was still filled with confusion. Fortunately, he had previously met Li Wanhua. Otherwise, he would not have come to assist. Once he arrived, the situation was much easier to resolve. After successfully unlocking the door, they found Ming Ye lying on the bed, her face ashen. Chapter 36. A Plea for Mercy Tomorrow Night. Tomorrow night. The voices of Li Qingshu and Li Wanhua echoed in unison. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu scratched his head, pondering the fortune of Ming Ye. What has happened to Ming Ye? Li Wanhua furrowed her brows, her eyes brimming with concern. Beside her, Li Qingshu scrutinized Ming Ye and finally noticed a wound approximately 30 centimeters long on his left arm. It appeared to be infected. Indeed, Ming Ye had succumbed to a fever from an infected arm wound. "Is there a first aid kit here?" Li Wanhua nodded and immediately rushed to retrieve the medical kit from the bottom shelf of the living room cabinet. Li Qingshu extracted iodine and bandages, along with anti-inflammatory medication. Fortunately, the wound was not too deep. A simple disinfection with iodine would suffice for bandaging. However, this revelation alarmed Li Wanhua, prompting her to anxiously inquire of Jiang Wenwu. "What on earth were you doing? How did Ming Ye get hurt?" "I don't know, it could be that." Jiang Wenwu hesitated, his words faltering. Even Li Qingshu, feeling the tension, pressed for clarity on the matter. "It's likely those who have been harassing your family. Perhaps they harmed Ming Ye." Initially, they had thought the chaos in their residential building was sufficient. Little did they know that even the rescue site was rife with disorder. Meanwhile, the rescue site was overcrowded, and resources were inevitably scarce. Those without funds to procure supplies resorted to theft. Now, they were without water, electricity, or internet. Initially, the personnel could manage the situation, but it soon spiraled out of control, leading to utter chaos. Those in possession of supplies were in peril, fearful that their hard-earned provisions would be seized. Approximately a day later, Ming Ye licked his parched lips and, with a pounding headache, opened his eyes, only to discover that his left arm was wrapped in bandages. A sharp intake of breath startled Li Qingshu, who had been sitting beside his bed. Upon seeing Ming Ye awake, her expression shifted to one of relief. "You're finally awake. You cannot imagine how frightened I was yesterday." She placed a hand on her chest, still shaken. Ming Ye had appeared ghostly pale, his fever soaring to 40 degrees Celsius. How could one not worry? Even the strongest among us can falter when outnumbered, and there are times when one must endure hardship. "It's all right. Look at me. I'm fine now," he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After all, he was recovering well, and there was no need for them to worry. Besides, the apocalypse had only just begun. More arduous days lay ahead. "I don't care. You must be more careful next time," Li Qingshu admonished. "Fortunately, we had a first aid kit at home. Otherwise, even a deity could not have saved you." At her words, Ming Ye lowered his gaze and nodded gravely. It seems that Li Qinshi's earlier mention of a certain private medical enterprise warrants a visit. Before Ming Ye could even have breakfast, a knock resounded at the door downstairs. Peering through the peephole, she beheld Zhang Dehai and Zhang Ting, their expressions decidedly dubious. Li Wanhua frowned. How were these two still lingering around? The supplies that Ming Ye had secured were hard-won, and surely they wouldn't dare to reap the benefits without effort? What audacity they possessed! Yet this matter was beyond Li Wanhua's autonomy. With Zhang Dehai and Zhang Ting at the door, what should we do? Hearing this, Ming Ye's expression grew increasingly impatient. What on earth did those two desire? Just as Li Qinshe was about to speak, Ming Ye rose silently. Oh dear, you're still injured. You ought to lie down. However, Jiang Wenwu unexpectedly emerged from the kitchen, presenting Ming Ye with a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Surprised to see Jiang Wenwu, Ming Ye inquired, "What brings you here? Had I not come yesterday, you would have been in dire straits." He replied, "I made this congee for you first thing this morning. Drink it while it's hot." A wave of warmth washed over Ming Ye, soothing the void within her. She quietly accepted the bowl and took a few sips, feeling her stomach warm instantly. "Quite delicious," she praised after finishing, not hesitating to commend the dish. Jiang Wenwu chuckled, scratching his head in bashfulness. The next moment, as if struck by a thought, he pointed towards the door. "All right, what are you planning to do about those two pests outside? Shall I simply chase them away?" With a grand gesture, Jiang Wenwu's eyes glimmered with a fierce resolve. Ming Ye, however, was curious about the intentions behind the pair's visit. "Let them in." Thus, as the two entered, they were met with 3 pairs of eyes brimming with hostility. In that instant, a chill ran down their spines. Though fear gripped them, they were reluctant to depart without further ado. As the saying goes, the barefoot need not fear the shod. Zhang Dehai rubbed his hands together, the formerly plump flesh of his face now absent. Yet his smile remained as lewd as ever as he began, "Please, do not misunderstand. We are not here to cause trouble." With a frosty expression, Li Qinshe retorted, "Then what is it that you want?" "Hello. I merely wish to discuss the possibility of borrowing some supplies," he said, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Noticing the silence that followed, he pressed on. "The situation outside is genuinely terrifying. It's quite unsafe for us to venture out. Just a moment ago, I witnessed several people's supplies being seized." As he concluded, he awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "Therefore, I hope we can come to an agreement. I promise to return the borrowed items with interest." To articulate such a request with such peculiar charm is indeed a rarity. "And what if I refuse?" "Ah, we're merely discussing the terms, aren't we?" Zhang Dehai replied, his embarrassment palpable. "Moreover, I sense that your kindness as individuals should not lead to such extremes, should it?" This sentiment resonates as a form of moral coercion. Ming Ye's rejection, concealed beneath a veneer of politeness, was quite clear. "I am afraid I cannot lend." A reasonable person would discern the unequivocal nature of this refusal. However, unbeknownst to others, Zhang Dehai exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Ting, who then silently retreated to the doorway. Zhang Ting, in turn, playfully winked at Ming Ye, exuding an air of frivolity. In her previous demeanor, Zhang Ting was not unattractive when adorned, yet now, her disheveled appearance leaves much to be desired. The crux of the matter lies in her manner of speaking. How foul! "Ming Ye, I understand you bore resentment towards me in the past, yet here I am, offering my apologies." Her words, laced with a hint of feigned innocence, sent shivers down one's spine. Had it not been for the apocalypse, we would have long been wed. Chapter 37. Acquiring some hydraulic gas tanks, even Li Qinshe was wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Was Ming Ye's taste truly that particular? The moment this thought crossed her mind, it invoked memories of Ming Ye's past life. "Huh, have you ever considered marrying me?" This single query left Zhang Ting momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, she finally responded, "Of course." However, Ming Ye merely snorted dismissively, expressing disdain. "I'm afraid I have no interest in public transportation." He was now exceptionally calm and astute. Ming Ye understood that this was merely a tactic employed by Zhang Ting. What value could someone possess who would debase themselves for a mere half bottle of water? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room turned decidedly peculiar. Zhang Ting's face betrayed her loss of composure. Yet, given Ming Ye's current resources, she dared not voice any objections. Oh, please just help me out. Before Zhang Ting could continue, Li Qinshu swiftly positioned herself between her and Ming Ye. Miss, I believe Ming Ye has made his position quite clear. With that, Li Qinshu elegantly gestured for her to leave. So please do. Zhang Ting pouted, her expression one of defiance. No, I refuse. Why does it get to have the resources while you all live your lives normally? Ming Ye retorted. And why should I choose you? You said you would marry me. She exclaimed. Let us not forget, you were the one who betrayed me first. Ming Ye decisively replied. Jiang Wenwu, Li Qinshu, Li Wanhua. It seemed they had stumbled upon a most remarkable revelation. Having lived a second life, Ming Ye was acutely aware of the dangers of human nature. He did not wish to tread the same path once more. Enough. There is no need to linger on this any further. If you seek resources, venture out and find them yourself. With this proclamation, Ming Ye offered them a solemn piece of advice. The next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Wenwu ushered the two of them out. Zhang Dehai, now outside, wore a face of distress. Had he known, he would never have involved someone like Zhang Ting, a veritable liability. Day after day, she accomplished nothing and was perpetually insatiable. He had initially hoped to procure some food through Ming Ye, but it seemed that was not to be. He immediately exploded at Zhang Ting. How do you conduct yourself? Damn it, you're utterly useless. A complete burden. Witnessing this, Zhang Ting shrank back in fear. What are we to do now? What shall we do? I could just as easily devour you. Zhang Ting immediately panicked. No. What about the relief station? Do not speak to me of such empty notions. Zhang Dehai retorted bluntly. If the relief station has no food, you are finished. Zhang Ting shivered in terror, her shoulders hunching slightly. As Zhang Dehai turned away, she shot him a venomous glare. Gazing at Zhang Dehai, her heart brimmed with resentment. The instinct for survival is inherent to humanity, and Zhang Ting was determined to cling to life. Within the confines of the room, after a heartfelt exchange, Ming Ye felt a significant lift in his spirits. He had finally accomplished what he had been unable to in his previous life. As he watched Zhang Dehai and his companion depart, Jiang Wenwu prepared to leave as well. Jiang Wenwu, Ming Ye called out from his bed. Why not stay here? What? Are you jesting with me? Jiang Wenwu exclaimed in surprise. Ming Ye chuckled. Have you forgotten this is the top floor? There are 2 attics above us. Moreover, residing here would be more convenient for you. There are 6 rooms in total, 1 serving as a storage space, and you can choose from the remaining 2. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, his mouth agape. Who would have imagined that Ming Ye would be so thoughtful in selecting accommodations? Overwhelmed with gratitude, he quickly replied, All right then, I want to be polite. Living together would be ideal. That way, I can enjoy warm meals every day. Jiang Wenwu's thoughts were rather straightforward. In the midst of an apocalypse, having warm food was already a considerable blessing. He then returned to his room, packing 2 large suitcases and a military backpack to move to Ming Ye's place. He deliberately chose the attic, as his sleeping habits differed. Sometimes he even ground his teeth at night. The attic was quite empty, so he moved a considerable amount of furniture there. When dinner time arrived, 5 people gathered around the table. Jiang Wenwu directly handed Ming Ye 10,000 yuan in cash. I intended to give this to you earlier, but the place where I sold my goods was too chaotic. Looking at the money, Ming Ye's expression was complex. He pushed it back, saying, You should keep it for yourself. What if you can manage things better later on? Yet deep down, Ming Ye knew that without 4 or 5 years, they wouldn't be able to endure. No way. I eat your food and live under your roof. How can I take advantage of you? Jiang Wenwu insisted, forcefully pushing the money back. Besides, we will be fighting side by side in the future. His determination was palpable, as if to suggest that if Ming Ye refused, he would forego staying altogether. Ultimately, Ming Ye had no choice but to accept the money. All right, then consider this alone. He relented. Oh, come on, who are we kidding? Jiang Wenwu rolled his eyes playfully. Just make sure you stock up on some greens for me. After all, being able to eat vegetables in the apocalypse was a mark of a fortunate household. Once dinner was over, Jiang Wenwu automatically stood up to wash the dishes. Recently, the solar panels had not been storing enough electricity, and Ming Ye was contemplating acquiring gas canisters as the residential area was equipped with gas pipelines, lacking hydraulic cylinders. He had also considered alcohol lamps and candles, but deemed them impractical. Turning to Li Wanhua beside him, he inquired, "Do you know of any snack shops nearby?" Li Wanhua scratched her head, recalling a few. "If you cross 2 streets behind our complex, there's a night market. I believe it should have plenty of snacks." This information was indeed a tremendous help to Ming Ye. Upon hearing these words, Ming Ye nodded without hesitation. "All right, let me think it over first." At this moment, Jiang Wenwu, who had just finished washing the dishes, immediately approached. "What's going on? Are we going somewhere?" Ming Ye pondered for a moment, stroking his smooth chin, and formed a preliminary idea. "Sure, let's go then. I have no objections." Jiang Wenwu exhibited an especially high level of compliance. However, the matter was not yet settled. Ming Ye stood up and patted Jiang Wenwu on the shoulder. "No worries, take it easy. Let me think it through tonight." The key issue was that Ming Ye was apprehensive about his lair being disturbed. Just moments ago, he had spotted several men outside the window, each holding something in their hands. If both he and Jiang Wenwu were to leave, the house would be left with only women inside. In that case, they would be utterly defenseless, presenting a significant dilemma. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He still needed to articulate the matter thoughtfully. Most importantly, he must never venture into danger alone. Chapter 38. Sweeping through Snack Street at the break of dawn on the second day, Ming Ye rose early and prepared 2 dishes, calling a few individuals down for breakfast. After contemplating throughout the night, he realized that lacking gas would be untenable. The crux of the matter was to safeguard the stronghold. As Jiang Wenwu descended, he spotted Ming Ye and greeted him, remarking on his early rising. "How did you reflect on yesterday's events?" he inquired. "I believe it is essential for us to pay a visit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu immediately leaned in, urging, "Let us hurry, before those ruffians regain their composure. We must set off." He noted that Ming Ye was not the only one armed. "If they recover, we may lose our advantage." Ming Ye nodded solemnly in response. In the next moment, Jiang Wenwu slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, what if we all leave? What will happen to those 2 women and the child? This was the very concern that had plagued him throughout the previous night. He feared collateral damage. What if they unexpectedly departed, and someone came to break down the door? Zhang Dehai and Zhang Ting were still lurking outside. Ming Ye had to devise a new plan. "Perhaps you should stay, and I shall go alone." "That is out of the question. Brother Ming, how could you venture forth alone?" Before Jiang Wenwu could voice his objection, Li Qinshu interjected. Jiang Wenwu scratched his head in frustration. "What shall we do now? We can't possibly allow Ming Ye to go alone." Silence hung in the air for a lengthy moment. Finally, Li Wanhua raised her hand, suggesting, "Why don't I go?" "How can that be? You still have Shao Qi." Yet Li Wanhua smiled, albeit somewhat forced. "I haven't contributed much to everyone thus far, but I possess some strength. Besides, I am quite familiar with the layout of Snack Street. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Then I will accompany you." Li Qinshu insisted. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye's gaze softened. To be candid, he was reluctant to place women in jeopardy. However, this task was not something he could achieve alone. Ultimately, he turned his attention to Li Wanhua, saying, "Then Hua Jie, you shall accompany me. Li Qinshu, you stay here and watch over Shao Qi." Shao Qi, slightly apprehensive of Jiang Wenwu, was particularly fond of Li Qinshu. "All right, I will wait for mommy and brother to return." Ming Ye knelt down, gently ruffling Shao Qi's hair with a warm smile. "All right, Shao Qi must be obedient." Time was of the essence. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Ming Ye proceeded downstairs with Li Wanhua. He also brought down 2 chickens, as in the apocalypse, bartering with goods could prove invaluable. Hence, one must never be obstinate. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ming Ye retrieved the keys, the roar of the motorboat's engine attracting a crowd. Some audacious souls approached, but as Ming Ye surged forward, the ensuing waves nearly engulfed them. Following Li Wanhua's directions, Ming Ye swiftly arrived at the location of Snack Street. Most of the shops have been submerged beneath the floodwaters. Fortunately, being a mountainous city, the roads are all sloped, and Ming Ye has brought professional diving equipment. However, the situation is somewhat awkward at present. Ming Ye has injured her arm and cannot dive, leaving Li Wanhua in a dilemma as she lacks the strength to pry things open. Ming Ye, taking the initiative, donned the diving mask and said, "I will go down. Are you sure your injury is not a concern?" A hint of worry flickered in Li Wanhua's eyes. Ming Ye gently shook her head. "It's all right. Once I return, I can have Li Qin's shoe help me clean the wound." With that, Ming Ye swiftly removed her outer garment, revealing a professional diving suit beneath. It took her half an hour to put on this suit, which is designed to fit snugly against the skin, allowing the fabric to meld seamlessly with the body. "If I tug on the rope 3 times, pull me back up," she instructed. Li Wanhua nodded seriously. Then, with a splash, Ming Ye plunged into the water. Li Wanhua stood on the boat, gripping the rope with her left hand and wielding a short blade for protection with her right, fearful of any lurking threats. The floodwaters below were murky and tumultuous, and Ming Ye exerted considerable effort to maneuver closer to a snack shop. Suddenly, she noticed an unsettling gaze emanating from the depths. Turning her head, she was confronted by a floating corpse, its eyes wide open as if caught in eternal disbelief. Even for someone like Ming Ye, who had experienced this before, the visceral shock was overwhelming. Above, Li Wanhua quickly realized that the rope had gone slack. She glanced at her watch. 5 minutes had passed without a sign of movement. Could something have happened? She pondered, frowning. Ming Ye had only a basic diving mask, which could easily lead to choking on water. Just as Li Wanhua was about to pull on the rope, Ming Ye resurfaced with a splash, exhaling sharply. In her hands, she carried 2 small liquid nitrogen bottles and tossed them into the boat's cabin. Without hesitation, Li Wanhua summoned all her strength to pull Ming Ye aboard. "What did you find?" she inquired. Ming Ye waved her hand dismissively. "I checked the 3 shops below. There are no large liquid tanks. I suspect they have already been taken, as the shop windows have all been shattered." Hearing this, Li Wanhua's spirits deflated. "What should we do? Without a gas canister, we won't be able to prepare any food. Adults might manage, but children certainly cannot adapt to raw meat." Ming Ye contemplated this quietly, finding it peculiar that someone had arrived before her to take everything. "It's all right," she said, donning the oxygen tube. "I will dive down once more." Given that the flood had only raged for a little over a week, she found it hard to believe that anyone could have the capability to remove all the liquid containers from every shop. With determination, Ming Ye descended into the depths once again. By a stroke of serendipity, just as his oxygen was about to dwindle, he finally stumbled upon a shop housing 2 intact gas canisters. Additionally, he discovered a mobile phone ensconced in a waterproof bag. However, the weight of the canisters proved burdensome, and it was only through sheer determination that Ming Ye managed to swim to the surface. Upon removing the oxygen tank, a wave of vitality surged through him. "Wonderful!" Li Wanhua exclaimed with excitement. "Thank goodness for the gas canisters. Otherwise, we would have had to rely on sheer luck at the gas station. Let us not celebrate prematurely." Ming Ye cautioned, catching his breath. "We must first ascertain whether there is gas within them. Oh, by the way, I found a mobile phone at the bottom of the water, safely stored in a waterproof bag." With that, he handed the phone to Li Wanhua. A mobile phone in a waterproof bag? What could this be? Chapter 39. The Mysterious Map of Salvation. Upon unlocking her phone, Li Wanhua was met with an image, a map to be precise. Which place could this possibly depict? She pondered, her confusion evident. Ming Ye's pupils dilated sharply as he discerned the content. This was unmistakably their city, Haicheng. The map distinctly marked various rescue stations, including one that Ming Ye had visited previously. This phone was truly remarkable. In an instant, Ming Ye surveyed his surroundings but found no one in sight. The map not only indicated rescue stations, but also clearly labeled supermarkets and hospitals. One could only imagine the intrinsic value of this map. "We must leave at once," Ming Ye declared with a furrowed brow, his tone grave. Humanity's instinctive alertness to the unknown was palpable, and Ming Ye was no exception. Thus, the 2 boarded a speedboat, navigating back through the torrential rain from the bustling food street. Throughout the journey, Ming Ye's thoughts lingered on the map, struggling to maintain his composure. Who could have possibly created such a map? He murmured to himself. Seated behind Ming Ye, Li Wanhua seemed to sense his unease. Recovering the gas canisters proved quite challenging, yet transporting them back was even more arduous. Consequently, upon placing the gas canisters onto the speedboat, He promptly covered them with his clothing. However, one's fears often manifest in reality. They soon encountered 4 or 5 individuals paddling in kayaks. Due to the rain obscuring visibility, Ming Ye could not ascertain their exact number. Instinctively, he reached for the gun at his waist. Moments later, the kayakers approached them. The leader, a man with a scarred face, cast a glance at the contents of Ming Ye's boat and queried ominously, "What do you have on your vessel? Why should I disclose that to you?" Ming Ye retorted. One of the man's henchmen eyed Ming Ye and Li Wanhua, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Hey, big brother, there's a woman too. Regardless of what was on the boat, we should take it all." The men behind him rubbed their hands together, their gaze fixated on Li Wanhua. Instinctively, she shrank behind Ming Ye. "Fine, then leave the woman, the boat, and whatever else you have. You can take your leave," the scarred man commanded, his arms adorned with tattoos. Individuals of their ilk were typically drifters from society, accurately described as street thugs. Who would have imagined they would become revelers in this apocalyptic scenario? Witnessing this scene, Ming Ye remained unfazed. In contrast, Li Wanhua gripped a crowbar tightly. Her nerves taut. Ming Ye placed his hand on his gun, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Well then, let us see if you possess the capability." "Ha ha! The beautiful lady is mine." The men cackled in a disturbingly lascivious manner. Just as they drew within a step of Ming Ye's boat, he decisively drew his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The scarred leader and his henchmen were swiftly incapacitated. The final shot struck their kayak last night, causing it to leak air instantaneously and sending all the ruffians tumbling into the water. "Damn it! Are you trying to kill us? Hurry, pull us up. Help! I can't swim." Hearing their desperate cries, Ming Ye swiftly drew a stick from the assault boat. The gangsters, believing Ming Ye intended to rescue them, extended their hands in hope. However, in a mere instant, Ming Ye swung the stick towards their heads. When fatigue set in, he allowed Li Wanhua to take over. "You filthy wench! You dirty harlot!" Amidst the chaos, the stick was seized by the scarred man, who aimed a vicious blow at Li Wanhua's head. In the blink of an eye, Ming Ye fired a shot, ending his existence. At that moment, all Li Wanhua could hear was the sound of rushing water. Realizing that Ming Ye was not to be trifled with, she was nonetheless unprepared for the ferocity he displayed. The scarred man vanished beneath the torrent, and the warm blood was washed away entirely. In the next second, Li Wanhua, like a frightened child, leapt into Ming Ye's arms, sobbing. Perhaps it was her first brush with death that left her feeling particularly unsettled. After a brief respite, the two resumed their journey back on the assault boat. Along the way, Ming Ye, concerned that Li Wanhua might be mentally exhausted, offered her a chocolate bar. "Fear not, I am here." Those 5 simple words greatly uplifted her spirits. Upon arriving at the community, Ming Ye surveyed the terrain with binoculars before finally circling back to the entrance of the building. At the door, Jiang Wenwu awaited them. The 2 men quickly and deftly carried the gas canisters inside. A few onlookers peeked through the cracks of the door, yet none dared to entertain any ill intentions. While transporting the supplies upstairs, Zhang Dehai approached with a sycophantic grin. "Brother Ming, where did you acquire all this?" At his words, Ming Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. "Firstly, I do not wish to be addressed that way. It disgusts me. Secondly, I am only 26. I hardly seem older than you." The air grew thick with awkwardness. Zhang Ting, summoning her courage, stepped forward to inquire, "Where did this come from?" "From beneath the water," Ming Ye replied without hesitation. "If you truly possess the capability, go fetch it yourself. It's tiresome having you trailing behind like a shadow." After several trips, the gas canisters and a few hydraulic bottles were finally moved. Jiang Wenwu and Li Qingshu counted the items and placed them upstairs, then turned to Ming Ye, asking, "Will we use these supplies? I noticed the solar panel still has 3 bars of charge, but what about the gas?" Ming Ye contemplated for a moment. "Let us prioritize the gas canisters. The electricity stored in the panels needs to be reserved for our networking and lighting control over the next few days." As I descended the stairs, I noticed that the fuel in the speedboat was nearly depleted. In a few days, we would also need to make a trip. Ming Ye, understanding the intent behind Jiang Wenwu's words, nodded without a hint of hesitation. He felt immensely grateful that everyone had moved in together. Otherwise, Distributing supplies would have been an impossible task in achieving absolute fairness. Over time, while no one openly expressed their grievances, resentment would inevitably brew beneath the surface. Such discord could ultimately undermine the spirit of teamwork. With differing thoughts in each person's heart, achieving universal satisfaction was unattainable. Sooner or later, they would be crushed by the weight of this enforced equality. Reflecting on this, Ming Ye suggested, from now on, let us simply confiscate the supplies. As we all reside together, the others nodded in agreement. After their discussion, Ming Ye changed his clothes, only to discover that his wound had reopened. He made his way to the living room, where he found Li Qingshu tending to her own injuries. Chapter 40. Digging a pit for others to jump in. Li Qingshu glanced at the wound with a pang of sympathy. How careless. You must promise not to go out again. That's out of the question. Ming Ye scratched his head, primarily because I would worry about you if others went. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Li Qingshu's heart. Then, as if struck by a thought, she spoke. By the way, there aren't many supplies in the medicine cabinet. We have nearly everything at home now, but primarily the medications. If we could procure more medicines, our future days would certainly be much more bearable. However, returning to the ocean vessel at this time to retrieve them would be somewhat futile. There will eventually come a day when we run out. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Who would ever complain about having too much of such vital supplies? In critical moments, they can indeed save lives. All right, I'll discuss this with Jiang Wenwu shortly. Fine, but you must take me along this time. Li Qingshu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a moment of hesitation, Ming Ye acquiesced, saying, all right, let us have Jiang Wenwu keep watch at home while the two of us venture out to try our luck. The two briefly conferred, and Ming Ye soon found Jiang Wenwu. He urgently articulated his intentions, presenting a preliminary plan. Jiang Wenwu's eyes flickered with slight doubt. Are you not considering bringing me along this time? Ming Ye certainly understood his unspoken words and promptly responded. You must ensure the safety of Li Wanhua and her daughter. I cannot take you away from that responsibility. An awkward silence enveloped the air for a moment. After a while, Jiang Wenwu's eyes brightened as he proposed a solution. Why don't we set a trap? What do you mean? Ming Ye furrowed his brow slightly. We can lay a snare. After all, there are only those two individuals in the building now. What does he mean by that? Everyone knows what he implies. Yet, Ming Ye harbored his own concerns. Your suggestion is feasible, but I fear it may backfire. Ming Ye did not articulate his apprehensions fully. If those two truly fell for the trap, how would we handle them? Understanding Ming Ye's concerns, Jiang Wenwu spoke without hesitation. We can simply contact the rescue station. By then, it would be prudent to have video evidence. Jiang Wenwu's proposition indeed seemed like a long-term solution. For now, disregarding everything else, resolving the issues with these two nuisances in the building is paramount. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. Okay, then I will set up this trap. With that, Jiang Wenwu rubbed his hands together, exuding an air of confidence. His assurance stemmed from a keen understanding of human nature. After a while, Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu stepped outside. You two girls stay safe at home, and please do not venture out. Jiang Wenwu called out loudly, fearing the occupants below might not hear. Upon hearing the slightest sound, Zhang Dehai downstairs pressed himself against the door, eager to listen. Rest assured, I shall take good care of those two. Li Qingshu echoed his sentiment. The Oscars owe them a little golden statuette. Very well. Let us venture forth in search of supplies. Having uttered these words, Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu deftly turned away. As they passed the 5th floor, they cast a deliberate glance at Zhang Dehai's residence, noticing the door was slightly ajar. A sly smile crept across Ming Ye's lips. It seemed an intriguing performance was about to unfold. Once they descended and boarded the speedboat, Jiang Wenwu exhaled in relief. Phew, I was nearly caught off guard. That would have been disastrous. Indeed, today's little charade was orchestrated for Zhang Dehai and Zhang Ting, regardless of whether they were horses or mules. They must be taken for a stroll. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai had witnessed the entire affair and quickly sought counsel with Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting, with widened eyes, expressed disbelief. Is this for real? Of course it is. Would I deceive you? Zhang Dehai took a hearty swig from a makeshift water source in the restroom, grimacing at the faint odor of urine that lingered in the air. The mere scent was nauseating. Yet, the two appeared utterly unconcerned about their disheveled appearances. Zhang Ting proposed, "Shall we go seize those supplies now? We can no longer endure this existence." Zhang Dehai's eyes brightened, clearly in agreement. "Indeed, those two young ladies shall be mine." With that, he broke into a maniacal laugh. Zhang Ting wrinkled her nose in distaste. Their wicked intentions perfectly aligned. Zhang Dehai, who had previously dabbled in petty theft, found lock-picking a trivial task. Moreover, since Ming Ye had intentionally left the door ajar, Zhang Dehai easily pried it open. Following closely behind him, Zhang Ting's gaze shimmered with greed. Once the door was opened, they brazenly slipped inside. Surveying the interior, Zhang Dehai clicked his tongue in disbelief. What kind of life are they living? There's fresh chicken in the refrigerator. It had been ages since he had savored a proper meal. To survive, they had subsisted on their own. There was no other choice. One must persist in life. Upon seeing the meat, Zhang Ting's eyes sparkled with desire. "Let's cook and eat it quickly." Zhang Dehai swallowed hard and whispered, "We must first deal with those two ladies." His timidity made him wary of any unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting refrained from pressing the matter further. The two of them cautiously wielded a crowbar to open the door. Yet, to their astonishment, the room was entirely empty. Whereas everyone gone? Zhang Ting questioned from behind him, her eyes betraying suspicion. "I have no idea." Zhang Dehai waved his hand dismissively. The two proceeded cautiously, one in front of the other, traversing the 9th floor. They opened the last room at the end of the corridor, yet found no one inside. This is truly bizarre. Just as the two individuals were about to leave with their supplies, Ming Ye suddenly descended from downstairs, brandishing a firearm. "Don't move. Get down on the ground," Jiang Wenwu shouted emphatically. Startled, the two immediately crouched down, clutching their heads. You were supposed to leave," Zhang Dehai exclaimed in terror, hands over his head. "You foolish pig. They were clearly deceiving you." Zhang Ting expressed her frustration, feeling a sense of disappointment. Observing their reactions, Jiang Wenwu chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be quite astute. Unfortunately, neither of you will be leaving today." His brief statement instantly instilled a sense of crisis in the two. Zhang Ting hastily attempted to absolve herself. "It wasn't me. It was all him. He forced me to do this. Damn it, you conniving wretch. You were the one who incited me." Before Ming Ye could intervene, the two were already at each other's throats. Chapter 41. The unashamed are unrivaled. "Who are you calling a foul woman?" "I'm referring to you. Do not presume I am unaware of your sordid affairs with Li Dafu." The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. Jiang Wenwu raised an eyebrow, clearly relishing the unfolding drama, while Li Qinshe observed with great interest. Noticing the situation spiraling out of control, Ming Ye spoke sternly. "Enough." Silence. Both individuals were taken back. The air fell into a heavy stillness. Zhang Ting lowered her head, anxiously clutching the hem of her clothing, fearful of incurring Ming Ye's disdain. Yet in truth, Ming Ye was indifferent to her presence, rendering any notion of disdain moot. "I now offer you two choices." Ming Ye cleared his throat, his tone grave. "The first option, you leave, never to cross my path again. The second option, I shall personally escort you to the rescue team, and the consequences you will face thereafter are not for me to disclose." With that, Ming Ye revealed the surveillance footage of their illicit entry. This move was undeniably ruthless. Jiang Wenwu stuffed his hands into his pockets, eyeing them with a newfound contempt. "Choose quickly." What followed was a prolonged silence, as Ming Ye's method was straightforward and harsh. The societal order had already collapsed. Why should he play the benevolent role? It is well known that in the face of apocalypse, the self-righteous are destined to perish. May I reside with you?" Zhang Ting forced a smile, her gaze fixated on Ming Ye. Observing this, Jiang Wenwu gasped, clapping his hands loudly. Truly, the unashamed are indeed unrivaled. It was remarkable that she had not even broached the subject of cohabitation prior. What audacity Zhang Ting possessed! Ming Ye furrowed his brow, perplexed at how these two were so brazen despite their illegal intrusion. With so many eyes upon her, Zhang Ting felt an inexplicable anxiety. "I shall not stay without contributing. I can assist in gathering supplies, or I can cook and clean. I am capable of such tasks." As her words trailed off, her confidence waned. After her speech, Ming Ye was nearly amused to the point of laughter. He was rather curious. Who instilled such confidence in you? From the mountains, perhaps? Take heed. While my temper remains relatively mild, choose a path swiftly, lest I be compelled to take matters into my own hands. No. Zhang Ting shook her head vehemently. But I am your fiancée, Yi. How can you treat me so? Do you not have even a shred of affection for me? Her words fell upon Ming Ye's ears as nothing more than a grand jest. How had she behaved towards him in their previous life? How could she utter such shameless remarks? Had you not instigated this conflict, we might not have found ourselves in such opposition. Yet, despite her lengthy discourse, Ming Ye was far from forgiving. If you refuse to leave, do not blame me for what follows. He spoke, his grip tightening around the handgun. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Dehai reached a sudden clarity. Damn it, nothing is more important than life itself. Zhang Ting, that foolish woman, should not drag him along if she wishes to act recklessly. As for my choice, I shall select the first option and depart swiftly. With that declaration, Zhang Dehai turned and left, not even casting a glance back at the onlookers. The living room was left with only an outsider. Please take me in. It is not easy for a woman like me. Zhang Ting began her act of feigned vulnerability once more. Unfortunately, no one was swayed by her ploy. In the past, Ming Ye had always felt inadequate, unable to provide happiness for his wife and child. Little did he know that the issue lay solely with her. He should never impose such burdens upon himself. Very well, I will escort you to the rescue team, Ming Ye said with an innocent smile. He then attempted to bend down to lead Zhang Ting downstairs. Perhaps flustered, Zhang Ting quickly protested, What do you intend to do? As you wish. I will take you to the rescue team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting's confidence faltered. But I said I want to stay with you. That is impossible. Before Ming Ye could lift her, Zhang Ting dashed away like a startled rabbit. Mission accomplished. Was that not easy? Observing Zhang Ting and Zhang Dehai fleeing in disarray, Jiang Wenwu turned around and promptly gave Ming Ye a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. If it were me, I would have been utterly perplexed for ages. Hearing this, the pin-up Li Wanhua burst into a fit of giggles. Even Li Qingshu could not help but laugh heartily, saying, You two certainly have a knack for this. In the current loft, one room was occupied by Jiang Wenwu, while the other served as a storage for food. There remained another room downstairs, primarily for housing large tools. What was most urgently needed were medical supplies, which would require a dedicated effort to procure. Tomorrow, I will go out with Jiang Wenwu. Before we leave, we will ensure everything is secure. You two must stay at home with Xiao Qi. Each expedition to search for supplies filled Ming Ye with a sense of novelty, akin to ancient hunting. Why not let me accompany you? Li Qingshu suggested, raising her hand. Jiang Wenwu, stifling a laugh, waved his hand dismissively. No need. We are already familiar with the basic medications. That won't do. I am an expert in this. Li Qingshu confidently patted her chest. In response to this display, Li Wanhua stepped forward, assuring, Do not worry, I will take good care of Xiao Qi at home. Hearing this, Ming Ye felt reassured that no mishaps would occur and nodded in agreement. The day had been tiring, and everyone retired to their respective rooms to sleep. To live boldly is not to abandon oneself. It is to embrace confidence. The next day, everyone lingered in bed, rising only after 10 o'clock. Early in the morning, Li Qingshu began teaching Xiao Qi English, for knowledge is something that must not be neglected. Ming Ye prepared 2 dishes that were easy to digest. After breakfast, the small team was ready to embark on their journey. As they were about to depart, Ming Ye did not forget to offer a few words of caution. After a while, a speedboat appeared, carrying 3 individuals heading towards the private pharmaceutical company. The company's location was approximately 30 to 40 kilometers from Ming Ye's residence, and the trio braved the rain as they journeyed across the waters. Much to Ming Ye's conjecture, the further they ventured into the suburbs, the more tumultuous the currents became. Moreover, the roads bore the unmistakable scars left by the typhoon. My goodness, I never anticipated that the outskirts would be so severely ravaged. Every scene struck Li Qingshu's eyes with a profound impact. She had never envisioned that a once thriving city could be utterly submerged by a sudden deluge. Was the demise of the human world also imminent? Chapter 42. Farewell, Fatty. Caution. A colossal wave surged forth, threatening to overturn the speedboat. Yet Ming Ye adeptly navigated the tumultuous waters. Soon, amidst the dense fog, they beheld two skyscrapers rising majestically above the water surface. The trio quickly arrived at the base of one of the edifices. Through the murky floodwaters, Ming Ye discerned the outline of a submerged lower floor. Once the waters calmed, he boldly shattered a window to gain entry. Upon stepping inside, Li Qianshu frowned, assaulted by a foul stench. Goodness, could there still be people in this skyscraper? She pondered aloud. It seems likely, given the circumstances, Jiang Wenwu replied. There are unmistakable signs of restroom facilities in the corridors. It appears some unfortunate workers may still be trapped within these walls. With a clear objective, Ming Ye ascended the staircase, aiming for the pharmaceutical company Li Qianshu had mentioned. However, upon glancing at the sign hanging by the entrance, she chuckled and scratched her head. I made a mistake. This seems to be an entirely different building. Jiang Wenwu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he grimaced. Well, since we are here, Ming Ye suggested, let us search floor by floor for anything of use. Indeed, we might stumble upon some valuable items. Li Qianshu chimed in enthusiastically. Oh, and we must remain vigilant for any signs of human habitation. Yet, after traversing several floors, they encountered not a single soul, let alone any specters. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Ming Ye's gaze fell upon the grand logo of GE Technology, a name that seemed familiar yet elusive. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Never mind. Let us proceed together and see if this tech company has anything of utility. Ming Ye immediately thought of drones. Possessing one would allow them to survey the surrounding environment effectively. Upon entering, they were utterly astonished by what lay before them. In a corner, a corpulent figure was voraciously consuming something. Coughing, Li Qianshu's face paled as she nudged Ming Ye's arm. What on earth is happening? Is it a person or a ghost? Ming Ye tilted his head and cautiously approached the figure. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was indeed a person. Suddenly, the figure turned to face them, exclaiming, Ming Ye, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ming Ye's eyes brightened. Is that you, Fatty? The once portly figure had noticeably thinned, and had it not been for his distinctive voice, Ming Ye might have struggled to recognize him. What are you doing here? Fatty wiped his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. I work here. Li Qianshu, overhearing this, involuntarily sniffled. How tragic. Indeed, Jiang Wenwu lamented. Even in the apocalypse, the plight of the working class persists. Jiang Wenwu chimed in. Workers, the spirit of labor, all toil beneath others. In the next moment, Ming Ye's gaze fell upon the cardboard in the fatty's hands. What is this? The despondency in Fatty's eyes was palpable. With no food left, I have no choice but to resort to eating cardboard. It was a grim reality that the entire company had dwindled to merely 4 buckets of instant noodles, 2 chocolate bars, and some long-rotting fruit. How had he endured this prolonged hardship? Hearing his words, Ming Ye felt a pang of sorrow. Without hesitation, he repositioned his backpack to the front and retrieved a loaf of bread and a beverage, offering them to Fatty. Please eat something. Upon seeing the food, Fatty's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Moments later, his cheeks bulged, full of sustenance. Woo-woo, I finally have something normal to eat. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Ming Ye led him to begin searching for usable technological products. Do you know if your company has anything we can utilize? Fatty's tech company was among the top in Haicheng. Upon hearing this, he understood immediately. Without hesitation, he opened the doors wide for the 3 of them. Inside, the items were meticulously arranged in neat rows, each shelf displaying exquisite craftsmanship. To be honest, our company's capabilities in AI are quite impressive. Fatty then casually produced a sleek black drone, declaring, This is our top-of-the-line drone. His bold assertion piqued even Jiang Wenwu's interest. Tell me more about it, Fatty. Clearing his throat, he continued, The most crucial aspect is that this drone is waterproof. That single statement addressed Ming Ye's needs perfectly. Soon after, they also gathered the AI technology Fatty had mentioned, filling Ming Ye's backpack to the brim. This expedition proved to be fruitful. All right, Fatty, you'll be coming with us, Ming Ye said, extending a sincere hand toward him. Fatty possessed technical skills that would significantly aid them in overcoming challenges. Upon hearing this, Fatty was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "All right, let me grab my toolbox." He dashed back to his workstation, collected his dining utensils, and then joined the trio in their departure. Neither Li Qinshu nor Jiang Wenwu voiced any objections, as Ming Ye had just informed them that the ocean-going vessel was designed by Fatty. A sense of profound respect blossomed within them. Once they had gathered all the supplies, the group made their way to the adjacent office building. After some contemplation, Li Qinshu quickly led them to a private pharmaceutical company. Upon entering, they were greeted by a display room filled with several large refrigerators. "What are these for?" Fatty asked, scratching his head in confusion. Li Qinshu smiled and began to explain leisurely. "These are all experimental reagents. Unfortunately, the power is out now. It is futile to retrieve the items within." Ming Ye merely cast a fleeting glance, refraining from further commentary. Thus, a few individuals resumed their quest to gather other medicinal supplies, cold remedies, antiseptics, rheumatic treatments. The pharmaceutical enterprise beckons, inviting all who possess the means. Li Qinshu, composed and unhurried, surveyed several rows of shelves. The thrill of procurement was exhilarating. However, it was not long before their bags were bulging with goods. Let us strip off the outer packaging. I scarcely know how to utilize these." Li Qinshu confidently patted her chest. Upon hearing her words, the others hesitated no longer. They collaborated seamlessly, and within approximately half an hour, they had cleared the shelves entirely. They even seized snacks, tea, and brown sugar from the refreshment room. Alas, the bounty was scant, primarily due to the company's stinginess. Chapter 43. E-commerce company few. That should be sufficient, right? Li Qinshu trudged forward with a parcel larger than her own body. To be honest, after the sweep of this company, nearly everyone's pockets were brimming. Ming Ye glanced at the supplies and nodded in satisfaction. "Let's take a short break before we head back." It was already 3 in the afternoon. The 4 of them, famished, sat in the snack room, relishing the bread they had brought along. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, creating a stark contrast to the atmosphere within the room. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu produced a self-heating hot pot from an unknown source. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, enveloping them in its enticing scent. The plump fellow couldn't help but sniff eagerly. "Oh my goodness, it feels like ages since I last had this," he exclaimed. "But how did you manage to get it?" In an instant, the gazes of the 3 others converged on Jiang Wenwu. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and explained, "Well, you didn't see me grab it from the corner just now?" Upon hearing this, Li Qinshu nodded knowingly. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she slapped Jiang Wenwu's thigh with a thud. "I see it now." "Ouch! Take it easy, will you?" Jiang Wenwu gasped, puzzled. "What do you know? I remember there's a live streaming company upstairs. They might have samples. Let us go take a look." The moment those words were uttered, the eyes of the others sparkled with excitement. Even the self-heating hot pot in hand seemed to lose its allure. Without delay, the 4 of them quickly finished their food and dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the 13th floor, the expression on the plump fellow's face shifted to one of astonishment. "Goodness, am I in paradise?" Indeed, the 13th floor housed a comprehensive live streaming company. Ming Ye headed towards the food section, while Li Qinshu ventured in the opposite direction, exploring the major skincare brand area. "Oh my girl and treasures. I never expected to have you again." Li Qinshu wasted no time, tossing anything expensive into her bag without a second thought. Why should she act aloof when it would mean bidding farewell to such delights forever? High-end lipsticks, masks, and eye creams, all were swiftly stowed away. She even thoughtfully picked up some skincare products for Li Wanhua and Xiao Qi. Meanwhile, Ming Ye arrived at the agricultural products section, exclaiming, "So many bags of rice. Today is indeed a windfall." With that, the 3 men began hoisting the rice, carrying them down one by one. After finishing with the agricultural products, they moved on to the instant food and nut sections. Like merchants on a shopping spree, they tossed in everything: beef, lamb, trendy drinks, and even ice cream. They didn't spare even the toilet paper. Everything was free, and the group moved with remarkable speed. After approximately 2 hours of fervent scavenging, The group still appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Even when they had no immediate use for the items, they were eager to acquire more, believing that if they had no need for it, they could simply discard it. Such is the nature of affluence. As they prepared to depart, the plump fellow seized 2 cases of fine red wine. Such is the distinction of a large corporation. Alas, the stakes meant to accompany the wine had spoiled. The underlying motto was simple: stockpile relentlessly until one could no longer do so. Once they had finished gathering their bounty, they loaded the supplies onto the inflatable boat. The vessel was practically brimming with provisions, leaving the group with barely enough space to sit. "Hold on tight," Ming Ye exclaimed before the engine roared to life, and they sped away. Truth be told, the currents in the outskirts were exceedingly strong, compounded by the additional weight of their cargo. As they boarded the boat, everyone clung tightly to the sides, instinctively aware of the lurking dangers. Fortunately, Ming Ye's skills proved formidable, allowing them to navigate several turbulent whirlpools with relative ease. Good heavens, these suburban waters are truly intimidating, Jiang Wenwu could not help but exclaim, his tongue clicking in disbelief. This area was generally devoid of visitors. Otherwise, even kayaks would likely capsize. Beneath the surface, numerous undercurrents converged, and the nearby mountains only added to the complexity of the landscape. Ming Ye had to maintain an acute level of vigilance, daring not to make a single mistake. Spotting an opening, he swiftly maneuvered through, only to be jolted by a sudden acceleration that nearly sent him tumbling. Thankfully, he managed to regain his balance and successfully return to the community. Upon reaching the entrance, the group finally exhaled, patting their chests in relief. The plump fellow seemed somewhat seasick, and before they even arrived at their destination, he began to retch. The sight elicited frowns from the others, and as the rain grew heavier, they realized they could not afford to linger. Thus, they hurriedly transported their haul upstairs, making approximately 30 to 40 trips before finally emptying the boat. The living room was now overflowing with the newly acquired supplies. Li Wanhua, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. "Did you all go on a heist?" she inquired, to which Li Qinshi and Jiang Wenwu exchanged amused glances and shook their heads. Li Qinshi then eagerly produced her delicate pink backpack, exclaiming, "Sister Hua, look at the wonderful things I brought for you in Shaoqi." Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that her bag contained not only cosmetics, but also educational tablets and books. Li Wanhua's eyes welled with tears at the sight of such thoughtfulness from Li Qinshi. With a reassuring smile, Li Qinshi patted her shoulder, saying, "Oh, don't cry. Sister, Shaoqi is simply adorable, and as her godmother, I must ensure she starts off on the right foot. As the saying goes, one must endure hardship, but never let the child suffer. Education is indeed pivotal for one's future." Hearing these words, Li Wanhua hastily wiped her face and declared, "Wait here. I shall prepare some chicken soup for you all." In an instant, they dashed into the kitchen. A few individuals began the task of filling the entire room with supplies. First, the room adjacent to Jiang Wenwu had been completely allocated for food storage, leaving no space for even a person to walk. Next, a refrigerator was placed in another room downstairs. Yet this was insufficient. The remaining items had to be heaped in the living room. Gazing at the provisions, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over them. Suddenly, a mysterious aroma wafted from the kitchen. What a delightful scent! The plump fellow inhaled deeply through his nose, his eyes glistening with a hint of longing. Who could fathom how he had endured these past few days? Even a morsel of bread he had just consumed made him feel rejuvenated. Li Qinshi remarked with a smile, "It must be the chicken soup made by Sister Hua. I can smell an abundance of mushrooms in it." Chapter 44. Advanced AI Technology. Delicious, delicious. "The freshness almost makes my eyebrows fall off," exclaimed the rotund man with exuberance. The gazes of the others were imbued with a hint of mirth, exuding a warm camaraderie. The most fundamental issue regarding resources had now been resolved, and Ming Ye was preparing to observe the situation surrounding the community the following night. For now, humanity's only course of action was to burrow under the covers, isolating themselves from the world. Only upon the arrival of the official rescue signal could they hope to resume their lives. After the meal, the rotund man voluntarily took the initiative to wash the dishes. Ming Ye donned a raincoat, ready to check the rooftop. Noticing Ming Ye's intent, Jiang Wenwu eagerly approached, saying, "Hey, take me with you. I want to go upstairs to fine-tune that drone. It seems like it could be quite entertaining." His tone was laced with enthusiasm, as he too wished to ascertain the efficacy of the drone the rotund man had boasted about. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye did not refuse. He returned inside, retrieving another raincoat, which he handed to Jiang Wenwu. When Jiang Wenwu felt the fabric of the raincoat, he was utterly astonished. It was identical to the nano-grade waterproof material used by their military. "Goodness gracious, what other secrets are you hiding from me?" Jiang Wenwu patted Ming Ye's shoulder, wearing an expression that suggested he understood everything. In response, Ming Ye maintained a calm demeanor. The two ventured into the torrential rain and ascended to the rooftop. Ming Ye deftly produced a pair of binoculars to survey the situation outside the community. He noticed a few individuals at the entrance of Building 17, seated in large basins typically used for bathing. It appeared they were venturing out in search of supplies. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu was diligently adjusting the drone in his hands. Wow, this gadget is truly impressive. The drone was connected to Jiang Wenwu's neural pathways. It seemed to traverse wherever his thoughts directed. This must be the top-tier AI technology the rotund man bragged about. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu froze, as if he had encountered something horrifying, remaining speechless for a prolonged moment. "Ming Ye, come quick!" He urgently tugged at Ming Ye's sleeve. Jiang Wenwu donned the AI glasses, and the scene before him instantly shifted to the drone's perspective. On the rooftop, 2 women and 4 men were advancing toward the corner with wooden sticks in hand, their demeanor exuding an air of menace. "What are they doing?" Ming Ye inquired, perplexed. "I don't know," Jiang Wenwu replied, his hands raised in exasperation. "They can't possibly be planning to kill, right? To be honest, in this apocalypse, cannibalism has occurred. Not to mention that when people are desperate, they will consume anything. Can this drone switch to audio?" Before Jiang Wenwu could voice his request, voices reached their ears. "I haven't had meat in ages." The leading man, with a lecherous grin, rubbed his hands together, while the unsettling remarks of those behind him followed suit. "Indeed, they have encountered these wretched creatures. They should swiftly slaughter them. If they manage to eliminate these beasts, a feast of meat awaits them this very night." The faces of several individuals displayed a manic exhilaration. Uninformed onlookers might well assume they had ingested some peculiar substance. The drone edged closer to their direction, revealing a dog and 2 cats nestled in the corner. It must be said, these individuals were truly despicable. They flailed their wooden clubs in a futile attempt to subdue the 3 animals. The sudden onset of the apocalypse caught everyone unprepared, and many remained unaware of any rescue operations. Some had even succumbed to starvation. Now, upon spotting these 3 living beings, their eyes gleamed with avarice. With meat at hand, who would wish to endure hunger? One woman instinctively licked her lips, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I last tasted meat." Ming Ye observed the scene with indifference. Nature, after all, is governed by the law of the jungle. Such occurrences held little significance for him. However, in the next moment, as the drone switched to a close-up view, Ming Ye was able to discern the stray dog and the 2 cats more clearly. Nai Cha, Xiaohei, and Diju. The name Nai Cha was bestowed by Ming Ye himself. During his university years, he had participated in a stray dog rescue initiative, where he had rescued Nai Cha from a dog transport vehicle. Had he arrived even a few minutes later, the creature would have surely met a grim fate on a dinner plate. Unfortunately, due to a family member's allergy to dog hair, Ming Ye could only place Nai Cha in the community, occasionally returning to provide food and care. Nai Cha, having been rescued by Ming Ye, displayed an extraordinary affection towards him, particularly drawn to his scent. Since the apocalypse began, Ming Ye had not seen Nai Cha again, until the moment before his demise. As acid rain fell from the heavens, he found himself cornered by Zhang Ting and her entourage on the mountainside. There he spotted Nai Cha. The dog was emaciated, its once lush fur now a patchy mess, yet it valiantly clung to Zhang Ting's hand with its last ounce of strength. This act bought Ming Ye precious time, allowing him to escape albeit briefly, before ultimately falling victim to Zhang Ting's treachery. Little did he expect to see this dog in such a place now. Observe how, at times, humans can be less noble than a dog. Dogs remain humanity's most loyal companions. It is Nai Cha. Next to him, Jiang Wenwu appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend. What did you say? It's Nai Cha. I must rescue it. In an instant, Ming Ye pivoted and descended from the rooftop. He leaped onto the assault boat without hesitation, following the direction indicated by his AI glasses as he sped toward the apartment building. The hum of the boat's motor soon attracted the attention of those on the rooftop. All gazed in the direction of the sound. Even Nai Cha spotted Ming Ye, and in its sparkling eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited. Unexpectedly, a man on the opposing side seized the moment, swinging his club with force aimed directly at Nai Cha. In a moment of peril, the valiant little black cat sprang into action. Indeed, the combat prowess of the cow cat was nothing short of remarkable. It turned and fiercely lunged at the assailant, prompting several onlookers to rush to assist in a flurry of chaos. Milk Tea and Big Orange also joined the fray. Among them, two women, armed with makeshift clubs, inadvertently struck their own allies. Goodness, you foolish women, do you wish to see me perish? One exclaimed. Could you not aim more carefully before swinging? The scene erupted into a cacophony of lamentations, evoking a mixture of concern and amusement. Observing this spectacle, Ming Ye promptly anchored the vessel below. Milk Tea, displaying remarkable agility, called out to Little Black and Big Orange before leaping onto Ming Ye's boat. The individuals on the rooftop, distressed by the antics of Little Black and Big Orange, were heard shouting in panic, "Help! Oh dear, save us! This cat has gone mad." Chapter 45. A life encompassing both cats and dogs. Ha ha! Upon hearing these words, even Jiang Wenwu could not help but cover his mouth and chuckle quietly. All beings possess a spirit. If one does not show reverence for life, these creatures will find another way to command your respect. The two cats exhibited remarkable agility. Sensing the peculiar situation, they promptly leaped onto Minji's boat. It was only at this moment that the 6 individuals below finally registered what was happening and glanced up at Minji. One of them, seething with anger, drew a knife and shouted, "Throw those 3 beasts back up here." Meanwhile, Minji piloted the speedboat, a smile gracing his face as he shrugged nonchalantly, dreaming away. He then executed a sharp turn, leaving the group with a stylish silhouette. The hum of the engine filled the air, stirring up a spray of water. The group glared at Minji, cursing loudly in frustration. Damn it, the cat and dog meat we had was slipping away. What should we do? Should we follow them and snatch some food? One person suggested, only to receive a swift slap from the leader. Are you blind? Did you not see that man's speedboat? You think you can catch up? Seemingly to vent his pent-up frustration, he continued to hurl profanities, his words incessant, to evade the gaze of those with ill intentions. Minji circled the neighborhood several times before finally anchoring at the foot of an apartment building. As he disembarked, he reached out towards the milk tea-colored dog. However, the dog instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, its eyes reflecting a defensive posture. Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm, Minji reassured, extending his hand towards the dog, his gaze softening. Yet, the condition of the dog was far from ideal. It had a wound on its ear, its nose was bleeding, and patches of fur were missing. It appeared as though it had been living a disheveled existence. One could only imagine the hardships it had faced recently. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, survival necessitates any means possible. He recalled the pet owners from the neighborhood, who had ultimately lost their companions. What fate awaited stray animals? Wearing heavy gloves, Minji cautiously attempted to soothe the dog by gently stroking its back. Suddenly, the dog snapped, biting Minji's hand with surprising force, even through the fabric. Don't be afraid. Minji continued to comfort, patting its back. From now on, I shall be your master. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wenwu felt a pang of sorrow. The devastation wrought by the flood was not merely directed at humanity. It was a calamity affecting all life on Earth. How about we try this? Jiang Wenwu suddenly rummaged through his pocket, producing a sausage he had brought along. Without hesitation, Minji tore open the packaging and tossed it at the dog's feet. Despite its evident hunger, the dog remained highly alert. It sniffed the air cautiously before swiftly seizing the sausage and retreating to the front of the boat. Woof woof. With a couple of barks directed at the little black dog and the big orange cat, it was evident that both creatures were quite wary. After all, the intelligence of tabby cats is renowned. They certainly did not wish to meet the same fate as their comrades, who had fallen prey to humans. Thus, the trio of small animals frequently glanced up at Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu. Only when they saw that the three little creatures had consumed some food did Ming Ye let out a sigh of relief. Phew, as long as you are alive, it is far better than anything else. Oh, by the way, I believe we have some dog food and catkins at home, right? Upon hearing Ming Ye's remark, Jiang Wenwu nodded obediently. Yes, I seem to recall there might be some at Huajie's. With this conversation settling in his mind, Ming Ye felt assured. Ultimately, he employed his secret weapon, who a mysterious eastern force is summoning. Unconsciously, the little dog, Milk Tea, nestled closer to Ming Ye. To his surprise, this little pup was quite obedient. Jiang Wenwu chuckled, giving the dog's belly a gentle rub. Let us first go to another building. Give a quick wash, and then take it back. Absolutely. The two reached a mutual agreement. Bringing it to the 9th floor right now would undoubtedly add to everyone's chores. Ming Ye had not consulted anyone about adopting a dog. Upon entering Building 15, it did not take long for someone to spot the dog through the crack in the door. Grandpa, there's a dog. A child's innocent voice rang out. Several households discreetly opened their doors to peek. Grandpa, I want to eat dog meat. The little boy immediately began to whine loudly. Perhaps sensing danger, Milk Tea, the little black dog, and the big orange cat swiftly went on alert. They circled around Ming Ye, ever vigilant against these unexpected guests. In the next moment, a seemingly honest man emerged from a room, asking, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Ming Ye calmly drew a dagger from his pocket and replied, "I do not belong to this building." "Then what are you here for?" The honest man's expression shifted to one of complexity. Jiang Wenwu then pointed at the dog and two cats, casually stating, "We're just here to give them a bath." The crowd was immediately taken aback. At this moment, who would think of bathing a dog and a cat? Why not just eat them instead? Soon, someone made a sarcastic remark. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. It sounds nice to say you're giving the dog a bath, but who knows if it's meant for eating? Indeed, I can't shake the feeling that this dog looks a bit familiar. I remember now. Isn't this the stray dog from our community?" The crowd buzzed with excitement. If there were a bag of sunflower seeds, they could probably chatter for 3 days and nights. A stray dog? The child spoke uncertainly, then suggested, "Well, let us just all eat it together." "Yes, I'm certain I wouldn't mistake it." Aunt Wong shouted from upstairs. The crowd was soon in an uproar. If it's a stray dog, we must share it equally. Indeed, there are 2 cats, and they must be divided equally. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye impatiently rubbed his ears. "You wish to indulge in meat, do you?" With a piercing glance, he surveyed the crowd, causing them to shrink back in trepidation. Perhaps the gnawing hunger overpowered their reason, for Aunt Wong persisted unyieldingly. "Indeed, you are exceedingly selfish." In an instant, Ming Ye swiftly drew a handgun from his waist. "Very well, let's see if you can pass my test." Without hesitation, he aimed the firearm at the vociferous Aunt Wong. What do you intend to do?" Aunt Wong was rendered speechless by fear. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued their hushed murmurs, lamenting the severity of the situation. This is too much. After all, it is not his dog. Indeed, what harm could there be in sharing? Chapter 46. Terrified to the core, I have declared it. This dog belongs to me. Ming Ye's aura surged forth as he proclaimed loudly. The crowd present exhibited a flicker of fear in their gazes, hesitant to step forward. This was primarily due to the sharpness in his voice, which instilled an unsettling discomfort. An honest man took a couple of steps forward and suggested, "Let us all refrain from shouting. Perhaps we could each take a step back? How do you propose we retreat?" Jiang Wenwu replied, tilting his head with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "This is my suggestion," the honest man continued, swallowing hard. "Why not let you take the dog, and we shall keep these 2 cats?" The onlookers upstairs brightened at this prospect. Anything was better than nothing. "I find this agreeable. A splendid idea." They chimed in. "Indeed, we have not taken advantage of you, but I have no taste for cat meat." Ming Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. "Perhaps I should consider tasting your flesh instead?" In an instant, his dagger found itself poised at the man's chest. Ah, what? What do you intend to do? I must inform you. I am the property manager of this community. Oh, what a grand title you bear. Jiang Wenwu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Ming Ye swiftly drew his blade across the man's arm, leaving a crimson trail. Get out of my sight. The man turned pale with fear, clutching his injured arm, and scurried away as if fleeing from a disaster. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the crowd. Ming Ye lifted his gaze, lips slightly parted. May I leave now? Absolutely not. You cannot depart. If you do, what shall we eat? Aunt Wang persisted obstinately. Casting a glance at her, Jiang Wenwu snorted coldly. And what do you propose? Naturally, we should keep all these provisions. I have a cleaver at home that can assist in dividing the spoils. How audacious this old hag was. Did she not fear the repercussions of her words? Yet Aunt Wang was no fool. She swiftly turned to her neighbors, declaring, we must all band together. I refuse to believe we cannot seize it. It is indeed remarkable how individuals can summon strength when faced with life and death. Unfortunately, they could never have anticipated that Ming Ye possessed a firearm. What? Do you intend to seize it by force? Ming Ye loaded the gun, a look of contempt evident in his eyes. At this sight, the crowd hurriedly retreated, hastily closing their doors. What a farce! There is a line between jest and jeopardy. One should never toy with life. The gravity of Ming Ye's demeanor suggested that the gun in his possession was no mere imitation. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang stammered, do you truly believe that weapon is real? It's merely a broken toy. If you choose to cower, do not expect to share in the spoils later. In an instant, the others peeked out once more, their eyes dark and fixated on Ming Ye, as if he had already become a prize. I initially intended to offer you an opportunity. Ming Ye spoke, circling his neck, but it appears you're not up to the task. Before Ming Ye could finish his statement, with a mere gesture, the milk tea surged forth, latching onto the nearest man and immediately entering a frenzied state. The man, seemingly taken aback by the sudden onslaught, clutched a wooden stick tightly, preparing to strike at the milk tea's head. Unfortunately for him, the milk tea exhibited an agility that was far beyond his grasp. Meanwhile, Ming Ye had raised his gun, aiming directly at Aunt Wang's head. A gunshot rang out. The scene fell into an eerie silence as a bullet grazed Aunt Wang's scalp. Ah, murder. There's been a murder. Aunt Wang was so startled that she collapsed to the ground, and before long, an unnameable yellow liquid began to pool around her. Oh my, that's utterly disgusting. I should really close the door. Several timid individuals hastily shut their doors in response. However, Aunt Wang, regaining her composure, erupted in anger. You would commit murder for a mere creature? I shall report you to the police. You are unlawfully in possession of a firearm. Unfazed by her outburst, Ming Ye shrugged nonchalantly. Go ahead and report me. In my eyes, you are worth less than a single hair on the milk tea. He added, keep talking, and next time, it won't just be your hairline that I target. His remarks elicited laughter from Jiang Wenwu beside him. Hey, brother, you've got quite the wit. Ming Ye responded with a silent expression. All right, let us move on. Unexpectedly, a child dashed forward, attempting to bite Ming Ye's wrist. Watch out. In an instant, Ming Ye's instincts kicked in, and he kicked the child away. The child's grandfather rushed out, angrily berating Ming Ye. Do you have any humanity left? You would strike a child. Have you no shame? Ming Ye coldly replied. Did you not see? He lunged at me. The grandfather's face contorted in anger. If it weren't for your selfishness in wanting to claim that dog and those 2 cats as your own, this wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, even Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. I must say, old man, you've truly lost all shame. You're invincible in that regard. Why should someone else's pets be at your disposal? The child is misbehaving, but you're no saint either, perhaps feeling the weight of his words. The old man retorted loudly. Who are you calling what? You little brat. I advise you to tread lightly. Jiang Wenwu continued. And do you know what I do for a living? With that, he flexed his bicep. I'm a veteran. If I see your child misbehaving again, I won't hesitate to give him a lesson. After saying this, Jiang Wenwu raised an eyebrow and made an okay gesture towards Ming Ye, who nodded silently in acknowledgement. Turning to the crowd, he warned, this is merely a minor reprimand. For those unafraid of death, feel free to seek me out. The two turned elegantly to depart. Yet not a single person dared to approach. How vexing. Ming Ye possesses genuine firepower. Should anyone charge forward at this moment, their life would undoubtedly be at stake. On the way back, Ming Ye gently patted Milk Tea's belly, grateful for the firearm today. Otherwise, if a group had rushed out, we might not have gained any advantage. At this moment, Jiang Wenwu still felt a lingering fear. It's nothing, Ming Ye reassured, rubbing Milk Tea's little head. Those people were simply excessive. Indeed, Jiang Wenwu found enjoyment in this experience, for it allowed him to showcase his vibrant vitality. After all, how could one bear to part with such an adorable dog? Chapter 47. Humanity's most loyal companion. The sound of a puppy barking reverberated through the spacious corridor. Inside the room, Li Wanhua scratched her head, her expression somewhat perplexed. How did I hear a dog barking? I heard it too. Li Qinshu responded with a serious demeanor. The presence of a dog's bark amidst the apocalypse was indeed quite peculiar. In the next moment, a knock echoed at the door. Li Qinshu approached, and, upon opening the door, beheld Ming Ye, whose gaze fell upon the two cats and one dog he held. You brought back a puppy? Li Qinshu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. How wonderful. We won't be bored anymore. Hearing the commotion, Li Wanhua quickly made her way to the door, taking in the sight of the animals in Ming Ye's arms. Are you planning to raise a dog? She inquired, astonished. Isn't this little pup one of the strays from the community? Jiang Wenwu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No, Ming Ye has fully adopted them today. Oh, I see. Li Wanhua's eyes reflected a hint of concern. She understood that she had no authority to refuse Ming Ye's desire to keep a dog. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if these little cats and dogs had been vaccinated. Seemingly noticing Li Wanhua's unease, Ming Ye took the initiative to reassure her. Rest assured, these little ones are strays from our community, and the property management took them for vaccinations a few months ago. Upon hearing this, Li Wanhua let out a sigh of relief. All right then, I have no objections. Xiao Qi quite likes small animals. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Ming Ye nodded seriously. Very well, I shall arrange for these three little companions to stay in another room. He had initially anticipated some resistance, but was pleasantly surprised by everyone's understanding. Next, Ming Ye headed to the attic to fetch some dried pork, cured sausages, and A-grade ham. Given the ample supplies available, there was no harm in treating the puppy to such delicacies. However, upon seeing Ming Ye retrieve these items, the chubby one felt a pang of regret. The thought that in the previous days his meals had been less than a dog's made his heart ache. Hearing this, Jiang Wenwu patted the chubby one on the shoulder, chuckling, all right now. Tonight, we shall have cured meat and rib soup. That sounds splendid. But why did Ming Ye bring back a dog without any reason? Because he saved my life, Ming Ye interjected coolly. In an instant, the chubby one's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Not only he, but even Li Qinshu and Li Wanhua were taken aback. Ming Ye continued, unperturbed, the puppy, named Milk Tea, is a Chinese rural dog and can be trained to guard our home. Indeed, that was my intention, Jiang Wenwu replied with a smile. Moreover, having a dog means we can also enjoy some affectionate companionship. If you ask me, this Milk Tea is truly remarkable. Those who just tried to catch it moments ago failed miserably. Adult Li Wanhua. Adult Li Qinshu. Adult Fatty. All right, it's settled then. Jiang Wenwu took the lead in making the decision. From now on, we shall have pets. However, Li Wanhua still felt a twinge of concern. Xiao Yi, the food in the attic should last us for about a year. Under normal circumstances, I would wholeheartedly support you. But to add a dog and two cats to the food supply. As she spoke, her voice gradually faded. Ming Ye understood Li Wanhua's apprehensions. Yet, in his eyes, Milk Tea was no longer merely a conventional dog. He bent down gently to stroke Milk Tea's back. I know, but regardless, I will never abandon them. Ming Ye's gaze deepened with resolve. Rest assured, I will regularly venture out to procure supplies. Li Wanhua had no ulterior motives. She merely wished to express her thoughts. Once she saw that Ming Ye had made his choice, she felt there was no need for further discussion. Back inside the house, Ming Ye filled a basin with warm water. He then carefully placed Milk Tea on the bed, covering it with a small blanket. With gentle hands, he examined Milk Tea's body, revealing numerous gaping wounds and a severe skin affliction. Additionally, the right ear and head were matted together, completely obscuring its tiny whiskers. Ah, fear not, for I shall be here for you from now on. Ming Ye nodded firmly. Just then, as he intended to step out in search of the medicine box, he noticed Li Shu standing at his door. She shook the medicine box in her hand, her tone brimming with excitement. I'm here to help apply medicine to Xiao Nai Cha. Seeing this, Ming Ye's expression softened, and he stepped aside. Li Shu bounced over to milk tea, her eyes sparkling with delight. How wonderful! I've always dreamed of having a puppy, and today, it has finally come true. With that, she eagerly reached out to embrace milk tea. However, her outstretched hand was swiftly restrained by Ming Ye. Not just yet. He chuckled awkwardly. Milk tea is still timid. I will guide her from the side. At that moment, his hand rested gently on Li Shu's wrist, causing her to blush and nod shyly. All right, I will follow your lead. Ming Ye sighed deeply at her words. He then turned to reassure milk tea, whose emotions gradually settled. He nodded towards Li Shu, who promptly retrieved the anti-inflammatory medicine, gauze, and a blade. Do we have an Elizabethan collar? No, Ming Ye replied, scanning the surroundings before finally focusing on a small bucket. With a resounding thud, he dismantled the bottom of the bucket. The opening was now just the right size for milk tea's neck. Now it's perfect. Li Shu smiled as she began to carefully scrape away milk tea's outer fur with a blade. Once the fur was completely removed, she gently wiped the ulcerated area of the wound with the gauze in her hand, each movement executed with remarkable tenderness. The little dog, Nai Cha, remained docile, showing no signs of resistance. Once all the fur was shaved off, Nai Cha truly appeared as if it were merely skin and bones. Li Shu continued her delicate ministrations, first applying a layer of ointment to Nai Cha, then administering 2 anti-inflammatory pills by placing them in its mouth. There, the task was accomplished. Standing up, Li Shu clapped her hands, reminding them not to let the wound come into contact with water for the next few days. Ming Ye nodded earnestly. Oh, and by the way, you can create a cardboard doghouse for it. Since the dog cannot be exposed to water, it would be best to avoid areas that lack ventilation. Understanding Li Shu's intentions, Ming Ye promptly set to work. Before long, the doghouse was completed. Without needing much encouragement from Ming Ye, Nai Cha instinctively lay down inside. Additionally, Ming Ye placed a soft cushion within. Chapter 48. The unexpected windfall of 2 million. Early the next morning, the portly fellow mysteriously knocked on Ming Ye's door. Ming Ye furrowed his brow and opened the door, only to have the rotund man swiftly dart inside. Drowsy, Ming Ye inquired, what brings you here so early? Shoo, keep your voice down, the portly man whispered, casting a glance at Ming Ye before seating himself closely beside him. The proximity made Ming Ye feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Speak quickly, why are you so close? The portly man immediately turned to him and muttered, it's something of great importance. Just say it. Do you recall that office building we visited last time? Ming Ye nodded slightly. What about it? In the next moment, the portly man spoke cautiously. I discovered 2 million in cash in the boss's office. What? The portly man nodded quietly. I picked the lock. I was just so hungry. He continued before the apocalypse. That 2 million could have launched us into prosperity. Alas, nowadays, not only has the RMB depreciated, but even the US dollar has plummeted. Ming Ye sighed. Having money now doesn't guarantee we can spend it. The price of flour has skyrocketed to 700 yuan per pound, let alone rice and oats. Costs will only continue to soar. Moreover, some of the grains have been soaked in water. Who knows if they carry any viruses? So, does that mean the money is essentially worthless now? Ming Ye pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Better than nothing, I suppose. What do you mean? The portly man was somewhat confused by Ming Ye's words. It implies that if we have connections, we could procure clean grains, but this amount is merely a drop in the ocean. The 2 million might only buy us 200 to 300 pounds of quality food. Are there any other channels? The portly man's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. He was convinced that someone must be profiting from the national crisis. There must be a way, but we just don't know how to navigate it. Money will only continue to lose its value, eventually becoming worthless paper. Everyone should spend it quickly while they still can. Should we go for a visit? The portly man asked tentatively. Ming Ye contemplated for a moment. Even if we had the money, we wouldn't know how to spend it. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was another knock at Ming Ye's door. Upon opening it, they found Jiang Wenwu awkwardly scratching his head. Apologies, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but your conversation was simply too distracting for sleep. The sight left the portly man's expression akin to a vibrant palette of colors. What did you hear? Well, for instance, 2 million channels connections. Good heavens! Jiang Wenwu had overheard their entire discussion. Realizing what had transpired, the portly man pointed at Jiang Wenwu. Rendered speechless. Alas, enough said. Do you not seek a channel? I possess one. The portly man immediately widened his eyes in suspicion. Ming Ye, however, remained silent, seemingly pondering the veracity of this statement. Each of the three harbored ulterior motives, concealing their thoughts. Ultimately, Ming Ye turned to Jiang Wenwu and spoke. Please share your perspective. Witnessing the potential for agreement, Jiang Wenwu finally exhaled in relief. Do you recall the last assistance station? I was once a soldier, and, coincidentally, a comrade of mine is there, which might afford us some connections. Once these words were uttered, skepticism was difficult to maintain. The portly man's face registered understanding. No wonder Jiang Wenwu maintained such impeccable control over his physique. So he was a soldier after all. Yet one might wonder why, despite both being veterans, one had ascended to the role of a special police officer while the other resided in this dilapidated neighborhood. Just as Jiang Wenwu was about to inquire further, Ming Ye's mere glance dissuaded him. Each person harbored secrets, and it was prudent not to pry too curiously, lest one's curiosity lead to peril. Ming Ye asked, do you have any conditions? Despite being aware of Jiang Wenwu's capabilities, Ming Ye understood the importance of maintaining a respectful distance. After all, no one wished to venture into danger for a monetary pursuit, especially when their current resources were sufficient. To their astonishment, Jiang Wenwu's request was surprisingly simple. Bring me a cat. What? The portly man was momentarily taken aback. I mean, are you speaking a Huaxia language? How is this not a misunderstanding? I said, bring me a cat. Jiang Wenwu's expression was noticeably awkward. Ah, truth be told, I have a fondness for kittens. After all, what rugged man hasn't harbored a soft spot for a little feline? Witnessing this scene, Ming Ye felt his worldview shatter slightly. Eventually, he acquiesced. Very well. Then I shall give you the little black one. Why? Jiang Wenwu's eyes widened in surprise. The little black one was that cow-patterned cat, known for its volatile temperament. Ming Ye merely shrugged. You have a request, and I must fulfill it, mustn't I? Ultimately, Jiang Wenwu had no choice but to accept his misfortune. All right then, when shall we go? Right now, just the two of us. You, portly one, shall stay behind to watch over the two women. Upon hearing this, the portly man nodded obediently. After finishing their lunch, the two boarded a speedboat and headed to the outskirts. The recent days had been marked by incessant rain, and Ming Ye distinctly felt the water currents in the suburbs becoming increasingly convoluted. When will this natural calamity pass? Jiang Wenwu mused under his umbrella, casting a despondent glance toward the sky. Living is indeed an arduous endeavor, particularly for ordinary individuals beneath the shadow of apocalypse, where even the mere act of satisfying hunger becomes a luxury. It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky outside is shrouded in gloom. The spirits of the two individuals are equally dismal. They grasped a flashlight as they navigated the flowing water in the street, gradually making their way to the base of an office building. Upon entering, Ming Ye immediately sensed something amiss. It felt as though someone had been there before. Hush! Ming Ye gestured to Jiang Wenwu behind him. Jiang Wenwu promptly nodded in understanding. They found themselves on the 8th floor, where the faint sounds of rustling could be heard from above. 3, 2, 1. Ming Ye silently mouthed. In the next moment, both individuals wielded bone cleavers in their left hands and compact handguns in their right. Chapter 49. The hero who robs the rich to aid the poor. Ah, what are you planning to do? Before them stood a burly man with a young girl at his side. Sensing the tension radiating from Ming Ye, the girl also appeared somewhat anxious. What do you want? Jiang Wenwu inquired with a vigilant expression. The man responded, somewhat tremulously, we're just looking for something to eat. What are your intentions? In an instant, his demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening as if he feared Ming Ye would seize their provisions. The distance between the two parties was approximately 10 feet. Ming Ye's eyes remained fixed on the man, unwavering. Well, we too are in search of sustenance. Then go ahead and look. We shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but chuckle. You have already found it. How could we possibly search? The man appeared troubled, replying, to be honest, I don't have much food either. We found some in an e-commerce company upstairs. Would you like a bit? Hearing his earnest words, Ming Ye's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Nonetheless, he maintained his stern expression. Fine, you may leave. Jiang Wenwu looked at Ming Ye in disbelief. Allowing them to depart just like that? Well, they were merely seeking to fill their stomachs. Ming Ye waved his hand dismissively. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode purposefully towards the 10th floor. Both Jiang Wenwu and the man were momentarily taken aback. They just left like that? Following this brief exchange, Jiang Wenwu became noticeably more cautious. Soon, the two arrived at the office of the boss, as described by the round man. I wonder how much money could possibly be in this little vault? Jiang Wenwu mused, curious. As the owner of a publicly listed technology company, the cash reserves must be substantial. Thoughts aside, Jiang Wenwu aimed his weapon at the combination lock and fired a shot. The lock instantly succumbed, offering no resistance. Let us see what's inside this thing. Ming Ye refrained from intervening, allowing Jiang Wenwu to take the lead, who dutifully retrieved an axe and began to chisel away. After all, it was not unreasonable to have someone do the work. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of destruction echoed. This safe was remarkably sturdy. It took Jiang Wenwu, a strong man, a full half-hour to finally pry it open. Phew! Jiang Wenwu panted slightly. This is truly difficult to crack. As he opened the outer door of the safe, a cascade of red bills was revealed. Ming Ye swiftly rummaged through, extracting the cash. Stacks upon stacks. It was indeed a magnificent sight. My goodness, does this technology company earn so much? Jiang Wenwu was momentarily mesmerized. Ming Ye continued to extract copious amounts of cash, uncovering several boxes within. In contrast to the cash, Ming Ye calmly opened the boxes. In an instant, the contents dazzled their eyes. Good heavens, they were gold bars. I must say, we have truly struck it rich. Gold is indeed a hard currency. Jiang Wenwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Ming Ye maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as if these matters bore no significance to him. All right, let us conceal the gold bars and prepare to depart, Ming Ye advised in a hushed tone. Carrying such a considerable amount poses a certain risk to our safety. Jiang Wenwu instantly grasped Ming Ye's concerns. Very well, let us leave at once. But what about those two individuals downstairs? He pondered. It was not fear that gripped Jiang Wenwu, but rather the uncertainty they represented. Their bags would undoubtedly be bulging, and should they decide to attack, it could spell trouble. Never mind, let us head down first, Ming Ye replied. With that, the two descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the 9th floor, the siblings continued their search for something. Upon seeing Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu emerge, they bore only a small bag in hand, their expressions tinged with complex emotions. The man approached Ming Ye, inquiring, Haven't you two eaten in a while? Jiang Wenwu, taken aback, instinctively positioned himself in front of Ming Ye, alert. What did you say? Before Jiang Wenwu could react further, the man produced 2 boxes of biscuits from his pocket. Please, eat. I know what it feels like to be hungry. I have little to offer, but once you've eaten, hurry and seek supplies elsewhere. Noticing the two hesitating, the man pressed the biscuits into their hands. Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu exchanged a glance and accepted them silently. Thank you. Ming Ye expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He had never encountered such kindness from a stranger during these dire times. The man, a bit bashful, scratched his head. Just call me Lu Er. I thought any help, no matter how small, would be worthwhile. Observing his earnest demeanor, Ming Ye nodded thoughtfully. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, naivety is not a virtue. As they were about to leave, Ming Ye cautioned, in these times, prioritize your own safety and refrain from extending kindness to strangers. By the time Lu Er comprehended the gravity of Ming Ye's words, they had already walked away. As they exited, Jiang Wenwu expressed his astonishment. I never expected to encounter kindness in this apocalypse. Kind-hearted people have perished long ago, Ming Ye retorted, causing Jiang Wenwu's smile to vanish instantly. Oh, but people can still be well-intentioned, he lamented. Isn't this a time for compassion to flourish? Understanding Ming Ye's perspective, Jiang Wenwu chose not to argue further. Human nature tends toward malevolence. One must avoid becoming a victim of their own goodwill. The biscuits appeared rather appetizing. The two opened a package and took a casual bite. Just as they prepared to retrace their steps, they fortuitously encountered several groups of people along the way. Ming Ye's strategy was to make a dramatic turn at the sight of others. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that there are certain things he prefers not to provoke, and he possesses neither the inclination nor the desire to do so. While savoring a biscuit, Jiang Wenwu gazed through his binoculars towards the horizon. Suddenly, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of something within the cabin. "What is that?" he inquired, pointing to an object wrapped in plastic, resembling a wooden stick. Ming Ye, with an expression of indifference, replied, "A fishing rod." Jiang Wenwu nodded obediently. However, in the next moment, he let out a shriek akin to that of a startled groundhog. "Ah, how could there be a fishing rod on your boat? Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Upon hearing this, Ming Ye shrugged in resignation. "Well, you never asked me, did you? How was I to know to bring it up? All right then, next time you possess such equipment, do inform me in advance. As an avid angler, I am quite skilled at fishing." Chapter 50. Guanyin Reservoir. Do you have any fish food in your boat? "No," Ming Ye replied, while attentively managing the vessel. In an instant, a look of disappointment flickered across Jiang Wenwu's face. "How dull. Every morning, I awaken to the sight of my cat, and every night, I close my eyes to sleep. To be honest, living like this feels utterly pointless. It would be better to perish. Ming Ye maintained a calm demeanor. I respect your choice and shall not hinder you." In the next moment, Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, momentarily speechless. "I merely wish to improve our meals." His voice trailed off. Ming Ye continued to steer the speedboat. "Since we lack fish food, there is little we can do. Are you planning to perform a fishing trick like Jiang Taigong?" Suddenly, an idea sparked in Jiang Wenwu's mind. "We have biscuits and bread, don't we? Why not give it a try?" Seeing the gleam of excitement in Jiang Wenwu's eyes, Ming Ye eventually nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was time to enhance their culinary experience. Not to mention, the cat had a particular fondness for fish. "All right, I know there is a Guanyin reservoir nearby. Perhaps it holds some fish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu quickly relinquished his spot. "Damn, an entire reservoir full of fish. I wonder if they have my favorite carp. Just the thought makes my mouth water." There were 2 empty buckets on the boat, which would surely be filled to the brim. "Then let us proceed." Ming Ye took the recently vacated position, binoculars in hand. However, the waterway in the suburbs was quite intricate. It took them a considerable amount of time to reach the reservoir. When they finally arrived, the waters were tumultuous. "Do you really think we can catch fish here?" Jiang Wenwu asked, uncertainty clouding his expression. Ming Ye shook his head in resignation. "I'm not sure. Without fish food today, we may not catch anything at all. Perhaps we should have Fatty return to fetch us an automatic fishing device." At this suggestion, Jiang Wenwu's gloom dissipated instantly. "That sounds splendid. Let's hurry back." He wore an eager expression. After all, with no guarantee of catching fish, it would be more prudent to return and improve their equipment rather than waste time. "Very well, let us return. Hold on tight." Not long after they set off, a speedboat appeared ahead, manned by 3 or 4 burly men. Sensing the aggressive approach, Ming Ye decisively chose to navigate around them. As they directed, the boat left. Another speedboat emerged on that side. Before Ming Ye could steer right, a third vessel fortuitously appeared on the right. "Good heavens, the path is completely blocked," Jiang Wenwu exclaimed, frowning deeply. "Did we forget to check the almanac before venturing out today? We haven't caught a single fish, and now we're being cornered." Ming Ye remained silent. As the assault boat directly opposite drew within his shooting range, he decisively drew his firearm and aimed. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the shoulder. A regrettable loss of ammunition. The rain today fell heavily, perhaps obscuring Ming Ye's vision for the night ahead. He turned to Jiang Wenwu and inquired, "Can you shoot?" "I am an infantryman. I cannot," Jiang Wenwu replied, a look of distress crossing his face. The man across seemed equally surprised to discover that Ming Ye was armed. The leader of the group immediately exclaimed, "Brothers, we haven't eaten in days. Why not treat us to a meal?" Observing their bulging bags, Ming Ye retorted coldly, "Get lost." The group had not anticipated Ming Ye's defiance. Though reluctant, they silently distanced themselves from him. The sound of the torrential rain filled the air, a prelude to an impending storm. The three assault boats cautiously retreated, unwilling to draw closer to Ming Ye. Nevertheless, their ulterior motives lingered. The man's tone softened slightly as he implored, "Brother, can't you help us out? Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. We are all Huaxia people. Why be so stingy?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu scoffed disdainfully. "Your words are more pleasant than your actions. If it weren't for our firearms, would you treat us so lightly? Human nature is to prey on the weak and fear the strong. Only when you are more formidable than them will they refrain from wrongdoing. Is there nothing to discuss?" The man's pupils sharpened gradually. Ming Ye remained unfazed. Uttering a single word, "Leave," a hint of unwillingness flickered in the eyes of the group. Damn it, such a big fish. Would he truly escape today? Yet, with Ming Ye armed, they knew he was not easily intimidated. They pondered whether they could seize the opportunity if Ming Ye's boat drew closer. Firearms are indeed treasures. One henchman whispered, "Boss, should we return and call for more brothers? What should we do? He has a gun." The leader's anxiety surged. He was uncertain how many bullets were left in Ming Ye's weapon and felt it unwise to gamble with his life. Moreover, their back and forth would take over an hour. By the time reinforcements arrived, Ming Ye would have long fled. Forget it, just follow quietly for now. Let's see where they are, and we can deal with them in a couple of days. Coincidentally, Ming Ye harbored the same intention. He understood well that wildfires cannot be completely extinguished. They will sprout anew with the spring breeze. These individuals appeared organized. Who wouldn't be ravenous when encountering such a lucrative opportunity? "Fine. I shall not hold this against you today. You may go." "Boss, are we truly letting them leave just like that?" With a gun in hand, Ming Ye felt no fear. He maneuvered his boat directly forward to the right side of their path. Unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The lackey near Ming Ye swiftly brandished a large kitchen knife, aiming to strike at Ming Ye's arm. In a flash, Jiang Wenwu leaped forward. Ming Ye frowned, his gaze brimming with malice. Seeking death, he then pulled the trigger, ending the life with a single shot. Jiang Wenwu, gritting his teeth against his injuries, urged to move quickly. Uncertain of how many bullets remained in the chamber, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Ming Ye instinctively glanced at Jiang Wenwu's wound. There lay a gash approximately 20 centimeters long, piercing through half of Jiang Wenwu's back. Their eyes met in the air, both acutely aware of an unusual peril. "We must leave. Run," they shouted in unison. Without hesitation, Ming Ye seized the engine and squeezed into the narrow space. Chapter 51. A Life in Peril. Hold tight. I'm about to turn. Due to the substantial inertia of the engine, the already injured Jiang Wenwu nearly found himself thrown from a boat. Fortunately, he had grasped the rope of the speedboat early on. Ming Ye was equally distressed. While gripping the steering wheel, he had to remain vigilant of the three pursuing speedboats behind them. "Brother, those two are getting away. For heaven's sake, what are you doing? Hurry and chase them down. We cannot allow them to escape." The cacophony of his voice had scarcely faded when the sound of three engines roared to life behind Ming Ye. At that moment, he dared not glance back, focusing intently on seizing the fleeting opportunity to steer toward a narrow hiding spot. Injured, Jiang Wenwu summoned his willpower and cast a glance behind him. The sparks flying from the speedboats gradually blurred his vision. The three vessels relentlessly pursued them. Ming Ye had no choice but to accelerate, churning through the tumultuous waters. However, when he finally dared to look back, the three speedboats had dwindled to one. A chill ran down Jiang Wenwu's spine. Could this be a repeat of the previous encirclement? Indeed, in the next moment, a speedboat appeared directly in front of Ming Ye. Fortunately, with a swift right turn, he narrowly evaded it, continuing onward toward the suburban waters, where the currents were treacherous yet offered a glimmer of hope. What to do? Jiang Wenwu felt lost, sensing an imminent entrapment. Yet Ming Ye gritted his teeth and declared, "Don't be afraid. We will definitely find a way out. Grip the handle beside you. I'm about to drift." At the very moment he spoke, Ming Ye abruptly halted his maneuver, then turned to brush past the approaching speedboat. Their eyes intertwined for a fleeting instant. The pursuers, evidently a beat slow in their reactions, could only clumsily attempt to turn around. However, they were no match for the spray of water Ming Ye kicked up. Fortune had not favored these men. As a wave splashed over them, they collectively found themselves drenched. The leader of the trio immediately erupted in anger. Damn it, can't you catch those two? But, brother, they're simply too swift and they're armed. Indeed, but I believe as long as they have a speedboat, we will encounter them again. Next time we should bring more equipment. For now, there was little they could do. The duck they had hoped to catch had flown away, leaving them frustrated. All right, drag this body back. We'll divide it later. Meanwhile, Ming Ye had guided Jiang Wenwu to a more secluded corner. At this moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He pulled a bottle of medicinal powder from his bag and tossed it at Jiang Wenwu's feet. Quick, sprinkle some on. This is the golden ointment I got from the herbal shop. Cold sweat was beading on Jiang Wenwu's forehead, and even his bent posture had unwittingly stiffened somewhat. Thank you. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted out. The moment the medicinal powder touched his skin, even a man as robust as Jiang Wenwu shivered. Ah, that is truly invigorating. How are you? I will take you back immediately. Ming Ye spoke with concern, not wanting anything to happen to Jiang Wenwu, especially since they had ventured out together. It was no trivial matter. He was well aware of Jiang Wenwu's capabilities. Losing such a partner would indeed be a calamity. Jiang Wenwu managed to straighten his body and confidently replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Emotions surged in Ming Ye's eyes. As the apartment building drew nearer, he felt a slight sense of security. An hour later, they finally returned to the building. By the time they arrived, Ming Ye was nearly carrying Jiang Wenwu, entirely on his back. Careful. This way. He knocked on his own door. Li Qingshu promptly opened it, her eyes brightening at the sight of Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu. Oh my, what happened to you two? Are you injured? Ming Ye swiftly placed Jiang Wenwu onto the sofa, shaking his head. It's not me who's injured. It's Jiang Wenwu. His voice startled Fatty and Li Wanhua. Fatty, upon seeing Ming Ye covered in blood, was taken aback. Mingo, what on earth happened? I told you I'm fine. It's just that Jiang Wenwu isn't doing so well. Observing the scene, Li Qingshu stepped forward to take a look. Jiang Wenwu's lips were pale, and his eyes had completely shut. He was mumbling incoherently, making it difficult to discern his words. Li Qingshu placed her hand on his forehead. Oh dear, he's burning up. He must have a fever. We need to get some cool water. Fortunately, Li Qingshu had some knowledge of pharmacology, and with alcohol available in the storage, Ming Ye's heart felt a tad more at ease. After about an hour, everyone was somewhat fatigued. Li Qingshu turned to ask, what exactly happened? How could Jiang Wenwu sustain such severe injuries? I thought he was quite capable. Ming Ye lowered his head, recounting the entire sequence of events. Fatty's fists clenched in anger. Do these people have no sense of law? This is outright robbery. Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. Anger flickered in everyone's eyes. Li Wanhua gently advised, let us allow Jiang Wenwu to rest for a while. There's nothing more we can do at this moment. They all nodded in agreement. Glancing at Jiang Wenwu lying on the bed, Ming Ye felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. In that fleeting moment of crisis, he had never anticipated that Jiang Wenwu would protect him. When would this calamity come to an end? He turned and exited, knocking on Fatty's door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, the portly individual was immediately greeted by a beaming Ming Ye. Brother, what brings you here? He inquired cheerfully. Nothing much. I simply wish for your assistance in crafting an automatic fishing device. Sure, but a flicker of hesitation crossed the portly man's eyes. However, there is one component I may not be able to procure. Ming Ye furrowed his brow slightly. What seems to be the issue? It's primarily a matter of parts. I possess all the necessary tools. For the automatic fishing device, however, I will require a fishing net and a small radar. Ming Ye's expression became inscrutable. He then retrieved a large bag and extracted several specialized tools from within. Take a look at these and see if any are of use to you. It turned out that while Ming Ye was gathering money, he had also packed a substantial assortment of tools. Upon seeing these familiar items, the portly man's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll carry the bag. Chapter 52. The masterful healer with such words, do not say it is automatic. Even AI could produce it. The stout fellow unabashedly patted his chest. Observing his unwavering confidence, Ming Ye chuckled and nodded. Once the matter with the stout fellow was resolved, Ming Ye proceeded to Jiang Wenwu's room. He remained silent, merely standing vigil over Jiang Wenwu. Nai Cha, emerging from an unseen corner, nuzzled against Ming Ye. Its pair of puppy eyes were entirely focused on him. All right, Jiang Wenwu is unwell. I must stay here. Nai Cha seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Quietly lying at Ming Ye's feet, it endeavored to curl into a small ball, minimizing its presence. Witnessing such obedient behavior from Nai Cha brought a smile to Ming Ye's face. The nighttime rain chilled to the bone. No. Leaning against the adjacent desk, Ming Ye stole a brief respite. Before long, he heard the soft murmurs of Jiang Wenwu. Ming Ye opened his eyes and glanced toward Jiang Wenwu. The evening's dim light obscured his view, yet he could still discern Jiang Wenwu's restless movements. He promptly turned on the room's light and reached out to feel Jiang Wenwu's forehead, which remained feverishly hot. Reluctantly, Ming Ye sought out Li Qinshu. Jiang Wenwu is still burning with fever, and I am at a loss for what to do. Upon recalling Jiang Wenwu's wounds, Li Qinshu's brow furrowed slightly. This poses a significant issue. The wounds are infected. The flood has allowed many viruses to proliferate. Given the current subpar medical conditions, Jiang Wenwu's injury could very well be life-threatening. Ming Ye frowned. Is there any way to remedy this? I can only say I will do my utmost. Li Qinshu felt the tumult of emotions. The situation had surpassed her capabilities. Is there nothing that could restore his health? After all, Jiang Wenwu had put himself in harm's way to save me, and Ming Ye felt a pang of guilt. Li Qinshu hesitated, shaking her head. It is not that I do not want to help, but this matter is inherently unsolvable. Previously, we visited that pharmaceutical company. Their reagents are no longer effective. Her words were akin to delivering a death sentence to Jiang Wenwu. Ming Ye's gaze fell, obscuring the true emotions within. Truth be told, Jiang Wenwu possessed remarkable abilities. The blow he took from Ming Ye was indeed a fatal one. Moreover, with a 20-centimeter gash on his back, it was a matter of life and death. If only an experienced traditional Chinese doctor were available to administer acupuncture. Li Qinshu pouted. An old doctor, wait. Did that lady downstairs not mention she had some knowledge of acupuncture? In an instant, Ming Ye, without the slightest hesitation, burst through the door. Behind him, Li Qinshu anxiously hopped on her feet. Where are you going? Please don't do anything foolish. He dashed all the way to the 7th floor and knocked on the door of the elderly couple. After a short wait, the door finally creaked open, revealing an elderly gentleman. You must be the kind-hearted person from upstairs who helped us, he remarked. I eventually nodded, feeling somewhat hesitant. I have come today to seek your assistance. A voice from behind, belonging to an elderly lady, chimed in. Is that you, Xiaoya? You might as well come in. After a moment's hesitation, Ming Ye stepped inside. He glanced around the room, adorned with decor reminiscent of the 1990s, and it was evident that the couple lived a life of simplicity. Notably, he noticed a half-full bucket of water tucked away in a corner. Ha. I forgot to thank you last time I woke up. The old man smiled warmly, his entire face radiating kindness. The old woman handed Ming Ye a cup of tea. Give it a try. It's made from our homegrown tea leaves. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye inspected the cup before taking a sip. The tea was not overly bitter, but rather possessed a refreshing delicacy. Is this Mao Jian? Indeed, young man, they replied, sharing a brief conversation. After a while, Ming Ye, after a moment of contemplation, said, I have come today with a request for your help. Rest assured, I will provide appropriate compensation. The two elders exchanged glances. The old man spoke first. You have already assisted me greatly. It is only right that I return the favor. But what can we do for you? Ming Ye furrowed his brow and replied, I need your help to save a person. Save someone? Yes, someone of considerable importance to me, he reiterated. The scene shifted. The two elders approached Jiang Wenwu's bedside. Could you please turn him over so I can examine the extent of his wounds? Ming Ye stood silently beside, rolling up Jiang Wenwu's clothing. His back bore not just one wound but a myriad of scars, intertwining in a terrifying tapestry. May I ask what this young man does? With so many injuries, his family must be concerned, one elder inquired. Ming Ye cleared his throat. He is a veteran. Just those 4 words commanded immediate respect. Without hesitation, the old man settled beside Jiang Wenwu and began to meticulously examine the wounds on his back. Goodness, the depth of these wounds is alarming. He must be given medication. Li Qingshu expressed her concern, but he cannot swallow anything right now. This is easily remedied. My husband can administer acupuncture. The old woman remarked with a hint of tenderness in her gaze. Traditional Chinese medicine is truly remarkable. The old man skillfully inserted several needles into Jiang Wenwu's head, and, astonishingly, his mouth opened automatically. Li Qingshu gasped in amazement. Incredible. Is it really that effective? Truly, Chinese medicine is unparalleled. Soon after, the elderly woman returned to her room to prepare some medicine. Administer this mixture, and he will surely recover. It was surprising to see how much confidence the old lady possessed. Ming Ye nodded gently, allowing Jiang Wenwu to lean against him. With patience and meticulous care, he administered the medicine to his lips. Jiang Wenwu exhibited some basic human reactions, after which his complexion grew somewhat pallid. Fortunately, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. According to traditional Chinese medicine, sweating is a sign of detoxification, which is indeed a positive indication. It is nearly time. The essence of traditional Chinese medicine lies in the treatment process. You must continue taking the medicine for another month. Very well. Allow me to see you both off. Ming Ye gestured courteously. Before departing, he collected 2 boxes of water, a box of instant noodles, and a basket of vegetables. I hope you will not find these offerings burdensome. If it were not for you, Ming Ye refrained from finishing his thought. Jiang Wenwu was his savior. If Jiang Wenwu were to fail to awaken, he feared that the shadows of guilt would haunt him for a lifetime. No need for such formality. You have saved my life. The elderly gentleman maintained a warm and amiable smile upon his face. Chapter 53. Achieving the freedom to fish early the next morning. The living room was filled with a cacophony of screams. A few individuals stumbled out of their rooms, their expressions still somewhat dazed. Who is it? Why are you making such a racket this early? Jiang Wenwu scratched his messy hair. Li Qingshu also emerged from her room, yawning continuously. What's the commotion, Fatty? I did it. An automatic fishing device. Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement. As Ming Ye walked out of his room, he overheard this proclamation. It appeared that Fatty possessed a certain aptitude, having managed to construct it in merely 2 days. That's impressive. Jiang Wenwu stroked his chin. It's perfect timing. We could go fishing. Before Ming Ye could speak, Li Qingshu shook her head dismissively. With your little physique, it's best you refrain from boasting. Why not take me instead? Fanta particularly relishes small dried fish. Fanta was the new name Li Qingshu had given to her orange cat. Ming Ye understood that everyone was feeling a bit cooped up indoors. However, if they all ventured out, he wouldn't be able to ensure their safety. Thus, he decided to employ a voting method. Fishing doesn't require extensive skill. I can take 2 people with me. Just as Jiang Wenwu was about to speak, Ming Ye interjected, Jiang Wenwu, you shouldn't go. If your wound gets wet, it could lead to infection. The previous incident still weighed heavily on Ming Ye's mind. If Jiang Wenwu were to meet with misfortune, he would carry the burden of guilt indefinitely. With Ming Ye's suggestion, Jiang Wenwu recognized the gravity of the situation. All right, I appreciate your concern. A wry smile curled at the corners of his mouth. But can I still advocate for my little cat? Can we catch a few more small fish? Mainly because my little black cat seems to enjoy them as well. Ming Ye nodded in agreement. Ever since the dog and 2 cats joined their household, the atmosphere had become considerably more vibrant. One must acknowledge the necessity of pets. The process was simple. A lottery would suffice. Ming Ye distributed popsicles from the freezer, and once the treats were consumed, the sticks were transformed into drawing lots. He inscribed names on the sticks and began the drawing. The first name was. For a brief moment, everyone's hearts raced, feeling as if they were at the cusp of a thrilling revelation. After being cooped up for so long, a breath of fresh air was indeed welcome. Fatty. Fatty was nearly ecstatic, almost leaping in joy. I can't believe it's really me. He immediately feigned modesty. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Yet naturally made his way to stand behind Ming Ye, his eyes brimming with delight. The youth of today certainly carry the burden of maintaining an image. The attention then shifted to the few sticks in Ming Ye's hand. Thump, thump. The air was thick with the sound of racing hearts. To be honest, this was more nerve-wracking than waiting for university final grades. As the night approached, a slip was drawn, and all eyes instantaneously focused on it. The second name called was that of Xiao Qi. Upon hearing her name, Xiao Qi eagerly embraced her doll and approached the group, exclaiming with delight, "Wonderful! Today, we can go out to play." Li Wanhua gazed at Ming Ye, pondering, is it truly safe for a child to venture out? Yet, observing Xiao Qi's eager demeanor, her reluctance began to wane. Ming Ye radiated an aura of security that made it difficult for her to voice her concerns, perhaps sensing her mother's hesitance. Xiao Qi raised her hand reassuringly, "Mom, please don't worry about me. I will be just fine. I believe Brother Ming Ye will take good care of me." Her words swiftly dispelled any lingering doubts from Li Wanhua's mind. At noon, the group enjoyed a meal of bitter melon stir-fried with eggs. Following that, Ming Ye, along with Fatty and Xiao Qi, began to prepare their gear. Li Wanhua helped Xiao Qi change into a snug children's raincoat, impressively thorough in her preparations. As they were about to depart, Ming Ye glanced outside. "Let us go." The rain continued to pour outside the 9th floor, with no sign of letting up. "Brother, do you think we can catch those fish?" Fatty's lips twitched slightly. Well, the simplicity of a child's world often leaves adults both amused and bewildered. "Sure. Let us see whether the fish are big or small. Can we not catch the small fish? We can make dried fish for the kittens." Upon hearing this, Ming Ye's mind began to churn, leading him to impart a lesson to Xiao Qi. "Consider this. If the small fish eat too much, might they not grow into large fish? Just as you, too, may one day become a big child?" Xiao Qi assumed a serious demeanor and nodded earnestly. "Thus, we must release the small fish so they can grow into large fish for us to eat. These fish will multiply, and soon we shall have plenty to feast upon." The mention of food revealed Xiao Qi's cleverness. Seeing her excitement, a smile graced Ming Ye's face. The two men then guided the young girl onto the speedboat. Her first opportunity to play outside filled her with exuberance. "Ah, we are going out to play?" Yet, an odd expression lingered in Ming Ye's eyes. Seizing the moment, he leaned closer to Fatty and whispered a few instructions, urging him to keep a close watch over Xiao Qi. Fatty nodded, albeit confused by Ming Ye's intentions. Yet he agreed without question. Ming Ye refrained from elaborating further, inserting the key and speeding off. Each path he traversed sent forth splendid and vibrant splashes upon the water's surface. At Guanyin Reservoir, guided by the sense of memory, Ming Ye arrived at the location. To be precise, this path was not difficult to locate, yet he harbored fears of encountering the previous troublesome group. Observing the somewhat chaotic surroundings, Fatty could not help but swallow hard. "Brother, are you certain this place is a reservoir?" he inquired. Then why can't I see the dam?" His voice grew increasingly feeble as he spoke. However, Ming Ye chose to demonstrate through action, suggesting that they simply activate the automatic fishing machine. This device was equipped with a sophisticated radar system, ensuring that once it was turned on, fish would react to the specialized ultrasonic waves and take the bait. To human ears, only a faint buzzing sound could be discerned. Soon, fish began to leap from the water surface. Indeed, it functions remarkably well. Ming Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated a catch so swiftly. The variety was impressive, including bluefish, silver carp, bass, and clearwater fish. Chapter 54. The 101 Ways Fish Meet Their Demise. Goodness, the variety of fish is astonishing. It seems as if they are practically free. The glint in the chubby man's eyes suddenly ignited with a different hue. He had previously assumed that AI technology was solely for the affluent, not realizing that only innovation could transform lives. "Very well. You shall keep an eye on Xiao Qi and this automatic fishing device while I go fishing." Ming Ye just glanced through the telescope. If he cast his line now, the accuracy would be nearly 80. Without hesitation, Ming Ye set up a stool and retrieved a fishing rod from the box, scarcely baiting it before casting it into the water. Whoosh! The rod tightened immediately, and Ming Ye gradually reeled in the fish. Observing this scene, The chubby man became instantly intrigued. A black fish was slowly drawn onto the boat, its head notably plump. Good heavens, it turned out to be a 10-pound tilapia. A gleam of gold flashed in the chubby man's eyes. Such fish would fetch at least 50 yuan per pound in the market. Now, they appeared as plentiful as weeds. The rain continued to fall, though it had eased somewhat from its earlier intensity. Ming Ye and the chubby man worked in tandem. The reservoir's depth upstream was approximately 60 to 70 meters. As for the area of the reservoir, Ming Ye had never been here before and was not particularly certain. They were currently positioned upstream, where many fish were continuously swept away. It was a pity. These fish had not yet had the chance to be harvested. A subtle sadness lingered in Ming Ye's gaze. Was this not a trial for all of humanity? The only thing they could do now was to live well. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gradually, the automatic fishing device ran out of power. Its battery was rather insufficient to sustain prolonged use. In any case, they had already caught 2 baskets full, rendering this trip quite worthwhile. All right, let us return. He turned and spoke to the 2 of them. Ming Ye then led the chubby man as they began to pack the fish into a snakeskin bag. Afterward, Ming Ye deliberately took out a small fish for Xiao-Qi to play with. The 2 of them walked and fished simultaneously. Within an hour, both snakeskin bags were filled to capacity. My goodness, this outing has indeed proven to be quite a physical endeavor. The chubby man, who usually despised sweating, now had perspiration dotting his forehead. Ming Ye, however, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. All efforts were worthwhile, as this haul would sustain them for quite a while. It stands to reason, given that these 2 snake skin bags together should weigh over 100 pounds. How shall we carry them out now? The chubby man panted, expressing his concern about being seen. Ming Ye maintained a calm demeanor. No worries. We can take our time enjoying this fish once we return. Do you think we should come here every day to catch over 100 pounds? The chubby man suddenly made a rather audacious suggestion. Ming Ye, however, shook his head in disapproval. Let us first return with the fish, and we shall discuss further then. Thus, the trio set off in their inflatable boat, heading back. This time, Ming Ye exhibited an unusual vigilance with each direction they traversed, fearful of encountering a repeat of the previous ordeal. After approximately an hour, they finally glimpsed the entrance to their community. As they passed by Building 15, a window suddenly swung open from the inside. An elderly man peered out. Fixated on the 2 burlap sacks Ming Ye was carrying, and inquired, "What on earth is contained within those bags?" "Fish," the stout man instinctively replied. However, the old man's reaction turned urgent. "Where did you acquire such a large quantity of fish? You haven't stolen them, have you? Perhaps these were meant for our relief supplies?" At this juncture, Ming Ye's eyes flickered with impatience. He looked up with a disdainful tone. "We caught these ourselves. We intend to eat what we have procured." The old man persisted. "With so much fish, it must have been taken from someone else. People are inherently selfish." Ming Ye, dismissing the old man, continued steering the boat back. With food supplies dwindling, even fish had become a coveted commodity, naturally inciting envy among others. The stout man, feeling uneasy behind him, asked, "Now that the old man has seen us, won't he?" "It doesn't matter. Do you think an old man poses any threat to us?" On their return journey, Ming Ye and the stout man each carried a burlap sack, while Xiao-Qi walked ahead, holding a basin containing a small fish. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. "Ah, finally, the government's disaster relief provisions have arrived. I was nearly starving," Jiang Wenwu exclaimed as he opened the door, only to find Ming Ye and the stout man laboriously bearing the burlap sacks. "Goodness, did you visit the Dragon King's palace? So many shrimp and crabs." Fortunately, Jiang Wenwu was perceptive enough to step back a few paces. The stout man quickly piled the contents in the middle of the living room, gasping for breath. "My word, these are heavy. They must weigh over 100 pounds. Seeing the bountiful haul, Jiang Wenwu nodded approvingly. At that moment, Li Qinshi and Li Wanhua emerged from the house. Upon seeing that Xiao-Qi and Ming Ye were unharmed, Li Wanhua's anxieties were finally alleviated. "Were these 2 large sacks?" Li Qinshi pointed towards the burlap bags. "Fish, Sister Qinshi. My brothers and I caught a plethora of fish," Xiao-Qi exclaimed with excitement. Even Li Qinshi found it hard to believe the sheer quantity of fish. "All right then, I shall prepare fish for everyone this evening. Li Wanhua promptly stepped in to enliven the atmosphere. However, with such an abundance of fish in the bags, Ming Ye could only select a portion for the time being. Gazing at the multitude of fish, the stout man couldn't help but pout. Imagine how delightful that would taste once it's cooked. With such an abundance of fish, if prepared in a singular flavor, one is bound to grow weary of it. However, before the plump fellow could finish his thought, Xiao Qi eagerly raised her hand. I know, she exclaimed, having mastered the art of jumping in to answer. We can make fish-flavored noodles, fried fish pieces, steamed fish, braised fish, and boiled fish. Upon hearing Xiao Qi enumerate such a variety of dishes, the plump fellow felt a surge of excitement. Ah, then I shall indulge today. Meanwhile, Kolo was playfully tugging at Ming Ye's pant leg, seemingly yearning for the fish nestled within the bag. Ming Ye chuckled softly, retrieved a fish from the bag, and tossed it onto the ground. Naicha's tiny paws eagerly began to claw at the offering, relishing the feast. Ming Ye then turned and added, "What happened to that oven from before? Bring it out. I shall prepare some little fish snacks for these little ones." Chapter 55. A visit for a meal soon. An enticing aroma of fish wafted through the air, captivating everyone's senses. Ah, how delightful! I can hardly contain my anticipation, Li Wanhua exclaimed as she brought a platter of boiled fish to the table. The fragrant blend of chili mingled with the tender fish was enough to make anyone salivate just from scent. Meanwhile, the microwave chimed, signaling the arrival of roasted fish snacks from the kitchen. Ming Ye, picking at the small fish, distributed them evenly among the three little ones. "Go ahead and eat," he encouraged, squatting down to pet the dog. "Make sure to eat plenty. It's good for your calcium." Li Qinshu stood at the kitchen door, having marinated the fish fillets. She was preparing to create a delightful fish and potato cake. The fish was coated in a layer of mashed potatoes, then rolled in starch before being placed in the frying pan. The sizzling sound filled the air, and the aroma of the fish danced around them. After a few minutes, Li Qinshu plated the golden brown fish pieces. Their appearance alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. A final sprinkle of chili powder and cumin added the finishing touch. How delicious this smells! The chubby boy was nearly drooling with anticipation, though Ming Ye had yet to sit down for the meal, leaving everyone hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. To be honest, their ninth floor was quite democratic in such matters. As Ming Ye finished feeding the cats and dogs, he turned around to find everyone gazing at him eagerly, which struck him as amusing. "Let us eat," he chuckled, scratching his head. "I don't have any small fish here." In a swift motion, the greedy boy snatched some boiled fish with his chopsticks. "Then you should hurry and eat." He promptly placed the fish in his mouth. The texture was tender, smooth, and spicy. The combination of these extraordinary flavors exhilarated him. "Ah, this is divine." Little Seven grabbed a piece of fried fish, its freshness and crispness surpassing even that of the old man's cooking. "Sister Qin, you are amazing." In no time, everyone was enjoying their meal heartily. It was indeed a rare occasion to savor a proper fish feast. Seeing everyone relish the meal so joyously, Ming Ye decided to make a trip to the kitchen to showcase his culinary skill with fish-flavored shredded pork. Unlike any ordinary dish, this one truly contained fish. "Taste my cooking," he proclaimed, untying his apron and taking a seat at the table. One by one, they sampled the dish, their expressions revealing their astonishment. "This is surprisingly delightful. Who would have thought you possessed such culinary talent, Ming Ye?" Indeed, in truth, Ming Ye had never been adept at cooking before. It was Zhang Ting who had insisted he learn. Thankfully, his efforts had finally borne fruit. As the meal drew to a close, laughter filled the air, with the main course of white rice barely touched. After the meal, Ming Ye decided to convene a small meeting. "I would like to discuss our recent affairs." The atmosphere shifted as everyone became somewhat serious. Li Wanhua primarily returned to her room to settle Xiao Qi before stepping out. "There is no need for veiled language. We can likely remain in this place for another 6 months, after which the water level may continue to rise." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned solemn and concerned. After 6 months, where would they go? Ming Ye's companion, who was indulging in her meal, remained blissfully unaware. Consequently, everyone began to brainstorm collectively. The atmosphere grew solemn in an instant. Jiang Wenwu, feeling a bit awkward, attempted to lighten the mood. encouraging everyone not to be too pessimistic. After all, we still have 6 months to live here, so let us treat each day as if it were our last. Though unspoken, everyone internally agreed with this sentiment. Observing that there were no objections, Ming Ye quietly retrieved over 30 fish from her bag and ascended to the 7th floor. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door. It took a while before it finally opened. The elderly gentleman warmly waved at Ming Ye, saying, "Xiao Yi, come in." "No, Grandpa Chow, I am here to bring you fish." Upon seeing the items in Ming Ye's hands, Grandpa Chow hastily waved his hands in refusal. "No need, child. You have already brought us so much. We old folks shouldn't trouble you any further, considering we are already in the twilight of our lives." The words struck a chord in Ming Ye's heart, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. "Please accept them. You saved Jiang Wenwu's life. You are my benefactors," she sincerely declared, looking up with earnestness. "If you ever need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Additionally, in a few months, the 7th floor may no longer be habitable, so you might consider moving to the 8th. This was a kind reminder from Ming Ye. Whether or not they moved was entirely up to the elderly couple. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Ming Ye hurriedly ascended the stairs. Having lived through her past life, she had considered herself a detached person. Yet, the kindness of those around her had once again touched her deeply. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse," Ming Ye murmured to herself. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu snapped his fingers in front of her. "Hey, brother, what are you doing?" He then handed her a beer. The frosty beverage was refreshing to drink. Bang! SSSHHH. Ming Ye lowered her head, her gaze clouded with unspoken emotions. "It's nothing, just contemplating the future." Upon broaching this topic, Jiang Wenwu shed his earlier playful demeanor. Indeed, this disaster was unforeseen. However, we who have survived must continue to live well. The two engaged in conversation. Approximately half an hour later, a sudden and rapid knocking echoed from the door, accompanied by hushed whispers. "Do you think that man is truly in this building?" "Absolutely, I am certain." This afternoon, he returned to this unit with 2 bags of fish. It is the voice of that elderly man. Ming Ye approached the door, peering through the peephole to observe the situation outside. Behind the old man were several young men, each clutching various items. What could this mean? Jiang Wenwu leaned closer, furrowing his brow, pondering the origins of these individuals. "They are from Building 15. Ming Ye's brow furrowed deeply. Jiang Wenwu, however, expressed his confusion, inquiring how they could possibly have tracked them down. "It must have been when Fatty and I inadvertently returned in their sight today." At this moment, Jiang Wenwu was also deep in thought. Could it be that they were unaware of Ming Ye's prowess? No, that couldn't be right. 2 of them had previously visited Building 15. Why would they dare to come here again? Wait, do they not recognize you as the one from the last encounter? Ming Ye shrugged, nonchalantly offering Jiang Wenwu a sausage. A delightful accompaniment to drinks. Do give it a try. Seeing this, Jiang Wenwu pushed Ming Ye's arm away, exclaiming, "Not to be rude, but what time do you think it is?" Chapter 56. Do not be naive, they have come knocking at your door. Are you still in the mood to drink beer? Jiang Wenwu nudged Ming Ye's sleeve, a look of concern etched upon his face. Ming Ye, however, downed the beer in his hand with gusto, squeezing the empty can as he slowly rose to his feet. "No worries if the sky falls. There is someone tall enough to hold it up." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu felt as though he might faint. How could Ming Ye be so carefree in such a situation? Outside the house, several individuals had gathered, wielding various weapons. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, the air thick with apprehension. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless pounding on the door echoed. An elderly voice called from outside. "We know you're in there. Open up quickly. Otherwise, each of us will take a swing with our axes, and your door will be utterly ruined." The tone carried a hint of menace, yet threats were what Ming Ye feared least. This is quite the unexpected visit. "Let us open the door," Ming Ye remarked, turning to the people behind him. "What? I mean, brother, have you lost your mind?" Jiang Wenwu exclaimed, astonished. Ming Ye, displaying an air of indifference, insisted. "I said to open the door." The raucous voices outside grew increasingly unruly as the men realized the door remained shut. "Damn it, don't let me find out he's in there, or I'll smash this door down myself." Indeed, How selfish can one be to hoard our supplies? A few of them voiced their suspicions, while the old man interjected, of course. Where else would all those fish come from? Ming Ye retrieved a boning knife from the kitchen, grasping a gun in his other hand. With a sudden burst of energy, he flung open the door. Who kicked my door? Initially, the three men outside were taken aback by the door's sudden opening, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and relief. They had endured a living hell for so long, forced to consume anything to survive. With the door now ajar, they felt an overwhelming sense of opportunity. Drowsily, Li Qinshe rubbed her eyes and emerged from the house, pouting as she murmured, "Why is it so noisy? Hey, Ming Ye, why did you open the door? And who are you all?" Her face, enhanced by the finest cosmetics, exuded a delicate radiance. Soon, the attention of the two men behind the old man was captivated by her presence. "Wow, this girl is quite something," one of them exclaimed, while another added, "Indeed. Her fair skin and long legs. Simply stunning." Their lewd remarks caused Ming Ye's brow to furrow immediately. Li Qinshe instinctively recoiled, frightened, and hurried back inside. Little did they know, these men were indeed seeking their demise. "Hey, bring out that woman inside. If you serve me well, I might just spare a few fish for you," one of them taunted. "Yes, let her entertain us." Jiang Wenwu clenched his fists in fury, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an intense fire. Beside him, Ming Ye remained unfazed, gently patting his fists in a calming manner. "Don't you wish to discuss this?" he taunted. "Enough of your nonsense. If you wish to keep your life, bring forth all your supplies, and summon that woman to accompany us brothers. Perhaps then we may spare your life." Before he could finish, Ming Ye swiftly struck his right hand with a cleaver, severing it entirely, which fell to the ground. The two men behind him were instantly dumbfounded. Ming Ye's eyes emanated a bloodthirsty aura, embodying a force that could obliterate any divine or demonic barrier. Jiang Wenwu shivered involuntarily, realizing the futility of resistance. In a mere instant, Ming Ye stood before the old man and another man, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The two collapsed in fear. "Damn, you didn't mention he had a real weapon." Yet, Ming Ye was not one to strike lightly. Once he acted, he would not let them off easily. The next moment, a man fleeing in terror felt a blade slice through his right leg, blood splattering onto Ming Ye's face. Murder!" cried the old man as an unknown liquid pooled beneath him. Jiang Wenwu wrinkled his nose at the pungent odor of urine in the air, waving his hand dismissively. "How utterly disgusting. Do you have no manners, relieving yourselves at someone else's doorstep?" He then proceeded to punish them further, their cries of agony echoing in the air. Just moments prior, they had boasted bravado, yet now they lay subdued beneath Ming Ye's might. "Now, clean up what you've left on the ground." Ming Ye pressed down on the heads of the three men, forcing them to the ground. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, having never witnessed such a terrifying side of Ming Ye. The trio trembled in fear, wondering if he truly intended to kill them. Once they had licked the ground sufficiently, Ming Ye nonchalantly tossed them into the deeper waters. "Enjoy yourselves, and don't dare provoke me again." The three instinctively thrashed about in the water, soon cramping in agony. Meanwhile, Ming Ye fetched a basin of water to wash away the mess at the entrance. Jiang Wenwu hadn't even had a chance to intervene. As Ming Ye had already resolved the situation. While his methods were undeniably brutal, they proved effective. Yet, what had compelled Ming Ye to resort to such violent measures? Li Qinshe peered cautiously from the shadows, wondering if everyone had left. In merely a few minutes, those three had escaped so swiftly. They had arrived with such menacing intent. The sight had nearly brought her to tears. Ming Ye nodded slightly, assuring her that everything was resolved, and suggested they return indoors. "All right, then you should rest early," she replied. Once back in the room, an air of grim determination settled over Ming Ye's gaze. Today, he had acted out of necessity. If these three individuals are not made aware of their shortcomings, the 9th floor may soon face a collective uprising. It is essential to set an example. With so many buildings within the community, it is inevitable that someone might witness this scene. Today's actions were taken out of necessity. Fortunately, the early bird catches the worm. These three fools have been subdued and will hesitate to approach further. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Ming Ye's door was once again rapped upon. Opening the door, Jiang Wenwu entered with a beaming smile. I have something important to discuss, he stated seriously, producing a satellite phone. I just contacted my comrade. What was the outcome? Ming Ye inquired. He said he could assist us in exchanging supplies, but there are no guarantees of safety. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Ming Ye's eyes. The authorities themselves are struggling to ensure their own safety, let alone engage in the perilous exchange of supplies. It is impossible to send them out one by one. Chapter 57. The trade of grain, when approximately will it take place? Jiang Wenwu scratched his head, appearing deep in thought. I am not entirely certain either, Ming Ye replied with a serious expression. Please confirm the time before informing me. It was no wonder Ming Ye was so earnest. He needed to meticulously prepare the route and, more importantly, procure weaponry. Should they encounter that same group again, it would be prudent to possess some means of defense. In this post-apocalyptic world, the eyes of humanity are filled with a terrifying desire for sustenance. Ming Ye was unfazed by this reality, but would not permit anyone to infringe upon his interests. It is always wise to prepare in advance. Understanding Ming Ye's perspective, Jiang Wenwu nodded solemnly. All right, I will communicate with them. But do we still intend to go fishing tomorrow? Ming Ye remained silent. He hesitated, yet he had to concede that having fish was preferable to having none. The current water levels were not excessively high, and with the ultrasonic fishing device, catching fish would be exceedingly simple. They would decide on that later. At present, even if they desired to fish, they likely had no place to store the catch. Very well then. The following morning, Ming Ye had already armed himself, ready to take along supplies for the trade. Early in the day, Jiang Wenwu burst into Ming Ye's room, exclaiming, "Good news! We can trade today." To find quality grain, they could only purchase it through official channels, and they were fortunate to have stumbled upon this opportunity. All right, let us eat breakfast and then depart, Ming Ye replied with a serious demeanor. However, Jiang Wenwu appeared hesitant, as if he had something to say. What is it? Ming Ye inquired. We probably need to leave right now, Jiang Wenwu responded. They cannot stay here for long. They must depart this afternoon. This was unexpected news. Logically, the military's presence indicated that the area was under some form of management. With the absence of the overseers, who would be responsible for this group? Ming Ye's mood darkened once again. Very well, we must not delay. Let us leave immediately. Once Ming Ye made the decision, Jiang Wenwu nodded gravely in agreement. Noticing the two preparing to depart, Li Wanhua poked her head out of the kitchen, puzzled. Where are you two going? We are off to commit a robbery. Jiang Wenwu's unabashed declaration elicited a laugh from Li Wanhua. All right, since you two have yet to eat breakfast, take these 2 eggs and bread with you. Given Li Wanhua's warm gesture, the two felt it would be impolite to refuse. After hastily satisfying their hunger, Ming Ye began to prepare. To ensure their safety, Ming Ye entrusted Jiang Wenwu with a handgun. You know how to use a gun, right? He teased with a smile. Rest assured I won't die. After their previous experience, Ming Ye had come to regard Jiang Wenwu as a brother in life and death. The people of Huaxiao place great emphasis on such bonds. Once one becomes a brother in life and death, it signifies a trust to guard each other's backs. This calamity, it seemed, would persist for several more years. The only thing he could do was protect his family and friends. All right, let us hasten our departure, Jiang Wenwu urged. Ming Ye wholeheartedly agreed, and the two descended the stairs. The previous night, Ming Ye contemplated the necessity of bringing along some reliable weaponry, recognizing that his past failure stemmed from placing too much trust in the words of others. This time, he resolved to forge his own path. As they traversed their route, Ming Ye deliberately took a longer way around. Upon catching sight of the commercial building from a distance, his spirits lifted slightly. Several professional boats were already gathered outside the edifice. This calamity was unforeseen, and many grand structures had succumbed to the floodwaters. It was likely that a portion of the national grain reserves had also been submerged. With a tumultuous heart, Ming Ye followed Jiang Wenwu inside. After waiting for quite some time without any sign of their companion, Ming Ye shook his head. Are you certain your comrade will arrive? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, but it is better for him to come than not at all, Jiang Wenwu replied, pursing his lips. If it comes to that, should I make another call? No need. Let us remain patient a while longer. There's still plenty of reserve grain at home. The two had ventured out to address the subsequent food supply issue, which sufficed for the moment. After a considerable duration, Jiang Wenwu scratched his head in frustration. Shall we depart? I fear Lindsay may not come. Ming Ye offered him a reason to linger. Let us wait a bit longer. What if something delayed him? I have a feeling he may not show up, Jiang Wenwu stubbornly insisted. Suddenly, a beam of light from a flashlight illuminated their direction. A figure clad in a green raincoat approached. Upon recognizing Jiang Wenwu, the soldier exclaimed, "Wuzi, you rascal! Delinzi? It truly is you." The bonds of revolutionary brotherhood compelled them to embrace. Ahem, ahem. Ming Ye coughed lightly from the side. Jiang Wenwu, as if awakening from a dream, awkwardly withdrew his arms. Delinzi, we have brought the money as you requested. What about the grain? Rest assured, I will handle this. Delinzi replied, leading them toward the base. Truth be told, Ming Ye had always been curious. Wasn't Delinzi an official? How could he freely engage in the trade of such goods? Ming Ye discreetly readied his defensive weapon and followed. After a short walk, they arrived at the rear of a base. You two wait here. Delinzi turned and instructed. Do not come out. All right, go ahead. Shortly after, Delinzi entered, military identification in hand. Upon his return, he staggered towards them, bearing 6 bags of rice. He placed them down, saying, "There are a few more bags. I will fetch them." Before Ming Ye could utter a word, Delinzi re-entered. Curiosity compelled Ming Ye to speak. Does he truly have connections? I am uncertain, came the reply. Jiang Wenwu anxiously rubbed his hands together. Ming Ye, puzzled, inwided. What is the nature of your relationship? As close as family, Jiang Wenwu replied. Speak seriously, Ming Ye insisted. We are brothers who have faced life and death together. Jiang Wenwu declared proudly, thumping his chest. After a brief pause, Ming Ye spoke contemplatively. I sense something amiss. What? Jiang Wenwu exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape. That cannot be. My brother would never betray me. With the conversation having reached this point, Ming Ye felt no hesitation in continuing. In this apocalypse, the most crucial element is resources. Your friend, despite his rank not being particularly high, how could he possibly possess such an abundance of supplies? Ming Ye's probing question suddenly awakened Jiang Wenwu's rusty mind, prompting him to ask with genuine curiosity, then why is that? Chapter 58, Brotherhood in Turbulent Times. As the scene shifts, Delinzi returns for the second time, his face still brimming with excitement. He places the bags of rice and flour on the ground, preparing to venture inside once more. However, in the next moment, Jiang Wenwu firmly grasps his wrist. Delinzi, I have something to discuss with you. Delinzi, scratching his head in a somewhat naive manner, gazes at him with a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Wuzi, just speak your mind. Do you think these supplies are insufficient? No worries, I can go back in and get more for you. Just as he turns to leave, Ming Ye suddenly interjects. Aren't these supplies yours to begin with? At these words, Delinzi's posture stiffens momentarily. He turns around, forcing a sheepish smile. How could that be? You're just joking, my friend. Oh, then why haven't you collected our payment? I recall the rule is payment upon delivery. Isn't it? As he speaks, Ming Ye strides over to the bags of rice and flour, reading aloud the labels, for military use only. In an instant, Jiang Wenwu comprehends the situation. Is this your own portion? I am Delinzi. Are you foolish? If I eat it, what will you eat? The torrential rain outside gradually diminishes, and the thunderous roars of lightning subside significantly. The atmosphere suddenly turns tranquil. Delinzi hesitates, his mouth fumbling for words. I was just worried about you. Ming Ye immediately, without hesitation, dismisses him with an indifferent refusal. We cannot accept these items. Why not? No free lunch. Moreover, we should not take these. How many people are eyeing food these days? The principle of mutual survival is well understood. Ming Ye's refusal stems from his unwavering moral integrity as a human being. Jiang Wenwu shares the same sentiment, asserting, we cannot take your belongings. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come today. He cannot bring himself to drain his friend of his lifeblood. But everything I have today is because of you. I don't want you to starve out there. As he concludes, Delinzi's emotions begin to unravel. Observing the interaction between the two, Ming Ye quietly steps back. It turns out that upon discharge, there are two choices: take 500,000 and leave, or remain in the army for 200,000. Everyone knew that staying in the army was the better option, but there was only one spot left. Jiang Wenwu voluntarily withdrew to take the 500,000, which enabled the leases to secure a position in the military. Furthermore, that 500,000 was used by Jiang Wenwu to pay for the leases' mother's medical treatment. The reality is rather poignant. This is why the leases was so determined to bring Jiang Wenwu over. I truly cannot accept this. Jiang Wenwu firmly declines. After spending so long with Ming Ye, he has learned about people and circumstances. He possesses the skills and resilience to thrive on his own. In the realm of human resources, life and death can sometimes hang by a thread, and a full meal is often a luxury. Very well, you may return these items. We shall take our leave. It is better to suffer a brief pain than to endure a prolonged one. Though both were in dire need of sustenance, they understood that taking it would lead to the starvation of the great forest. If you do not take it, what will you eat later? The leases inquired with concern. Jiang Wenwu turned back, tears glistening in his eyes, and waved his hand, assuring him that there would always be a solution. Ming Ye observed the expressions of the two, taking in the entire scene. Once they had moved on, he spoke coldly. Shall we go collect it now? Jiang Wenwu possessed some capability. A faint smile of bitterness graced his lips as he hesitated and said, I know of a place that sells watered-down grain. Would you be willing to buy it? How much? 20,000 per pound. They currently had 2 million on hand, equating to about 100 pounds. Upon hearing Jiang Wenwu's proposition, Ming Ye was not taken aback. Money has lost its value. It is prudent to expend it while we still can. Very well, guide me, and I shall take the helm. Soon, Jiang Wenwu led Ming Ye to a vast warehouse, already surrounded by a multitude of people. As Ming Ye's vessel approached, the crowd's gaze turned scrutinizing. Ah, another newcomer. Who would have thought? A lamb delivered to our doorstep. Whether it is lamb or just something to fill the gaps remains to be seen. Each person wore a look of amusement. The eerie atmosphere caused Jiang Wenwu to furrow his brow, sensing something amiss. Indeed, no matter, have you forgotten? We are armed. The two donned raincoats and leisurely made their way inside. Before long, they spotted a man in the center, clad in a Zhongshan suit, his round belly suggesting a merchant's demeanor. Another guest has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye replied coolly, I am here to purchase grain. Many desire to buy grain, yet their wallets are lacking. The proprietor did not refuse. Instead, he introduced himself. My surname is Liu. May I inquire how much you wish to buy? 100 pounds. What? 100 pounds. Even the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Goodness, 100 pounds amounts to 2 million. The bystanders cast glances filled with envy and even hostility. Alas, an innocent man may be blameless, yet possessing wealth can be a crime. Perhaps sensing the ill intent of those around them, Jiang Wenwu immediately raised his knife. Everyone, behave yourselves. My finances are none of your concern. A sharp blade, stained lightly with blood, gleamed in his hand. The crowd looked on with uncertainty, but took a couple of steps back. So what say you, Boss Liu? Are you willing to sell? Ming Ye's tone remained unperturbed. Upon encountering such a significant client, it is evident that the boss is no ordinary individual. Very well, since you have spoken, I shall certainly ensure that everything is arranged to your satisfaction. However, I must adjust the inventory. Time may be a bit constrained. Boss Liu has not definitively closed the door on negotiations. Ming Ye did not refuse. Instead, he gracefully boarded the vessel. Jiang Wenwu, however, maintained an unwavering demeanor of defiance. It is crucial to recognize that with Ming Ye's considerable investment, Boss Liu has no ground for rejection. He quietly murmured to his subordinate behind him. The subordinate's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, and he promptly set off on the boat. Jiang Wenwu glanced at Boss Liu, expressing his discontent. Is your stock really so scant? Surely, you must have some. How could that be? I, Liu, have always conducted my business with utmost integrity. Furthermore, given the current depreciation of the RMB, my willingness to purchase is already quite commendable. Chapter 59. passing the buck in the realm of commerce. Integrity is of paramount importance. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Boss L spoke with a beaming smile. Yet, merely hearing those words instilled a sense of bewilderment. Very well. Jiang Wenwu could not help but scratch his head, expressing his suspicion. Then let us expedite matters. You can trust my ability to handle this. The smile of Boss L evoked a complex array of feelings. Ming Ye's eyes reflected a growing obscurity. There seemed to be something amiss with Boss L. His underlings had yet to return. The gaze of the surrounding crowd towards Ming Ye deepened with intrigue. TSK. It appears he possesses quite an abundance of resources. Indeed, look at that bulging bag of cash. He has clearly come prepared. Today, encountering us, he has certainly drawn the short straw. The group exchanged comments without a hint of discretion, hearing their malevolent murmurs. Jiang Wenwu tugged at Ming Ye's sleeve, expressing his unease. Why do I sense something is off? Listen to what they are saying. They wouldn't be contemplating a robbery, would they? In these apocalyptic times, robberies are rampant, transcending mere theft of wealth and virtue. He grasped Jiang Wenwu's hand, his expression turning grave. Do not panic. Those two simple words alleviated Jiang Wenwu's inner turmoil. Indeed, Ming Ye possessed a remarkable ability to instill calm. Very well, I shall remain composed, Jiang Wenwu muttered to himself. But how do we resolve this predicament? Didn't Boss L instruct us to wait? Then let's wait a moment longer. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Suddenly, two assault boats slowly glided through the entrance. Once again, the initial strike was seized. Why are more people arriving? I have no idea, but they do not seem like the sort to provoke. Goodness, I never anticipated Boss L's place would be so lively today. A group of tattooed youths, unmistakably troublemakers, entered with hostile expressions. One among them fixed his gaze on Ming Ye, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Upon entering, he hastily addressed Ming Ye. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Ming Ye, however, recognized him immediately. He was one of the assailants from the last attack on Jiang Wenwu. With an indifferent demeanor, Ming Ye offered them not even a glance of pity. Yet, the man furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Where have I seen you? Ah, I remember now. It was in the suburbs last time. You are the one who left two of our brothers gravely injured. In that instant, the atmosphere around them plunged into icy silence. The bystanders adopted a detached, spectator-like stance. Dressed casually, Ming Ye maintained his calm demeanor. But what of it? His words elicited a sharp intake of breath. How utterly audacious. How many are vying for their downfall? Does Ming Ye remain oblivious? The waters have already risen to over 20 meters. The resources available for the masses are dwindling. How outrageous. That man suddenly launched an attack. Have never endured such disgraceful treatment. Their vessel is armed, albeit with mere iron rods and wooden sticks, which pose no threat to Ming Ye whatsoever. One might mistakenly think they intend to tickle him with such feeble weapons. Nevertheless, even these arms are a rarity in this city. Who among the ordinary folk would prepare such items? The onlookers around began to murmur, puzzled by the unfolding drama. Indeed, even in this age, it seems we cannot comprehend the spectacle. Ahu glared fiercely at Ming Ye, declaring, He has slain my brother. Today, I shall ensure he pays for his blood debt. Witnessing this scene, the bystanders instinctively recoiled. It must be said that the aura of those from the underbelly of society can be quite intimidating. Without hesitation, Ming Ye swiftly drew his bone-slicing knife. Is it not merely a clash of strength? He was eager to see where the chips would fall. Ahu fixated on Ming Ye, then commanded his boat to advance towards Ming Ye's speedboat, particularly eyeing the large bag of money and the supplies on board. The spectators' gazes varied. Some were eager for entertainment, while others reveled in misfortune. They relished the thought of Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu being robbed. Truly, they are all scoundrels. This time, these two are likely to face dire consequences. After all, who could blame them for being so arrogant? The human condition is indeed wretched. In the midst of calamity, it is natural for individuals to feel a sense of injustice. Why should you feast while others starve? Thus, no one was willing to extend a helping hand. Many even hoped to seize a profit while their adversaries faltered. Ming Ye was armed with 2 knives and a gun. With deftness, he withdrew a kitchen knife with his left hand while brandishing the handgun in his right. With a cold demeanor, he faced the advancing Ahu, positioned at the forefront of the deck. The sharp blade alone instilled a chilling dread. Just as the crowd was about to speak, Jiang Wenwu also drew a knife and a gun, standing resolutely beside Ming Ye. At that moment, the two resembled the Grim Reapers, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Ming Ye surveyed the surroundings, his voice icy. Either leave, or I shall strike down anyone who dares approach. He was acutely aware of his own prowess. After all, he had dispatched Ahu's two brothers without hesitation, instilling a fear that was hard to ignore. As Ming Ye took his stance, a flicker of doubt crept into Ahu's heart. Yet, bolstered by the numbers behind him, he was not one to cower. "Huh, do you think I fear you?" he scoffed, turning to rally his comrades. "Brothers, charge." "Oh, how foolish." Ming Ye assumit a defensive posture, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his opponent. He always carried means of protection for moments like this. The air was thick with tension as the impending clash loomed. However, Boss L inopportunely interjected, "Ahem, gentlemen, please refrain from fighting." In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. As the saying goes, harmony brings prosperity. Just look at the chaos that such violence has wrought. Boss L's tone carried a hint of amusement, and he himself was a short, stout man. Before Ming Ye could respond, Ahu, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Stop spouting nonsense. Ming Ye has killed my brother, and I shall avenge him today." Ahu's expression was one of indignation, as if his own mother had been slain. Just when one thought the situation within the building was tumultuous enough, it became evident that Boss L's establishment was no sanctuary either. "This is my territory. Do you dare brawl?" Boss L shot a sidelong glance, his eyes glinting with authority. Chapter 60. Resolving the matter outside. How can we? We are not here to make purchases. The leader, Ahu, emanated an air of sharpness. Those surrounding him were equally discontent, their eyes glinting with menace. The onlookers, somewhat intimidated, hesitated, but were reluctant to miss the unfolding drama. Purchasing is acceptable. However, please do not tarnish my reputation. Boss L adjusted his spectacles, his face adorned with a broad smile. He then addressed Ming Ye, stating that the goods would likely arrive shortly. "Then let it be expedited." Ming Ye retorted coolly, "Do not dawdle. I am here to confront you today. And what of it? Brother, this is a place of business." Boss L chuckled, a frown forming on his brow, as a great throng of people surged toward them. Even with Brother whose imposing presence, he could not help but furrow his brow. What was Boss L up to? What do you intend? He scrutinized Ming Ye and Boss L warily, suspecting they might be in cahoots. Boss L, with a cheerful demeanor, patiently explained that he simply wished to prevent them from damaging his establishment. They could settle their differences elsewhere. "Of course, I shall provide you with a more substantial vessel. You may choose how to engage in your altercation." Such words were indeed grandiloquent. Ahu remained silent, then declared, "Fine. I shall step outside with Ming Ye to settle this." Jiang Wenwu cast a glance at Ming Ye, moving closer to whisper, "What shall we do?" If Ahu chose Jiang Wenwu instead, he would not be as concerned for Ming Ye as he was now for himself. Ming Ye, with a fierce spirit, could not tolerate such threats. For him to submit, it would require stepping over his lifeless body. "I am indifferent. I still possess adequate means of defense." Ming Ye's expression remained impassive. Jiang Wenwu disagreed. "No, you only have defensive weapons. What if?" Ming Ye countered with a smile. "And what then?" The atmosphere grew tense. In an instant, Ming Ye patted Jiang Wenwu's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I shall be fine. What if we both confront him?" Jiang Wenwu suggested, "I can always assist you. That Ahu does not appear to be a good person. What if he schemes against you?" Ming Ye responded, "Have you forgotten I have a gun?" Jiang Wenwu fell silent. Having lived through much, Ming Ye was acutely aware of the treachery of human nature. If this matter could not be resolved now, they would surely seek trouble again in the future. I do not wish for confrontation, but resolving this issue at this stage is paramount. In the face of apocalypse, humanity can devolve into beasts for the sake of survival, resorting to any means necessary. Seemingly swayed by Ming Ye's words, Jiang Wenwu ceased his objections and ultimately acquiesced. Ming Ye slowly stepped forward, clasped his hands toward Boss L, and stated, I do not wish to complicate your situation. We shall resolve this outside. Boss Lu had not anticipated that Ming Ye would agree to go out with Ahu. However, with a slight exertion of influence, he was taken aback when Ming Ye indeed accepted the invitation. Curiosity sparkled in Boss Lu's eyes. Very well. Let us welcome both gentlemen aboard that grand vessel. Immediately after, Ming Ye cast a glance toward Ahu. If you wish to compete with me, so be it, Ming Ye stated bluntly, yet surely we ought to establish some stakes? Do not presume to dominate simply because you propose the terms first. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Ming Ye's eyes. Ahu displayed a haughty smile. What do you wish to wager against me? Are you implying a bet on our lives? Ming Ye chuckled softly. Betting lives is rather dull. Let us engage in something tangible. Let us wager on rice. Should you lose, you shall provide me with 100 jin of rice. It is merely a negotiation, and let him lose everything. When the floodwaters recede, returning that 100 jin of rice would be of no consequence. Ahu readily agreed. Fine. If you lose, I shall take your life. Once the terms were settled, Boss Lu eagerly called the two men. He beamed like a benevolent Buddha. Ah, you two are indeed heroes among men. Since that is the case, let us draft a written agreement today. This contest shall be life and death, and we must have a signature to avoid any future complications. Certainly, that is only natural. Both responded in unison. Ming Ye regarded Boss Lu intently. Then let us trouble you, Boss Lu. It is merely my duty. The calculating visage of Boss Lu loomed before them. Jiang Wenwu watched Ahu and Ming Ye, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Yet he understood the necessity of forging ahead. At that moment, Ming Ye took his seat in the speedboat. Observing Ming Ye's demeanor, Ahu's smile grew increasingly arrogant. Ha ha. Today I shall avenge my brother. Very well. Ming Ye remained charmingly coy. Let us see if you possess the capability. Once aboard, Ming Ye unseatet a bonelavi knife. The moment the blade emerged, a potent scent of blood filled the air. One could easily imagine how many livestock this knife had dispatched. Witnessing this, Ahu appeared momentarily bewildered. What is that? A large kitchen knife? This is a bone-cleaving knife, designed to take lives with each stroke. Ahu impatiently waved his hand. Enough of your nonsense. You are the last person I want to see. With that, he charged at Ming Ye wielding a baseball bat. The surrounding spectators eagerly placed their bets. Who do you think will win? It goes without saying, Ahu will undoubtedly triumph. I wager 5 jin a grain. It has to be Ahu. He alone possesses such skill. Who could argue otherwise? This fellow is merely a source of amusement. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Jiang Wenwu furrowed his brow deeply. Simultaneously, he silently prayed for Ming Ye's safe return. On stage, Ahu exerted himself with every strike. Thus, Ming Ye gradually exploited his weaknesses, ultimately launching an assault on his lower defenses. Indeed, Ahu's foundation was far from solid. After just a few rounds, he found himself in disarray. To his surprise, in the instant Ming Ye turned, he attempted a sneak attack from behind. It was but a fleeting moment. Ming Ye swiftly drew the pistol from his waist, aiming it at Ahu, and declared emphatically, "You have lost. Impossible. I cannot possibly lose. Did you employ some sort of underhanded tactic?" Ahu desperately sought to cast all blame upon Ming Ye. Ming Ye was unfazed by his accusations. These matters no longer rested in your hands. Since you have taken this path, why fear the whispers of the crowd? Enough. Cease any thoughts of escape. Chapter 61. Tension in the air madness. Even in death, I will drag you down with me. Without hesitation, Ahu swung the heavy iron rod in his hand, aiming it squarely at Ming Ye's forehead. In the blink of an eye, a resounding bang echoed as Ahu's body crumpled to the ground. Murder. But is killing not a common occurrence in this apocalyptic world? Indeed, there is no need for such alarm. Turning around, Ming Ye noticed the splatters of blood adorning his face. Upon touching it, he found it still warm. You brought this upon yourself. Ming Ye spoke coldly. Witnessing this scene, even Boss L's eyes widened with astonishment. Brother, you have certainly opened my eyes. At this point, Boss L regarded Ming Ye with a newfound appreciation. With Ming Ye's formidable capabilities, many opportunities might arise. Boss L, Ming Ye addressed him without a hint of courtesy. When will my goods arrive? You have been delaying my shipment. What exactly are you planning? In just a few short sentences, a flicker of panic crossed Boss L's gaze. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he feigned calmness and quickly replied, "Ah, do not worry, it will be here shortly." Suddenly, the few individuals trailing behind, Ahu wore expressions of deep sorrow. "You have killed Ahu. We must avenge him." The leader of the group bore a fierce countenance, with each member brandishing weapons. Should a direct confrontation ensue, even with a gun in hand, Ming Ye could not guarantee his safety. Seemingly concerned for Ming Ye, Jiang Wenwu turned to Boss L for assistance. "This matter has escalated. You should intervene." Instinctively, Boss L recoiled, chuckling nervously. "This is your affair. Do not involve me." Of course, surviving in this apocalypse, coupled with a powerful organization for trading supplies, indicated that this man was anything but ordinary. Ming Ye hastily wiped the blood from his face, turning to Jiang Wenwu with unwavering resolve. "It's fine. Let them come at me." "No, you cannot handle this group alone." Jiang Wenwu's voice brimmed with concern. "Wait." Boss L suddenly called out to the two men. "I can send this young brother up. Wouldn't he that make it more fair? One must admit, this man possesses a surprisingly good heart." Ming Ye smiled. "Splendid." Jiang Wenwu paused momentarily before responding. "All right, I will go up now." Thus, the remaining followers of Ahu surged forward. With a low voice, the sharp-tongued man declared, "Today we must avenge Ahu. Yes, we shall not rest until this vengeance is fulfilled." Their fervent cries resonated with sincerity. "Very well," Ming Ye proclaimed boldly. "Then let us face this together. I will lead you to Ahu." With 5 bullets remaining in his handgun, Jiang Wenwu possessed 6. Currently, there are only a handful of individuals present. Even if the ammunition is expended, the situation remains advantageous. The two engaged in a swift resolution, with a singular, decisive strike. The sharp-beaked monkey was dispatched with a blade aimed at Minji's crown. Unexpectedly, Ming and Jiang Wenwu coordinated their efforts, executing a remarkable leap onto the monkey's back, swiftly resolving the confrontation. The gruesome spectacle provided a certain satisfaction to the onlookers. As the echoes of gunfire ceased, it was unfortunate that both had sustained minor injuries while dealing with the final adversaries. The remaining individuals appeared somewhat astonished. Were these two truly so formidable? Resolving the matter with such ease was rather violent indeed. It seemed these 2 assault boats would go unwanted. Now, every action of Ming elicited a sense of unease among the crowd. Why did he possess a firearm? And Jiang Wenwu's agility resembled that of a trained soldier. "Boss Lu, my patience is limited." Ming reiterated, "Otherwise, next time I shall dismantle your operation." He understood the gravity of the situation. Boss Lu immediately approached with a smile, assuring him, "Fear not, we are fully prepared. Oh, by the way, we can offer you an additional 100 pounds, primarily to establish a rapport with the two of you." Boss Lu smiled sincerely, though there was an undercurrent of ulterior motives. "Oh, how rude of me. I haven't even inquired about your names or where you reside." In an apocalypse, who would take the time to ask such personal details? It was evident there was something amiss. A sardonic smile crept across Ming's lips. "You inquire so thoroughly. Are you contemplating a visit?" Upon hearing this, Boss Lu's grin widened. "I merely wish to ensure prompt delivery. It is part of our service." After speaking, he promptly instructed his subordinates to procure another 100 pounds of grain. One of his underlings quietly reminded him, "Boss Lu, I'll need to return once more." "Then return." Boss Lu displayed remarkable generosity. "I am merely here to make a friend." Ming took a step forward, pondering whether Boss Lu's largesse indicated a hidden agenda. "How could that be?" He continued to smile nonchalantly. "I simply wish for you to meet my superior. He holds you in high regard." Ming was taken aback by the notion that the individual behind Boss Lu desired an audience with him. "Rest assured, our boss is a kind-hearted, benevolent soul." Yet, through Boss Lu's insincere words, Ming felt an immediate distrust. What he initially presumed to be a cunning plot turned out to be merely an invitation to meet. "That will not be necessary. I have no interest in such a meeting," Ming replied coolly, his gaze betraying an air of indifference. As the saying goes, one can know a person's appearance, but not their heart. Ming would never divulge his name or residence, as doing so could potentially expose his whereabouts. Alas, how regrettable it is. Boss L's gaze grew increasingly intricate. The floodwaters rose with alarming swiftness each passing day. Ming Ye understood clearly that it would not be long before their ninth floor ceased to exist. What about our goods? Jiang Wenwu asserted with unwavering resolve. When it comes to supplies, there can be no ambiguity. The money they had obtained was earned through perilous endeavors. How could they abandon it midway? Observing the eagerness in the two individuals, Boss L gestured grandly, instructing the transfer of 100 pounds of goods onto their speedboat. Additionally, Ming Ye pointed towards the remaining 2 speedboats belonging to Ah Hu and his crew. They have perished, and thus, these shall naturally be our spoils. We shall not be modest in this regard. Chapter 62. Encountering robbers on the road, go ahead. You too, feel free. Boss Lu waved his hand, presenting an air of utmost sincerity. As they were about to leave, Ming Ye, still somewhat doubtful, asked, "Are you certain this food won't poison us?" Haha, you yist. Rest assured, my friend, I pride myself on my integrity. I am absolutely above board. With that, he took the knife in his hand and sliced open a hole in a nearby sack of rice, grasping a handful of the grains. The rice appeared identical in color to the ordinary variety and bore no unpleasant odor. All right, if that is the case, do you also buy fish? This question left Boss Lu momentarily stunned, as it was the first time he encountered someone negotiating like this. Indeed, but I wonder how much you have. I can supply you regularly, Ming Ye replied with a calm demeanor, yet his confidence suggested no pretense. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu's eyes sparkled as he earnestly responded, "Very well, whatever quantity you have in the future, I shall take." "Good, but the price for the fish will certainly be higher, right? Then you can trade it for unsoaked grains." Boss Lu, with grains in hand, thought to himself, "Damn, is this kid that cunning? How does he know I have unsoaked grains?" Glancing at Boss Lu's expression, Ming Ye remarked nonchalantly, "I wouldn't believe you if you didn't have that kind of capability." He indeed possessed such goods. However, unsoaked rice could not simply be measured in monetary terms. Boss Lu chuckled and teased Ming Ye. "All right, let us see what the transaction looks like." Jiang Wenwu listened intently to their exchange from beginning to end. As they departed, Ming Ye secured a speedboat to the back of their vehicle, while Jiang Wenwu took the wheel of the other one. Virum! The moment the speedboat's motor roared to life, water splashed all around. Observing the swift figures of the two, even those nearby couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. Now that's a tough character. Indeed, anyone armed is certainly not an ordinary person. Should we follow him? Forget it. I value my life too much. Who knows if he has more weapons? The scene shifted. The two drove the speedboats through the city, side by side. Jiang Wenwu casually glanced at Ming Ye. "Are we heading straight back?" "Yes, unless something unexpected occurs." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but tease. "I must say, you're quite impressive. That I would never have guessed you possess such firearms." Seeing this, Ming Ye displayed a hint of disdain. "It's just average." The two conversed for a while longer when suddenly a speedboat appeared, blocking their path. "Damn, we might be in trouble," Jiang Wenwu muttered under his breath. Since aligning with Ming Ye, it seems he has rarely experienced a tranquil moment. Nonetheless, indulging in delectable food and drink remains rather pleasurable. Casting a glance at the man across from him, Ming Ye began to formulate a plan. This individual was indeed one of those who had just concealed himself within the crowd. What audacity! Knowing full well that both he and his companion were armed, he still dared to approach. No matter, we can simply turn back and avoid this person. This seems to be the most prudent course of action. Yet, as Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu pivoted, the man followed suit. However, judging by his demeanor, he did not appear to be involved in any illicit dealings. Ming Ye glanced at Jiang Wenwu beside him and whispered in his ear, suggesting that they could halt the boat if necessary. "Excellent. I am curious to see what this fellow intends to do." Upon reaching their destination, both men simultaneously halted their boats. The man opposite appeared momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly approached, exclaiming, "Ah, brave sirs, I wish to discuss something with you." "Discuss what?" Jiang Wenwu frowned, warning him not to provoke them. "Oh, do not worry. I am not that sort of person." The man exhibited an unusual enthusiasm. Ming Ye's eyes sparkled with caution. "Then what precisely do you wish to discuss?" The man rubbed his hands together, a hint of unease in his gaze. It's a long story. Then make it brief. Jiang Wenwu retorted sharply. Both men were already nursing injuries, and this interruption would surely exacerbate their condition. The man then cautiously retrieved a small pouch from within his clothing. Opening it revealed glistening grains of premium northeast rice. Would you care to try some? He offered the grains to both men. At this, Ming Ye focused intently on the man. Not one to be easily fooled, the man promptly took a few grains and placed them in his mouth. After Ming Ye sampled 2 grains, he confirmed they had not been soaked in water. Is that so? I shall taste some as well. Jiang Wenwu suddenly expressed interest. The next moment, Ming Ye shifted his tone. However, this rice is lacking a portion of true northeast grains. What? Jiang Wenwu's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you deceive me? Are you tired of living? It was the first time he had encountered such a brazen individual. The man immediately trembled and knelt before them, exclaiming, "Your tastes are truly discerning." Indeed, it was a mixture, but the grains were of high quality, having never been soaked. Ming Ye was curious to hear the price. "Pray tell, how much do you wish for this?" Upon hearing Ming Ye speak, the man instantly perked up. "Rest assured, our prices are exceedingly fair. They are certainly better than that of the so-called boss Liu." How intriguing. Could it be that in their line of work, one merely elevates one while disparaging another? Perhaps he realized that his earlier statements were somewhat inappropriate. The man tentatively inquired, "What do you both think it is worth?" The two exchanged glances. "We have no money. We have no money." The air fell into a momentary silence. In an instant, the man erupted, "What are you doing with no money?" "Despite our lack of funds, we possess meat." To which the man nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "Who doesn't have meat?" Immediately, Jiang Wenwu rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "You are truly too crude. The meat we speak of is edible." Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor transformed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "What? You have edible meat? That is splendid. But may I inquire what it is?" "Fish," Ming Ye replied softly. "Very well, then I can trade with you." Chapter 63. A sheep falls from the sky. Do you possess a satellite phone? Ming Ye inquired, raising his gaze towards the man across from him. The man nodded, affirming its existence, an essential tool for survival. As they conversed, the two exchanged contact information. "I shall deliver the goods to you in a few days," he stated with an indifferent gaze. "At that time, payment will be rendered upon delivery." The man's demeanor transformed with excitement. "Rest assured, gentlemen, the quality is unequivocally genuine." "Very well. Let us commence with a modest transaction for our first deal," Ming Ye suggested, wary of the potential for deceit among them. He was acutely aware of the necessity to not merely rely on one-sided accounts. "We can conduct our exchange at the commercial building in the city center. There, the crowd is manageable and the routes are well connected." The man hesitated momentarily. "I fear I cannot provide an immediate response, but I can certainly inquire on your behalf." With that, he turned to make a phone call. As Ming Ye pivoted, he encountered Jiang Wenwu's foolish grin. "What is the matter with you? One might mistake you for the simpleton of a wealthy family." "Nothing really. I'm just happy." Jiang's face radiated with joy, exuding an aura akin to being pampered. In that instant, Ming Ye felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to Jiang Wenwu with a cold demeanor. "Do not disgust me. Otherwise, your little black dog shall go hungry tonight." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu promptly sealed his lips and waved his hand. "Oh, come on. You are being overly sensitive. I was merely jesting." Moments later, the man returned, breathless with enthusiasm. "Gentlemen, my boss has given his consent." "Very well. I shall call you in a couple of days." After finalizing the location and time, the two of them grasped their belongings and promptly boarded a boat. However, their 3 speedboats were conspicuously eye-catching. Ming Ye made an effort to navigate around crowded areas, opting instead for the outskirts, thereby extending their journey. Fortunately, the expansive view allowed them to spot any approaching individuals from afar. With his left hand gripping binoculars and his right hand on the speedboat steering wheel, Ming Ye suddenly caught sight of something unusual on the water. What could it be? Jiang Wenwu, following his gaze, peered through the binoculars. Could it be a corpse? In this post-apocalyptic world, corpses were a common sight, and, thus, nothing was truly shocking. Ming Ye took the binoculars back from Jiang Wenwu, scrutinizing once more. I believe that to be a sheep. A sheep? Jiang Wenwu exclaimed in disbelief. How could there be a sheep on the water? Without further ado, Ming Ye thrust the binoculars into Jiang Wenwu's hands. Take a closer look. Despite his less-than-perfect vision, Jiang managed to discern the truth. To his astonishment, there indeed was a sheep. After having grown weary of fish and meat, he realized it had been ages since he last savored lamb. Can we retrieve that sheep? Jiang Wenwu gazed at Ming Ye with eyes wide as stars. After pondering for a moment, Ming Ye ultimately nodded. It would certainly enhance their meal. The speed of the 3 speedboats gradually diminished as they approached the white, floating object. To their astonishment, the sheep was still alive and appeared to be fully grown. What was even more remarkable was that this sheep could swim. However, the currents in the suburban waters were quite treacherous, and it was slowly being carried away by the tide. Ba-ba-ba. As they drew near, the sheep emitted sounds from its mouth. Jiang Wenwu immediately became excited, exclaiming, "Wow, it's actually alive. This is fantastic. If it's living, we needn't worry about any diseases it might carry." Hearing Jiang Wenwu's enthusiasm, Ming Ye silently nodded in agreement. The two navigated their speedboat closer, but the sheep possessed considerable strength, managing to break through the current and swim towards the east. "We must catch it now." Jiang Wenwu's eyes sparkled with eagerness. They could feast on roasted lamb legs. Ming Ye, typically reserved in his opinions, suddenly interjected. "Let us observe before acting." The sheep continued to bleat, as if something ahead was beckoning it onward. Thus, Ming Ye steered the speedboat, following the sheep further along. After approximately 20 minutes, they spotted 2 more sheep to the east. What a surprise! What is happening here? Jiang Wenwu exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. One sheep alone would be a blessing from their ancestors. Who would have thought they were congregating? In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Could it be that you have foreseen this? Ming Ye smiled without replying. The pair continued to follow the sheep's path, gradually departing from the city. The sound of rain around them diminished, hinting that it might soon cease. Yet Ming Ye understood that this calamity was far from over. Where do you think they are headed? Jiang Wenwu furrowed his brow, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. Ming Ye shook his head, unsure. However, ahead, several sheep could already be seen, suggesting a larger flock might be nearby. After trailing for another half-hour, a mountain slowly emerged before them. Goodness, these sheep are rather clever. Who would have thought this was their haven? The sight before them was indeed awe-inspiring. A multitude of sheep circled atop the mountain, and just gazing at them made one's mouth water. Wonderful. We can finally enjoy hot pot lamb. Jiang Wenwu's eyes widened, standing still as a soldier. Yet, he was rather particular about his food. At that moment, Ming Ye, sharing the sentiment, swiftly retrieved a high-energy electroshock baton he had purchased from a hardware store. "I will handle 2 adult sheep first," he said, turning to Jiang Wenwu. "Then you can improvise." With that, Ming Ye deftly jumped from the boat and immediately seized a sheep. Immediately, with his agile skills, he brought down the second one. The sequence of actions was truly fluid, making Jiang Wenwu feel somewhat inferior. I remarked, "My friend, where did you acquire such remarkable skills? They seem quite impressive." Without further ado, he insisted, "Let's first find a place to slaughter these sheep. If someone discovers this location, it could spell significant trouble for us." Regaining his composure, Jiang Wenwu nodded and suggested, "Why don't we move a little further up, where the trees provide cover?" Ming Ye cast a glance at the 3 assault boats and, gritting his teeth, ascended the mountain. It seemed unlikely that anyone would continue to pursue them. Initially, Ming Ye had sensed Boss Lu following him, accompanied by the other 2 boats. Now, it was improbable that anyone would foolishly follow Ming Ye back. Chapter 64. The authentic Sichuan Chongqing hot pot. Oh my. This is nothing short of paradise. As he ascended the mountain, he was greeted by a breathtaking panorama of goats grazing across the hills. Tears of joy streamed down Jiang Wenwu's cheeks. How he wished he had discovered this place sooner. All right, Ming Ye furrowed his brow. First, we must take care of these animals. Ah, yes. Let's first carry these sheep up. The 2 men, each shouldering a sheep weighing over 100 pounds, made their way up the mountain. Though Jiang Wenwu had served as an officer in the military for several years, he was not particularly adept at the task of slaughtering livestock. In contrast, Ming Ye approached it with a certain ease, wielding the cleaver with unwavering resolve. The sounds of chopping and butchering echoed, nearly startling Jiang Wenwu. The art of butchering is not for the faint-hearted, especially with the innards and various organs involved. Merely observing was enough to dazzle the senses. The air was thick with the pungent odor of mutton mingled with a metallic scent of blood, an aroma so foul that it compelled one to cover their mouth and nose. I must ask, how can you endure this? Jiang Wenwu pinched his nose and inquired. Ming Ye, unfazed, replied that after watching others perform the task, he found himself quite capable of doing it himself. Indeed, during the time they stored provisions, he had observed the slaughter of dozens of sheep, his eyes glued to the process. After approximately an hour, the 2 sheep were fully processed and categorized. Done. Ming Ye scraped away the top layer of skin, intending to use it for a carpet. Impressed by Ming Ye's prowess, Jiang Wenwu clapped his hands in admiration. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Let us hurry. We should not linger here. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jiang Wenwu nodded solemnly. The 2 men packed the meat into their snakeskin bags. After navigating a labyrinth of paths for over an hour, they finally returned to their apartment building. Upon entering, the unmistakable scent of blood clung to Ming Ye, wafting through the air. Li Qingshu frowned, her alertness peaked. Who among you is injured? What is with this overwhelming smell of blood? Hearing this, Jiang Wenwu sniffed his clothing and chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. We merely scraped our skin a bit. My brother has returned from hunting today, and we shall prepare a hot pot for dinner. Instantly intrigued, the rotund man chimed in. What hot pot? What hot pot? What hot pot? Ming Ye smirked. Go downstairs and fetch the supplies. Understood. I will ensure everything is splendid. The man laughed and hurried down to gather the ingredients. Meanwhile, Ming Ye entered the kitchen, selecting some prime cuts of lean meat to share with the 2 elderly residents downstairs. To be honest, Ming Ye felt that he had previously taken advantage of Jiang Wenwu's situation, and now he found himself more considerate of the 2 elders. Everyone observed this scene, yet no one spoke further. It is indeed right to harbor a heart full of gratitude. When the crowd beheld the freshly cut mutton prepared by Ming Ye, an air of unease swept over them once more. Where had this mutton come from? Li Wanhua exclaimed in astonishment at its remarkable freshness, exclaiming that she had never encountered such quality even at the market. Indeed, could it be that the 2 of you visited a slaughterhouse? Even Li Qingshu wore a look of incredulity. In the next moment, Ming Ye explained, we discovered 2 live sheep and decided to bring them back for tonight's hot pot. Hot pot? How splendid. The plump fellow immediately cheered, suggesting they should indulge in hot pot, especially since there remained some leafy greens in the refrigerator. Yet, amidst the cheer, there were those who wore frowns. Li Qingshu's expression darkened. If we eat meat and others find out, won't that lead to? She trailed off, leaving her words unspoken. Is it really a problem? Jiang Wenwu scratched his head, perplexed. Are we not allowed to enjoy meat in our own home anymore? Ultimately, Ming Ye made the decision. No worries, we shall savor Sichuan hot pot tonight. After indulging in home-cooked meals for so long, even hot pot brings an exhilarating thrill. But do we have hot pot base? The plump fellow, a true native of Sichuan, insisted on authenticity. If not, just give me some butter and chili, and I can conjure the fragrance of nature. I believe we have some at home. Jiang Wenwu stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. However, if you wish to showcase your culinary skills, no one will stop you. Li Qingshu chimed in. Exactly. I've never tasted anything freshly stir-fried. Perhaps hearing their conversation, Ming Ye emerged from the kitchen with a plate. Never mind. We don't have beef tallow, but we do have plenty of authentic hot pot base. The hot pot base is in the attic. Feel free to retrieve it. With no objections raised, the plump fellow scampered upstairs. The mere mention of hot pot had caused everyone's mouths to water profusely. Meanwhile, the first batch of residents who had vacated the building suddenly returned, leaving everyone puzzled. What the hell? This is just a cruel tease. What do you mean there's no shelter at the aid station? It's all nonsense. Precisely. We should never have come back. Another echoed. The water and electricity here have been cut off. How can those people share what little food and resources they have? The once tranquil corridor erupted with raucous voices once more. Hearing the commotion, Ming Ye peeked through the door, observing the group downstairs that had returned. Strange. I feel as if I can smell hot pot. Indeed, that is the aroma of hot pot. What? While we are struggling outside. Who on earth is indulging in hot pot inside the building? In the next instant, silence enveloped the crowd. It seemed they had forgotten that Ming Ye had once resided here. Surely, this hot pot must be the creation of Ming Ye, inciting a wave of envious frenzy among them. Yet, they find themselves at an impasse, primarily due to the firearm in Ming Ye's possession. Within the confines of the room, the air conditioning hums, casting a cool breeze, while several individuals gather around the table, savoring a steaming hot pot. Jiang Wenwu, with a spirited demeanor, lifts his glass and proclaims, "Let us toast to our collective survival in this apocalyptic world. A heartfelt thanks to Ming Ye. I shall down this drink, and may everyone else partake at their leisure." Inspired by Jiang Wenwu's exuberance, the portly fellow rises, declaring, without a doubt, "I must express my utmost gratitude to my brother Ming. Were it not for him, I shudder to think where I might be today. To my brother, I raise this glass." Next, it is Li Qinshi's turn. With a hint of rosy hue gracing her cheeks, likely from a modest indulgence in spirits, she appears utterly charming. I too wish to voice my sincere appreciation for Brother Ming. Chapter 65. Crispy pork cracklings. Overwhelmed with joy, the chubby fellow was brought to tears. The aroma of the meat was simply divine. Seizing the moment, Ming Ye stepped forward to proclaim, "Let us indulge in this evening's feast. May we persevere through the trials of the apocalypse." Little Seven, still a child, could not tolerate spicy food. Thus, Ming Ye prepared a petite sukiyaki pot just for him. "This is for you, Little Seven. I hope it tastes good," he said, scratching his head, exuding an innocent charm akin to a youthful lad. Little Seven, with his somewhat clumsy chopsticks, nodded enthusiastically. Brother Ming Ye's cooking must be delicious. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, well aware that Ming Ye seldom cooked. It was likely that the sukiyaki was made with leftover seasonings. "Where are the two cats?" Ming Ye suddenly turned, noticing their absence. Jiang Wenwu took a bite of meat and replied, "My little black and Fanta are playing in my room. Let us bring the cats and the dog out. I'll treat them to a meal." Ming Ye had a special fondness for small animals. Ah, and here comes the dog. The puppy, merely a year or two old, was full of youthful vigor and intelligence. "All right, here's a bone for you." With that, Ming Ye tossed a large bone into the living room. The puppy immediately pounced on it, paws scrambling to gnaw at the bone. "Well then, I shall fetch some cat food for them." Jiang Wenwu stood up, clapping his hands before heading off to retrieve the cat food. The moment the scent of the cat food wafted through the air, the two little cats dashed to the door. Meow. Their cries melted the hearts of the cat lovers present. The chubby fellow emerged from the corner with several bottles of beer. "Come, let us raise our glasses once more." Those who could drink held onto their green bottles, while those who could not clutched bottles of Sprite. Perhaps drawn by the commotion, the puppy looked up and barked excitedly. After finishing the drinks, Jiang Wenwu's eyes glistened with moisture. "It's been ages since we've had such a lively gathering. Come now, why are you crying, you big man? From now on, we shall live our best lives," the chubby fellow said, wiping away his tears, moved by the moment. The atmosphere was so poignant that it nearly brought everyone to tears. Yet Ming Ye sought to lighten the mood. "All right, let us raise a toast. From this day forth, we are like siblings, though not of the same parents. As long as I have good days, so shall you." The atmosphere soared to new heights. As the meat plates began to empty, Li Wanhua added recently sprouted bean sprouts to the pot. "With yellow beans sprouting, we can never run out." Ming Ye also tossed in a handful of mushrooms, enhancing the flavor to a heavenly degree. Within the pot were also some pickled vegetables prepared by Ming Ye's mother. Rich with the essence of the Northeast, this little flavor is simply exquisite. Indeed, they were fortunate that Wanhua could grow vegetables. Otherwise, they would have struggled to enjoy such a feast. Not to mention, thanks to Ming Ye's supply of seeds, they would have been unable to cultivate anything at all. Amidst a lively exchange, excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes. The greens symbolized eternal vitality. Merely tasting them was a testament to good health. A few individuals conversed animatedly while savoring their meal. "We must not grow complacent regarding our resources. Ming Ye furrowed his brow, reminding them that what they had was hard-earned and should not be squandered. Despite the rosy flush on everyone's cheeks, they acknowledged the gravity of their situation with cautious nods. The uncertainty of natural disasters loomed, necessitating preparedness. The steaming hot pot conveyed happiness and boundless love. A slice of meat, enveloped in sesame sauce, was a fragrant delight when bitten into. After this meal, everyone couldn't resist the urge to pat their slightly protruding bellies. We must eat. Everything around seemed to blur into a dreamlike haze. Recent events felt surreal, leaving a lingering sense of emotion even upon waking. This meal had unleashed all the pent-up feelings among them. Observing their intoxicated states, Ming Ye guided each person to their respective rooms, leaving only Li Qingshu. Li Qingshu, unadorned by makeup, had a mouth that resembled a tempting cherry. "You, Ming Ye, he. Upon seeing Ming Ye, she burst into a smile reminiscent of the village idiot. This made Ming Ye's ears redden slightly. He approached her gently, reassuringly stating, "I shall escort you back to your room." "No." Li Qingshu suddenly broke free from his embrace, asking, "Do you like me?" The unexpected question caught Ming Ye off guard, adding a playful tension to the atmosphere. In the next moment, Li Qingshu unexpectedly grasped Ming Ye's shoulders, compelling him to meet her gaze. "Tell me, do you like me?" Ming Ye instinctively lowered his head, avoiding the topic, guiding the young lady toward her room. "You are drunk. Liar." Li Qingshu pouted. "You are a big liar. Now tell me, do you like me or not?" Ming Ye chuckled softly. "When you sober up tomorrow, you will realize what you have said." After escorting Li Qingshu to her room, Ming Ye finally emerged to a chaotic kitchen. He tidied up with a few swift motions. The following morning, Li Wanhua rose early to retrieve the remnants from the hot pot, preparing to add noodles. Hand-rolled noodles would be particularly delightful in the hot pot, especially during such extraordinary times. Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu awoke, stretched lazily, and began their morning exercises. Before long, Jiang Wenwu knocked on Ming Ye's door. "What should we do with the leftover pork?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ming Ye, in good spirits, replied, "Do you know what pork cracklings are? I can show you how to make them." Upon hearing this, the plump fellow emerged from some hidden corner, exclaiming, "Wonderful! It's been ages since I had pork cracklings." With that, they set to work, ensuring their efforts were harmoniously balanced. Jiang Wenwu was tasked with meticulously removing everything from the exterior, including scraping the hair from the pigskin. The stout fellow primarily focused on uniformly chopping the pieces into small morsels. The final step involved Ming Ye slicing the collected pig fat into thin sheets. He heated the pan without adding any oil, and the air soon filled with the enticing aroma of sizzling meat. Ah, what a delightful scent! Perhaps it had been too long since he had savored the fragrance of cooking oil, prompting the stout man to exclaim, "Be cautious while cutting. Make sure not to include any lean meat. If even a hint of lean meat is mixed in, we won't achieve the desired pork cracklings." After frying for over an hour, Ming Ye finally produced a full box of crispy pork cracklings. Sprinkled with a touch of cumin, chili powder, and salt, they were simply exquisite. You must try these. They're absolutely delectable. Truly amazing. Chapter 66. Dare to provocatively challenge me with 100 boldness. A waft of enticing aroma immediately captivated the remaining few individuals in the room. Li Qingshu inhaled deeply, hastily making her way to the kitchen. She then cast a bewildered glance at the others, inquiring, "What delectable treat are you all indulging in? It smells divine. Are you referring to this?" The portly fellow wiggled his fingers. "This is pork crackling." "What is pork crackling?" His gaze flitted between Li Qingshu and Ming Ye, astonished. "You don't even know what pork crackling is?" Jiang Wenwu, standing nearby, also appeared taken aback. Subsequently, he succinctly explained, "It's made by rendering the fat from pork." "Ah, I see." Li Qingshu nodded thoughtfully. "Allow me to have a taste." The pork crackling was fried to a perfect crispness, fragrant and fresh, with a delightful coating of cumin and chili seasoning. "Delicious." Li Qingshu's eyes sparkled as she gave the others a thumbs up. To her surprise, the pork crackling was indeed utterly delightful. Satisfied, she fetched a bottle of cola from the refrigerator. Refreshing. Just as she was about to speak, the sounds of a heated argument drifted up from downstairs. "Damn it, the water has already risen to the 5th floor?" We've relocated to an unoccupied area. What is the issue? Exactly. There is no rule against us residing in the hallway, is there? From the conversation, it seemed that there were individuals wishing to set up camp in the stairwell, yet the existing residents vehemently opposed it. As the water level continued to rise, the makeshift refuge was already overwhelmed with too many people. Returning to one's own abode indeed felt more comfortable. Regrettably, the original residents had long since grown weary of their previous living conditions. Who would want to rely on someone else's restroom daily? Moreover, the moment one opened the door, they were greeted by an unbearable stench that was simply nauseating. Why can't you find somewhere else to live? Exactly. And Zhao from downstairs was no pushover either. If it comes to that, why not head to the 9th floor? A brief silence enveloped the air. I'm not saying you madwomen are trying to harm us, but do you even know who resides on the 9th floor? One by one, the crowd began to voice their condemnation. Ultimately, Aunt Zhao, with no place to stay, furrowed her brow and trudged toward the 9th floor. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the 9th floor was rapped upon. Ming Ye, with a stern expression, slowly opened the door. What is the matter? Aunt Zhao's demeanor was somewhat awkward. We wish to settle in this hallway. Absolutely not. Ming Ye rejected without hesitation. On what grounds? Aunt Zhao's fiery spirit flared up. Besides, this hallway isn't your private property. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Dear Aunt, don't you realize this area is considered our communal space? With that, Aunt Zhao was rendered speechless. Well, if I can't stay here, where am I supposed to go? After all, only you all have space. Tomorrow night, with a cold smile, don't think for a moment that you can stay here. Go wherever you please. It seemed that they had gained confidence, as even the stout man stepped forward, affirming, Indeed, go wherever you wish. Faced with their obstinacy, Aunt Zhao resorted to a softer approach. She immediately collapsed to the ground, weeping loudly, pleading, Have some pity on our family of 3. We truly have no other options. Observing her dramatic display of despair, one might have mistaken it for a more serious calamity. Yet, the 3 of them remained impassive, their expressions steadfastly devoid of sympathy. Are you truly this heartless? Aunt Zhao's gaze suddenly turned icy. Ming Ye, indifferent, shrugged, reiterating, I have said it before, I will not allow you to reside here. In the next moment, he brandished a bone knife in his right hand, its blade glinting ominously under the dim light of the building. Aunt Zhao may have been a fool, but Uncle Zhao was not. He swiftly pulled his wife back, exclaiming, Isn't this already embarrassing enough? What embarrassment? Aunt Zhao retorted, Am I not trying to resolve your issues? Enough. Zhao Shu turned to Ming Ye, his tone overly accommodating. I apologize for the trouble we've caused you. I recall that there is a building manager in our complex. I will go seek them out. After saying this, Uncle Zhao led the 2 away from the 9th floor. Witnessing their retreating figures, Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but shake his head, muttering, They deserve it. Uncle Zhao guided them back to the 6th floor, the residence of the community manager. He knocked heavily on the door. Manager Chung, open up. Perhaps realizing the gravity of the situation, Manager Chung hurriedly opened the door, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. What is going on? Zhao Shu, with a fa of calm, began to play the rogue. We have nowhere to stay. Find us a place. But you were just on the 9th floor, weren't you? Well, they must allow us to stay as well. Aunt Zhao replied with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Manager Cheng's lips twitched, yet he was reluctant to forsake his own interests. I'll go upstairs to negotiate for you, he said, ascending the stairs. This is utterly outrageous. 10 minutes later, Manager Chung descended, his demeanor dejected. Ultimately, he arranged for the family of 3 to stay at his doorstep. As the days passed, the hallway grew increasingly cramped, under the watchful care of the residents. Milk Tea and the other 2 kittens had nearly healed from their injuries. Moreover, Ming Ye had been training Milk Tea diligently, and it now exuded the noble aura of a Chinese pastoral dog. Ming Ye had even fashioned 2 cylindrical structures in his room to facilitate Milk Tea's training. When Jiang Wenwu visited at noon, he happened to witness Milk Tea swiftly darting inside. Remarkable. This Milk Tea is quite agile. Jiang Wenwu exclaimed in genuine admiration. It's promising. I wish to intensify its training. Do you have any effective methods? Ming Ye inquired tentatively. After all, Jiang Wenwu had spent a considerable amount of time in the military and perhaps had encountered various dog training methods. Jiang Wenwu scratched his head, pondering for a moment, and indeed recalled some. Why not set up a small swing in our living room for it to try? I must admit, this idea is quite brilliant. Ming Ye was quick to act, and with the help of the little chubby one, they completed the task in just an hour. After some training, the milk tea swiftly adapted to the gentle sway of autumn, clenching the rope above without releasing it. Remarkable. I have never seen such an intelligent dog, exclaimed the chubby one with genuine admiration. Even Jiang Wenwu's eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment. After all, he had never encountered such cleverness in the military. Chapter 67. Intelligent voice assistant. After the training concluded, Ming Ye gently patted the head of Milk Tea. The dog, recognizing its owner, promptly leapt into Ming Ye's embrace. Observing the remarkable intelligence of Milk Tea, Li Wanhua emerged from the kitchen, bearing a plate of freshly prepared dog food. I never anticipated Milk Tea to perform so splendidly. I just prepared a meal for it. Milk Tea, having grown quite familiar with the inhabitants of the house, exhibited no signs of wariness. Li Wanhua presented the plate to Ming Ye, who accepted it with a soft-spoken, "Thank you. No worries. Just take good care of Milk Tea during training." The entire household had witnessed Milk Tea's burgeoning abilities in recent times. Suddenly, Fatty, brimming with enthusiasm, stepped forward. "How about I challenge this Milk Tea to a contest?" Both Jiang Wenwu and Ming Ye exchanged knowing glances, their expressions conveying a sense of foreboding for Fatty. Approximately 5 minutes later, Fatty found himself sprawled on the ground, hands raised in exasperation. "I can't believe I lost to a dog." The group erupted in laughter, their amusement palpable. Unlike the dismal fates of others, those on the 9th floor reveled in joy and merriment. Li Qinshu and Li Wanhua took turns each day teaching Little Seven various lessons. Little Seven had now mastered multiplication and division within 100, as well as basic phonetics and foreign language communication. Li Wanhua also excelled in botany, with each batch of bean sprouts surpassing the last. And she had even learned to cultivate small greens. Each day brought forth unique accomplishments for everyone. Just after finishing lunch, Little Black inexplicably began scratching at the door with its paws. Ming Ye, on high alert, opened the door frame slightly, only to hear a voice calling from downstairs. "Brother Ming, are you home?" Glancing down, he beheld a 17-year-old girl wearing black-rimmed glasses. She was supporting an elderly woman, whose expression reflected discomfort and an unstable complexion. Ming Ye remained unperturbed, his tone indifferent. "What is it? Do you need something?" "My grandmother has diabetes," the girl replied earnestly, her demeanor particularly polite. "I wanted to inquire if you have any insulin available. I understand you possess considerable skills, which is why I dare to ask. My grandmother and I rely on each other, and we've run out of insulin at home." Upon hearing this, Ming Ye coldly retorted, "What makes you think I have any?" "I simply thought it might be worth a try," the girl's voice faltered. "If you don't have any, that's all right. We can leave." At first glance, diabetes may not seem particularly dire. However, it is a condition that subtly deteriorates health over time, and without treatment, complications are inevitable. Just as the girl turned to depart, Ming Ye interjected, "I do have some." "Really? That's wonderful." Her voice brimmed with joy, but it was short-lived as Ming Ye swiftly laid down a condition. "But why should I give it to you for free? How about I give you all the money I have left?" The young girl's face revealed a look of distress. "If all else fails, I can offer my bank card. However, I am uncertain if I can withdraw any money at the moment." It seemed she feared that Ming Ye might reject her at any moment. The girl continued to plead, "Otherwise, what could I use as collateral? Please give me some food." "Huh?" The girl hesitated, "Yet our supplies are dwindling." Upon hearing the word food, the grandmother immediately refused without hesitation. "Never mind, I have only a few days left to live anyway. Let's return." The grandmother was not particularly old, her hair merely tinged with gray at the temples. Yet, food now was a matter of life and death. Who would willingly court death if it could be avoided? The young girl bit her lip, unable to bear the thought, and gazed at Ming Ye, asking if she could offer something he deemed valuable as collateral. Ultimately, Ming Ye, feeling a pang of compassion, agreed but insisted on first seeing what she had. Thus, the girl gathered a pile of items and brought them upstairs. Among them were some textbooks from my elementary school days. These are for Xiao-Qi. Upon seeing these, Ming Ye's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know Xiao-Qi was with me? I saw it. Jiang Wenwu displayed an expression of understanding. The girl then produced numerous blueprints and a small device. This is an AI smart voice assistant I found online, costing nearly 10,000. It is my most treasured possession. The blueprints are merely a hobby of mine during my leisure time. I am unsure of their usefulness. At the mention of this topic, the chubby boy rushed forward. A mere glance at the blueprints ignited a spark of intrigue within him. This is genius. These blueprints are quite useful, and the device appears to be quite professional. Hearing this, Ming Ye nodded and accepted her items. Very well, I will give you 10 vials. Each vial should last quite a while. 10 is beyond her wildest imagination. Excellent, excellent. It's a deal. The girl was particularly straightforward. Ming Ye turned to the attic and retrieved the 10 vials of insulin. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Ming Ye's actions even moved the grandmother, who mused about the kindness of good people. Ming Ye merely nodded calmly. Once the insulin was administered, the grandmother's complexion visibly improved. The chubby boy then engaged the young girl in a discussion about the voice assistant. Suddenly, the grandmother grasped Ming Ye's sleeve, saying, "Young man, I wish to discuss something with you." The grandmother smiled warmly, so kindly that it was hard to refuse. Ming Ye sat opposite her and patiently responded, "Please, go ahead. I was wondering if I could exchange the AI voice assistant that Nanan has. I possess a family heirloom gold necklace." Then, the grandmother directly removed the necklace from her neck. The necklace feels heavy in my hand, likely weighing over 50 grams. In these tumultuous times, gold is truly precious. The grandmother's smile is particularly endearing, evoking a sense of melancholy within me. I pondered whether. Ming Ye's expression softened considerably, assuring me, "Rest assured, I am merely borrowing it. Once the flood recedes, she can reclaim it at any time." Upon hearing this word, the grandmother's heart felt a bit more at ease. Subsequently, she placed the gold necklace from her neck into her pocket. Observing this scene, Ming Ye expressed concern. It would be wise not to wear this gold necklace anymore. The grandmother is not naive. She understands that Ming Ye's words are spoken with her best interests at heart. Finally, the grandmother nodded and said, "All right, thank you, dear child. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I might have lost my life." Chapter 68. Sauerkraut fish or boiled fish? Thank you so much, young man. It's no trouble at all, grandmother. Safe travels. Once she departed, Ming Ye let out a sigh, turning to open the door. Upon glancing back, he noticed Li Qinshi's face beaming with delight. "You truly are remarkable. With just a few words, you alleviated the elder's worries." Not at all. After all, the current AI assistants are indeed beneficial to us. In times of apocalypse, advanced technology is essential. It fundamentally ensures our safety. Li Qinshi gazed at him with envy. I must say that Hefty Fellow's skills are genuinely impressive. Today's technological advancements certainly require further innovation, unlike the accounting I studied before, which is utterly useless. Hearing this, Ming Ye furrowed his brow. Do not belittle yourself. Who knows, there might come a day when it proves invaluable. Upon witnessing the excellence of Ming Ye and the hefty man, Li Qinshi felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. Although she couldn't master such technologies, she could certainly cultivate vegetables. Without delay, Li Qinshi sought out Li Wanhua, who was busy in the kitchen. The two women exchanged their experiences on vegetable gardening. Meanwhile, Ming Ye handed over the textbooks the young girl had brought to Xiao-Qi. The hefty man spent the day tinkering with technology in his bedroom, while Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu dedicated their time to fitness training. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Ming Ye opened it to find Xiao-Qi standing there. "Brother, I want to learn Taekwondo." Xiao-Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm bringing a smile to anyone who glanced her way. Ming Ye did not refuse. Instead, he crouched down with a smile. "And why do you wish to learn?" "Because I want to protect my mother, my sister, and everyone." As she spoke, she clenched her fists, her gaze filled with determination. Seeing the young girl so earnest, Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu exchanged knowing smiles. All right then, let your two brothers demonstrate some basic moves. To be honest, Ming Ye had long desired to teach Xiao Qi some self-defense techniques, but had struggled to find the opportunity. Who would have thought that the clever young girl would approach him so eagerly? Children truly do learn swiftly. After just one demonstration from Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu, Xiao Qi had already memorized the fundamental kicking steps. Wow, that's amazing! Jiang Wenwu exclaimed genuinely, giving Xiao Qi a thumbs up. The group practiced for most of the afternoon. Li Qinshi emerged from the doorway. What would you like for lunch? Anything is fine. Jiang Wenwu's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Qi. Noticing this, Li Qinshi cleared her throat. There are 2 black fish at home. Would you prefer sauerkraut fish or boiled fish? Children make choices. The hefty man adjusted his glasses. Can't we have both? After pondering for a moment, Li Qinshi pretended to deliberate. Well, all right, then I and Hua Jie will go prepare. As they departed, Ming Ye reminded her, children can't handle spicy food. Don't add spice to the sauerkraut fish. Rest assured, Li Qinshi, with a cheerful wave, dashed into the kitchen. The essence of boiled fish lies in its accompaniments, and fortunately, there were beans, sprouts, and cabbage, common greens found in every household. Eager to test her culinary prowess, Li Qinshi volunteered. Let me take a crack at it, Sister Hua. All right, give it a try. Responded Hua Jie. The fish fillets were freshly sliced by Li Wanhua, and the seasonings were tailored to Li Qinshi's palate. Black fish is renowned for its exquisite flavor in boiled fish dishes. Enhanced by the spices, Li Qinshi conjured 2 pots of delectable fare, filling the air with an appetizing aroma. Was that delightful scent? The plump boy inquired, his nose twitching. Boiled fish. And today we also have sour fish. Li Qinshi casually remarked, not expecting her words to materialize into reality. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who could have predicted that after a hot pot meal yesterday, they would indulge in boiled fish today? With the ingredients at hand, it was a breeze to prepare. Before long, the dish was ready, and the room was enveloped in the fragrant essence of vibrant chili peppers, complemented by a hint of sour cabbage. Though it was her first time cooking, Li Qinshi had the guidance of Li Wanhua by her side. Scallions, ginger, garlic, sesame oil, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise were deftly incorporated. The fish fillets were delicately placed within, instructed to remain undisturbed while simmering on low heat. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made it difficult for the boy to contain his anticipation. When will it be ready? He eagerly asked. It's ready now. Come to the table. Li Qinshi called out to those in the house. She felt quite satisfied with her culinary creation today. Little Seven was the first to rush out. She immediately wrapped her arms around Li Qinshi's waist and cooed, Sister, you smell amazing. It was hard to discern whether it was the fragrance of the dish or that of the person. Li Qinshi couldn't help but tousle Little Seven's soft hair, her eyes glimmering with affection. All right, Little Seven, why don't you wash your hands first? Okay, Little Seven obediently replied. Once she had washed her hands, the dining table was brimming with people, each bowl filled with fragrant white rice. Just inhaling the aroma evoked the essence of sunshine. This is heavenly. I feel as if I've stepped into paradise. The plump boy exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Ming Ye, however, swiftly placed a generous serving of boiled fish into his bowl, urging him to eat quickly. The glossy, spicy sauce enveloped the translucent fish fillets. Tender and delightful, a rare culinary treasure. The 2 fish weighed over 5 pounds each, ample for 5 adults and 1 child. Li Wanhua also prepared a small dish of green mussels, known as qianlong cabbage. It smells incredible, but where did this cabbage come from? Jiang Wenwu asked, stuffing his mouth while scratching his head in curiosity. Li Wanhua giggled and explained, it's from that little project I nurtured, flattered by the praise. Li Wanhua felt a bit shy. It's really no big deal. In a couple of days, I can harvest some lettuce as well. Right now, the available vegetables are mostly beans, sprouts, and cabbage. A few meals are manageable, but if one were to indulge continuously, it would not be quite the same. Even after finishing the meal, the portly gentleman could not help but savor the lingering flavor of the boiled fish. Upon completing the meal, he felt as though his body had been entirely emptied. Now, although they had some provisions, what would they do during the next search for supplies? Jiang Wenwu took the initiative to rise and clear the tableware. We must venture out again in a few days. The current supplies are far from sufficient. Very well. Let us discuss it after we conclude the trade for that batch of goods. It will only become more challenging. Ming Ye is acutely aware of this. His room is currently piled high with several volumes of medical texts. In this way, should he experience any ailments, at least he would find some solace. Recently, for reasons unknown, the weather has been growing increasingly chilly. Could it be that the frigid world is about to commence? Ming Ye murmured softly. Chapter 69. Mild schizophrenia. Ding, ding, ding. The satellite phone in Ming Ye's pocket suddenly rang, startling everyone present. Ming Ye turned and raised the phone, stepping out onto the balcony to answer the call. A man's voice came through the line. Boss Ming, do you remember me? It's Xiao Yozi. You encountered me after leaving Boss L that day. Upon hearing this, a look of relief washed over Ming Ye's face. Have you decided on a time? Of course. I spoke with our boss as soon as I returned. If you have time, we can proceed with the transaction. Ming Ye nodded slightly. That's fine, but you must first inform me of the price. Xiao Yozi eagerly nodded, his eyes gleaming with cunning. 50 jin for the soaked rice, and 100 jin for the unsoaked. He hesitated momentarily. How can I know whether you've soaked it or not? What if there's poison in it? Wouldn't that be fatal? His words momentarily caught even Xiao Yozi off guard. He had not anticipated that Ming Ye would pose such a question. After a brief pause, Xiao Yozi continued to explain, Oh, you're overthinking it. Besides, our price is very reasonable. We'll exchange cash for goods simultaneously. After a quick calculation, Ming Ye realized the price of the rice was far from cheap. He decisively stated, 50 jin unsoaked. Let's finalize the transaction. Xiao Yozi was instantly taken aback. I'm not saying that's unfeasible, boss. Your price is too low. He feigned a troubled expression. Ming Ye shook his head. If you're unwilling to engage in this business with me, then so be it. Perhaps Jiang Wenwu, who was nearby, overheard the conversation. He immediately shouted, Boss L is looking for you. With no other option, Xiao Yozi gritted his teeth. How about we negotiate a bit more? This is really too much pressure. However, Ming Ye did not give him the chance to refuse. Rest assured, the quality of my fish is impeccable. Moreover, you heard it yourself. Boss L is eager to collaborate with me. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yozi conceded. Let us discuss it further. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu quietly approached Ming Ye. Ming Ye promptly activated the silent mode, inquiring, What do you wish to say? I'm just wondering if this Xiao Yozi might be unreliable. Jiang Wenwu rubbed his hands together, cautiously observing Ming Ye's expression. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye felt a twinge of concern as well. Indeed. However, for the first transaction, I only plan to procure 50 jin, which would minimize the risk of deceit. The dynamics between Boss L and Xiao Yozi are markedly different. Naturally, Xiao Yozi's price cannot be excessively inflated. Seeing Ming Ye's calm demeanor, Jiang Wenwu breathed a sigh of relief. That sounds good. Let's go together then. Certainly. Ming Ye pursed her lips, suggesting that we conduct the transaction near the Commerce Building. The area around the building is well connected. Although the waterways are intricate, they are not turbulent. As long as we transact at the building, should any unforeseen circumstance arise, we can swiftly make our escape. This is indeed the safest approach. Many individuals are on the brink of starvation due to lack of funds. Those who currently have food are already quite fortunate. After a brief moment, a pleasing voice emerged from the phone. You two are truly fortunate. Xiao Yozi's excited tone resonated. Our boss actually agreed. You have no idea. My boss is as stingy as they come. When Xiao Yozi uttered this, his voice slightly ascended in pitch. All right, then let us set a time for the transaction. What about the location? How about we decide on it? Xiao Yozi cautiously suggested. Jiang Wenwu and Ming Ye exchanged glances. Goodness, could this fellow have ulterior motives? Jiang Wenwu promptly took the phone, straightforwardly stating, We can decide the location on our end. At the time of the transaction, cash will be exchanged for goods. There should be no reservations. Realizing his approach was futile, Xiao Yozi ceased to insist. Very well, we shall proceed as you both suggest. After finalizing the time, both parties hung up the phone. They were displaying utmost sincerity for this venture. They prepared to bring 50 pounds of fish, neatly packaged for tomorrow's endeavor. Just as Ming Ye stepped outside, she spotted a young girl in the building. It was the same girl from yesterday, who had showcased her technological product to save her grandmother. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Wenwu inquired, astonished. Li Qinshu interjected, "I called her here." Afterward, she stood before Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu, lowering her head in admission of her misstep. "I apologize for bringing someone in without your permission. I just thought this girl was exceptionally talented and could assist Xiao Qi with her homework." As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension. The next moment, Ming Ye spoke softly, "Well done." The mere 3 words caused Li Qinshu to immediately raise her head, astonished at Ming Ye's response. "What? Is it that simple?" "Ah." Ming Ye furrowed her brow. "None of us have the time to tutor Xiao Qi. Now that someone is willing to help, we naturally support it. We cannot allow the education of children to suffer. In the future, we can offer her some material compensation, considering it as tutoring fees." Upon hearing this, the young girl was taken aback in delight and nodded, "Thank you. By the way, my name is Lu Ruoyi. You can call me Yi." The girl exhibited a lively personality. "Oh, and there's something I'm uncertain whether I should share with you." A hint of conflict appeared in Lu Ruoyi's eyes. Jiang Wenwu furrowed his brow slightly. "Little girl, please speak your mind. It concerns Xiao Qi." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the kitchen. With a clatter, the spoon in Li Wanhua's hand fell to the ground. She swiftly removed her apron and hurried to stand before Lu Ruoyi. "What is it? What has happened to Xiao Qi?" The scene startled even Lu Ruoyi, who instinctively took a step back. "It's nothing serious, merely a psychological issue." Upon hearing this, Li Wanhua's face turned pale. "Could you elaborate? I feel that the young girl might be too lonely and is experiencing mild intermittent schizophrenia." At this, the expressions of those present grew tense. In contrast, Ming Ye remained composed. "Is there any remedy for this?" Emotional ailments require a remedy for the heart. Chapter 70. Are you playing mind games with me? Is there no way out? Tears shimmered in Li Wanhua's eyes. Since her divorce from her ex-husband, she had raised her child alone. She never anticipated that, at the brink of disaster, Xiao Qi would fall victim to such a grave illness. Lu Ruoyi shook her head, dispelling the despair. "No, there are indeed ways to treat this." "What is it?" Li Qinshu's heart twisted with worry. Having spent so much time with Xiao Qi, she had come to regard the child as her own. It was essential to understand what she truly needed deep within her heart. In an instant, Li Wanhua felt utterly deflated. Fortunately, Ming Ye was there to support her, preventing her from collapsing entirely. I beg you to help. I will agree to anything you ask in the future." Li Wanhua grasped Lu Ruoyi's hands. Her eyes filled with earnest supplication. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ruoyi felt a pang of discomfort. She immediately helped the poor mother to her feet. "Rest assured, sister, I care deeply for Xiao Qi. I will certainly help her recover." In just a few words, Lu Ruoyi soothed Li Wanhua's anxious heart. Lu Ruoyi continued, "I believe she may simply lack companionship. We should all spend more time with her." After a moment of silence, Li Wanhua responded, "Since my divorce from her father, I have been working tirelessly. Often, my child is at tutoring classes, and I feel unworthy as a mother." As she spoke, tears flooded her eyes. Realizing that she was the root cause of it all, Li Qinshu gently patted Li Wanhua's back. Lu Ruoyi sighed. "I truly believe what Xiao Qi needs most is companionship and encouragement. We will take it step by step. Everything will be all right." In these apocalyptic times, failing to adjust Xiao Qi's mindset could lead to catastrophic consequences. Most children suffering from schizophrenia are often exceptionally intelligent and overly sensitive. With timely intervention from adults, it is quite possible to treat such psychological ailments. This is a significant matter that requires everyone's assistance. At noon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. What delicious meal awaits us today? The chubby one rubbed his hands together, standing there like a soldier. The key was Li Wanhua's exceptional culinary skills. Every meal left one wanting more. Soon, she emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of stir-fried bitter melon with eggs and braised chicken legs with tiger skin eggs. "Wow, we are feasting today." The chubby one's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the 2 dishes. "Please eat more. I know you all work very hard." Li Wanhua, no longer holding back, simply wished for everyone to treat Xiao Qi kindly. Sensing Li Wanhua's emotions, Li Qinshu quickly reassured her, "Rest easy, sister. Xiao Qi will surely get better." "Yes, thank you all." Today, Li Wanhua truly showcased her culinary prowess. Vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes, Westlake's sweet and sour fish, and exquisite braised pork. This afternoon, I prepared 5 dishes in total. The mere aroma was enough to uplift one's spirit. The portly fellow savored his meal with closed eyes, silently relishing the flavors, wishing for the day when he could indulge in beef and pork. The days ahead promised to be even more challenging, as Ming Ye furrowed his brow. "What have you been tinkering with lately, my friend?" "It's that AI voice assistant the girl Ruo set up for me." Upon mentioning this topic, the portly fellow instantly radiated enthusiasm. "That gadget of his is truly remarkable." His eyes sparkled with excitement, especially since it might even have surveillance capabilities. Although they resided in an old neighborhood, the property management had installed cameras a couple of years back. However, with the recent power outages, the surveillance systems were naturally inoperative. Ming Ye's eyes lit up momentarily. "Can you restore the surveillance to its former state?" "Of course. I can even have the voice assistant keep watch for us." The portly fellow exuded confidence when discussing his area of expertise. Seeing this, Ming Ye nodded thoughtfully. Once he finished his meal, Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu prepared for their transaction. The two swiftly boarded the speedboat. "Do you think that Xiao Yozi is really trustworthy?" Jiang Wenwu muttered as he steered the boat. "The way he looks, he doesn't seem like a good person." Yet, since they were already committed, they might as well go along with it. They had arranged the meeting time, so there likely wouldn't be any significant discrepancies. "Let us observe first and then decide." Jiang Wenwu felt a twinge of anxiety. As they approached the commercial building, they spotted Xiao Yozi followed by 2 shady accomplices. Quite suspicious. Jiang Wenwu frowned, wondering if a thief had been let loose. Gradually, the two maneuvered the speedboat closer. The 2 men behind Xiao Yozi were holding weapons. Upon seeing the 2 newcomers, Xiao Yozi's face instantly lit up with enthusiasm. "Ah, finally, the 2 esteemed gentlemen have arrived." Jiang Wenwu and Ming Ye exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. "Where's the goods?" Jiang Wenwu scrutinized Xiao Yozi, his expression laced with skepticism. Xiao Yozi offered him a reassuring glance. "Rest assured, my brother, I'm not lacking in integrity." He then cast a sweeping glance at the cargo in the boat. Their eyes exchanged silent communication. Ming Ye unconsciously reached for his gun, remaining vigilant. Jiang Wenwu stepped forward to inspect the goods, confirming there were no issues before cautiously nodding at Ming Ye. "See, I told you, there's no problem with this." Xiao Yozi burst into hearty laughter. Observing this, Ming Ye swiftly tossed the bundle of fish at his feet onto Xiao Yozi's boat. "Take a look." Xiao Yozi weighed it in his hands, and his expression suddenly soured. "Is this really 50 pounds? "Of course it is. We weighed it ourselves. It's not a bit less." Realizing the implications, Jiang Wenwu's anger flared, and he shouted at Xiao Yozi across the divide. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yozi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Business cannot be conducted in this manner. Are you attempting to deceive me?" Sensing the situation taking a turn for the worse, Ming Ye promptly interjected. "In that case, let us terminate our transaction." "That is out of the question," Xiao Yozi asserted emphatically. "On what grounds do you propose to end it?" "I have come bearing goods." It seemed there was no way to leave or stay without consequence. Xiao Yozi appeared to be deliberately stirring up trouble. "Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, relinquish these goods and be on your way. Second, promptly replenish the fish contained within." His 3 statements laid bare his true intentions. The 2 individuals found themselves with scant supplies aboard their speedboat. Jiang Wenwu cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Chapter 71. Black eats black, only to be consumed. "Ah, is there truly no third option?" Ming Ye raised his head, casting a mocking gaze at the 3 individuals opposite him. Xiao Lu, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "Huh, what are you, to dare propose conditions to me?" The moment those words were uttered, Jiang Wenwu instinctively clenched his fists. Ming Ye, however, gently patted his shoulder, whispering soothingly in his ear, "Calm yourself." Gradually, Jiang Wenwu's body began to relax. Yet at that moment, Ming Ye's left hand had already reached for his pistol. With a smile, he queried, "Are you attempting to engage in a black-on-black scenario?" "No, no, no." Xiao Lu laughed maniacally. "We intend to consume you whole." The harsh laughter echoed. Ming Ye glanced in the direction of the sound, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Just as Jiang Wenwu could no longer contain himself, suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Xiao Lu's grin instantly froze upon his face. A gun? An actual gun, heavens above. What kind of entity has he provoked? Damn, how could you possibly possess a gun? Firearms are strictly regulated. Most individuals never even get the chance to see one. Though Xiao Lu had never laid eyes on one, he had certainly seen pigs run, if not eaten them. Ming Ye's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Let's see if you can actually consume me." In an instant, Xiao Lu collapsed to his knees. I did not recognize the mountain's majesty. Please, spare me this one time." Perhaps due to his anxiety, Xiao Lu's voice trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu felt as though he had heard the most absurd joke. Heh. "Xiao Lu, your ability to change faces is truly remarkable," Jiang Wenwu remarked, while playfully tapping Xiao Lu's face with the back of his knife. A sheepish smile appeared on Xiao Lu's face. There was no choice. Preserving his life was paramount. "Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. I offer you two choices." Ming Ye reclined against the bed, crossing his legs in a display of dominance. "Speak. Do not say two options. I would gladly entertain 10. Goodness, even the rapid transformations of Sichuan opera masks pale in comparison. Today, Jiang Wenwu finally witnessed what true shamelessness looks like. Choice 1. I kill you, relieving my pent-up resentment. Choice 2. You relinquish all your resources to me, also relieving my pent-up resentment. Those two statements drained the color from Xiao Lu's face in an instant. The next moment, he was kneeling at Ming Ye's feet. "Brother, you are my true brother. However, either option leads to my demise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu involuntarily let out a cold snort. "Huh. It seems you are aware that just moments ago you wished for the two of us to perish?" Xiao Lu was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. "Choose." Ming Ye's voice was devoid of emotion. Xiao Yozi is no fool. Naturally, his life takes precedence, and thus he chose the second path. "Very well," Ming Ye said, glancing at the two henchmen behind him. "Let's bind these two individuals first. Their ambitions are far too grand. They absolutely cannot be brought back, for the variables are too numerous. Finding a place to secure them is indeed prudent." Thus, Xiao Yozi was compelled onto the assault boat. "Now, reveal the location of your lair. Otherwise, do not blame me." As he spoke, a shadow of gloom crept into Jiang Wenwu's eyes. All right, I promise." Xiao Yozi, trembling in fear, tightly shut his eyes. The boat traveled approximately 20 kilometers before a few dilapidated houses came into view. Ming Ye maneuvered the boat to the side and dragged Xiao Yozi ashore. Suddenly, Ming Ye spoke to the warehouse. Xiao Yozi appeared momentarily stunned, questioning whether they were indeed going to his elder brother's place. Ultimately, Xiao Yozi, being rather timid, conceded, "I will lead you to the warehouse. If my brother discovers that I have pilfered supplies, he would surely end my life." As they walked, Ming Ye inquired about their organization. "You seem to have quite a scale here. Have you harmed many people?" Xiao Yozi chuckled nervously, not daring to utter a single misstep. He could only mutter softly, "Roughly, we call ourselves the Brotherhood." Upon hearing this name, Jiang Wenwu was nearly overwhelmed with disdain. "Goodness, you dare to call yourselves a Brotherhood? You lot are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Take a good look at yourselves." Jiang Wenwu's words were sharp and unyielding. Soon, the trio arrived at the warehouse entrance. Xiao Yozi possessed the key, and their entry proceeded without a hitch. Once inside, Jiang Wenwu was struck by the sheer magnitude of the establishment. "Heavens! You Haven-T appropriated the granary for yourselves, have you?" Before him lay countless bags of rice, wheat, and other crops. It was easy to imagine that distributing such provisions to the destitute in a post-apocalyptic world would be akin to a heavenly blessing. The opulence did not end there. Numerous cabinets displayed an array of seemingly ancient collectibles. After a brief exploration, Jiang Wenwu's mouth remained agape in astonishment. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Xiao Yozi. What exactly does your boss do? He was in the hairdressing business. Perhaps fearing disbelief, Xiao Yozi reiterated, he truly was a hairdresser. Ming Ye, however, showed little interest in this line of conversation, dismissively waving his hand. The issue remains, with so many items here, how can we transport them back? Indeed, the weight of the assault boat was already considerable. It was likely that they could barely take a fraction of these goods. No matter, we'll take what we can. Ming Ye decisively concluded. The key was to remove these items without raising suspicion. Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu exchanged a brief, knowing glance in the air. In an instant, Jiang Wenwu conceived a brilliant idea. Perhaps we could invite Xiao Yozi to join us in the moving process, which would undoubtedly enhance our credibility. Xiao Yozi had become somewhat of a familiar face within the organization. His diminutive stature and his rather distinctive features made him quite unforgettable. Upon seeing Xiao Yozi assisting with the transportation of supplies, no one found it particularly surprising. Thus, we continued to move items back and forth. After approximately a dozen trips, Xiao Yozi began to struggle. I remarked, although I may resemble a turtle, you truly cannot treat me as one. Can you? Upon uttering this statement, even Jiang Wenwu found it amusing. Xiao Yozi appeared quite indignant, as if he were bearing an immense grievance. The rapidity of these events had caught everyone off guard. Chapter 72. Unwavering Determination. Let us hasten our departure. We can no longer linger here. If discovered, our fate would be dire. Ming Ye urged, his resolve evident. They had gathered ample supplies, and it was time to retreat. Without delay, the three exchanged glances, and Ming Ye, accompanied by Jiang Wenwu, swiftly boarded the speedboat. A mere 300 or 400 meters distant, several individuals charged towards them, their demeanor fierce, brandishing weapons. Upon witnessing this, Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu wasted no time. Leaping into the vessel, Xiao Lu, in a state of panic, reached out, seeking to utilize their strength to squeeze inside. However, the boat was already overflowing with provisions, leaving only narrow gaps. "Give me a hand, brother," he exclaimed anxiously. To his dismay, Jiang Wenwu abruptly withdrew his outstretched hand. Xiao Lu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn. "No, hurry, pull me up," he insisted, his eyes widening with urgency as he noticed the pursuers closing in. "Are we not allies?" Xiao Lu's voice trembled with desperation. Jiang Wenwu smirked coldly, retorting, "Just because we are on the same side does not obligate me to save you." "Bah!" he shouted defiantly. "Quick, seize the traitor." In an instant, Ming Ye, alongside Jiang Wenwu and their cargo, turned the boat and sped away, splashing water in their wake, leaving Xiao Lu in a state of despair. "You two have betrayed me," he cried out. "Wait, let me explain." The sounds of his frantic shouts faded into the distance. Jiang Wenwu shook his head, unable to contain his thoughts, still too young. The speedboat churned the waters behind them, as two more boats pursued closely, seemingly intent on not letting them escape. Undeterred, Ming Ye's eyes glinted with eagerness. How ruthless! They dared to pilfer so many supplies. The raucous shouts of the pursuers echoed. "Stop, right there!" Jiang Wenwu, with a playful grin, glanced back and said, "Shall we continue our journey?" Ming Ye interjected, "Let's find a way to elude them. We must not lead them back. Discovery would certainly spell disaster." Jiang Wenwu quickly replied, "Why not head towards the suburbs? The waters there are complex. We can easily lose them." Thus, the speedboat veered towards the suburban area. After traversing several kilometers, the silhouettes of buildings emerged on the horizon. Observing the peculiar water currents, the crew grew cautious. "Boss, perhaps we should turn back?" one suggested. "Indeed, this water flow seems odd. Something feels amiss," they murmured, but their concerns were met with a harsh reprimand. "Fools!" Jiang Wenwu shouted, scolding the nearest crew member with fervor. "I shall not let this insolence go unpunished. My reputation is at stake. If the items cannot be retrieved this time, where will he place his pride? Get them back for me. I refuse to believe we can't recover them today. My abelot." Hearing the commotion behind him, Jiang Wenwu involuntarily sniffed. It was truly bothersome, this gaggle of hangers-on. "Would you like a bit of excitement?" Ming Ye suddenly proposed. After a prolonged period of monotony, one must indulge in something that quickens the pulse. "What sort of excitement?" Jiang Wenwu's eyes sparkled with interest. Ming Ye's lips curved into a determined smile. Then let us wait for them right here. Jiang Wenwu, quick to grasp the idea, nodded and silently retrieved a handgun from his pocket. After a short while, as Ma Er and his companions approached, they beheld Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu leisurely seated on the boat. What on earth is going on here? Could it be a trap? Murmured a few of Ma Er's lackeys. Only Ma Er was incensed, his eyes reddening at the sight of the plentiful supplies aboard Ming Ye's vessel. Damn it, aren't these all mine? In an instant, Ma Er's boisterous voice rang out. Wise up and hand over the goods. Bow your heads twice for me. His tone was exceedingly irksome, as he threatened, perhaps I might leave you with intact corpses. But what did that matter? Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu were not to be trifled with, especially Ming Ye, who could kill without a flicker of an eyelash, despite his seemingly refined demeanor. His heart was far from pure. What items? Ming Ye feigned ignorance, looking up. Oh, are you referring to what I saw on my ship? What nonsense! Meyer had never encountered someone so shameless. His face flushed with anger as he retorted, You're asking for trouble. Don't blame me if I decide to take you down today. Take me down? The outcome was far from certain. Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but chuckle. I say, brother, you are quite the confident one. Perhaps it was this very statement that struck a nerve with Meyer. Without hesitation, he brandished his weapon and charged towards Ming Ye. Simultaneously, Ming Ye fired his gun, the loud bang resonating. Meyer's companion had met his demise. This was soon followed by a wailing akin to that of slaughtered pig. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Wenwu impatiently dug at his ears. We shall take our leave now, my good sir. None of the remaining lackeys dared to intervene. Damn, he is armed with real firepower. Who would dare approach? Thus, the two of them ambled back with their submachine guns in hand. On the way back, Jiang Wenwu remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. Hiss! He propped his head on his hand, lost in contemplation. Sensing his internal struggle, Ming Ye sighed. Just say what you wish to say. Why must we dance around the subject? At this, Jiang Wenwu awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, it's really nothing significant. He feigned busyness. It's just that I can't help but wonder how you've become such an accurate shot. Indeed, it was true. Just moments ago, Ming Ye swiftly drew his weapon, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Had he been part of their team, he would undoubtedly have secured the championship with a perfect score. Little did anyone anticipate that Jiang Wenwu had been harboring such potential for so long. Ming Ye quietly remarked, I practiced shooting in the room. Has anyone informed him of the peculiar nature of this niche terminology? Jiang Wenwu offered a cryptic smile. You are truly remarkable. Ming Ye waved his hand dismissively. We're almost there. Take a look around with the binoculars to see if anyone is nearby. Jiang Wenwu raised the binoculars and surveyed the area, shaking his head. If anyone were to be monitoring them now, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Who is unaware of the formidable reputation of Ming Ye on the 9th floor? He single-handedly cleared out all the residents of the entire building. Chapter 73. The reservoirs breach upon their return. The two individuals bore an impressive array of items. Observing this, the stout man was visibly astonished, exclaiming, I'm not suggesting you two went on a heist, did you? A hint of exhilaration graced his lips. The bounty today is simply astounding. What heist? Jiang Wenwu chuckled as he produced 50 bags of dog food. We were engaged in a charitable endeavor. At this revelation, the stout man's interest was piqued. What noble act! Might I partake as well? You would comprehend, Jiang Wenwu replied. Hearing this, the stout man despondently scratched his head. Meanwhile, Li Qingshu stood beside them, smiling with gentle warmth. Ming Ye and Li Qingshu began to tally their supplies. We now possess 400 pounds of provisions. We can survive for a year and a half without worry. Perhaps it was the sincerity in Li Qingshu's voice that invigorated the atmosphere. That is splendid, Li Wanhu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I shall prepare a feast for you all today. The stout man then thumped his chest, declaring, I'll bring my newly developed AI voice assistant. Everyone busied themselves momentarily, yet Ming Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow. However, there was still one pressing concern. Before he could voice it, Jiang Wenwu stated gravely diesel. Indeed, the inflatable boats relied heavily on diesel for power. Both vessels had already made several trips, and their fuel reserves were dwindling. They needed to procure fresh diesel to ensure operational capacity. Unfortunately, acquiring diesel was no simple task. Not only Jiang Wenwu, even Ming Ye found it challenging. What shall we do? Li Qingshu's gaze turned more vacant. Just when things seemed to be improving, a new dilemma emerged. Since the issue had arisen, it must be addressed. Ming Ye felt a tumult of emotions within him. I will ponder this further. You need not worry for the time being. His commanding presence enveloped the room, leaving no one willing to question his words. Even if they had doubts, they felt no advantage in voicing them. Ming Ye consistently brought surprises to the group, a fact beyond dispute. Curiosity may lead to peril, and none wished to be the first to draw fire. Despite their usual camaraderie, when faced with challenges, the group's demeanor turned gravely serious. The outing had yielded a substantial bounty overall. Thus, with the weather improving over the next few days, Ming Ye resolved to venture out for fishing. After dining, Ming Ye convened a small meeting. The issue of food has been resolved, yet I believe it necessary to catch fish once more. The others nodded in silent agreement. Li Wanyu volunteered. I shall go this time. I've never been before. Fearing dissent, she continued. I'm quite strong and can assist in hauling the fish. Even brothers must settle accounts fairly. Ming Ye replied without hesitation. Very well, you shall accompany me this time. As he beheld the scene, Jiang Wenwu stepped forward. Why not take me along? It will be perilous for just the two of you. Ming Ye shook his head in refusal, asserting, You shall remain here to guard the home. However, Jiang Wenwu was about to protest further when a mere glance from Ming Ye rendered him speechless. The following morning, Ming Ye gently caressed the plump belly of milk tea. Today, you shall accompany me. The dog's demeanor instantly transformed with enthusiasm, as if it truly comprehended Ming Ye's words. Woof, woof. Milk tea's past achievements were well noted, and the prospect of a stroll outside made it restless with excitement. As they prepared to leave, the hefty fellow entrusted Ming Ye with the automatic fishing device, fully charged and expected to last for approximately 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye patted the hefty man's shoulder, expressing gratitude for his efforts. It must be said that the hefty man was indeed unparalleled in technical matters. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Lu Ruoyi suddenly appeared. Instinctively, Ming Ye drew forth the bone knife he held. Their gazes locked, creating an atmosphere laden with unspoken tension. Ming Ye's intimidating glare left Lu Ruoyi feeling unnerved. Trembling, she spoke. Could you perhaps lower the knife? Woof, woof. Sensing the impending danger, Milk Tea barked fiercely at Lu Ruoyi, adding to the commotion. Lu Ruoyi was left speechless. Ming Ye knelt down to scratch Milk Tea's little head. All right, be good. In an instant, the previously snarling puppy became docile. Lu Ruoyi, exasperated, thought, now even the dog is showing favoritism? Is there something you need? Ming Ye inquired, his gaze cool and indifferent. Lu Ruoyi stammered, I heard you all are going fishing, and I wish to join. The mere mention of herd made it clear to Ming Ye that the hefty man was behind this scheme. He resolved to address this matter at a more opportune time. Are you certain you wish to accompany us? He asked, furrowing his brow. He had no responsibility or obligation to ensure Lu Ruoyi's safety, and it was prudent to clarify certain matters beforehand. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruoyi nodded resolutely. I want to go. With her declaration, Ming Ye decided there was no point in further discussion. Very well, then, come along. The number of fish you bring home will depend solely on your own skills. Lu Ruoyi promptly took the automatic fishing device from Li Wanyu, who looked at Ming Ye with a troubled expression. It's fine, let her go. Consider it a small interest, Ming Ye replied. The corridor echoed with noise, yet each individual harbored their own secrets, none daring to venture forth to discover what transpired. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, one must first learn the art of retreat. How chaotic the world has become. The scene shifted to the Guanyin Reservoir. Upon arriving beside the reservoir, Ming Ye noticed that the water level seemed to have risen somewhat. Today's waters are rather intricate. Ming Ye scratched his head and produced the 3 fishing nets he had crafted overnight. The combination of the nets and fishing rods significantly enhanced their efficiency. Milk Tea was not idle either. The little dog, using its paws, astonishingly managed to catch a fish and bring it ashore. Lu Ruoyi was taken aback. Who would have thought Milk Tea possessed such talent? Yet, This was merely the least of its remarkable abilities. Ming Ye, accustomed to the situation, remarked that it was no exaggeration. Milk Tea could contend with ruffians above and tackle sizable fish below. Truly, a paragon of the canine realm. After approximately an hour, the trio had amassed nearly 1,000 pounds of fish. Unexpectedly, a turn of events occurred. Milk Tea became sharply alert, barking towards the direction of a disturbance. Woof, woof, woof. Its small face was etched with solemnity, as if danger lurked in that direction. Ming Ye quietly retrieved his binoculars. Someone was approaching. Those four terse words once again reshaped Lu Ruo's perception of Milk Tea. Chapter 74. Planning an ambush? What now? Li Wanhua had never encountered such a situation before, and naturally, she felt a sense of disarray. Do not be afraid, Ming Ye reassured her with an unusual calmness. Let us observe the situation first. Ideally, we should avoid conflict. Furthermore, the automatic fishing device was still functioning, and there was no reason for it to suddenly halt. All right, I will continue to fish from the side. As she spoke, a tremor was evident in her voice. Soon, several individuals began rowing in their direction. There were 2 boats, carrying approximately a dozen men, each adorned with elaborate tattoos that gave them a fearsome appearance. They approached with an intimidating demeanor, heading straight for Ming Ye. Quick, gather your belongings, Ming Ye urged, sensing their aggressive approach. With so many adversaries, even he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Moreover, Jiang Wenwu was not by his side. He swiftly loaded the equipment onto the boat and activated the automatic motor system created by Fatty, ensuring a swift escape was possible. From his bag, Ming Ye retrieved a crossbow. He was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Under the dim sunlight, the crossbow glinted menacingly. The quality is quite satisfactory. He handed a handgun to Li Wanhua. Here, take this. Li Wanhua gazed at the firearm in her hands, her anxiety palpable. I don't know how to use this. You don't need to use it, Ming Ye replied sternly. There are no bullets. It's merely for intimidation. All right, she said nervously, I'll give it a try. Observing this interaction, Ming Ye furrowed his brow. You really needn't to be so tense. In the next moment, an idea struck Ming Ye, and he retrieved another crossbow from his bag, handing it to Lu Ruo. This is for self-defense. Thank you, Lu Ruo replied, bewildered as she accepted it. Just as Ming Ye was about to set the boat in motion, the tattooed men across from them began to shout and wave their arms wildly. Hey, brat, stand right there. Some of the men brandished large knives and baseball bats. Upon counting, there were 6 men and 4 women. Aside from the burly leader, the rest appeared somewhat less imposing. Is there something you need? Ming Ye asked, maintaining an expression of indifference. The tattooed leader smirked at his companions. You dare ask if there is something we need when your end is near? His bravado was unmistakable. Ming Ye's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of complexity. Those who knew him would understand this was a sign of impending fury. The leader cast a dismissive glance at Ming Ye's boat. Quite a few bags of supplies you have here. Leave the women and the dog, and you could depart. Ming Ye found this notion rather amusing. What era were they living in? As the group indulged in their fashionable revelry, Ming Ye calmly inquired, How am I to depart? Roll however you wish. Drown, and no one will care. A brazen smirk adorned the face of a tattooed man as he cast his gaze upon Li Wanhua. You, my dear, are rather appealing, still possessing charm. I presume you've borne children? Upon hearing this, Li Wanhua's face drained of color, and she instinctively recoiled behind Ming Ye, resembling a startled fawn. Merely witnessing this evoked a pang of pity within one's heart. Allow me a glimpse. In the future, you shall enjoy the finest delicacies alongside me. Ridiculous. A person who has never tasted more than 4 dishes in their lifetime dares to suggest another savor the luxuries of life. Ming Ye's expression remained unyielding. What if I refuse? Nonsense. If you don't comply, I shall dispose of you tonight. I guarantee a swift end to your existence. In an instant, before the tattooed man could finish his taunt, a feathered arrow pierced his chest. Now, let's see you talk your way out of this. The stunned lackeys behind him were taken aback. They were accustomed to mere social posturing and had never witnessed such brutality. At that moment, Lu Ruo's eyes widened with astonishment. What is it that Ming Ye cannot accomplish? Damn it, Have you killed our boss? A lackey swiftly grasped the situation, but it was futile. Before they could wield their machetes, Ming Ye had already felled several of them with a barrage of arrows, each shot precise and lethal. The solitude of invincibility. The air was filled with desperate cries for mercy. It was a cacophony that grated on the ears. Yet the instinct for survival prevailed. Some even lunged toward Ming Ye's bedside, only to find themselves met with swift retribution, losing both their lives and fingers in one fell swoop. The atmosphere grew grim and oppressive, reminiscent of a rural slaughter. Li Wanhua trembled uncontrollably. She had never witnessed Ming Ye take a life. Sensing her fear, Ming Ye gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid. If I do not eliminate them, it is I who shall perish." In mere minutes, the individuals from the two boats had been disposed of in the water. Killing these ruffians only sullied my hands. After completing this grim task, Ming Ye delicately wiped his hands with their clothing. To be precise, this was not his first experience with bloodshed. As the scent of iron filled the air, the exuberant voice of a companion erupted, "Woof, woof, woof." A new boat approached from that direction, filled with people who had just weathered storm, and Ming Ye was unwilling to endure a second encounter. "Let us depart," he stated calmly. However, Lu Ruo-yi remained resolute. "Did you not see the supplies on that boat?" Hearing her words, Ming Ye furrowed his brow in contemplation. "What exactly does this girl intend to do? Do you not possess a weapon?" Lu Ruo-yi was utterly exhilarated, insisting that you could easily eliminate them. In that case, all the supplies would belong to us. The more she spoke, the more her excitement grew. However, upon hearing her words, Ming Ye's expression grew increasingly rigid. Is Lu Ruo-yi truly just a girl? What shall we do now? They are approaching swiftly. In the meantime, that vessel had already drawn nearer. The leading man was particularly robust, exuding an aura of intimidation simply by his presence. Compared to the last group, they were on an entirely different level. "Friends," the man suddenly called out, "please wait a moment. Where did the supplies on your ship come from?" The man looked at Ming Ye with a smile, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Perhaps this very sincerity was his finest disguise. Chapter 75, Lighting the Incense. Fishing. Ming Ye cast a deep glance at Lu Ruo-yi, his eyes laden with complexity. He had not anticipated that such a young girl could instill such fear within him. The resonant laughter of the man across from him echoed. "Might you impart some knowledge to us?" His accent was peculiar, rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. Unable to suppress a frown, Ming Ye inquired, "Are you local?" From Ming Ye's assessment, the man did not appear to be Chinese. Clearly, the situation unfolded as Ming Ye had surmised. "I hail from Sakura country," the man declared with a hint of pride. "I am also a loyal follower of Shrine." Despite the considerable distance between them, Ming Ye's lips curled into an unexpected smile. So that explains it. Our ancestors might indeed share a profound connection. With that, a chilling smile graced his features. "What connection?" The man's words were abruptly cut short. Suddenly, Ming Ye swiftly drew his crossbow and aimed directly at him. With a swift thud, the arrow pierced his chest. The remaining individuals, armed and resolute, charged forward, intending to encircle Ming Ye. Yet, he was already prepared for battle. To his astonishment, a cacophony of barking erupted from Naicha. Almost instantaneously, an ominous premonition gripped Ming Ye. Something was amiss. "Everyone, brace yourselves," he bellowed, seizing the throttle of the speedboat and beginning to accelerate. As he revved the engine to its maximum speed, Ming Ye propelled the boat towards the reservoir sluice gate. Li Wanhua trembled in fear, her hands clutching the center of the oar. Lu Ruo-yi, seated at the edge, mirrored her terror, her face pale and on the verge of fainting. "Bakiru, chase them down," a voice commanded from behind. However, before they could utter another word, a thunderous roar of water surged forth. The reservoir had breached. In an alarming sight, water cascaded in an unbroken line, an unstoppable flood rushing toward them. The water level surged once more. Fortuitously, Ming Ye had sensed the change in the atmosphere beforehand, maneuvering the speedboat skillfully against the waves. However, returning was not an option just yet. Thus, Ming Ye sought refuge in a complex high-rise building, a suitable place to conceal themselves and survey their surroundings. As he retrieved his binoculars to gaze in the direction they had just come from, he witnessed the unfortunate individuals being swallowed by the black torrent. Were it not for Nai Cha's quick reflexes, none of them would have survived this day. In the next moment, Ming Ye crouched down and affectionately ruffled Nai Cha's fur. Thanks to you today, I promise to reward you with an extra chicken leg upon our return. Seemingly attuned to his words, Nai Cha wagged its little tail joyfully. Perhaps noticing the two women's palpable fright, Ming Ye procured 2 slightly melted pieces of chocolate from his bag. Let us have a bite to replenish our strength. Both women accepted the offering in silence, each opening their wrappers to indulge. Nai Cha wagged its tail at Lu Ruoyi, as if expressing fondness for her. Lu Ruoyi delicately broke off a piece of chocolate and placed it beside the dog. In an instant, Ming Ye swiftly kicked the chocolate away. Dogs cannot consume chocolate. My apologies. Lu Ruoyi's pale visage was etched with sheer terror. The little dog, Nai Cha, was bewildered, unaware of the unfolding situation. Only cognizant that its food had been taken away, it promptly nestled in a corner, feeling somewhat dejected. Observing this, Ming Ye retrieved a sausage from his bag and placed it on the ground, encouraging the dog to indulge. After approximately 2 hours, the water finally calmed down. Ming Ye expertly ascended 2 levels before taking out binoculars to survey the scene. The flood outside had nearly stabilized. Soon, we shall be able to venture out. Just moments before, the flood had surged unexpectedly, nearly overwhelming even Ming Ye. It seemed that this time, the reservoir had breached, causing the water level to rise several centimeters. Will we still be able to return for fishing? Lu Ruoyi, still hopeful, inquired. Ming Ye furrowed his brow, stating, You may return if you wish. I will not hinder you, but should anything go awry, the responsibility falls upon you. Theoretically, there should be no issue. However, once the reservoir collapses, who knows where the fish will flee? The reservoir would become utterly inconsequential. At this moment, the sky outside was ominously dark, as if they had descended into the depths of hell. A thunderous roar echoed. Lightning startled Lu Ruoyi into retreat, causing her to shrink her neck and shake her head. If there are no objections, let us prepare to return. With that, Ming Ye boarded the boat, taking the initiative. After approximately half an hour, realizing no one was following, Ming Ye led the two up the stairs. Through the gaps, they could distinctly see the supplies Ming Ye held. Voices emanated from the 5th floor room. I told you, Ming Ye must have provisions. He simply refuses to share with us. Isn't he being excessively stingy? This is a matter of life and death. Indeed, but how did he procure those supplies? I don't know. If it comes to that, we could always inquire directly. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Ming Ye, panting, knocked on the door. Upon its opening, Jiang Wenwu greeted the trio with a beaming smile. You all must be exhausted. How much did you catch this time? Over 1,000 pounds. Jiang Wenwu nodded with a smile upon hearing this. That is quite impressive. Over 1,000 pounds of fish could be exchanged for enough food to last them quite a while. As they returned, Jiang Wenwu happened to notice Lu Ruoyi's pallid complexion. What is wrong with this child? Ming Ye turned on the living room light, his expression solemn as he replied, Nothing much. Just gain some insight into the nature of humanity. Huh? What is going on here? The previously lively and cheerful girl seemed to have transformed entirely in just a few hours. It was simply astonishing. Is it not true that you all encountered some unforeseen events during this outing? Jiang Wenwu suddenly inquired with a serious tone. Ming Ye, having no intention of concealing the truth, recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the account, Jiang Wenwu nearly erupted in exasperation. Is it not apparent that this child has become foolish from his studies? You risked your lives for such a trivial catch? He paced back and forth in the living room, seemingly taken aback by the perilous nature of Ming Ye's excursion. Ming Ye, however, remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. It's nothing. Consider it a lesson learned. Next time, I must refrain from taking inexperienced novices along, or it surely will lead to calamity. As for Fatty, he was more manageable, lacking assertiveness and readily complying with Ming Ye's directives. Chapter 76. The arrival of frigid weather early the next morning. Ming Ye awoke naturally to the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. He skillfully opened his door and glanced at Li Wanhua, who was busy preparing a meal. So early? he inquired. Indeed, she replied with a smile. You caught quite a few fish last night, so I decided to make seafood porridge for everyone this morning. At present, they found themselves with over 1,000 pounds of fish, a surplus that left them with no place to store such a bounty, nor the capacity to consume it all. Ming Ye contemplated the possibility of trading some of the fish for supplies in the coming days. The guanine reservoir had completely collapsed, and coupled with the recent weeks, the morale of everyone had not been particularly high. All right, I have no objections after all. You all did the work. Ming Ye acquiesced, though he noted the strained smile on Li Wanhua's face, which bore a hint of a sickly beauty, possibly a remnant of the fright from the previous night. As the group descended to breakfast, a knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. The portly one was the first to answer. There stood Lu Ruoyi, supporting her grandmother, both appearing somewhat awkward at the entrance. What brings you here? The portly one asked, still unaware of the events that had transpired the previous day. Lu Ruoyi bit her lip nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Ming Ye. However, her grandmother was pragmatic. Yesterday, fate was kind to us, otherwise we might have met a dire end, she remarked, reflecting on the sheer terror of the multitude. Regardless, today we must come to apologize, gently nudging Lu Ruoyi's arm. Her grandmother spoke softly. I wish to express my apologies to Ming Ye. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Ming Ye stood up, his demeanor cold as he replied, There's no need for that. She owes me no apology. At his words, the others were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Even Lu Ruoyi's grandmother looked perplexed. But this situation concerns me as well. Ming Ye continued, lowering his gaze. I will no longer take her out. Panic washed over Lu Ruoyi at his statement. No, if I don't accompany you, how will I acquire supplies? Ming Ye adopted a stern expression. Aren't you tutoring Xiao Qi? Rest assured, I will provide supplies as your remuneration. You need not worry about anything else. This was Ming Ye's way. If you offered him an inch, he would return a mile. Realizing the implications, Lu Ruoyi nodded, murmuring her agreement. Well then, if there is nothing further to discuss, you may leave. Ming Ye gestured politely. As they departed, he handed them 50 pounds of fish. Once they were gone, the living room remained somewhat subdued. Ming Ye cleared his throat. Time for breakfast. Why are you all staring at me? The group nodded, still slightly dazed. After the meal, Ming Ye spent some time playing with Xiao Qi in the room. How has your studies been lately? He inquired with a gentle smile. Pretty well. I've learned division, and I can even handle semicolons. Xiao Qi exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye beamed with praise. Impressive. Xiao Qi's face lit up with joy. Can I play with the milk tea for a while? Certainly. I shall fetch the ball for you now. Upon my return, I inadvertently caught sight of Small Qi's hand, marred by scratches. What could have transpired? In an instant, I became cautious. Small Qi sheepishly scratched his head, explaining that today, the chubby one had come. The chubby one? Yes, the same one from the third floor. What was his purpose? I inquired gently. He knocked on the door, claiming to seek my company, and then snatched away the snacks from my hand. Small Qi, visibly disheartened, wiped his hands. He pouted, lamenting how he always bullies others. He nearly snatched away Little Black to feast on meat. What about the other adults? They were all napping at the time. I didn't want to disturb them. Upon hearing this, I let out a resigned sigh. Small Qi's overly kind nature, coupled with his desire not to cause worry, led him to remain silent about the incident. I felt it necessary to address the matter. Small Qi, you must not open the door to strangers in the future, but the chubby one isn't a stranger. It's different. He attempted to seize your belongings and even posed a threat to you. You must never open the door to anyone outside this room. Small Qi, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded, his pupils reflecting a hint of fear. I sighed softly. Alas, you're still quite young, but today you acted correctly by not allowing him entry. Encouraged by my affirmation, the little girl's expression softened slightly. In the next moment, I crouched down and tousled Small Qi's hair, reminding him to never open the door for anyone. Otherwise, you could end up losing your possessions and become a beggar on the streets, facing hunger. I did not wish to frighten the child, yet I understood that failing to address this now could lead to dire consequences. Small Qi immediately rubbed his eyes in fear, his voice quivering. I understand now. I was wrong. It is not your fault. I sighed deeply, acknowledging his youth. After discussing this matter with Small Chi, I relayed the information to Li Wanhua. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. Li Wanhua never imagined that the kindness she imparted to Small Chi would lead to such harm. I believe it is imperative for you to exercise greater caution. Yes, yes. Li Wanhua felt a swirl of complex emotions within her, responding, I understand. Thank you. The apocalypse had suddenly descended, catching everyone unprepared. Adults struggled to cope with such upheaval. And how could a child fare any better? However, in the struggle for survival, some harsh decisions must be made. Communicate well with the child. Small Chi is a perceptive soul. Li Wanhua lowered her head, concealing her emotions. Very well. Upon hearing the response, my anxious heart finally found solace. After completing all these tasks, I returned to my room and glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition washed over me. This date. The extreme cold is approaching, isn't it? The last time was roughly a month or two ago when the frigid weather arrived unexpectedly. What was once summer swiftly transformed into a bitter cold, leading to the unfortunate demise of many from the harsh conditions. Realizing this, Ming Ye promptly retrieved electric blankets, winter coats, and other essentials. As he busily transported items up and down the stairs, Jiang Wenwu stood perplexed. What are you doing? He inquired. Moving winter supplies. Ming Ye replied, panting from the exertion. Come help. Jiang Wenwu scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, and replied, It's only early autumn. Is it really necessary? In an instant, Ming Ye cast a pointed look in his direction. Jiang Wenwu quickly affirmed, I believe it is indeed essential. Let's hurry and finish moving everything tonight. Preparation is key, and with uncertainty surrounding the exact arrival of the extreme cold, they could only take proactive measures. Chapter 77. Teeth Frozen, Woof Woof Woof. In the early morning, a series of crisp barks echoed through the air. The group, still half asleep, opened their eyes only to feel as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Hiss! Is so cold. The hefty fellow shivered, clutching his diminishing layers of fat. After a while, Ming Ye, clad in a down jacket, retrieved the electric blanket and winter quilt he had prepared in advance. Quickly spread this out. We must avoid catching a cold tomorrow. His concerned voice resonated. Everyone's lips quivered from the cold, the tone of their voices tinged with tremors. The frigid weather had descended, and the bitter cold was imminent. It was no exaggeration to say that even uttering a word would produce visible breath in the chilled air. Li Wanhua and Shao Qi fared a little better, sharing a room to keep warm together. Observing the hefty fellow nearly freezing to death, Ming Ye brought him a small heater. The sizzling sound filled the room. After about an hour, the hefty fellow finally felt a semblance of warmth return to him. Ming Ye also provided winter quilts for the elderly couple on the 7th floor, and brought a small heater along with some warm clothing for Lu Ruoyi and her grandmother. Jiang Wenwu, accustomed to fitness, effortlessly pulled Little Black into the warm bed. As for milk tea, there was no need to elaborate. She nimbly leaped onto Ming Ye's bed. Once all tasks were completed, Ming Ye headed to the kitchen to brew a pot of ginger tea. The steaming ginger tea was, without a doubt, a savior for everyone on this frigid night. Knock, knock, knock. Ming Ye rapped on Li Wanhua's door, gently pushing it open to enter. I made some ginger tea. You and Shao Qi should get up and have a bit. His primary concern was the children's somewhat fragile immunity. It would be unwise to fall ill at this juncture. Shao Qi was swaddled in blankets by Li Wanhua and placed onto the bed like a rice dumpling. Brother, hiss, it's so cold. The child spoke, his lips slightly quivering. Ming Ye poured a full bowl of ginger tea for Shao Qi, saying, No need to talk, just drink it. All right. Shao Qi obediently replied. After ensuring Shao Qi had finished his tea, Ming Ye departed and knocked on the doors of the remaining few individuals. Only the hefty fellow stubbornly refused to open his door, complaining about the unpleasant aroma of ginger. Li Qinshu, Jiangbanu, and Ming Ye gathered around the sofa in the living room. Why has it suddenly become so cold? Li Qinshu inquired, shaking slightly. I don't know. Thankfully, we retrieved everything from that building beforehand. The electric blankets and thick quilts they currently had were from their prior visit to that e-commerce company. Who could have imagined that such seemingly mundane items could be lifesavers? The three of them huddled around a small heater. Jiang Wenwu abruptly spoke. So how do we resolve the diesel issue now? Ming Ye sipped his ginger soup slowly, his expression grave. It was certainly unrealistic to venture out in search of supplies now. Yet diesel posed a significant problem. Ming Ye looked up in a couple of days. We will find an opportunity to address it. Li Qingshu nestled deeply under her blanket, furrowing her brow in confusion as she inquired, "What time is it? Why are you still taking risks? Besides, the speedboat is likely unusable now. It must be frozen outside." She glanced at the thermometer hanging on the living room wall. Goodness, minus 35 degrees. Were they being dispatched to Antarctica? Very well, let us retire early tonight. We shall discuss this further tomorrow. As Ming Ye prepared to depart, she reminded them. Ensure the small heater is turned off while sleeping. We must not overlook any electrical issues. In a previous life, someone used the small heater and tragically perished in a fire. Before leaving, Ming Ye handed Li Qingshu a hot water bottle. Take this. I know you've been feeling unwell lately. Indeed, Li Qingshu's monthly visitor had arrived punctually, coupled with the frigid temperatures. It felt as if she were trapped in an ice cavern. Meanwhile, a cacophony erupted downstairs, but Ming Ye had no time to attend to it. The following morning, Ming Ye groggily opened her eyes and glanced at the thermometer on the wall. Minus 19 degrees. How astonishing. That was a 50-degree temperature drop from just days prior. Many must have perished in the frigid night. The extreme cold not only rendered one numb, but also induced hypothermia. This was an ominous sign of humanity's first mass extinction. Countless individuals likely never even awoke, succumbing to their slumber. Woof woof. The newly awakened milk tea dog barked energetically. In an instant, it burrowed back into the warmth of the blankets. It was simply too cold. Although the milk tea had a layer of fur, it was insufficient to keep the chill at bay. Ming Ye chuckled and wrapped it in a small blanket. Outside resembled a kingdom of ice and snow. Water had frozen solid, and the streets were akin to expansive ice rinks. To be honest, Ming Ye was quite curious. How had the milk tea survived in its previous life? With this thought, she affectionately patted her dog as head. From now on, you will have a home. I shall diligently prepare delicious meals for you. As if comprehending Ming Ye's words, the milk tea joyfully barked in response. Everyone languished in bed until noon, for the cold was unbearable. The sun provided some relief in the afternoon. Upon entering the living room, Ming Ye heard the complaints of her chubby friend. Achio, I think I may have caught a cold. What on earth is this weather? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu chuckled and shook his head. Yesterday, Ming Ye offered you ginger tea, but you refused. The chubby friend was left speechless. Well, I had no choice. I simply dislike that stuff. Ah, so your aversion has led you to a cold today? The chubby friend scratched his head, his eyes reflecting his dismay. Ming Ye retrieved some cold medicine from upstairs and tossed it into his hands. You should return to your room. Refrain from joining us for meals for the next few days. Although a cold is a minor ailment, its contagious nature is certainly undesirable. Ah, you wouldn't confine me, would you? The chubby fellow suddenly began to weep. Ming Ye furrowed his brow, declaring, I shall deliver your meals to your room 3 times a day. I shall return immediately. What a joke. Even a moment's delay in returning to his room would mean he was slow. After all, this portly individual had previously been a reclusive homebody, spending his days tinkering with robots. Now that he had meals served to him, how could he not be delighted? He promptly sat on the bed, devouring his food with grease smudged all over his face. Due to the extreme cold, the windows were sealed. I must clear the ice from the windows, Ming Ye murmured. Li Wanhua, puzzled, inquired, won't it be very cold if you open the window? Someone has caught a cold. We must ensure proper ventilation. With that, Ming Ye boiled a kettle of hot water, resolute in his actions. By the time he had opened all the windows, the inhabitants of the living room had long since vanished. They had practically sprinted away. Outside, it was over 20 degrees below zero. Who could endure such temperatures? Chapter 78. All the people on the 9th floor are dead. After ensuring the wind had passed, the windows were closed. The small heaters within the room were reignited, ensuring their swift operation. Gradually, The room became warm. However, the silence in the air was eerily unsettling, as if everything around had come to a standstill, slipping into the void of time. Even with a second chance, Ming Ye felt a twinge of anxiety. She wondered about her parents on the ship. Sensing Ming Ye's unease, Li Qinshe, draped in a mink coat and holding ginger tea, settled beside her. "Why not give Uncle and Aunt a call?" she inquired with genuine concern. Previously, Ming Ye had equipped the entire 4th and 5th floors with heating. Presumably, there should be no significant issues. "All right." Ming Ye lifted her head. "Is there anything you want to say to Uncle and Aunt?" At this, Li Qinshe nodded heavily. After lunch, Ming Ye promptly called home. "Mom and Dad." "Oh dear child, you must come back quickly. It's freezing today." Her mother's voice was laced with worry. Ming Hai, her father, also spoke with concern. Indeed, being outside is not the same as being at home. Ming Ye cleared her throat and assured them with a deep, resonant voice, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Everything is fine here. If you venture to other floors, don't forget to take the temperature-regulated clothes I left in the cupboard." She could not help but offer a few more words of caution. Finally, she mentioned Li Qinshe. "Should you let Uncle and Aunt speak on the phone too?" "All right." Ming Ye handed the phone to Li Qinshe. "Make sure to speak well. After all, they might not meet again in a short while." Soon, the voices of Li's parents echoed from the other end of the line. As the conversation drew to a close, Li Qinshe's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You must take care of yourselves." After hastily ending the call, she took some time to compose herself. Ming Ye, feeling apprehensive, suggested, "If it becomes too difficult, I can escort you back." "And what about you?" Li Qinshe retorted. Ming Ye seemed taken aback by her question, scratching his head in confusion. In the next moment, Li Qinshe thrust the hot water bottle she had been cradling into Ming Ye's hands. She had just realized that he wasn't even wearing a fur coat. "Aren't you cold?" "Not really," Ming Ye replied succinctly, his expression remaining unchanged. "Hold onto the hot water bottle." "No, you're the one who feels cold." Li Qinshe suddenly turned around, feigning fierceness, and exclaimed, "I said it's for you." "Oh." Ming Ye instinctively touched his nose. After a brief while, a series of urgent knocks resounded, accompanied by the hustle and bustle of voices. "Do you think Ming Ye might be dead?" One voice speculated. "I feel like it's possible. They have so many supplies, yet I've never seen them with warm clothing. Why don't we seize this opportunity and charge in?" The fragmented voices of several individuals reached Ming Ye's ears. Jiang Wenwu, equally attentive, immediately approached Ming Ye with a sense of indignation. "Shall we catch them off guard?" he proposed. "There is no need to rush." Ming Ye replied, composed and unperturbed, suggesting they assess the situation first. Outside, Aunt Zhao asserted with conviction, "We are on the brink of starvation while they hoard all that grain." She continued, "I say our robust young men should just barge in." As the building's overseer, Chengdu had to maintain a fade of decorum. "That's simply one to-do. We are civilized people," he retorted. "Why not? They are so selfish. Why should we uphold civility?" An air of awkwardness enveloped the group. Seizing the moment, someone urged, "Let us just go in." Indeed, the food inside must be enough for us all. In an instant, a loud bang resonated as the door was forcefully kicked open from within. Ming Ye stood before them with an air of nonchalance. "My apologies, I'm quite fortunate to be alive." His few words left Aunt Zhao speechless. "Damn, had I known I should have kept my mouth shut." Now, it was too late. Everything had been overheard. A subtle chill permeated the air. Chengdu, quick to react, exclaimed, "Oh, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely thought everyone might want to check on your well-being, particularly regarding your lack of warm clothing." Hearing such insincere words, Jiang Wenwu could not contain himself. "Who do you think you are? A pig's tail pretending to be a green onion." Chengdu's face turned a deep shade of gray at the sudden retort. Yet, he maintained his dignity. "I shall not stoop to your level." He feigned magnanimity and waved his hand. "We shall take our leave." Turning away, the group's silhouettes bore hints of reluctance. Who would willingly let a golden opportunity slip away? In this apocalyptic reality, many harbored such thoughts, wishing for the demise of others, so they might scavenge for supplies. With the immediate issue resolved, Ming Ye's mood gradually steadied. However, the outside temperature hovered around -10 degrees, and the interior felt similarly frigid. They needed to find a way to warm the house for their daily lives. Ming Ye lowered his gaze, concealing his true thoughts. Jiang Wenwu, however, was rather amused. We can endure this little tempest. But what about Shao Qi? His remark rendered Jiang Wenwu momentarily speechless. In the living room, there was a small heater, one for Li Qinshi, one share between Shao Qi and Li Wanhua, and another for the hefty fellow. Yet, the kitchen's contents often froze. One tiny heater was hardly sufficient. Perhaps I should contemplate alternative solutions in these frigid days. Ming Ye mused, reflecting on the biting cold. Even the yoga mat he had purchased earlier had turned as rigid as a board. To warm his body, Ming Ye resolutely pulled his sleeping milk tea to begin exercising. Wrapped up like a zongzi, one could hardly discern the visage within. Initially, milk tea wholeheartedly engaged in training with Ming Ye. However, soon afterwards, it dashed off to frolic with Fanta and Little Black. How absurd. Even the dog has begun to disdain him. Inescapably, Ming Ye retrieved milk tea, firmly grasping its furry head, admonishing, "You are but a dog. Why do you choose to associate with two cats every day? Behave yourself." Upon uttering these words, Ming Ye, in a display of his unequivocal authority, placed a can of dog food upon the ground. After consuming the can, Milk Tea's demeanor was utterly compliant, exclaiming, "I shall heed your every word." Its appearance was undeniably obedient. Indeed, it seems that maternal affection is akin to the allure of milk, is it not? Ming Ye rolled his eyes in mild exasperation, surprised to discover that Milk Tea possessed such a discerning nature. How had he previously overlooked this? Chapter 79. The chip heater. After an extended period of slumber, one awakens with an invigorated spirit. Unable to find rest, Ming Ye ventured into the living room. Intending to brew a pot of ginger tea, he retrieved a self-heating hot pot from his box and casually tossed a sausage from it to Nika. "Here, enjoy this as a treat." Nika devoured it with gusto, albeit with a bit of mess. The allure of the night lay in that steaming bowl of hot pot. Who truly understands the value of such a meal in the early hours? As Ming Ye prepared to unveil his chopsticks, the rotund figure had already taken a seat across from him. "Wow, it smells delightful." He feigned ignorance, asking, "What is this?" Upon hearing this, Ming Ye's expression turned cunning as he replied, "Just some stinky dog food." The rotund figure protested, "I want to cook my own. I have no time to prepare a second bowl for you." Ming Ye retorted, lifting his chopsticks. However, he was promptly halted by his friend. "Oh dear, haven't I fallen ill? Consider it a gesture of kindness towards a lonely elder." "Ill? Then you should certainly avoid such stimulating fare." Ming Ye responded with an air of calm, as if he were concerned for his friend's well-being. "Must you truly withhold this bowl from me?" The rotund one expressed his annoyance. With a smile, Ming Ye nudged the instant noodles in front of him, suggesting, "Perhaps if you share your reasoning, I might reconsider." Since the onset of the frigid weather yesterday, the rotund one had noted the condensation in the air. Breaking through the walls is not beyond possibility. In this land lies a mysterious region known as the Northeast. While it experiences distinct seasons, it is also the coldest winter locale in the country. The heating panels. The rotund one raised an eyebrow. "This is my latest invention." In an instant, Ming Ye's enthusiasm ignited. Without hesitation, he pushed the hot pot towards him. "Do elaborate." Upon sight of delectable food, the rotund one's eyes gleamed with delight. "Oh, how embarrassing," he modestly remarked, before indulging heartily. Once he finished, wiping the grease from his mouth, he continued, "This chip I'm working on, although I lack a prototype, I am confident it will succeed." In that moment, Ming Ye was engulfed by a fiery passion. "Oh dear," the rotund one panicked. "It is indeed feasible. I can produce it today. With no alternative, one must bow to circumstances. Moreover, if the heating panels could indeed be arranged, he would no longer suffer from the cold at night." The rotund one decisively voiced this thought. "That's acceptable, but this place lacks those heating panels. How do you propose to proceed?" Ming Ye's expression turned grave. Currently, the paramount issue was the heating panels, and he had no idea who might be selling them. "I require those panels. Everything else can be managed," the rotund one asserted earnestly with a wave of his hand. After a brief contemplation, Ming Ye formulated a plan. "Very well." These two words bore immense significance. Outside lay a world of extreme cold. Anyone venturing there would surely perish. Uncertain of where to venture next, Ming Ye stepped out of the chubby man's door. Turning back, he quickly changed into a new outfit, and Jiang Wenwu hurriedly followed suit. I will accompany you. It is far too perilous for you to go alone. With Jiang Wenwu grasping his sleeve, Ming Ye found himself in agreement. Indeed, the chubby man chimed in. In this frigid weather, it is unsettling for us all if you venture out alone. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye remained noncommittal. To survive, he inhaled deeply and gazed out the window, noticing the snowfall. It was not particularly heavy, yet its mere presence stirred an uncomfortable feeling within. As they stepped outside, Jiang Wenwu continued to inquire, "Where are we headed now?" "To the previous skyscraper." Ming Ye responded. "Does that building have radiators?" Jiang Wenwu asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. In an instant, Ming Ye swung the door open. The icy wind lashed against their faces, and the frigid air felt suffocating. It is indeed quite cold. Fortunately, before leaving, both had adorned themselves with warming patches, bundled in scarves and down jackets. From a distance, one might mistake them for two bears. The biting cold transformed their breath into frost, crystallizing on their eyelashes. After walking for a while, Jiang Wenwu sensed something amiss. Goodness, are we truly walking there? Are we not using any form of transportation? Ming Ye tilted his head, regarding him as though he were foolish. What form of transport do you envision? Perhaps a sled or something of that sort. As he spoke, Jiang Wenwu's voice grew increasingly tentative. Come now, this is not a winter wonderland. Do such things even exist? They continued their silent trek. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu stumbled, failing to notice the uneven path beneath him, and fell, rolling painfully across the ice. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Ming Ye asked, concern etched on his face. Perhaps feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Wenwu scratched his head. What's a little fall? I'm a strong man. His bravado elicited a bemused reaction from Ming Ye. Through the wind and snow, they walked for over 2 hours before reaching their destination. Upon arriving at the base of the skyscraper, a vast expanse of white greeted them. Ming Ye took a step forward, declaring, "This should be the 7th floor. Let's climb in and investigate." "All right," Jiang Wenwu responded with enthusiasm. They forcefully pushed through the glass door, discovering that the interior had already been partially ransacked. As they ascended the stairs, they found no radiators in the e-commerce section, but spotted electric heating panels beneath some employees' feet. Jiang Wenwu excitedly seized the items, marveling at their good fortune. Ming Ye nodded in agreement. With these, perhaps the chubby man could modify them, alleviating the biting cold. Each morning had become a significant challenge for them. If improvements are not made, it seems that the days ahead may be far from pleasant. Thus, the two individuals hurriedly descended the stairs, each clutching an electric heater. Gazing upon the expanse of the snow-covered road before them, Jiang Wenwu protested. Is there truly no mode of transportation available? Such a statement would elicit a shake of the head, even from a dog. What kind of transportation could exist in this weather? Moreover, who knows how frigid it will become in a few hours? Ming Ye stepped forward and suggested, "Why not let me lead the way, binding us together with a rope?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What a splendid idea. Not only does it conserve my energy, but if one of us were to fall, both would tumble together. Just like bowling, by one, get two. Very well. I am entirely on board. Jiang Wenwu exclaimed with fervor, his eyes brimming with excitement. Chapter 80. Resolving extreme weather. The issue of Jiang Wenwu's mobility was deftly addressed. However, the pace of the two individuals did not quicken, primarily due to the electric heater they clutched in their hands. After approximately half an hour of trudging, they arrived at the building's entrance, their hands and feet rendered numb by the biting cold. Yet from above, the sound of someone hammering on the door echoed. Clack, clack, clack. The jarring noise jolted Jiang Wenwu back to some semblance of alertness. Furrowing his brow, he pondered what commotion was unfolding above. Were they undertaking renovations amid such extreme weather? Hush! Ming Ye gestured, and Jiang Wenwu fell into silence. Ming Ye cast a glance upward and listened intently to the cacophony surrounding them. These individuals seemed incessantly occupied. Zhaoani, this door won't budge. One voice exclaimed. How could it not? Use all your strength to break it down. Another asserted. It has to give way, overwhelmed by the multitude of voices. Ming Ye furrowed his brow in concern. Such a ruckus suggested a considerable number of people were involved. It was uncertain whose door was being pried open. The corridor housed several other residents, some of whom had seemingly vanished. Should we intervene? Jiang Wenwu raised an eyebrow. Ming Ye waved his hand dismissively, opting to observe the unfolding events. The two continued to listen attentively to the commotion above. I say the person must be gone. Zhao Dama chimed in. It's been so long without a door opening. They must be absent. Ultimately, what matters most is the sentiment within, another voice added. As the discourse continued, the individuals exchanged knowing glances. Eventually, they managed to pry the door open. Inside the dwelling, a family of 3 lay motionless on the bed, devoid of vitality. Whether it was the extreme weather or mere fate, it seemed that their time had come, and they would not be returning soon. It appeared that every household was on the brink of survival, reduced to gnawing on tree bark. Such extreme conditions tested the resilience of the remaining humanity. Ming Ye felt fortunate to possess memories from a past life. Otherwise, starvation would have been their grim fate. Jiang Wenwu could not help but mutter under his breath at the grim scene unfolding before him. Ming Ye shook his head, remarking that had they been unprepared, they might have suffered a similar fate. Why not indulge in meat? He mused, adding that, given the circumstances, it was essential to make way for the living. After venturing outside, the two nearly froze into statues of ice. Upon returning indoors, they promptly settled before the small heater. Move over there, Jiang Wenwu exclaimed, squeezing himself into the center. Li Qinshe, upon seeing them return, swiftly pressed a hot water bottle into Ming Ye's hands. You two must be freezing. She hurried back to the kitchen to fetch a pot of ginger tea. Drink this to warm yourselves. In these dire times, even a cup of ginger tea had become a precious commodity, capable of saving lives in the apocalypse. After sipping the ginger tea, Ming Ye felt a gentle warmth enveloping his limbs. It must be said, Li Qinshe's skills were commendable. The ginger tea lacked an overpowering spiciness. Instead, it possessed a delicate aroma that soothed the spirit. Upon her return, Li Wanhua specially prepared rejuvenating noodles for the two individuals. A small hint of diced meat, a handful of scallions, and a single egg were essential ingredients. Most importantly, a spoonful of fragrant lard was a must. A bowl of rich broth was thus created. How delightful! Jiang Wenwu savored the dish, his mouth glistening with grease, feeling as though he had been revived. Currently, there was no shortage of water, and everyone indulged in drinking freely. The temperature continued to drop day by day, reaching a chilling -30 to 40 degrees by nightfall. Meanwhile, Ming Ye crouched at the doorway. Observing the commotion below, Jiang Wenwu joined him, estimating from the sounds that many had perished. Nonchalantly munching on an apple, he displayed a casual demeanor. Ming Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Given the circumstances, there was little that could be done to save them. With events having reached such a grave juncture, some matters were better approached with decisiveness. On the 3rd day, there came a knock at Ming Ye's door, tap, tap, tap. Peering through the peephole, he saw the elderly couple from the 7th floor. Grandma Zhong and Grandpa Zhong, what brings you here? Ming Ye inquired, opening the door in surprise. Grandpa Zhong stepped forward, concern etched on his face as he examined Ming Ye's cheeks. We couldn't help but worry about you, Grandma Zhong gently explained. We brought some medicine for you. Traditional Chinese medicine is the finest. Perhaps fearing disapproval, Grandma Zhong produced a small jar and placed it on the table. This is the Hualing ointment we prepared earlier, specifically for treating colds. Witnessing Grandma Zhong's thoughtfulness, Li Qinshe graciously responded, Thank you, Grandma Zhong. Ming Ye, who had lived under the machinations of others in his previous life, never expected to receive such timely assistance. Inquiring about their needs, he asked, Is there anything you require from me? The elderly couple exchanged knowing smiles, each recognizing the unspoken bond in the other's gaze. You have saved my life, Grandpa Zhong said earnestly. You are our savior. We have no further demands. Yet, Ming Ye felt a touch of embarrassment in accepting their offerings. He promptly turned and retrieved several freshly cultivated greens, along with some drinking water and a heating pad. Take these, Ming Ye said kindly. You will surely find them useful. The couple hesitated, unsure whether to accept. Li Qinshe stepped forward with a warm smile, saying, Please do take them. It is only right. Sincerity begets sincerity. Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhong finally accepted the gifts. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she addressed the group. You should refrain from going out for the time being. At this, Jiang Wenwu's curiosity piqued. What is happening? Have there been deaths outside? Indeed, there had. Grandpa Zhong's eyes sparkled with intensity. Several individuals have vanished without a trace. How did you learn of this? Li Wanhua asked, puzzled. How else would we know? It must have been a break-in. Jiang Wenwu scoffed, expressing his disdain for such underhanded behavior. At this moment, everyone is merely striving to survive, and he felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. In any case, I urge you to remain vigilant. They have amassed a considerable amount of supplies, and I fear this might pose a disadvantage for you. Witnessing the scene, Ming Ye ultimately accepted the goodwill of the two elderly individuals. Very well, we shall exercise greater caution. After bidding farewell to the two seniors, the atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat desolate. It was not until the portly fellow erupted with a loud cry, that the silence was broken. He had been secluding himself in his room for the past couple of days, uttering not a word, only emerging occasionally for a restroom break or a meal. Suddenly, he burst forth before everyone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I did it. I truly did it. Confused by the miscommunication, Jiang Wenwu scratched his head. Huh? What do you mean? I have developed a chip-powered electric heater. It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. With heating, will we not be free from the torment of the cold in the future? Chapter 81. The Siege of the Ninth Floor. I have accomplished it. The chubby man's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to the triumph of a rocket launch. Upon hearing the news, Ming Ye rejoiced alongside him for such an achievement. All right, let us proceed with the installation. Without hesitation, the three men dedicated 2 hours to complete the task. The heating system, employing advanced AI voice technology, facilitated seamless communication and exchange of information. Once activated, the entire room was instantly enveloped in warmth. Splendid. At last, we can bid farewell to our hardships. Jiang Wenwu collapsed onto the sofa in relief. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed at the door. Upon opening it, they discovered it was Lu Ruoyi. My grandmother has sent me to convey a message. Ming Ye invited her in, inquiring about the matter. My grandmother said you might be in danger. Lu Ruoyi was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in one another's eyes. Sensing their skepticism, Lu Ruoyi quickly defended herself. I would never harm you. I speak only the truth. My grandmother insisted that you are her saviors, and we must not forget our roots. Perhaps her words struck a chord with Ming Ye, who tentatively asked Lu Ruoyi, what is it that you wish to share with us? My grandmother feels that something is amiss. What do you sense this disquiet? Li Qinshi interjected, pressing for further details. Lu Ruoyi sighed deeply, fatigue evident in her gaze, stating that these individuals were engaging in too many underhanded dealings. Cheng Duan had been orchestrating efforts to break down doors, taking away food and clothing. Yet, his distribution was decidedly inequitable, favoring those in his inner circle while neglecting others. It is said that parents dread an unbalanced scale. Who would not fear such a thing? When numbers swell, discontent inevitably arises. Many have been exploited for their labor, and some women have even been taken away. What they are subjected to remains a mystery. I'm just a bit frightened. The young girl's voice trembled, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Hearing her distress, Ming Ye gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. Do not fear. At present, no one can restrain his actions, thus the majority of resources have fallen into Cheng Duan's hands. The others harbored no objections, particularly as he had recruited a group of men to serve as enforcers. Sister Xiao Fong from downstairs was taken away yesterday. I have yet to see her return today. The weight of her words astonished even Li Qinshi. How could this be? This was her first encounter with the depths of human malice in such apocalyptic circumstances. What shall we do? Li Wanhua fidgeted nervously, twisting the hem of her garment. Rest assured, we will be all right. Jiang Wenwu offered a patient reassurance from the side. Lu Ruoyi continued, my grandmother asked me to remind you, they seem to be armed. Such occurrences have transpired in many places in the past, even culminating in some women resorting to exchanging their bodies for sustenance. All right, I understand. Ming Ye's tone was indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lu Ruoyi lowered her head, her gaze somewhat obscure. You must be extremely cautious. After saying this, she turned to leave, but was halted by Ming Ye's voice, asking, "Are you safe?" "We are fine." The young girl managed to maintain her composure, assuring, "My grandmother and I have our ways." Fortunately, Ming Ye had reinforced the security door of their home earlier. Otherwise, the two of them might not have been able to endure. Seeing her so resolute, Ming Ye refrained from further comments. Once Lu Ruoyi departed, several people gathered around. "What shall we do now?" Li Qingshi's eyes were filled with profound concern. If Chengdu comes knocking with so many individuals, they might not stand a chance. Ming Ye furrowed his brow. The people were confined like animals, devoid of any thought. He speculated that under ordinary circumstances, they would not dare to venture upstairs and provoke trouble. Nonetheless, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Better safe than sorry. So what should we do? Chengdu's actions are simply aimed at survival, yet he has far surpassed his initial intentions. Jiang Wenwu's mind suddenly cleared. Should we relocate from his place? Let me ponder. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, several burly men adorned with tattoos lounged in a room, the atmosphere thick with smoke. Cough, cough. Had Ming Ye been present, he would have certainly recognized the leader as the younger accomplice, Huzi, beside the tattooed man. He lounged on the sofa, cradling the bloodied Xiao Fongjia in his embrace. Which households remain unvisited? Chengdu sat upright, his tone ingratiating. The remaining ones are merely online. The most troublesome is that household on the top floor. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao immediately approached, exclaiming, "Indeed, their household is quite overbearing. They hoard an abundance of supplies, yet refuse to share with us. Utterly selfish. Who would have thought there was such a formidable opponent here? Where are they currently? Surely they haven't ventured out? Certainly not. I have people watching them." Chengdu smiled ingratiatingly. The 9th floor possesses weapons, yet they also have ample supplies. Otherwise, they couldn't sustain 6 individuals. Chengdu was currently at a loss for words. Previously, he had yielded to Ming Ye, but this time he sought revenge. It was rumored that there was a young woman and an innocent school beauty among them. Aunt Zhao quickly added a few more remarks. Hearing this, Huzi's excitement surged as he rubbed his hands together. Very well. Such nefarious deeds are rampant in this apocalypse. They can be found everywhere. Yet, the government is powerless to intervene, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. In the end, one can only hide here and there, unable to make contact. Very well. I shall now pay a visit to the individuals on the 9th floor. Iruzi, undaunted like a newborn calf facing a tiger, declared, "What a few men! What can they possibly do?" Having uttered these words, he boldly led a throng of followers to the 9th floor. It must be said that their swagger, despite being rather lowly, was indeed quite intimidating. "Knock on the door," Iruzi proclaimed, feigning authority. To the untrained eye, it appeared somewhat convincing. However, in truth, they were merely a ragtag assembly. Bang, bang, bang. The door trembled under the force of their assault. The occupants within the room instantly grew alert. Minji cast a glance towards the entrance and gestured for silence, urging everyone to hush. Without delay, he stealthily approached the door, gripping a metal baseball bat in his left hand. Chapter 82. The threat at the door. Thump, thump. It would be a lie to say I was not anxious. Minji was eager to see who exactly was lending the audacity to this ruffian named Chengdu. Peering through the peephole, I noticed that a brazen thug named Iruzi stood behind Chengdu. Good heavens! Has he resorted to the ways of the underworld? "Hey, brat, come out here. I'll let you off easy." Upon hearing such arrogant proclamations, Jiang Wenwu's fists clenched. How dare this scoundrel come here and spout such nonsense? He glanced back, only to receive a dispassionate look from Minji. "Jiang Wenwu, is it not permissible for me to remain silent?" As the silence stretched with no one answering the door, an awkward tension filled the air. "What are you dawdling for?" Iruzi kicked Chengdu with annoyance, urging him to open the door promptly. Chengdu could only resign himself to his unfortunate fate and continued pounding on the door. "Minji, open up. We have matters to discuss. Huh, how charmingly deceptive. Discussing how to seize this place for themselves, I presume? Ming Ye, now composed, responded leisurely. Then let us converse through the door. Hey, you little brat, don't test my patience. Iruzi was instantly enraged. I'm giving you a chance. Vacate this place along with the two girls and all the supplies, and I'll spare your life. Puffed. The rotund man could hardly contain his laughter, bursting into guffaws. Did they think this was a spy thriller set in Hong Kong? Ha, this fool is hilarious. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. In contrast, Ming Ye maintained a demeanor of calm. Oh, I'm truly terrified. Faced with Ming Ye's indifferent response, Iruzi was incensed, hopping in frustration. You really look down on me, don't you? Ming Ye replied. If you're unwell, seek treatment, all right? Moreover, you are here to rob us. Why should I show you any courtesy? Do you believe I won tea, just have my people smash down your walls? Well, are you threatening me now? Ming Ye smirked, then by all means, give it a try. Turning back to the others, he wore a serious expression. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our turn to make a choice. Option 1. I have a villa. We can take the supplies and depart. Option 2. We stand our ground. There was a moment of silence among the group. Regardless of the choice made, they would have to forfeit something. Yet, this decision must be made willingly. Jiang Wenwu spoke firmly. I refuse to believe they can truly kill me. Besides, Chengdu is no saint. In the apocalypse, humanity is of little concern. If they wish to survive, a confrontation is inevitable. Are you not afraid? Of course I am. Do I not resent this? Certainly. But regardless, this is our choice. Very well. We shall hold our position here, instituting a shift system. Fatty and Li Wanhua will take the first shift, Jiang Wenwu and Li Qinshe will follow. And I shall take the last. With Ming Ye's intellect, we shall surely overcome this hardship. Wait, what if you can't hold out on your own? Li Qinshe spoke with an urgency that was palpable. Ming Ye, with a reassuring smile, replied, Rest assured, I will be perfectly fine. I will stay here while you all take your leave. The expressions of those present were tinged with complexity, not from disbelief in Ming Ye, but from a fear of unforeseen circumstances. Outside the door, a group of burly men stood at the threshold of Ming Ye's home. What do you think? Is this Ming Ye? One of them, Iruzi, had never encountered such an individual before. This person possesses formidable strength. Chengdu furrowed his brow, noticing the intimidating presence of a hulking enforcer beside him. No wonder he dares to challenge me. Iruzi, stung by the remark, exclaimed loudly, So what shall we do now? Straightening his back, he declared, We act, of course. He commanded the others to retrieve various tools, baseball bats, crowbars, axes, hammers, and the like. Let's get to work. In a world on the brink of collapse, the innocent suffer while the guilty thrive. These men were fixated on Ming Ye, having already made up their minds. Soon, the sound of the door being smashed echoed. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. A crackling surge of electricity erupted, and those who had just been assaulting the door collapsed instantly, writhing in agony as searing pain coursed through every pore of their bodies. How does the electric net taste? Ming Ye inquired with a grin from outside. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he kicked the door open. In his left hand, he wielded a sniper rifle, while his right brandished a bone-cutting knife. A chilling voice reverberated in their ears. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Upon seeing Ming Ye, Iruzi's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless in his shock. His eyes were wide with disbelief. How can it be him? I care not for your origins. If you do not leave now, you shall all perish here. In the next moment, he plunged the bone knife deeply into Chengdu's chest. As he twisted the blade, a heart-wrenching sound echoed. Ah! The onlookers gasped as their pupils dilated. Was he truly this ruthless? Regardless of the methods you previously employed to harass others, today it is only I who stands here. And you shall all meet your demise. Ming Ye emanated an aura reminiscent of a demon, as if the king of hell had returned. Chengdu lay on the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. In his final moments, his eyes remained fixed on Ming Ye, stammering, Why you? His hands flailed weakly in the air. Remember, do not harm others in your next life. Ming Ye averted his gaze, redirecting his focus to Iruzi. Now, we shall rely on our own abilities. Let us see how you meet your end at my hands. Huh, do you think a few tattooed delinquents can topple me? That is but a foolish dream. You are the one from the outskirts. That person, Iruzi spoke urgently, as if seeking confirmation. Indeed, what of it? The gaze of Ming Ye was icily devoid of warmth. You, fool, hurry and flee. In an instant, nearly everyone was frightened into a chaotic retreat. After a few had departed, the extreme cold outside swiftly transformed the corpses into icy sculptures. Their eyes widened in a final expression of disbelief, as if clinging to a lingering sense of injustice in their last moments. Only the blood from their bodies continued to ooze forth, a vivid crimson against the starkness of the scene. Had they known it would come to this, would they have acted differently? Such a presence at one's doorstep always instills a sense of foreboding. Thus, without hesitation, Ming Ye cast it down the stairs. This incident served as a warning, a reminder to keep their affairs separate. Should there be a repeat of such occurrences, the consequences might not be so trivial. Once everything was tidied up, Ming Ye returned to the confines of their room. At last, it felt a tad more tranquil. Finally, a chance to enjoy a restful slumber. Chapter 83. Inviting wolves into the house early the next morning, Jiang Wenwu was astonished to discover that Ming Ye was inexplicably absent from his night shift. Upon opening the door, he found the outside world eerily quiet. What was going on? He felt utterly perplexed. When Ming Ye eventually awoke and emerged, their eyes met, and in that moment, he realized he was somewhat at a loss for words. What had happened? Where were Eru and Qingdu? Jiang Wenwu was immediately struck with shock. Gone? That must mean they were dead. Ming Ye responded coldly, dead? After saying this, he poured himself a cup of water from the teapot on the table. Who died? Jiang Wenwu asked, his curiosity piqued. Qingdu. Jiang Wenwu quickly sat down in front of him. How did he die? I had no idea. Last night, I killed him with a single blow. Wow, that's impressive. Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but exclaim. He had thought it would take a long time to resolve this matter. Yet Ming Ye had acted decisively and effectively. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a loud knocking sounded at the door. Who is it? Jiang Wenwu, feeling annoyed, scratched his head and walked toward the door. Even the milk tea sensed the unease and began to bark frantically. Woof, woof, woof. Jiang Wenwu reacted quickly, suspecting yet another unexpected guest. As a former soldier, he approached the door and instinctively glanced through the peephole. It was a young girl, though she appeared somewhat awkward. Jiang Wenwu's description was rather simplistic, mainly due to his limited vocabulary. Upon hearing the words young girl, Ming Ye's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Open the door, he suddenly suggested, eager to discover the girl's intentions. Once the door swung open, Xiaonianji glanced around at the group with a dazed expression, immediately enveloped by an unprecedented warmth. It's so warm here, she exclaimed, and then, overwhelmed by emotion, she collapsed into tears, hugging her knees. Seeing this scene, Li Qingshu rubbed her sleepy eyes and draped a shawl over her shoulders as she stepped out of the room. What is going on? She inquired. If one were unaware, they might think Jiang Wenwu and Ming Ye were bullying her. I don't know, Jiang Wenwu replied helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. She just started like this as soon as I spoke. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaonianji took a sip of the tea Li Qingshu offered her and murmured, "Thank you." Her eyes lacked focus, as though she were merely a shell of her former self. An awkward silence hung in the air. Li Qingshu forced a smile and addressed Xiaonianji. What's wrong? Would you like to share with us? I came to ask you to take me in. Her words instantly left everyone bewildered. Were they running some sort of shelter for stray animals? In these apocalyptic times, where could so many charitable organizations possibly arise? Did the group possess such a familiar aura? No way. Tomorrow night, without a moment's hesitation, Ming Ye resolutely declined. Jiang Wenwu nodded slightly, echoing her sentiment. I too cannot agree. Setting aside your capabilities, your actions strike me as rather peculiar. To knock on the door of a stranger's home at such an early hour, pleading for refuge? This is hardly something an ordinary girl would do. As if struck by a thought, Sister Xiao Nian immediately tugged at her sleeve in a daze. Just as she contemplated her next move, Li Qingshu draped her shawl over her shoulders. Do not resort to self-harm. We're all girls here. Li Qingshu felt a pang of compassion. Upon hearing these words, Sister Xiao Nian's tears burst forth, akin to a dam breaking. We are all girls. Can you help me? Li Qinshi's gaze wavered. I'm sorry, but this is beyond my ability to resolve. At her words, Sister Xiao Nian's expression fell into silence. Then you truly cannot keep me here, even if it is merely to care for me like a pet? Her plea rendered her humble to the dust. Do not say such things. Li Qinshi was deeply moved. Do not belittle yourself. Will you take me in? Sister Xiao Nian looked at everyone with hopeful eyes. This left Li Qinshi in a quandary, instinctively glancing towards Ming Ye. Perhaps we could. Before Li Qinshi could finish her sentence, Ming Ye smiled faintly and replied, Very well, I agree to take you in. In an instant, Sister Xiao Nian gazed at Ming Ye in disbelief. Is it really that simple? Must we not discuss further? With that, Ming Ye took hold of Li Qinshi's arm and led her to her room. Ouch! You're hurting me a bit. Li Qinshi complained, her eyes reflecting a hint of accusation. Ming Ye remained indifferent, while Li Qinshi's innocent demeanor suggested they were an oddly fitting pair. Are you acquainted with that girl named Xiao Nian? Not at all. Then why sister? I believe that since we are all girls, survival in this apocalypse is quite challenging. As she spoke, Li Qinshi's voice grew increasingly uncertain. Ultimately, Ming Ye sighed in resignation. In the face of disaster, survival is, after all, a human instinct. He could not elaborate further, but wished to impart a lesson to Li Qinshi. All right, then I shall test her once. The scene shifted. At lunchtime, Sister Xiao Nian joined the table, and the eyes of the others were filled with curiosity. Only the chubby one seemed enchanted by the arrival of a new beauty. Chubby, you and Li Qinshi should check the storeroom, Jiang Wenwu casually remarked. The chubby one immediately frowned. Huh? All right, but where's the key? In Ming Ye's room, on the third shelf, the second book. Jiang Wenwu replied, excitedly serving himself food, leisurely enjoying the moment. It must be said, the meals prepared by Li Wanhua were simply exquisite. Not even 3 meals a day of rice seemed sufficient. Sister Xiao Nian, on the other hand, indulged to an astonishing extent, consuming a staggering 5 bowls of rice. How remarkable! This young lady possesses such an appetite. Even the stout fellow felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surely, after such a feast, she wouldn't feel unwell? Alas, Sister Xiao Nian had endured hardship for far too long. She could only sustain her strength through copious amounts of food. All right, I have finished. Li Qinshi declared decisively as she rose to her feet. Chubby, could you assist me shortly? We shall ascend the stairs together afterward. Very well. I shall continue to eat for a while longer. The stout fellow exhibited no signs of performance anxiety during the meal, as this matter had never been broached with him before. Once everyone had completed their meal, they returned to their respective rooms, leaving only the stout fellow to quietly continue his dining. Chubby? Sister Xiao Nian suddenly inquired. May I refer to you as such? Prior to the apocalypse, the stout fellow had never experienced a woman initiating conversation with him. Upon hearing her words, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Certainly. Of course. Chapter 84. The Siren. I wish to inquire about something. Xiao Nian's gaze was fixated on the stout man, her eyes glimmering with a hint of avarice. To release a tiger does not guarantee its return to the mountain, but to nurture one surely invites calamity. Ming Ye, situated above with Jiang Wenwu, silently observed the unfolding scene. Jiang Wenwu's demeanor shifted as he adopted a more scrutinizing gaze. Pray tell. The stout man bashfully scratched his head, reminiscent of an infatuated youth of 18. I feel it would be quite taxing for you to inventory the storeroom alone. Perhaps I could assist you? His proposition left the stout man somewhat bewildered. That's unnecessary. A cautious glint entered his eyes. I can manage on my own. Moreover, this task was assigned to me by Ming Ye, so it would not be proper to involve you. Xiao Nian clasped her hands, displaying a conflicted expression. But I do not wish to receive your provisions without contributing. Furthermore, is it not permissible for me to lend a hand? The stout man's indecision was palpable. How about I consult Ming Ye first? Then we could work together. Observing the stout man's fixation, Xiao Nian became slightly agitated. She rolled her eyes, saying, Why trouble Ming Ye? Are you so wary of my presence that you fear I might engage in mischief under your watch? In the next moment, she feigned vulnerability, wiping away non-existent tears from the corner of her eye. Or do you find me bothersome, reluctant to let me assist you? Instantly, the stout man found himself at a loss for words. Well, if you insist, Ultimately, he acquiesced. But you must adhere closely to me and not wander off. The stout man emphasized his point. In response, Xiao Yin feigned compliance. Very well. Her voice was soft and tender. I shall help you organize. From his vantage point above, Jiang Wenwu observed with a degree of exasperation, thinking, what a simpleton. Can he not see through such transparent ploys? A faint smile graced Ming Ye's lips. The participants are often oblivious. What shall we do now? Jiang Wenwu inquired. Let us await our opportunity. Ming Ye patted Jiang Wenwu on the shoulder and proceeded downstairs. Below, the stout man and Xiao Yin were engaged in conversation. Just as Ming Ye arrived, the stout man began to speak. What were we just discussing? However, he was hastily interrupted by Xiao Yin. Oh, it's nothing. I simply wish to rest for a moment. With that, she tugged the stout man away. As night descended, while the stout man slept, Xiao Yin stealthily pilfered his phone and ascended the stairs in darkness. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes watched her intently from the shadows, perhaps seized by guilt or the thrill of her first transgression. She felt a twinge of anxiety as she opened the door. Suddenly, a cat sprang forth from the crevice of the door. Meow. It was Xiao He, a creature that Ming Ye had intentionally placed there. As soon as Sister Xiao Yin called out, she immediately covered her mouth tightly. She must not be discovered. Thus, under the moonlight, she stealthily slipped inside. Soon, she found the key that the chubby one had mentioned. Eureka! Excitement sparkled in Sister Xiao Yin's eyes. With this object in hand, she would have an explanation upon her return. However, the very next moment, the lights in the entire house suddenly illuminated. Gripping the key, Sister Xiao Yin dashed for the door. To her astonishment, everyone was awake, seated in the living room, gazing up at her on the staircase. You're still awake, her heart raced with palpable intensity. Uncertain of whether they had noticed her, Sister Xiao Yin swiftly devised a response. It's too late. I'm going to bed now. Wait. Li Qinsher suddenly interjected. Sister Xiao Yin froze mid-step, turning awkwardly to smile and ask, what is the matter? Is there something wrong? Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu and Ming Ye exchanged a knowing glance. They wished to give Sister Xiao Yin a chance, fully aware that this moment would come. Alas, in these dire times, human hearts are fickle. It remained to be seen whether Sister Xiao Yin could seize this opportunity. Jiang Wenwu coldly inquired, what were you doing in the storeroom upstairs? Oh, I was just having a look around and helping to tidy up, she replied nonchalantly. An almost suffocating silence enveloped the air. Everyone sat in the room, clearly sensing that something was amiss, perhaps noticing the dubious gazes directed at her. Sister Xiao Yin's demeanor immediately became uneasy. What's wrong? She asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Do you suspect me? Jiang Wenwu, suddenly indifferent, replied, I would know. Ming Ye slowly leaned back against the sofa. Li Qinsher hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Before she could gather her thoughts, Li Wanhua interjected. Did the chubby one ask you to help clean up? Yes. If you don't believe me, ask him, she exclaimed. Had I known you all distrusted me so much, I would have come. She immediately hugged her knees, burying her head in her chest, making one think she had suffered a great injustice. That's enough. Ming Ye admonished sharply. Will you confess, or should we search you? The statement laid everything bare. In an instant, Sister Xiao Yin's face turned ghostly pale. Li Qinsher could no longer remain seated, standing up and approaching Sister Xiao Yin. Just hand it over. We're all girls. I don't want to resort to force. Sister Xiao Yin bit her lip fervently, ultimately shaking her head defiantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Witnessing Sister Xiao Yin's obstinacy, disappointment filled Li Qinsher's eyes. Then let the chubby one search you. On what grounds do you have to search me? Sister Xiao Yin exclaimed, losing her composure. Ming Ye smirked coldly. Even at death's door, you still refuse to yield. Those words rendered Sister Xiao Yin speechless. Just hand it over. Under the immense pressure emanating from Ming Ye, Sister Xiao Yin reluctantly retrieved the keys from her pocket. Upon witnessing this, the expression on the portly man's face instantly soured. Jiang Wenwu rose and patted the man's shoulder, reminding him that he had previously warned against placing too much trust in others. Look at the lesson you have learned this time. Simultaneously, Even Li Qianshu's eyes reflected a hint of skepticism. Why have you chosen to betray us? A questioning voice arose. Li Qianshu, perplexed, continued, have we treated you poorly? We have provided you with food and shelter. One cannot repay kindness with enmity, can they? That would be akin to roasting us alive. As her words flowed, Li Qianshu's heart grew cold. She had never imagined that one day she would be met with ingratitude, for even beasts understand the virtue of repaying kindness. Chapter 85. Diesel Resources. Why? Xiao Nian's sister suddenly erupted, her gaze turning sharp and disdainful. Why do you get to live so comfortably here without lifting a finger? This statement rendered everyone around Ming Ye momentarily speechless. Is it their fault that they are thriving? Li Qianshu, with a puzzled expression, interjected, then you should not involve us in your plight. I do not wish to harm anyone. Yet, I yearn to survive. A woman without skill or strength. How can she endure alone? She blamed Ming Ye, blaming them for their prosperous lives, despite everyone being affected by the apocalypse. Why do they still indulge in the luxuries of life? The most primal form of human jealousy was unleashed. The irony was palpable, betraying the saviors. Do you not feel even a twinge of regret? Li Qianshu continued, her voice laced with bitterness. Regret? I regret not having stolen the keys sooner. Xiao Nian's sister fixed her gaze on Ming Ye, her eyes brimming with resentment. If given a chance to start anew, she would have preferred to perish before the apocalypse even began. She longed for her father, mother, grandmother, and grandfather, but alas, those days are irretrievably lost. Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Since you have already discovered me, there is nothing left to explain. Grant me a swift end. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Nian's sister's eyes. The air hung in silence for a moment. Suddenly, Ming Ye spoke. What if I offer you a chance to survive? In disbelief, Xiao Nian's sister looked up and asked, you would? Sensing her remaining rationality, Jiang Wenwu seized the opportunity to interject, killing us is futile. Why not eliminate the true source of your suffering? The true source of my suffering? Xiao Nian's sister murmured. Ever since the onset of the extreme cold, everyone had been on edge. Intruders had invaded their building, leading to chaos and conflict amongst themselves. Xiao Nian's sister froze, realizing there was another way. Excitement flickered in her eyes. The plump man observed this and felt a twinge of fear. Splendid. What do you require of me? The inevitable must be faced eventually, and she had no intention of letting those beasts escape. Xiao Nian's sister had not forgotten how they had treated her. Very well. Ming Ye then retrieved 2 bottles of sleeping pills from the drawer and pushed them towards her. There is no turning back now. You shall decide your own fate. With that, Ming Ye turned and returned to the room. Jiang Wenwu's expression was laden with complexity. The apocalypse had reduced humanity to mere shadows of themselves. Now it remained to be seen how Xiao Nian's sister would choose, whether to embrace her own demise or that of others. As they headed back to their room, Li Qianshu hesitated. She intended to voice something, but ultimately suppressed her words. The following morning, the once clamorous sounds had ceased. Upon returning to the 6th-floor room, they were greeted by a scene drenched in blood. Merely witnessing the splattered tomato juice upon the ground reveals the tumultuous events of the previous night. Upon this sight, Jiang Wenwu could not suppress a swallow of his own saliva. This individual is truly ruthless. Ming Ye's nonchalant response nearly pushed her to the brink. With most matters resolved, Lu Ruoyi approached to instruct Shao Qi in a normal manner. She had heard the news and could not help but express her astonishment, exclaiming how extraordinary they were to have resolved the situation with such ease. The group exchanged a few more idle words before she retreated indoors to seek out Shao Qi. With the majority of issues now settled, the absence of any nefarious forces outside prompted Ming Ye to prepare for a venture to gather supplies. The frigid weather would not endure indefinitely. A lack of diesel would spell trouble. Ming Ye stepped outside and roused the slumbering Jiang Wenwu next door. What is it? Jiang Wenwu groggily opened his eyes, only to close them once more. Ming Ye, exasperated, shook his head. Get up. I have matters to discuss with you. After a considerable pause, Jiang Wenwu finally emerged from the warmth of his bedding. Given the recent whirlwind of events, he had been in a state of slumber for days. What is going on? What do you need? I wish to procure some diesel. His statement was succinct and to the point. Survival is no trivial matter, especially as they have become targets in the eyes of many. The bitter cold would not last forever. They must secure diesel before it is too late. Jiang Wenwu was momentarily taken aback. Diesel? Setting aside the question of where to acquire it. Even if they could, reaching it posed a significant challenge. Are you serious? Absolutely serious. There is no room for jest. After spending considerable time together, Jiang Wenwu had come to understand Ming Ye's temperament. A gentleman's word is his bond. However, where could they possibly find diesel at this hour? They certainly could not resort to theft. I know what you're implying. I intend to negotiate with that Boss Liu. The reasoning was simple. Boss Liu was exceptionally capable and likely had access to a generator. Jiang Wenwu had no objections to this plan. With Ming Ye proposing it, he felt compelled to support her endeavor. All right, just call for me when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye nodded slightly. In the next moment, he made a rather unexpected request. I know you're quite skilled, but could you teach me how to shoot? Shooting? What has prompted this sudden desire to learn? Jiang Wenwu furrowed his brow. Ming Ye's marksmanship was already commendable, yet each individual possesses unique differences. In terms of target practice, Ming Ye indeed had little to gain. I simply wish to improve. Ming Ye's expression was earnest. In the end, Jiang Wenwu, slightly vexed, waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall teach you combat and wrestling instead? To be frank, target practice holds limited utility. The foundational skills are what truly matter. In this extreme cold apocalypse, it won't be long before the weather turns scorching. To ensure one's own preservation, the most crucial factor is the strength of one's fist. Ming Ye nodded in agreement. Very well. That evening, Ming Ye arrived at Jiang Wenwu's room to commence his foundational training. You should begin by assuming a horse stance, Jiang Wenwu instructed, wielding a small wooden stick to guide Ming Ye. A bowl balanced precariously atop Ming Ye's head as he embarked on learning the most rudimentary techniques. Just envision that you are sitting upon something beneath you. Ensure that the object atop your head remains steady while your hips gently descend. Excellent. You have assumed the correct posture. Hold it for a moment. As the two engaged in their training, they inadvertently succumbed to slumber, oversleeping. The following morning, Ming Ye was roused by Jiang Wenwu's piercing cries. Startled, Ming Ye groggily covered his ears, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening so early in the morning?" Jiang Wenwu, still dazed, remarked, "How did you end up sleeping in my room? Weren't we training yesterday?" Chapter 86. The mischievous boy who breaks glass very well. Jiang Wenwu muttered, a glimmer of despondency flickering in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to dismiss the thought entirely, turning over to continue his slumber. Early in the morning, the milk tea had not seen Ming Ye. It lay at Jiang Wenwu's door, scratching at the crevice with its paws. One must admit, this dog was rather astute. As soon as Ming Ye opened the door, she swiftly pulled it outside. "Shoo, I'm off to fetch you some dog food." After an entire night of honing his combat skills, Ming Ye felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. He had already been intent on enhancing his physical capabilities, and now he felt he had ascended to a new level. In the morning, Grandma Lu paid a visit, holding a jar of pickled vegetables. "This is for you. Do taste my culinary skills." Upon seeing the jar, Jiang Wenwu hesitated, feeling a pang of compassion. "Perhaps not. I sense you might still be hungry." Hearing this, Grandma Lu couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter? This is all made from the cabbage Wan Hua gave me last time. We belong to a minority group. Do sample my authentic spicy pickled cabbage." The elderly woman's gaze was filled with such warmth that it made refusal feel unbearable. Ultimately, Ming Ye accepted the offering, promising to return with some fresh greens for Grandma Lu. While they chatted, Grandma Lu brought up Sister Xiaoyan. "Oh dear, that girl is such a pity. She was utterly ruined by those beasts." After this lament, a somber silence enveloped the group. One cannot urge others to be virtuous without first experiencing their suffering. Yet, that was not an excuse for Sister Xiaoyan's actions. What can be said? Jiang Wenwu's eyes reflected a mix of emotions. That young girl somehow acquired a soporific and incapacitated those who tormented her. In the end, she took her own life. Grandma Lu shook her head. Such cruelty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's gaze trembled slightly. He had never contemplated that the girl would resort to suicide. In reality, even if she had managed to cling to life, it would have likely been a struggle. Remaining were only those of a more docile nature, or those who had stayed uninvolved. Ming Ye understood well that he was not a savior. He lacked the capacity to protect others. The only thing he could do now was to safeguard himself. At dinner, they indulged in a delicious bowl of old soup noodles, with blanched lettuce, a fried egg, a spoonful of lard, a sprinkle of scallions, and a bowl of noodles. Delicious. Delicious. The plump boy nearly buried his face in the bowl. Those around him beamed at his delight. Ha ha ha. Liban waloga, absolutely. There is plenty more in the pot. It must be said, Li Wanhua's cooking was truly delightful. Previously, Li Qinshi, accustomed to numerous delicacies, had never been so astonished. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a single fish could be prepared in 100 different ways. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and everyone quickly shielded their heads. As Ming Ye regained his composure, his gaze subtly shifted as he approached the source of the sound. There, he observed a stone had struck the window. Peering through the glass, he discerned faint silhouettes of several corpses on the ice. What is happening? Li Qingshu inquired with concern. Following closely behind, Ming Ye glanced down, shook his head, and reassured it's nothing. Let us return to our meal. Just as they took a step outside, the noise of the stone striking again reverberated from below. Bang! This time, the stone flew directly up to their level. Fortunately, Ming Ye reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Looking down once more, he finally spotted several children as figures. Without hesitation, Ming Ye opened the window and called out loudly, "Stop throwing!" Yet, the children seemed to revel in their antics even more. With no other choice, Ming Ye grabbed Jiang Wenwu and descended. Jiang Wenwu, quick to react, hastily stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. "Where are we headed? To negotiate with that boss Liu?" "No," Ming Ye retorted coldly, tugging at his collar. "Then what are we doing?" Jiang Wenwu was utterly baffled. As they continued, they soon reached the ground floor. On the ice, 3 or 4 little boys were engaged in a raucous chase, each holding stones without exception. It was these little rascals who shattered our window. Ming Ye addressed them with a stern tone. Jiang Wenwu, towering at 194 meters, quickly positioned himself to block the children's view. One child, perhaps sensing something, looked up at Jiang Wenwu. "What are you doing?" "You're blocking our light." Another chimed in. "Yeah, can you just scram?" Who would have thought such words could come from a mere child? Remembering Ming Ye's earlier instructions, Jiang Wenwu felt a surge of anger. "Where are your parents? Haven't they taught you anything? Do you understand that smashing someone else's window is terribly inappropriate?" The boys exchanged glances, then collapsed to the ground in fits of laughter. "Ha ha! Who do you think you are? You have no right to boss us around." One taunted. "Right, just look at how you're dressed. It's pathetic." Ming Ye forced a polite yet awkward smile. Then, without warning, he drew a stick and delivered a sharp blow to the boys' backsides. Suddenly, a woman dressed in simple attire rushed forward. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting my child? This is utterly bullying." A cold smile crept onto Ming Ye's lips, his eyes betraying no emotion. The woman continued her tirade. "What is the harm in a child throwing a stone at your broken window? Besides, my child is just at that lively, playful age. You're going too far, inflicting such trauma on his tender heart." With that, she charged at Ming Ye in a fit of rage. Little did she know, a sharp bone-scraping knife was pressed against her neck. Just a slight deeper incision would draw forth droplets of blood. "What are you doing? Do you truly intend to kill me?" "Fear not. If you cannot properly educate your children, I shall lend a hand." An unusual smile graced Ming Ye's face, while the middle-aged woman opposite her appeared visibly distressed, collapsing to the ground. "No, what on earth do you want? It is quite simple, really. Just assist us in repairing the window." Ming Ye articulated her request with remarkable patience. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Why don't you go steal instead?" To which Ming Ye replied, "That is beyond explanation." She had always adhered to a principle in life. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Given the evident lack of upbringing exhibited by these children, she felt no qualms in offering her assistance. Chapter 87. The transformation of the sled dog. Alas, what an injustice. A brute wielding a large knife begins to bully a respectable woman. The lady collapses onto the ground, weeping and wailing. Jiang Wenwu, witnessing this scene, finds himself at a loss for words. Oscar owes you a little golden statue, dear lady. Respectable woman? Bah. Little fatty steps forward to make a scathing remark. Yet, this does not deter the woman from continuing her act of feigned helplessness, pleading for everyone to come forth and adjudicate. Unfortunately, the entire building is well aware of the fearsome reputation of the ninth floor. No one dares to peek out. In the next moment, Ming Ye delivers a swift kick, sending the woman sprawling to the ground. Stop your incessant prattling. If you cannot manage your children, I shall not hesitate to assist you. Her words carry an unmistakable air of menace. The woman quivers, too intimidated to utter another word. The three young boys behind her also display expressions of dread. Indeed, they are nothing but bullies who prey on the weak. Call out Xiao Qi. Ming Ye's gaze is unusually composed. Li Wanhua reacts quickly, her voice tinged with urgency. What does this have to do with Xiao Qi? To prepare her for the harsh realities of society. As soon as Xiao Qi appears, she looks up and sees the three boys. You, how did you end up here? A hint of familiar trepidation laces Xiao Qi's tone. One of the boys across from her seems to recognize Xiao Qi instantly. You are the little brat born of a mother, but raised without a father. Is this your dad? No wonder everyone dislikes you. The audacity of such words flows from the young boy's lips. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi's spirit deflates entirely. Faced with such vicious individuals, she struggles to stand her ground. Without hesitation, Ming Ye thrusts the knife into Xiao Qi's trembling hands. Take it. Meeting Xiao Qi's timid gaze, she protests, Brother Ming Ye, I insist you hold it. Li Wanhua stands by, her heart heavy, yet she understands this is a crucial lesson for her child. In a world devoid of mercy, one cannot remain a saint. Go on, give him a couple of slaps. If he dares to retaliate, you must strike him. It seems with Ming Ye's support, Xiao Qi finds her resolve and stands tall, charging towards the three boys. Then, with vigor, Xiao Qi delivers 3 resounding smacks to their backsides. Slap, slap, slap. The sounds of their yelps fill the air. 1, 2, 3 strikes, leaving Xiao Qi's hands stinging red. The boys wail in pain. The nearby woman, witnessing this spectacle, erupts into a tirade. You little imp. When did it become your turn to discipline others? Besides, they are just children. Why must you all squabble with a few little ones? Upon hearing this, little Fatty feels invigorated. These children are not merely kids. They are little terrors. The woman's countenance was ghastly, growing increasingly menacing. Regardless, I shall not relent. You have harmed my child today, and I shall report this to the authorities. Yet, before she could finish her statement, Ming Ye plunged a knife into her. The air fell into an eerie silence. Thud, thud. A yellowish-brown liquid pooled beneath her, a result of sheer terror. In truth, Ming Ye had merely pierced her padded coat, intending to frighten her. Who would have guessed she was so easily intimidated? In a cold tone, Ming Ye warned, should there be another occurrence, it would not be so simple. The woman's lips moved, but she could scarcely utter a coherent sentence. Witnessing this, Jiang Wenwu gave Ming Ye a thumbs up, exclaiming it was splendid. It was indeed time to deal decisively with these bullies. Xiao Qi, recovering from her fright, looked uneasily at Ming Ye and said, Brother, have I done something wrong? The teacher said fighting is prohibited. I feel I may have erred. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye's expression softened instantly. He knelt and gently ruffled Xiao Qi's hair, assuring her, You have done nothing wrong. Protecting yourself is never a mistake. In this apocalyptic world, children are the most vulnerable. Ming Ye had witnessed such occurrences countless times throughout his lifetime. Ultimately, he chose to let the 4 individuals depart, preferring not to prolong the entanglement. Once they had left, Li Qinshe suddenly spoke up. Now that everything is frozen, your speedboat is surely unusable. We might as well hunker down. Jiang Wenwu expressed his disagreement, stating that idleness would lead to ruin. We must be proactive, he insisted. We could devise alternative means of transportation. The portly man's expression soured, questioning what sort of winter transport could be utilized. Reindeer? Do we possess any? Sled dogs? None of that is available. We might as well wash up and sleep. Jiang Wenwu was poised to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Ming Ye had a revelation. Yes, sled dogs. His gaze shifted towards Milk Tea, who was blissfully indulging in chicken breast. Milk Tea suddenly stiffened, sensing impending mischief. Having spent time together, even Milk Tea had developed an instinct. Ming Ye straightened and walked towards it, while the others looked on in bafflement. Milk Tea belonged to the Chinese rural dog breed, while sled dogs, such as the Alaskan Malamute, towered over it. The disparity was evident. Before Ming Ye could voice his thoughts, Jiang Wenwu interjected, "Milk Tea is certainly unsuitable. It is far too small." Ming Ye was well aware, but had other ideas. Milk Tea, being a larger variant of the rural dog, might still be capable of fulfilling the role of a sled dog, especially since he had been training it recently. Thus, he felt that formulating a plan for sled dogs was not entirely out of the question. In that moment, the collective CPU of the crowd seems to be overheating. What is the situation? Ming Ye truly wishes to have Milk Tea serve as a sled dog? Li Qinshe furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting a similar confusion as she raised her doubts. However, is Milk Tea not too small for such a task? It could hardly pull a sled. No sooner had she spoken than Milk Tea began to bark furiously, seemingly eager to prove that it was no small matter. Ming Ye tossed down a piece of bone, and fortunately, Milk Tea, being rather modest, refrained from further commentary. After considering the opinions of those around her, Ming Ye found herself deep in thought. I understand everyone has perspective, but what if we were to equip the sled with 2 wheels at the back? The eyes of the plump fellow brightened, instantly grasping Ming Ye's idea. Are you suggesting that Milk Tea could pull a wheelchair? That is precisely the notion. Ming Ye snapped her fingers. With wheels at the back of the wheelchair, the resistance would be significantly reduced. Chapter 88. A lush bamboo grove. I find it feasible. Jiang Wenwu remarked, his arms crossed and his tone composed, setting aside other risks. He noted that the stamina of the Milk Tea was rather impressive. Just a few days prior, he had systematically trained the Milk Tea and discovered that its explosive power surpassed that of the average military dogs. Observing Jiang Wenwu's affirmative stance, the others had little reason to question him further. The next step was to devise a wheelchair. Before Ming Ye could speak, the rotund fellow interjected. Let me say this first. I don't possess the materials to construct a wheelchair. Even if I did, it wouldn't withstand the constant strain of you lot pulling it forward. It wouldn't last long at all. Hearing this, Ming Ye nodded thoughtfully. The rotund fellow's words were indeed credible. Primarily, this contraption would need to traverse icy terrain, necessitating a degree of durability. What materials would be most suitable? Li Qingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suggested. What if we used wood? It would surely be resilient. That won't do. Woods where resistance is simply inadequate. The rotund fellow frowned, his expression one of disdain. Li Wanhua cautiously ventured. Then shall we procure some steel? Don't be ridiculous. Where would we find any ready-made steel in these times? With both wood and steel dismissed, an uncomfortable silence lingered as Ming Ye remained silent, contemplating. Bamboo! Jiang Wenwu exclaimed, his expression animated. What do you think about bamboo? I spotted a grove on the mountain we visited last time. Had been in the past. Jiang Wenwu's mind would not have been so astute, but under Ming Ye's guidance, he had begun to pay closer attention to details. At this, the rotund fellow's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile. That's indeed a possibility. The only issue is that the location is quite distant. How will you get there? That was indeed a concern. In a post-apocalyptic world, even the slightest disturbances could lead to dire consequences. Let me think some more. As night fell, Jiang Wenwu stealthily knocked on Ming Ye's door, 2 bottles of chilled beer in hand. I'm coming in. Upon opening the beer, a plume of vapor escaped. Jiang Wenwu, ever at ease, plopped down onto the floor. What is the status of our discussion from today? His pupils gleamed with excitement. Once the sled dog issue was resolved, acquiring other supplies would be a mere formality. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ming Ye shook his head. Bamboo is feasible. However, he twirled the beer in his hand. The people involved are not up to par. What do you mean I'm not capable? I am quite formidable. Jiang Wenwu's eyes shone with clarity as he spoke. I speak seriously. His tone grew earnest. Shall we venture out tonight? In the entire room, apart from Ming Ye, no one else could undertake this task. Ming Ye pressed her lips together, a hint of hesitation flickering in her gaze. Jiang Wenwu had fought alongside her many times, and his unwavering loyalty was evident. Regrettably, despite having endured a lifetime of treachery, Ming Ye remains unable to fully trust others. The individuals who had once deprived him of his sustenance are likely still alive. Perhaps sensing Ming Ye's thoughts, Jiang Wenwu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, "In times like these, if I don't step up, who will? Furthermore, saving the world is not solely your responsibility." This simple remark illuminated Ming Ye's mind. Subsequently, the two, emboldened by alcohol, descended the stairs, wrapped in layers of clothing. From a distance, one might mistake them for bears emerging from the depths of the northeast mountains. The external temperature plummeted to over -50 degrees. Even with body warmers affixed to their skin, they felt the bone-chilling cold. It is likely that most creatures outside had succumbed to the frigid temperatures. Not to mention, the howling winds alone could drive one to seek solace in a drink. Under the moonlight, the world appeared draped in a crystalline veil, breathtakingly beautiful, yet hauntingly desolate. Suddenly, a dark object fell from the sky with a thud, sending a gust of icy air swirling. "Damn it!" Jiang Wenwu exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Even in the apocalypse, people still litter? The two glanced towards the source of the disturbance and discovered a lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its eyes wide open, reflecting a moment of sheer terror before death. A heavy silence fell between Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu. Such occurrences are not uncommon in these dire times. They're not saviors capable of rescuing everyone. After walking approximately 100 meters, they observed that the situation in the entire neighborhood was similarly grim. Resources had been nearly depleted, and they had arrived at a critical juncture. "We must exercise extreme caution," Jiang Wenwu warned, his expression darkening with concern. Aside from the few individuals inside the house, they needed to remain vigilant against all others. After all, in a world like this, anything could happen. The two trembled as they trekked for over 3 hours until they reached the mountain. Due to the extreme cold, most of the sheep had frozen to death. Jiang Wenwu's eyes brightened momentarily. "Let us gather what we can." "No," Ming Ye replied, furrowing his brow. "Let us not forget the purpose of our journey." Jiang Wenwu pouted in response, realizing that even the task of gathering supplies had become impossible. This underscored the critical importance of transportation. Armed with sickles and hoes, they prepared to begin cutting bamboo. The bamboo on the mountain had become rigid as a result of the frigid conditions, leaving Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu feeling somewhat powerless. They had to find a solution to this predicament, and Jiang Wenwu opted for brute force. "I refuse to believe I cannot cut through this wretched bamboo." With all his might, he swung his weapon against the stalk. Fortunately, the bamboo finally yielded. Meanwhile, Ming Ye utilized his crossbow to shoot a hole into the bamboo before sawing along the opening. They worked diligently for 2 full hours, alternating their efforts. As the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, Jiang Wenwu wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming in frustration, "Finally, we are almost done." Throughout the night, the two had managed to gather over 20 bamboo poles. It is easy to imagine the inconveniences that the frigid world imposed upon them. "All right, let us return," Jiang Wenwu said, nodding in the direction of Ming Ye, as the bamboo was now nearly sufficient. With the passage of time, the temperature gradually began to rise. Ming Ye, not one to be easily deceived, led Jiang Wenwu towards the side entrance of the community. However, upon entering, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. "Curse it, there's nothing to eat." The man at the forefront looked down imperiously at those kneeling on the ground. Flanking him on either side were 2 imposing figures, each grasping the arms of their captive. Wang Mingjie furrowed his brow, speaking with a bitter edge. "We truly have no food left. Please spare us." Chapter 89. The Two-Legged Sheep. "We still have a child at home." Wang Mingjie's eyes brimmed with desperation. At that moment, the man leading the group adjusted his glasses and spoke in a sinister tone. "People like you have little reason to continue living. It would be kinder for me to grant you a quick end. After all, your wife and child will soon join you." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Wenwu clenched his fists tightly. How outrageous! In this day and age, do ordinary people not deserve to live? Sensing Jiang Wenwu's fury, Ming Ye placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Clearly, Had Ming Ye not intervened, Jiang Wenwu would have charged out in a fit of rage. Ming Ye continued to plead loudly. I can help you find supplies. I truly can. The man's response was akin to hearing a grand joke. You can't even support your wife and child. Echoes of agreement came from his lackeys. Indeed. Why don't we have ourselves a feast of two-legged sheep tonight? The term two-legged sheep referred not just to sheep, but to humans seen as food, a practice only resorted to in times of great calamity and famine. At this, Jiang Wenwu could no longer contain himself and dashed out. Ming Ye was unable to stop him. Who goes there? The leader's alertness heightened instantly. Jiang Wenwu confronted Ming Ye directly. Your grandfather has arrived. Huh, such bravado. Indeed, my bravado is substantial, Jiang Wenwu retorted, turning to Ming Ye. That's because I have comrades. Ming Ye coughed awkwardly. I told you not to act impulsively. Understanding Ming Ye's intentions, Jiang Wenwu realized he was indeed willing to assist. Why don't we help them? He suggested urgently. Ming Ye felt a twinge of compassion. The leader, feeling his authority challenged, retorted, Are you eager to court death? His coarse words made both men frown in distaste. Who told him they were here to die? The opposing group erupted in laughter, convinced that a collective assault would easily overpower the two before them. Without hesitation, they brandished their wooden clubs and launched a sudden attack towards Jiang Wenwu and Ming Ye. But who were these two? They had weapons ready at hand. Remember, this is called self-defense. Ming Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. With that, his crossbow shot forth with a swift whoosh, narrowly missing them as it zipped past their padded jackets. They foolishly believed it was merely luck on their side. The next moment, Ming Ye declared, If you dare to advance any further, I won't hesitate to send an arrow through your throat. Suddenly, the group exchanged wary glances, daring not to move forward. What a farce! With such weaponry in Ming Ye's possession, who would be foolish enough to step forward and meet their demise? An awkward atmosphere lingered in the air. After a considerable pause, the leader took the initiative to speak, smiling to ease the tension. My brothers, why must we tarnish our camaraderie? Who are you calling brothers? Jiang Wenwu raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with disdain. A bunch of sycophants. When Ming Ye revealed his strength, these people finally learned to fear. In an instant, the leader suppressed his inner displeasure. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, I would like to be friends with you. You possess such formidable weapons. Why not consider collaboration? The man spoke to Ming Ye with an ingratiating tone. Beside him, Jiang Wenwu smirked coldly, seemingly convinced that Ming Ye would surely decline. Soon, Ming Ye responded, What kind of collaboration do you propose? Huh? Are you out of your mind, Ming Ye? Collaborate with them? We are not without allies. Clever as Ming Ye was, he recognized this as merely a test. Observing Ming Ye's prompt agreement, the man wasted no time in proposing terms. You hand over your weapons, and we can offer you 2 women. Jiang Wenwu's breath hitched, his heart inexplicably heavy with dread. What were they doing? Buying and selling women. Even Ming Ye felt a chill run down his spine, astonished at the depths of their shamelessness. Jiang Wenwu's gaze burned with fury. Damn it, you dog. I refuse to collaborate with you. He immediately raised his crossbow, gesturing threateningly towards the group of men. His roar echoed through the building. Seeing this, the men murmured nervously. If you don't want to cooperate, then so be it. Is it really necessary to shout like that? Ming Ye sighed, lowering his head. Isn't living well enough? Must you come before us to assert your presence? Hearing Ming Ye's sarcastic tone, one man's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. The leader could no longer contain himself. After all the polite discourse, this is your attitude? If I don't kill you today, it will be a testament to my restraint. With a single phrase from Ming Ye, the group was rendered speechless. Truth be told, eliminating them would be effortless. Moreover, such individuals deserved to be punished. However, upon further reflection, he considered that killing them would only invite others to emerge. Who knew how events might unfold thereafter? Ultimately, Ming Ye devised a compromise. You shall not harm him, otherwise I will shoot you where you stand. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The group temporarily acquiesced, foolishly plotting to cause chaos once Ming Ye departed. Little did they know, Ming Ye would not grant them the opportunity to renege. I will return tomorrow. If I do not see the three of them, you will not live to see another day." In an instant, Ming Ye released his arrow, which struck directly upon the leader's hat. The men exchanged glances, understanding they were not to be trifled with. The leader's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. It seems unexpected that today he has encountered such a formidable character. "You are indeed formidable." He gritted his teeth and decisively turned around. "Let us depart." After this group had left, Wang Mingye's breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. "Thank you. You are truly my benefactors. It is due to the two of you that our family of three can survive." At this moment, Wang Mingye would gladly kneel and express his gratitude to Ming Ye with several respectful bows. In response, Ming Ye simply helped him to his feet and said, "No worries. Just live well from now on." "Very well. How shall I address my benefactor? In this apocalypse, what need is there for names?" After uttering this, Ming Ye departed with Jiang Wenwu, carrying the bamboo in hand. As they left, Jiang Wenwu was somewhat perplexed, wondering why he did not reveal his name. "It is because I fear repaying kindness with resentment." Chapter 90. Crafting the wooden sled. Upon returning to the 9th floor, two individuals stood at the doorway, their bodies enveloped in a chilling air as they rubbed their hands together. "Damn this weather, when will it pass?" Jiang Wenwu could not suppress a muttered curse. The cold was utterly unbearable, even for the average person. After shaking off the snow that had accumulated on their clothing, Ming Ye finally knocked on the door. Upon seeing Ming Ye, Li Qinshi's eyes widened in astonishment. "What on earth happened to you? You're covered in snow." As she spoke, she adeptly handed both of them hot water bottles. Jiang Wenwu entered and promptly unfastened the outer layer of his thick cotton coat, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "It's freezing out there." The stout man stepped forward, puzzled. "What were you two up to? Surely you didn't go out for a stroll in this weather?" "A stroll?" Jiang Wenwu furrowed his brow and sniffed. In this weather, strolling could be fatal. Hearing this, the stout man looked even more perplexed. "Then what were you two doing?" "We were making a sled." Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers widened their eyes in surprise. "What do you intend to do?" Li Qinshi's expression mirrored her confusion. Jiang Wenwu rubbed his hands together. "Of course. We're going to have Milk Tea act as a sled dog and create a means of transportation. But isn't Milk Tea a bit too small for that?" "Don't worry. I've trained her well over the past few days. She'll be just fine." A confident smile graced Jiang Wenwu's face, for he truly believed in Milk Tea's capabilities. "What materials will you use?" the stout man inquired, still skeptical. "Bamboo." Ming Ye responded calmly. "Bamboo is quite durable, and we can add a few wheels underneath to complete it. The wheels will also reduce the friction between the ice and the sled." Upon seeing Ming Ye, Milk Tea bounded overexcitedly. Ming Ye affectionately ruffled Milk Tea's fur, cheerfully saying, "This time, you can't eat my dog food for free." After all, in this apocalypse, we must make the most of our resources. Next came the phase of sled construction. As the saying goes, one who has never seen a pig run may still have encountered the sight of one. Ming Ye had seen photographs of sleds before, and perhaps inspiration would strike today. Without hesitation, Ming Ye set to work. Jiang Wenwu intended to lend a hand, but was gently pushed aside by Ming Ye. "You don't need to. Just go and take a good rest." With that, Ming Ye began sawing a central piece of bamboo, revealing its tender sap within. Meanwhile, the stout man busily sketched a simple design for the sled indoors. Though the design appeared straightforward, it was ingeniously crafted. The sled utilized a mortise and tenon structure, rendering it both resilient and robust. Approximately an hour later, the stout man panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Who would have thought I'd ever take on woodworking?" A faint smile graced Ming Ye's lips. "With this, we'll be able to traverse the icy surface with ease." Indeed, it was so. At the very front of the sled, there were some square frames crafted from bamboo. Jiang Wenwu could not suppress his curiosity and inquired about their purpose. The plump man chuckled, boasting, "Take a guess. If you're correct, I'll reveal the answer. Come on, just tell me." Ming Ye coldly replied. He then proceeded to elucidate their function, explaining that given the myriad uncertainties outside, such a contraption would not only allow for a clear view of the surroundings, but also bolster a degree of defense. The frail human form would surely falter against a blizzard, and Ming Ye had even prepared several windbreak jackets. Witnessing this scene, Everyone was filled with intrigue. "You are exceedingly well prepared," Jiang Wenwu could not help but exclaim. Ming Ye's meticulous preparations were merely to instill a sense of reassurance within himself. "Tomorrow, we must venture out again to harvest bamboo. Someone must remain at home. The situation outside is far from optimistic. In just 2 nights, the atmosphere has escalated to one of chaos and violence." Li Qianshu stepped forward, confidently declaring, "Rest assured, leave the house to us. Those ruffians seeking to cause trouble can only enter over my dead body." Her impassioned words echoed with the spirit of a heroine. Li Wanhua quietly interjected, "If you decide to go out, remember to knock on my door." Ming Ye nodded inaknodet. The nefarious forces outside had already been dealt with, and the likes of Air Huzi and his gang were no longer a threat. The following morning, the alarm clock rang at 6. Ming Ye had a dreamless night. Recalling Li Wanhua's words from the previous evening, he promptly knocked on her door. "Is something the matter?" he asked, standing at the threshold with a hint of apprehension in his gaze. Li Wanhua produced a pair of gloves she had concealed behind her back, specifically silicone gloves lined with thick cotton. They were surprisingly warm, especially at the knuckles, which had been cushioned with ample sponge. "It's exceedingly cold outside. Make sure to wear these to avoid frostbite." She had initially intended to make several pairs, but lamented the lack of time. "Thank you," Ming Ye replied with a gentle smile. "We will return early today." Li Wanwan nodded slightly. "That's good. We shall await your return for lunch." With that, Ming Ye donned his attire, pulling on his winter coat. Even a puppy required a jacket, for the chill outside was unbearable. Today, Ming Ye decided not to bring Jiang Wenwu along, opting instead for him to guard the house. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed Aunt Zhao ascending the stairs, her complexion wan and haggard, leaving him to wonder about her intentions. It was none of his concern, so he shrugged and continued on with his puppy. When he and Aunt Zhao reached the same staircase, she unexpectedly spoke up. "Do you have any food at home?" "Indeed," Ming Ye replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, though the mirth in his eyes did not quite reach his expression. After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Zhao reluctantly spoke. "We would like to borrow some grain from you. It's not much. I am certain you can afford it." Upon hearing this, Ming Ye's interest was instantly piqued. "What are the terms of this borrowing?" he inquired, exchanging a knowing glance with Uncle Zhao. Perhaps they had not anticipated Ming Ye's sudden proposition. Ultimately, Uncle Zhao gritted his teeth and replied, "You may take anything you desire from my home." Ming Ye, however, was no fool. In this apocalyptic world, only grain held true value. He disdainfully scoffed, "Forget it. I'm not interested." Realizing she had been outmaneuvered, Aunt Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you mocking us?" she retorted. "And if I am?" Ming Ye recalled vividly the scene when Aunt Zhao had stormed upstairs with her entourage to force open his door. Chapter 91. A sudden ambush. How can you be so ungrateful? Aunt Zhao, emaciated to the point of resembling a skeleton, had sunken eyes that conveyed a particularly sinister demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Ming Ye let out a cold snort. "Very well, then you should come and confront me." With that remark, he grasped the leash of milk tea and departed without a backward glance. With Jiang Wenwu at home, Ming Ye felt no trepidation. Moreover, the others were not to be underestimated either. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ming Ye affixed the red leash around Milk Tea's neck, a color that complemented the puppy's fur quite well. Woof, woof, woof. Milk Tea, who had not been out for quite some time, immediately erupted into excited barks. Ming Ye knelt down to pat its head. "All right, let us prepare to set off." Trained as it was, the Chinese rural dog dashed off with unrestrained enthusiasm. Its form was remarkably agile, gliding effortlessly across the icy surface. It skillfully navigated around various obstacles, although it seemed somewhat directionally challenged. Ming Ye scratched his head awkwardly. This way, no, wrong again. Fortunately, after a series of missteps, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The bamboo grove awaited at the peak, and Ming Ye was determined to waste no time, leading his canine companion upward. "Today, we shall gather plenty. I intend to reinforce it well, for I fear it will inevitably fall apart," he murmured to himself. As he passed the halfway mark up the mountain, he stumbled upon several corpses lying haphazardly. This sight filled Ming Ye with a profound sense of sorrow, yet he felt powerless. In this apocalyptic world, compassion was a luxury one could not afford. The ascent was perilously slippery, and it took them an hour and a half to reach the bamboo grove. While other flora on the mountain lay frozen, the bamboo stood proudly against the biting wind. Despite wearing a thermal suit and gloves specially crafted by manhua, Ming Ye still shivered with cold. He longed to finish his work and return home to snuggle with his dog and burrow under the covers for warmth. To guard against any potential intruders from a mountain, Ming Ye wielded an oversized axe to chop the bamboo. Truth be told, there was a technique to this task. One must cut off the penultimate segment of the bamboo. If one were to commence with the upper part, the lower segment might shatter, creating a troublesome situation. Observing Milk Tea's eagerness to assist, Ming Ye gently pushed its head away. No need for your help. Milk Tea retorted in its own way. You clueless human. What do you know? Just a glance into Milk Tea's little eyes revealed to Ming Ye the thoughts swirling in its canine mind. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, someone lurked in the shadows, watching intently. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. There's a dog. The astonishment was palpable in her tone, swiftly followed by an excited shout. There's a fat dog here. Milk Tea, dubbed the fat dog, indignantly responded, Are you not polite? In the next instant, a woman's figure became increasingly clear before Ming Ye. She held a machete in her hand, seemingly fashioned from some other object. The avarice in her eyes was nearly overflowing. She licked her lips, anticipating a sumptuous feast that evening. Witnessing this scene, Ming Ye discreetly reached for the gun at his waist. Look at this dog, so plump. Doesn't it seem to have an owner? The moment the words escaped her lips, the woman fell silent. Something felt amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be the apocalypse? How could anyone still have the leisure to keep a dog? A glance at Ming Ye's smile sent chills down her spine, as it was utterly sinister. The pressure emanating from Milk Tea was equally formidable. That disdainful gaze. Was it truly a demeanor that a mere dog could exude? I don't care. The woman shook her head defiantly. I'm determined to have this dog today. Upon hearing this, Ming Ye chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha. The woman's skin prickled at his laughter. What are you laughing at? Of course, I'm laughing at your foolishness. Ming Ye replied unabashedly. The woman was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a retort. Ah, so you think you can bully me because no one is here? Anger and humiliation clouded her features. In an instant, 3 men of varying builds emerged behind her. One was tall as a cypress, another short as a shrub, and the last had a rather ordinary stature. Their fierce countenances revealed their experience in intimidation. Milk Tea, sensing the shift in atmosphere, began to bark excitedly. Woof, woof, woof. Ming Ye's gaze shifted to the 4 of them, realizing they had successfully captured its attention. Do you know why this dog is so robust? The unexpected question caught them off guard, and they exchanged bewildered glances. A cold smile played on Ming Ye's lips. It's because my dog only feasts on human flesh. The crowd was instantly awestruck. Goodness, is there really such an outrageous dog in this world? To be fair, Milk Tea was quite cooperative. It immediately assumed an aggressive stance, puffing out its chest, radiating an overwhelming aura. Woof, woof, woof. Its barks echoed throughout the forest. The men across from them faltered, instinctively retreating a few steps. Why you're trying to deceive us? Ming Ye appeared unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. If you don't believe it, then come at me all at once. Their faces darkened, and the atmosphere became tense in that instant. Noticing their reluctance to make a move, Ming Ye leisurely turned to chop bamboo. Without the capability, don't take on the delicate task. His tone dripped with mockery. The men could only fixate their gazes on Ming Ye's figure. 1 chop, 2 chops, 3 chops. Another bamboo fell with a resounding crash. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ming Ye slightly turned his body, challenging them. The woman opposite appeared to be quite taken with the situation, immediately stepping forward defiantly. Hand over the dog to us obediently. If you do, we may yet spare your life. Her voice was chilling, laced with an undercurrent of threat. Otherwise, do not blame me. In the next moment, a long, serrated knife was drawn from her hand. To be candid, it resembled a tool for felling trees, albeit rather inappropriate for this context. Well, I've been anticipating this. Ming Ye tossed aside his axe and produced a kitchen knife from his backpack. Nai Cha, not to be outdone, began to bare her teeth in a similar fashion. Upon seeing the kitchen knife in Ming Ye's grasp, everyone erupted into laughter, finding the situation utterly absurd. Ha ha, I thought it would be something impressive, but it turns out to be just a kitchen knife. Indeed, what a waste of my emotions. Chapter 92. Eliminate them all. The tall man shouted loudly. Let him act tough. I'll chop him up right now. He had long admired the fine clothes worn by Ming Ye, made of mink and cotton, looking quite warm. Instantly, the spirits of his companions rose. Yet Ming Ye remained composed and unyielding, responding, All right, then come to me all at once. He casually scratched his ear, exuding an air of complete disregard for them. The four men exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Could it be that their combat prowess was so feeble? Ming Ye stood before the milk tea shop, merely 5 or 6 meters away from them. Just as the woman sensed something amiss, the short man behind Ming Ye was already sent flying by a kick. Subsequently, Ming Ye nimbly evaded the tall man's attack. Dare to kick my brother? The tall man charged at him from the left, but Ming Ye instinctively thrust to the right. A sickening sound pierced the air, the sound of a sharp weapon penetrating flesh. Turning around, Ming Ye saw that a strike had pierced the tall man's chest. The man, still clutching a dagger, was sent sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. In a flash, the short man who had been kicked away sprang back to his feet. You dare to kill my brother? I'll fight you. The small man lunged forward, but Ming Ye effortlessly sidestepped his attack. His actions incited a frenzy among the onlookers. The cacophony of voices erupted. Ming Ye curled his lips in disdain. Is that all you've got? Enraged, they declared, I'll fight you. Are you certain? Ming Ye glanced at the tall man, lying on the ground. If you choose to fight me, he truly will lose his life. With that, he kicked the tall man's body a few meters forward. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled a brick at the short man's head. With a resounding thud, the small man turned, dazed, and glared at Ming Ye. No honor in combat. Instantly, 2 of them lost their will to fight. The once fearsome men, now terrified, turned to flee. Not just him, but another woman also made a hasty escape. However, Ming Ye would not let them go so easily. A kitchen knife flew through the air, slicing open the young man's abdomen, leaving a trail of blood. You ambushed me. The air filled with cries of despair. Ming Ye unconsciously rubbed his ears, overwhelmed by the noise. As for the other woman, Ming Ye simply threw a stone, causing her to fall clumsily. Ouch! She cried out, blood trickling from her chin. Slowly, Ming Ye approached, his cold gaze fixated on the 2. The man pleaded for mercy. It's all a misunderstanding, brother. They wanted to eat the dog meat. I had no intention of eating it. Upon witnessing the scene, the woman beside him faltered first, exclaiming, How dare you? This dog is exactly as you see it. So stop sullying my reputation. The spectacle of 2 individuals embroiled in a fierce dispute piqued Ming Ye's interest. Oh, so who exactly are the 2 of you? It's him. It's her. They chorused in unison. Regrettably, Ming Ye had no inclination to discern their truths or lies. With a swift motion, he dispatched the woman to her eternal rest. When it was the man's turn, he trembled in fear, pleading, No, please don't kill me. I have an elderly mother and small children at home. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across Ming Ye's lips. An elderly mother? Do you truly deserve one? Suddenly, one of Ming Ye's remarks struck a nerve within the man. He stood defiantly, retorting, How dare you? You think you can just kill the innocent? Beware, I will report you. Report me? Ming Ye chuckled. Go ahead. See how many years I would serve. Faced with an unyielding stance, the man quickly reverted to weakness. Hero, you're still alive. Why not let this matter rest? Oh, if I were to die, would it still be settled? Ming Ye scoffed. Are you attempting to bind me with moral obligations? Denying him further opportunity for argument, Ming Ye swiftly ended the man's life as well. The man, in his last moments, gaped in shock, the chilling air enveloping him, rendering him a statue of ice. Observing the lifeless bodies, Ming Ye felt no shred of compassion. Instead, he was filled with disgust. It seemed he could no longer remain on this mountain. In a scene that followed, Ming Ye, cradling a cup of milk tea, ascended the stairs with a noticeable limp. Upon opening the door, Li Qinshu was taken aback by his appearance, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. What happened? She asked with concern. Ming Ye waved dismissively. It's nothing. Just a sprain. The altercation with those individuals had certainly taken a toll on him. Unexpectedly, he had sustained an injury. Now, even simple movements caused him discomfort, but he maintained a facade of nonchalance, insisting it was nothing serious. Observing this, Li Qingshi felt a pang of unease. While it appeared to be merely a sprain, she suspected soft tissue misalignment. "No, I must fetch the first aid kit," she declared, turning abruptly to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Ming Ye sighed in resignation. Just then, Jiang Wenwu entered the room, casting a mysterious gaze upon Ming Ye. "What on earth did you do?" "Chopped bamboo," Ming Ye replied flatly. "Didn't I tell you all?" "Nonsense. Can chopping bamboo really injure you?" It was clear that no secret could remain hidden from Jiang Wenwu. Ultimately, Ming Yi sighed in exasperation and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing everything, Jiang Wenwu's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Ming Yi nearly lost his life last night, and yet such a grave matter is dismissed with such a light remark. Xiao Qi, filled with concern for her brother, wiped her reddened eyes upon witnessing Ming Ye's injuries. Returning to the house, Li Qingshi sought various remedies for soft tissue bruises, though these remedies proved of little significance in the present situation. "I shall go downstairs to find the esteemed physician." After exchanging a few words with the venerable doctor, he hurriedly ascended the stairs. "What has transpired?" The doctor's eyes reflected a heightened sense of urgency. "Allow me to examine." Ming Yi refrained from further refusal and instead urged Li Wanhua, "Please take Xiao Qi outside. Such scenes are not suitable for a child." Though Xiao Qi was reluctant to leave, she recognized her brother's unusual condition and ceased to insist. "Remove your clothing. I must ascertain the extent of your injuries." Chapter 93. The mutated kitten. Nothing of great concern. The grandfather downstairs retracted his hand, an expression of calmness gracing his features. Fortunately, Ming Ye returned just in time. Given his robust constitution, he recovered rather swiftly, and fortunately, there was minimal damage to his internal organs. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshi let out a long sigh of relief. "That is good news. When will he be able to walk normally again?" It takes 100 days to heal from such injuries. He must gradually acclimate. Experiencing pain while walking is a natural part of the process. Indeed, one cannot expect Ming Ye to revert to his original state immediately. "Well then, is there anything we need to be cautious about regarding his diet?" Li Qingshi inquired with concern. The grandfather stroked his beard and replied in a measured tone. "Avoid overly oily or rich foods, and seafood is strictly off limits, especially fish and dairy products, which can exacerbate his condition." Reflecting on the fact that Ming Ye was injured because of their collective actions, Li Qingshi felt a pang of discomfort. She nodded in agreement with her grandfather's advice. "Rest assured, I will escort you out." After seeing the grandfather off, Jiang Wenwu also exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Ming Ye was not gravely injured, but witnessing his suffering made everyone uneasy. "For the next few days, you should refrain from getting out of bed," Jiang Wenwu said, patting his shoulder. "I will continue training with the milk tea." "Very well." Ming Ye chose not to push himself further. In a corner, Xiao Qi appeared despondent, digging at her little hands. Li Qingshi sensed something was amiss and crouched down beside her. "What is wrong, Xiao Qi? Why did your brother get hurt? Was it because of us?" The little girl's voice tugged at one's heartstrings. Li Qingshi gently ruffled her hair. "It's all right. Your brother is very strong. Please don't cry." After a moment, Xiao Qi looked up, her voice resolute. "When I grow up, I will definitely protect my brother." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu's eyes sparkled with joy. Finally, with a smile, she reassured her. "Well then, before our little hero embarks on her quest, shouldn't she have a meal? This morning, we have your favorite scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Let us go." Xiao Qi brightened at this, not forgetting Ming Ye. "Let us serve a bowl for brother." "Certainly, you need not worry about that." Ming Ye exchanged a few words with Jiang Wenwu. They ultimately decided to refrain from venturing out for supplies until Ming Ye had fully recovered. Jiang Wenwu rubbed his hands together. "All right then, let us call it a day." Little Black is no ordinary cat. It swiftly darted into Ming Ye's room, using its paws to tear into the packaging of the dog food. Jiang Wenwu covered his face in embarrassment. How embarrassing to have shamed himself in Ming Ye's home. Wait a moment, hasn't he been feeding it recently? Why does it feel as though he has deprived his own cat? Ming Ye inquired with a hint of confusion. Haven't you been feeding your cat lately? How could that be? Jiang Wenwu erupted. I've been giving it plenty to eat recently. I wonder if it's pregnant? Upon hearing this, Ming Ye rolled his eyes in exasperation. A male cat, pregnant? The following night, Ming Ye, somewhat at a loss for words, gestured toward the dog food and suggested, why not open that bag of dog food? After all, cats and dogs eat similar things. Jiang Wenwu declined, reasoning that it was better for Little Black to eat less. If it indulged too much now, it would undoubtedly struggle to find satisfaction in the future. In a post-apocalyptic world, even humans find it challenging to survive, let alone our feline and canine companions. Fortunately, Ming Ye is akin to a walking supply container. Otherwise, sustaining 2 cats and a dog would be quite a feat. It seems like Little Black hasn't eaten at all. Indeed, Ming Ye's barbs are the most cutting. The next moment, Jiang Wenwu swiftly picked up Little Black, eager to discover what was within its belly. Ming Ye took the cat and gently patted its stomach. To be honest, it didn't feel particularly round. Ming Ye voiced his confusion. I feel like this cat has gained weight. I think my cat has even grown. Jiang Wenwu laughed, appearing carefree. But seriously, which cat grows taller? Ming Ye countered. I suspect it might just be some bone growth. He then began to feel around, wondering how such a significant change could occur in just half a month. The fur had grown longer and denser. The changes in its bones were not the most astonishing. Its claws seemed to have lengthened as well. What on earth is happening? It was startling to realize. Discussing it only amplified the shock. The current situation defies conventional explanation and might relate to the theory of evolution. In nature, there exists a plant that, when faced with a frozen world, retreats and survives solely as a root. It only resumes growth when spring arrives. This is a self-protective mechanism of the natural world. A protective mechanism? This notion sparked a flicker of understanding, reminiscent of certain peculiar creatures from the past. However, it remains uncertain whether this mutation is beneficial or detrimental. What should we do? We can only allow it to evolve. After all, the world has undergone so many changes over the years. Jiang Wenwu's expression darkened at this statement. Seeing his troubled demeanor, Ming Ye reassured him, don't overthink it. Little Black may not necessarily follow that path. The extreme cold may persist until the spring festival. During this period, no one knows what transformations these creatures might undergo. Sensing Little Black's restlessness, Ming Ye gently scratched its head in an attempt to soothe it. With proper training, Little Black will surely be fine. All right, Jiang Wenwu replied helplessly. Scratching his head, I'll do my best. Ming Ye stroked the cat's head, acknowledging that some things are inevitable. It was time to commence Little Black's training. The kitten tilted its head, amused. In the frigid weather of over -50 degrees, the entire world melded with ice and snow. Thankfully, they had heating from their chips to stave off the chill. Come evening, Jiang Wenwu rubbed his hands together and tossed Little Black into Ming Ye's room. Please train Little Black well. Ming Ye cast a silent glance at him, questioning, are you certain? The frail Jiang Wenwu remarked, I feel slightly under the weather. Thus, farewell. It was absurd. How could someone as robust as Jiang Wenwu possibly fall ill? It was evidently a mere excuse. Nonetheless, the little cat nestled in his stomach remained quite docile, prompting Ming Ye not to dwell on it any longer. The night air was not particularly fresh. Yet Ming Ye's bedding was exceptionally warm. Reflecting on the recent supplies, Ming Ye felt a sense of clarity. With others still recovering from injuries, he could only remain in bed to recuperate swiftly, ensuring he could be of greater service in the future. Once, Ming Ye had fought for survival amidst the apocalypse for many years, and his will to live had never waned. Moreover, he now had family standing behind him. Chapter 94. Coerced protection fees. Early in the morning, the door to Ming Ye's room was rapped upon. Battling the chill in the air, Jiang Wenwu reluctantly threw off the covers to answer the door. To his surprise, it was Grandma Lu, and he let out a long sigh. Grandma, why are you here so early? Upon entering, Grandma Lu began to search the room anxiously. Where's Ming Ye? He injured himself a couple of days ago and is resting in his room. If you'd like, I can take you to him. Seeing the worried expression on Grandma Lu's face made Jiang Wenwu swallow hard. But what could be troubling her? I'll explain it all to you shortly. Grandma Lu replied, cryptically, suggesting that trouble was imminent. Upon reaching Ming Ye's room, they discovered she had already risen. "Grandma Lu?" Ming Ye exclaimed, surprised to see her so early. What has happened? It was clear that something must have occurred to prompt Grandma Lu's early visit. "This morning, I overheard Aunt Zhao next door trying to gather information. Apparently, someone in our community is demanding protection fees." Jiang Wenwu's brow furrowed deeply at this news. "Is there anyone who would comply? If they refuse, there's little they can do." Grandma Lu sighed heavily. "They are essentially robbers now. It seems they will soon be targeting our building. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Ming Ye and Jiang Wenwu had painstakingly gathered their supplies. Who would willingly hand them over? If they could survive, who would choose death? Grandma Lu had come to discuss strategies for dealing with this predicament. They were demanding 10 kilograms of food from each household, which in these dire times was akin to extortion. With the support from her family, Grandma Lu felt more resolute about surviving. However, once they discovered food, they would undoubtedly be relentless. The building was mostly deserted now. Hearing these words, Ming Ye's eyes reflected a hint of concern. It appeared that this matter would not resolve easily. What was Grandma Lu's intention in coming here today? Ming Ye understood all too well. "All right, I will consider this further." He had his own thoughts. If necessary, they would unite and surely be able to deal with them. Witnessing this exchange, Grandma Lu shook her head. These people are not to be underestimated. They have united with the bullies from every building to act together. Life will likely become quite difficult from here on. Jiang Wenwu furrowed his brow slightly at this revelation. Are these people really so accommodating? There were a few who opposed them, but the final outcome was either death or disappearance. At that moment, Li Qingshu entered the room, carrying a plate of fruit. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "What about Uncle Mao? How can he intervene in this?" Currently, no one possesses satellite phones. Even if they did, it would be of little use. The sheer number of people is overwhelming, far beyond what Uncle Hat can manage. Moreover, under dire circumstances, manpower is already scarce. Those who can participate in support and disaster relief are few and far between. The sinister forces lurking in this apocalyptic landscape are directly contributing to the growth of the Alpha Drive. Most crucially, these individuals appear and vanish without a trace. Jiang Wenwu rolled his eyes dramatically. There was no way they would relinquish their hard-earned provisions to this fellow. After all, they had toiled to secure those resources. Why would they hand them over willingly? After expressing his thoughts, Ming Ye clarified his stance. With a composed demeanor, he declared, "We shall not comply." Upon grasping the implication of this statement, Granny Zhong finally felt her anxious heart settle. "Very well, I shall return and inform my granddaughter." Upon arriving home, the grandmother conveyed her thoughts to Lu Ruoyi, stating, "I believe we should not surrender our food." Despite her youth, Lu Ruoyi possessed remarkable insight, understanding that once they relinquished their supplies, there would be no turning back. The elderly woman was indeed quite visionary. They had no need to take on a risk that even Ming Ye would not entertain. Once events transpired, the first to suffer would not necessarily be them. Remember, we must not make the first move, no matter what. And thus, life continued in its monotonous rhythm for several days. Jiang Wenwu, leading everyone except Ming Ye, began an intense regimen of exercise. Discipline grants me freedom. The girls engaged in Pamela workouts, while the boys focused on abdominal training. The heavier set among them lamented daily. "Goodness, why must a hefty fellow like me shed weight? I never did, so even in times of peace." The group exchanged amused glances, the cacophony of their laughter nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Suddenly, chaos erupted downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door." Every room in the building was tightly shut. No one was foolish enough to venture outside, recognizing the wisdom of staying within their homes. Soon, the outer door was flung open. The leader, named Xiao Onliang, bore a name that could easily be mistaken for that of a local official. Everyone with family stepped forward. £10 per month, not a pound less. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. After his proclamation, the faces of those surrounding him grew increasingly grim. No one dared to open their door. Ironically, Aunt Zhao was the first to suffer the consequences. Their room was swiftly pried open, and a swarm of outsiders rushed in. Aunt Zhao was instantly filled with terror, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? What do you think, old hag?" Xiao Onliang retorted dismissively, his tone dripping with blatant mockery. Yet at that moment, Aunt Zhao dare not speak further. "What do you truly want? We have no food." Uncle Zhao's voice was laced with indignation. They were already starving. What food could they possibly have left? Why is this building so deserted? Another henchman stepped forward, glaring coldly at him. Aunt Zhao's face turned pale with terror. It was indeed the presence of a tyrant in our building that instilled such fear. Otherwise, how could there be so few people around? Upon hearing this, Xiao Onliang's interest was piqued. Who is this individual? It is none other than the resident of the top floor. If you seek to redistribute wealth, target them, but please do not involve us. One of the lackeys beside him inquired further about the situation. Aunt Zhao, realizing her own affairs were not at stake, immediately embellished the tale surrounding Ming Ye and his companions. "It is none other than these brigands," she lamented, wiping away tears, claiming they had seized our provisions and even wished to end our lives. Aunt Zhao continued her exaggerations, utterly oblivious to the excited expressions on the faces of those across from her. At last, they had found themselves a substantial quarry. Chapter 95. The Malevolent Gang. How much grain do they possess? Xiao Onliang inquired condescendingly. Zhao Shaner, her eyes darting nervously, hesitated before responding. "He is quite a lot. Perhaps when the time comes." "Is that all the ambition you have?" Xiao Onliang abruptly kicked her, the blow landing squarely on her chest, causing her to wince in pain. Yet, Zhao Shaner had to suppress her discomfort and feign a smile. "Very well, I shall lead you there. They must have several hundred pounds of grain." The mention of this topic sparked a glimmer of shrewdness in Zhao Shaner's eyes. Previously, Ming Ye had been adamant about not sharing any provisions with her. Now, it seemed, someone would come to rectify that. "Are you not going to get up quickly? Do you need me to assist you?" One of the henchmen scoffed, prompting Zhao Shaner to stagger to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips. "All right, I shall take you there at once. However, the individual there is armed, so do exercise caution. In this dystopian world, humanity's nature was laid bare. No one wished for others to fare better than themselves. Furthermore, with Ming Ye hoarding so many resources, not sharing was nothing short of selfish. You speak the truth." Xiao Onliang shot him a sidelong glance, letting out a derisive snort. Zhao Shaner, emboldened, patted her chest and declared, "Rest assured, I am not one to lie. You lack the audacity for such a thing." In truth, they did not fear this old woman's fabrications. If necessary, they could simply eliminate her. The henchmen wore eager expressions, knowing that if they did not clear out the grain from the 9th floor tonight, there would be no way to conclude the affair. Thus, a peculiar smile crept onto Zhao Shaner's face. "Let us ascend to the 9th floor. Regardless of the outcome, this endeavor holds no detriment for me. It is of little consequence either way." Soon, the door to the 9th floor was being battered incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up." Jiang Wenwu had heard the commotion and convened with Ming Ye in his quarters to formulate a strategy. Ultimately, they resolved that everyone should be armed. This tactic was dubbed preparedness is key. They secured Shao Qi in a room, primarily concerned that the child would not be suited to witness such a gruesome scene. "What shall we do now?" Jiang Wenwu turned to Ming Ye in the wheelchair, seeking guidance. The group appeared tense, yet their eyes betrayed no hint of fear. "Let's wait a moment." Ming Ye furrowed his brow. The pace of events was alarmingly rapid, deviating from his previous calculations. When circumstances seem amiss, there is often trouble afoot. "What is our course of action?" Jiang Wenwu hesitated at the door, deliberating whether to adhere to the original plan. After a while, the crowd outside grew impatient. Damn it, these scoundrels only shed tears when faced with the grave. The coarse remarks were unsettling to hear. Xiao Onliang retreated, scratching his ear in annoyance. "Just pry the door open." The imposing figures behind her brandished their weapons, poised to forcibly break the lock on the door. Just as they were about to execute their plan, the door unexpectedly swung open from the inside. With a soft click, the sight that greeted them was that of Li Qingshu and Li Wanhua. Perhaps worn down by the apocalypse, the surviving women bore gaunt faces, caught in a state that was neither fully human nor ghostly. Who would have imagined that before them stood a stunning young woman and a captivating campus beauty? Those legs, they were even longer than those of Lu Ruyan. As they followed the silhouettes of these women, Jiang Wenwu seemed to embody the very essence of rugged masculinity. The chubby man, donning glasses and clad in white socks, presented a uniquely charming image. Truly exceptional. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It appeared that this visit was not in vain. They were determined to bring something remarkable home. Leading the group, Xiao Ongliang cleared his throat and proclaimed, from today onward, each of you must contribute 10 pounds of food daily. No sooner had his words echoed than Ming Ye turned a chair to face them. An unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Ming Ye's sharply defined features struck a chord within them, igniting a sense of awe. How could anyone be so strikingly handsome? Something felt amiss. Xiao Ongliang, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired at a leisurely pace, I've heard that others contribute 10 pounds once a month. Why must it be 10 pounds every day? Wouldn't it be better for them to just perish? Ming Ye's gaze was profound, as if attempting to peer into Xiao Ongliang's very soul. The air grew heavy with awkwardness. Even Aunt Zhao, following behind, couldn't resist shaking her head. 10 pounds a day. Why not just rob them? However, as long as Ming Ye and his companions faced difficulties, it brought them a measure of comfort. Ming Ye chose not to press the matter further, casting a glance at Li Qingshu behind him. Xiao Ongliang had 6 subordinates, 2 of whom were armed, while the others wielded baseball bats. That S meant for others. Xiao Ongliang grinned at Ming Ye. With all the food you have, surely you won't miss this. What a curious assertion. How did he know this? Ming Ye scratched his ear and tentatively replied, I'm merely a burden. We truly have no such provisions at home. Eventually, one of the subordinates, unable to contain his frustration, blurted out, Damn it, that old lady said you do. They wasted no time dragging Aunt Zhao forward. This is her. You must recognize her. Ming Ye frowned, regarding the subordinate with a mixture of confusion and skepticism. Why are you following him? How much food can he possibly provide you each month? And why bring 2 fake guns along? Upon hearing this, the 2 subordinates standing behind Xiao Ongliang exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the inquiry. I'm talking about you. Xiao Ongliang himself appeared taken aback. Do you even realize what you're saying? Of course I do. Ming Ye playfully nodded. I'm just asking. In a household, one could easily gather 10 pounds, yet, by the time it reaches your hands, you may find it barely amounts to 5, does it not? Provoked by this poignant remark, Xiao Onliang erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting here? Speak no more and get lost. Ming Ye, however, remained unfazed, casually waving his hand. Is it truly nonsense? Have you not yet grasped the situation after the summer break? The most dreadful moment is when an unexpected silence envelopes the air. Who would have anticipated that Ming Ye possessed such eloquence? He adeptly resurrected the issues he previously overlooked by everyone. Clearly taken aback by Ming Ye's prowess, the leader's fury ignited. You wretched cur, I shall be the first to take you down. Yet, Ming Ye was entirely unperturbed. Very well, let us measure our strengths. In an instant, Ming Ye's concealed handgun slid down from his sleeve, ready for action.